Synopsis. Qin Luo finds himself reborn as a super-wealthy second-generation heir, living a life of luxury with bird's nest soup as his mouthwash and lobster as an everyday delicacy. His immensely rich father has but one simple demand. He must spend a set amount of money each month. Yet, this life of constant indulgence soon becomes tedious for him. By chance, Qin Luo encounters his goddess, leading him to secretly abandon his trillion-yuan inheritance and resolutely enlist in the army on a mission to protect his country. However, he quickly discovers that military life is drudgery personified, and he nearly loses his mind on the very first day. Determined, he vows, 2 years, just 2 years. Once I return home, they'll treat my goddess to a life of luxury and leisure, relishing in all the pleasures life has to offer. Chapter 1. Super wealthy second-generation heir. Has a cold beauty soldier bound to me? This round of consumption is all on young Master Qin. The already boisterous bar erupted into a frenzy. Make sure they say thank you. Qin Luo, lounging in the VIP room with his legs crossed, declared, people should know how to show gratitude. Yes, Brother Luo. The accompanying manager nodded and bowed, then rushed to the door of the booth, shouting, everyone give a big thanks to young Master Qin. Where are the cheers? Thank you, young Master Qin. The crowd instantly burst into applause. Qin Luo sported a satisfied grin as he stood up, donning his jacket. Young Master Qin, the manager approached with an ingratiating smile. Thank you for boosting our little establishment's business. You're not only handsome. Enough, Qin Luo interjected, walking out while putting on his clothes. He'll come back later for more good drinks. Don't keep trying to pass off royal salute on me. By the way, Qin Luo added casually, this round is still on me, you all keep the music and the dancing going. Sure thing, the manager exclaimed excitedly, this round? It's still on young Master Qin, let's send him off. Take care, young master. I love you. The crowd roared with cheers. As the bar door shut behind him, Qin Luo made his way toward a flashy blue Bugatti. The engine roared to life, immediately drawing envious glances from onlookers. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he felt incredibly suave. He was undoubtedly the most striking figure on the street. In truth, he wasn't originally from this world 6 months ago. He had died unexpectedly and crossed over, unexpectedly gaining a billion-yuan fortune through a wealthy father. What thrilled him the most was his father's boundless affection. All that was required of him daily was to indulge, spend lavishly, and live freely. This new lifestyle offered a stark contrast to his previous life as a 996 workaholic who meticulously paid off a mortgage at the highest interest rate, finally granting him a taste of what it truly meant to be a super-rich person. It's amazing what money can allow you to do. Qin Luo chuckled, pressing down on the accelerator. What a thrill! Yet just as he was about to speed away, a dark shape suddenly lunged at him. Bang! The shadow collided harshly with the front of the car, flying out over 2 meters. Damn it! Qin Luo jumped at the shock, muttering, I've seen cars hit people, I've never seen a person hit a car. Before he could process it, the figure that had been flung away was struggling to get up, staggering towards him. In the light, a face half hidden by flowing hair emerged, exuding a heartbreaking beauty. Qin Luo was dumbfounded, although the woman before him wasn't breathtakingly beautiful. She was exceptionally rare and possessed a pureness that was hard to find in today's society. He swallowed hard. She exuded a grace far beyond the women he usually encountered. Just then, bang, the woman suddenly opened the door and climbed into his car. Qin Luo was startled. Hey, what are you doing getting in? You. His words were cut short as a cold blade pressed against his throat. Lady, let's talk this out. Qin Luo hurriedly raised his hands, swallowing hard. Do you want money or the car? I can help you out. Just don't use the knife. Please don't go down the path of crime. Shut up. The woman glared fiercely at him. Hurry, drive. Before Qin Luo could respond, a group of men in black burst out from the alley nearby. Each of them seemed fearsome, brandishing katanas, charging straight for the car. Shit. Qin Luo stomped the accelerator hard. Virum, the 12-cylinder engine roared with astonishing power, shooting them forward like a bullet. He smiled at the rearview mirror, watching the black-clad men fall farther behind. My Bugatti is so fast that even Takumi Fujiwara couldn't catch up. Hey, the bad guys are left behind. Can you put the knife down now? He turned with a grin. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt. Hey. Qin Luo was startled, almost crashing the car as the woman suddenly stabbed the knife deep into her thigh. Blood gushed forth, staining a large area. Hey, Qin Luo shouted. I wasn't going to hold you accountable. There's no need for this kind of apology. The woman fiercely yanked the blade out, pressing her hand against the wound. Help! Help me, she gazed weakly at Qin Luo. Take me too. Before she could finish, she completely lost consciousness. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qin Luo exclaimed in shock. Seeing the woman unresponsive, he slapped her face hard several times. Despite her face turning red from the slaps, she still gave no response. Qin Luo felt utterly speechless, thinking, what the hell, stabbing herself, and then asking for help. This woman seems pretty, but has lost her mind. Looking at the still innocent face of the unconscious woman, he sighed helplessly. Fine, since you're so pretty, it'll help you out despite your insanity. He pulled out a handkerchief and hurriedly bandaged her wound. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep, it didn't seem life-threatening. Then he slammed the steering wheel, driving toward the nearest hospital. Ding! System activation detected, due to the host encountering an emergency situation. Qin Luo froze for a moment, but then was filled with immense joy. After half a year of crossing over, he never imagined the system would show up at this moment. Ding! Please, host, immediately rescue the military female agent in critical condition. Only upon completing the mission will the system be able to fuse and bind. Qin Luo's eyes widened. I have to complete a mission first? Am taking her to the hospitalis that enough to complete the mission? Qin Luo asked. Ding! The target has been exposed to a potent toxin and is already experiencing symptoms. She has less than 20 minutes to live, and there isn't enough time to reach the hospital. The host must detoxify her immediately. Friendly reminder. Failure to complete the mission will result in unsuccessful system fusion and subsequent dissolution. Damn! Qin Luo chuckled wryly. You're really pushing me to act heroically. Looking at the woman who was barely breathing, he sighed deeply. It'd be such a waste if a beautiful girl like you were to die just like this. Rubbing his hands together, he said, sorry lady, but I'm actually a paragon of virtue. I genuinely want to take you to the hospital. Forgive me. Qin Luo chuckled, swiftly turning the steering wheel as he veered off to a secluded area. An hour later, in a small grove, Qin Luo slumped against a tree, panting heavily. His body was just too weak, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Beside him, the woman silently adjusted her clothes. Qin Luo looked at her back, sighing. Didn't you say you were poisoned and unconscious? What now? Shut up. A glint of cold light flashed, and suddenly his neck felt icy. He jumped in shock as a blade was pressed against his throat. Hey. Are you going to kill your benefactor? The woman's face was filled with murderous intent. I told you to take me, you could have taken me to the hospital. But who let you? Feeling a stinging pain, her eyes flared with fury. Hey! Qin Luo felt the knife pressing closer to his throat and hastily shouted, You're poisoned. Don't you know? If you don't get to the hospital, you'll be doomed. I'm trying to save you. Don't be so ungrateful. Her eyes twitched fiercely, staring hard at Qin Luo, but the knife didn't budge. She knew all too well what kind of poison she had taken and understood that what Qin Luo said was true. Yet this was her first time, and she had just given it to this strange man. Seeing the woman's face pale, Qin Luo spoke softly. Hey there, we're practically a married couple now. Enough! The woman's eyes were ablaze with rage as she plunged the knife towards Qin Luo's head. Thud! Qin Luo watched in shock as the blade embedded itself deep into the tree, the handle shaking violently in the air. He swallowed hard again. Wow, you've got some serious strength. This is even more intimidating than before. Shut up. The woman yanked out the knife, pressing the edge against Qin Luo's face. Qin Luo promptly shut his mouth, clamping it shut tightly. The woman's eyes twitched while this man was decent looking. There was something annoyingly insufferable about him. Listen. The woman rolled the knife across Qin Luo's face, causing him to sit up straight with fear. If even a hint of tonight's events leaks, she smirked coldly at him. No matter where you are, they'll have your life. Do you understand? She growled. Without thinking, Qin Luo blinked rapidly. What are you making those faces for? She glared at him. Speak. Qin Luo felt frustrated. You told me to shut up before, but now you want me to talk? Which should I do? She rolled her eyes. You can talk now. Qin Luo made a bitter face. I'm just a big man who can't even fight back. If you make me say anything, they'll be too embarrassed to tell anyone. All right, you can shut up now. Her face flushed crimson. She had indeed been a bit savage earlier, but it was unavoidable given the circumstances. After the poisoning, she was out of control, so remember, Forget everything. The woman glared at Qin Luo before turning to leave. Hey, what now? Her icy glare fell on Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled sagely. You're just going to leave like that? What else can I do? The woman shot back. Qin Luo slowly got to his feet. Hey there. In your lifesaver, you can't just walk away like this. Isn't that a bit unfair to the innocent? The woman's cheeks turned red. So, what do you want? Qin Luo grinned lasciviously. Just want your contact information. Her eyes nearly bulged out. She had never encountered someone so annoying and shameless. Are you out of your mind? The woman weakly replied. Tonight was just a misunderstanding. Nothing happened at all. Misunderstanding? Qin Luo stared at her. Then how about you give me one more misunderstanding, and let's find somewhere else. Suddenly, the glint of a knife appeared, and Qin Luo hurriedly raised his hands. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qin Luo shouted in anger. Can't we just talk this through? The woman felt like she was about to lose her mind, pulling out a wad of cash from her pocket and throwing it at him. This is your reward for saving my life. We're even now. With that, she turned and strode away. Qin Luo stared at the scattered cash on the ground, astonished for 2 seconds, before bursting with rage. You think you can bully me and humiliate me? And you give me all this loose change? He glared at the woman's disappearing figure, fuming. Just wait. You can't escape. It won't be so easy to shake me off. Chapter 2. Are you a pawn who will squander the billion-dollar fortune? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The system is officially activated and is now merging and binding with the host. Qin Luo was suddenly taken aback, and his fury dissipated in an instant. With the addition of the system, he felt as if he had been imbued with the wings of a tiger. The combination of monetary prowess and supernatural abilities was akin to merging Batman with Superman. First-time binding. A beginner's gift pack is being opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Gene Enhancement. Level C. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining One Punch Man. Level C. Ding. First sign-in successful. Reward. 50 superpower points. In the next moment, Qin Luo's entire being trembled, but he immediately felt a surge of vitality flooding into his abdomen. Then explosively radiating throughout his limbs and bones, that it was as if he had been jolted by electricity, causing him to shudder violently twice. His previously depleted body was instantaneously replenished, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. He even experienced a delightful shiver. What a thrill! Simultaneously, detailed descriptions of the two superpowers surged into his consciousness. Gene enhancement allowed for a significant increase in physical abilities, enhancing bodily functions comprehensively, currently at level C. It elevated Qin Luo to the physical prowess of an amateur athlete. This capability was indeed remarkable. Qin Luo beamed with joy. The body he had traversed into was incredibly weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so passive earlier. With no opportunity to resist. Now, equipped with this ability, Qin Luo immediately felt empowered. Should a similar situation arise again, he would be like an electric motor, spinning without pause, never relinquishing the initiative. One Punch Man? The image of a bald man in a cape flashed in his mind. However, the system's explanation diverged significantly from his expectations. One Punch Man was, quite literally, the ability to deliver an immensely powerful punch. Few could withstand the force of such a blow. Yet, there were limitations to its usage. After delivering a punch, regardless of whether it struck its target, a cooldown period would ensue, preventing him from throwing punches ad libitum. Currently, the cooldown lasted 5 minutes, with the punch's strength being 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. After assimilating all the information, Qin Luo couldn't contain his excitement and leapt up. In the 6 months since his arrival, he had never felt as invigorated as he did now. Brimming with boundless energy, he rolled his shoulders and strode towards a large tree. He was eager to test the true might of this punch. Bang! He struck the tree squarely at its trunk. The entire tree shuddered violently, causing Qin Luo to instinctively step back 2 paces. Leaves cascaded down like a snowstorm. Qin Luo's eyes widened in shock. The spot where he had struck was indented as if it were made of tofu. Goodness! Qin Luo stared incredulously at his fist. Is this that MY doing? He swallowed hard. That punch likely contained at least 20 years' worth of power. Who could possibly withstand it? Suddenly, he dashed forward and delivered 2 more punches to the tree. However, the tree remained unscathed while Qin Luo winced in pain. Damn it, it truly seems I can only deliver 1 punch. The pain was excruciating. Yet it clarified the limitations of the one-punch man ability that it appeared that timing was crucial when delivering a strike. Otherwise, failure to land a punch would lead to dire consequences. System, since it is level C. Can it be upgraded to a higher level? Ding. The host simply needs to complete tasks to earn superpower points or abilities. Superpower points can be used to upgrade ability levels, with a maximum of SSS level. Then let us expedite the task release. Qin Luo rubbed his hands together in excitement. I have played the role of a powerless young master for far too long. I can hardly wait to become stronger. In his previous life, Qin Luo had read numerous novels where every transmigrator was an extraordinary figure. Now, it was finally his turn that a smirk graced Qin Luo's lips. My name is Qin Luo, and I am ready to show off. Ding, new task released. The host must join the military. Upon completion, a random superpower or superpower points will be awarded. What on earth? Qin Luo was taken aback. Join the military. It felt as though he had plunged from paradise into an icy abyss. With superpowers and his monetary capabilities, he could have stridden through the world with confidence. Yet now, he was to join the military? This system's full name is the Home Defense and National Protection Superpower System. Qin Luo's mind was awhirl. What did you just say? In summary, this system aims to cultivate unprecedented super soldiers and strategic masterminds, ultimately safeguarding the nation. Thus, the host must enter the military. Otherwise, the system will retract all abilities and dissipate. Task duration, 10 days. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He finally understood why the system had remained dormant for 6 months before abruptly activating. It was because that woman was a military intelligence officer, inadvertently triggering the activation point. Damn it, I have no choice but to go. Qin Luo sighed in resignation that he could temporarily forsake his current lifestyle, as he could always return to it later. However, if the system vanished, it would be gone for good. Fine, I'll go to the military. Qin Luo clenched his fists, since joining the military was the only way to preserve the system. He might as well pursue her, compelling her to willingly submit. Qin Luo's eyes blazed with anger. You've wronged me, and now you think you can just walk away? Not a chance. System, can you find out which military unit that woman belongs to? Qin Luo inquired. Since he was to enlist, he might as well join the same unit as that woman. If he ended up in an unrelated place, it would be a disaster. Ding. Reporting to the host, relevant information has been retrieved. Shinran, female, lieutenant of the Tianlang Special Forces Brigade in the Northwest Theater. A faint smile crept across Qin Luo's lips. So, Shinran, is it? You previously claimed that once I found you, I could do as I pleased, that don't go back on your word. 5 days later, in the evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped down the road, swiftly turning onto a smaller path. Qin Luo kept peering ahead. Are we there yet? Almost there. The butler, Wang Rifa, looked at him with a pained expression. Young master, I still feel that you should discuss this with your father before abandoning your immense fortune to join the military. He had rushed back overnight, and they should be arriving soon. Qin Luo shot him an annoyed glance. Old Wang, are you not aware of the situation? If I let him know, would he allow me to enlist? Wang Rifa grimaced. But you're giving up being a super-rich heir to become an ordinary soldier. Others might think your father is mistreating you, or that you're unwell. Why don't you wait a bit? I can pull some strings to arrange for you to attend a military academy. At least you could become an officer. Shut up. Qin Luo interrupted. I'm doing this to defend my home and country. My father should be proud of me. Others should feel ashamed looking at me. Enough of your chatter. You've already made arrangements with the military, and our Qin family must not lose credibility. Very well. Wang Rifa rolled his eyes, although he felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. Yet it was too late for regrets. The car soon arrived at the entrance of a military base. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as Qin Luo stepped out of the vehicle, he was met with deafening shouts from within the camp, watching the rows of soldiers marching in the barracks from a distance. Qin Luo felt a pang of doubt, tempted to turn back to the car. If it weren't for the prospect of gaining superpowers in Shinran, returning to a comfortable life would be delightful. Outside, the world was filled with indulgence, where he could spend lavishly and do as he pleased. Yet here, he would have to toil like a beast. 2 years. Just 2 years. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Within 2 years, I will win over Shinran, and then return to the world with my superpowers. Then, I will be the most dazzling figure. Wang, At that moment, several officers emerged from the camp. The leader, a middle-aged man adorned with 2 stars on his epaulets, was evidently a colonel. "Colonel Qi, it's good to see you again," Wang Rifa greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand. "Don't call me Wang Zong. Just call me Xiao Wang. I'm merely the butler for our master." Qi Xingli chuckled heartily. "Let us not be formal, Wang Zong. You've been sending us care packages every holiday, so we should call you Wang Dong." Qin Luo watched Wang Rifa, looking dignified, and a smile crept across his lips. Coming to the military without alarming his father, but instead letting the butler Wang Rifa handle it, seemed to be the right decision. Had his father known of his intentions, given his overly indulgent nature, he would likely have resorted to threats of self-harm. Wang Rifa responded cheerfully. "Colonel Qi, what we've done is merely a small gesture. Our master often says that what is taken from the people should be returned to the people. Without your sacrifices, how could the nation be secure? If the country is not stable, where could we conduct business?" Qi Xingli nodded vigorously. "Your Qin Dong is not just donating a trivial amount of money. The leaders of our theater often praise him as a representative of the people's entrepreneurs." Ahem. Wang Rifa noticed Qin Luo's cough and awkwardly looked at Qi Xingli. "Colonel Qi, this young man is my young master." Qin Luo, young master. "Sir." Qin Luo approached Qi Xingli, raised his right hand, and rendered a military salute. Several officers were momentarily taken aback, surprised by his proper salute that it seemed he had practiced beforehand and was well prepared. Qi Xingli smiled slightly and then turned to another officer. "Gao Kun, at your service." A lieutenant colonel stepped forward that Qi Xingli looked at him. "I'm entrusting this individual to you. You have 1 month to elevate him to the average level of new recruits. Time is of the essence, and the tasks at hand are formidable that I do not wish to see him sent back. Do you understand?" "Yes." Gao Kun saluted earnestly. "Rest assured, mentor, I will certainly fulfill the mission." Gao Kun coldly nodded at Qin Luo. "Follow me." "Understood." Qin Luo turned around, and 2 attendants immediately rushed over with 4 pieces of luggage. Gao Kun glanced at the 4 large bundles, his brow slightly furrowing. However, since Qi Xingli said nothing, he had to endure it. "Commander Qi," at this moment, Wang Rifa quietly spoke to Qi Xingli. "I have entrusted the individual to you. Everything should proceed as we previously discussed." Qi Xingli smiled at him. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I have already made the arrangements. However, let me be frank." Wang Rifa looked at him in surprise that Qi Xingli said solemnly. "The recruitment work has concluded, and the new soldier training has commenced for 2 months. By rights, he should not be allowed to enter the army. However, given that you, Director Qin, have a unique status and have made significant contributions to the military's development, the higher-ups have instructed that exceptions may be made." Allowing him to join the new recruits, that Qi Xingli changed his tone. "Nevertheless, the military is not society. We have our own discipline. Every soldier is tasked with defending the homeland. Thus, he has only 1 month to catch up with the other recruits. Should he fail to meet the requirements of the new recruit assessment, I regret to inform you that I will have to send him home." Wang Rifa nearly burst into laughter. This was an unexpected delight, surpassing his plans. "Thank you, Commander Qi." Wang Rifa shook hands vigorously with Qi Xingli. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter swiftly approaching from the distance. "Oh no, father!" Qin Luo exclaimed in shock. If he were caught by his father at this moment, he would have no chance of entering the army. "Commander, Commander!" Qin Luo grabbed his bag and said anxiously. "Let's go." Gao Kun looked at the impatient Qin Luo and nodded slightly. "All right. Follow me." The 2 walked towards the barracks, one in front of the other. Qin Luo turned to glance at the helicopter, playfully sticking out his tongue. "Farewell, father." As he turned around, the entire camp seemed to rush towards him. "Shin Shinron." Qin Luo grinned mischievously. "When you see me, try not to be too shocked. Your man is just this capable." Chapter 3. New recruits. I detest nepotism. My son. Qin Jiaqing sat down heavily on the ground, lamenting in the barracks. "Why must you be so stubborn? Your father may lack abilities, but I can provide you with financial support that if you want something, just tell me. Why must you irrationally enlist in the military?" "My lord." Wang Rifa, observing the peculiar gazes of the guards, awkwardly pulled Qin Jiaqing up. "The young master simply desires to join the army. Your behavior will only bring him shame within. Damn you." Wang Rifa. Qin Jiaqing's fury ignited upon hearing his voice My lord. Wang Rifa was startled. Qin Jiaqing seized his collar. You, Wang Rifa, I entrusted you to care for Xiao Luo while I was busy. And what do? You sent him into the army to suffer. Are you trying to usurp his inheritance? Wang Rifa wore a helpless expression. My lord, I swear on my conscience, it was the young master who insisted I use connections to get him into the army. If I hadn't complied, he would have resorted to drastic measures. Furthermore, you stated before leaving that I must assist the young master in whatever he wishes to do. You, Qin Jiaqing, feeling guilty, retorted. How dare you speak back? Why didn't you allow me to see him one last time? Perhaps I could have dissuaded him. Wang Rifa sighed. This is a military-restricted area. The army does not permit you to fly over. Or else you would be shot down. Qin Jiaqing exploded in anger. Why does he even want to join the army? Is it because my money is insufficient, or because you haven't cared for him adequately? Wang Rifa clutched his chest. My lord, I have treated the young master as if he were a deity, and he joined the army to chase after girls. What? Qin Jiaqing was taken aback. To pursue. Military flowers? Wang Rifa sighed. My lord, you are well aware of the young master's disposition, that he has never shown interest in women. Suddenly, he is someone he fancies that I could not stop him, and your phone was unreachable. So I had no choice but to use connections. Qin Jiaqing gazed at the military camp. To pursue military flowers, such taste, just like in my youth, but Wang Rifa, noticing his troubled expression, sighed. My lord, I understand your reluctance to let the young master enter the army due to matters concerning the lady. Thus, I took the liberty to make some arrangements in advance. Qin Jiaqing's eyes brightened. What arrangements did you make? Wang Rifa chuckled. The young master has been pampered since childhood, never having faced hardship, and is utterly inexperienced. He is not suited for military life. Therefore, I specifically instructed Commander Qi to impose strict discipline on him, ensuring he does not receive any favors due to your status and must be treated more harshly than others. Qin Jiaqing's face revealed a hint of a smile. So, you intend for him to struggle and ultimately be sent back from the army? Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. There is more good news. Commander Qi mentioned that since he entered through the back door, he is only given 1 month, that if he cannot complete the assessment after 1 month. Then, the two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Rifa, you clever devil. Qin Jiaqing patted him heartily. You have served me well for so many years. Wang Rifa chuckled. My lord, I have already selected an island for the young master. Once he has had enough of hardship and realizes the difficulty, he can retreat there to enjoy himself, alleviating his distress. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily, pointing at him, then turned his gaze back to the military camp. My son, do not endure for too long. If it becomes unbearable, return swiftly. The army is not your place. And if you do not spend my money, it will all be inherited by that scoundrel. Wang Rifa. At the headquarters of the new recruit training regiment, in the commander's office, Gao Kun sat across from Qin Luo, pretending to examine documents while secretly glancing at him. He was deeply dissatisfied with Qi Xingli's arrangements. Not only had they placed a nepotistic recruit in his care, but they also assigned the best company commander and squad leader to this brat, which further irked Gao Kun. However, he had no choice. Qi Xingli had stated that the young man's father was a patriotic entrepreneur who had made substantial contributions to the military, and thus this favor must be granted. Even the benefits Gao Kun had received this year were courtesy of that individual. What are all these large bundles? Gao Kun gestured towards Qin Luo's luggage. Are you moving in? Qin Luo, curiously looking around, immediately chuckled upon hearing Gao Kun's words. Commander, I just arrived, so I brought some local specialties. Local specialties? Gao Kun looked astonished. Yes. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, then opened a bag to produce 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, handing them over. When one is away from home, it's essential to bring some local specialties. Here, take them and enjoy. Don't hold back. Gao Kun stared at the cigarettes and liquor, his eyes twitching. This a local specialty? Indeed. Qin Luo affirmed, Commander. Don't be shy. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Bang. Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table, leaping up in anger. You'd put all this away, short. Qin Luo turned and retrieved 2 more bottles. I have plenty more. No need to be polite. Qin Luo, Gao Kun's voice turned menacing. Put it all away, immediately, right now, all of it. Qin Luo, taken aback, noticed that Gao Kun genuinely appeared furious. This shouldn't be the case. Before coming, he had Wang Rifa find several retired soldiers. After a few days of intensive learning, he had gained considerable understanding of the military's rules and discipline that a soldier must possess not only solid military skills, but also the ability to navigate social situations. Ideally, being well-liked by all, especially towards officers, one must show respect and obedience. Only then can one have a good life. Thus Qin Luo concluded that gifting was the way to go, that he only planned to stay here for 2 years, hoping to gain a bit of superpower before discharging. He didn't want to live a hard life, so he deliberately brought plenty of items for favors. Yet, why did the current commander not fall for this? In the past, Qin Luo had always succeeded with such gestures. He could resolve any issue with a simple gift. Put everything away, then stand to the side, Qin Luo rolled his eyes that if this were outside, anyone who dared to shout at him like that would have received a severe beating. But now, he was in the army, where he had come voluntarily. Reluctantly, Qin Luo complied, standing straight. Once he was in position, Gao Kun, still fuming, pointed at him. Qin Luo, listen carefully. I do not care what your background is or how wealthy you are. This is the military, and we are here to defend our homeland. Once you arrive here, leave your old ways behind, that if you wish for respect, prove your worth, and become a good soldier. Superficial gestures are of no use that if you dare to bring gifts again. Do not blame me for being impolite. Understood? Yes. Qin Luo nodded helplessly, that he merely wanted the commander to give a word of recommendation to the subordinates so that he could have a more comfortable time. But unexpectedly, this fellow was impervious to persuasion. Gao Kun shot him an irritated glare before noticing the liquor. Testing officers with such items nearly led me to heir, the 30-year-old Moutai. Ding, system notification. Host has successfully entered the military and completed the task, unlocking a new superpower. Qin Luo's face instantly lit up with excitement. Hurry and unlock it. What superpower will I gain? I've already acquired 2 superpowers, but I wonder if the new ability will allow me to fly, transforming me into a true superhero. Ding, unlock successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super imitation, level C. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 25 superpower points. Super imitation. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, his mind immediately conjuring images of a dazzling stage and a spectacular imitation show. What use could this possibly serve? Super imitation allows the host to effortlessly mimic the actions, expressions, and even the voice and tone of any individual. The higher the level, the greater the proficiency and similarity in imitation, that if the level is too low, practice can enhance the resemblance. Qin Luo felt somewhat speechless. His anticipation seemed misplaced. Compared to the previous 2 superpowers, this super imitation felt rather underwhelming. Couldn't he receive something more formidable? Imitating others, was he to mimic trivialities? Well, having something is better than nothing. Diverse skills are never a burden. Soon, an attribute panel appeared before him. Name: Qin Luo. Stamina: 20. Normal person: 10. Superpower points: 75. Acquired abilities: Gene Enhancement level C. One Punch Man level C. Super Imitation level C. Qin Luo gazed at the attribute panel. Although he was less than thrilled about his new superpower, he was relieved that his superpower points were nearing 100. At that point, he could upgrade one of his existing abilities from level C to level B, and he couldn't help but wonder just how powerful that might become. The thought filled him with a sense of anticipation. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Curiously, Qin Luo turned to look. Report, come in. A resolute-looking captain stepped through the door, saluting Gao Kun. Report, Commander, Wu Zuan reporting for duty. Gao Kun smiled warmly at him, that you're just in time. Come, let me introduce you to a new comrade, Qin Luo. Qin Luo, this is our new recruit, the company commander Wu Zuan. He is the best company commander in our entire regiment. From today onward, he will be your commander. Qin Luo smiled and saluted. Hello, Commander. My name is Qin Luo. I look forward to your guidance. Wu Zuan's jaw nearly hit the floor as he stared in disbelief at Gao Kun. Commander, what is going on here? What do you mean, what is going on? Gao Kun squinted his eyes. Did I not make myself sufficiently clear? This is a new comrade who has just joined your company. What? Wu Zuan nearly spat blood. He stared intently at Qin Luo and then mechanically turned to Gao Kun. Commander, are you joking with me? The new recruit training has already begun for 2 months, and now you send me a new recruit. Are you playing with me? Chapter 4. Do you dare challenge my weakness? No. Absolutely not, Wu Ziyuan shouted. Whoever wants it can have him. Feel free to place him wherever you like, but I refuse to accept him. Bam! Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table, startling Qin Luo to, "Do you think this is a marketplace where you can bargain with me?" Qin Luo smiled slightly. It was indeed the commander's commanding presence and authority. But the next moment, he was taken aback as Wu Ziyuan also slammed his hand on the table, causing Qin Luo to jump again. Wow, this company commander is quite bold, daring to confront the commander. Commander, I will unconditionally execute correct orders. For erroneous commands, I have the right to question them, that he pointed at Qin Luo, speaking with irritation. Is he a once-in-a-lifetime genius or a rare talent? The new recruit training has already begun for 2 months. And now you want to throw someone at me? Isn't that a disservice? Are we even going to win the new recruit training this time? The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. He indeed had a significant background. To call him a once-in-a-lifetime genius was no exaggeration. That you're picking up treasure and still unhappy. Qin Luo felt utterly speechless. Xiao Qin, you wait outside for a moment. Yes, Qin Luo shot Wu Ziyuan an annoyed glance and turned to close the door. As soon as the door clicked shut, Gao Kun slammed his hand down on the table. Wu Ziyuan, you're becoming increasingly audacious. You've forgotten your place. I was once your father's soldier, and now I am your commander. Have you forgotten military discipline? How dare you speak to a superior like this? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath. Striving to calm himself down, Gao uncle, call me commander. Gao Kun glared at him. Outside, Qin Luo stood in astonishment. The company commander had quite the background. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to shout at the commander. Wu Ziyuan helplessly said, Commander, let us discuss matters reasonably. Our company is currently the top in the new recruit training, and we're way ahead, way ahead. Is it possible that the old man instructed you to suppress me? Which is why you're throwing me a wrench. You're talking nonsense. Gao Kun growled in anger. I asked your father that kind of person? What father doesn't he wish for his son to succeed? He would be delighted if you do well. Then why suddenly throw someone in to make things difficult for me? Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. But I get it. You're playing favorites, Commander. How much did you take from them? Bang! Gao Kun slammed his palm down in frustration, shouting, You're talking nonsense. I'm telling you. That kid came here through connections. But since he is willing to endure hardships in the army, it's for the sake of serving the country. Wu Ziyuan retorted, equally forceful. If someone wants to join the army, they should do so with integrity, not through backdoor dealings. You know I detest such methods. I've never relied on my father. Gao Kun felt his patience wearing thin. He realized he was talking to a brick wall. He had promised the division commander that Qin Luo must pass the assessment. Although Wu Ziyuan was stubborn as a mule, he was indeed the most capable company commander. Taking a deep breath, Gao Kun fixed a serious gaze on him. Wu Ziyuan, I'm telling you, this isn't up for discussion. It's an order. You have 1 month, only 1 month, to train him to become a qualified soldier and ensure he passes the new recruit assessment. If he fails to do so, don't blame me for being merciless. I will deal with you severely, and your entire company will bear the consequences. Wu Ziyuan held his head high. Commander, shut up. Gao Kun spat, say another word, and you can forget about being in the new recruit company. Go back and await punishment. Wu Ziyuan's eyelids twitched. He sensed the commander was genuinely angry. He quickly straightened his back and responded. Report, Commander. I will absolutely complete the task. Get lost. Gao Kun waved his hand forcefully. Before the new recruit assessment, don't let me see you again. Remember, this order comes from the division commander and must be fulfilled. Yes, that Wu Ziyuan answered weakly, and Gao Kun glared at him. You little rascal. I'll find a way to handle you. Outside, Qin Luo stood at attention. Wu Ziyuan stormed past him in a huff, not looking back as he headed downstairs. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Luo turned to glance at the office. Commander. Gao Kun, still irate, glanced at Qin Luo and slammed his hand on the table again. What are you still standing there for? Go with him quickly. All right. Qin Luo nodded, observing Wu Ziyuan's furious back, sighing helplessly. This guy doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. He might not spare me any trouble. Qin Luo patted his pocket, a confident smile appearing on his face. First, I need to keep him steady. As long as he doesn't come looking for trouble. With my current abilities, I can easily manage to that point. No one will dare to disturb my peace. He grabbed his bag and quickly chased after him. However, suddenly, the company commander halted abruptly, and Qin Luo, rushing forward, collided into him. Bang! Wu Zuan nearly stumbled and fell, glaring at Qin Luo in anger. Are you blind while walking? Can't you see such a big person in front of you? Qin Luo, looking down at the company commander, who was half a head shorter than him, awkwardly smiled. I'm sorry. I was just looking up and didn't notice below. Wu Zuan held his head high, his face flushed with embarrassment. Was he being called a shorty? Stand straight. Wu Zuan stepped back 2 paces, glaring coldly at Qin Luo. Was this the beginning of establishing dominance? The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched slightly. Wu Zuan scrutinized him closely. I don't care what connections you have or from which department you came, but let me make this clear. I absolutely despise those who lack skills and rely on connections and backdoor dealings, attempting to gain without effort. Therefore, I will candidly tell you, I find you extremely, particularly, and intensely detestable. Qin Luo clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury to him. This was no mere intimidation. It felt like an insult. Outside, he was a super-rich second generation who everyone wanted to bow down to. Yet Wu Zuan had reduced him to nothing. Even the Jade Emperor would not tolerate such a slight. Commander, Qin Luo suddenly shouted. Speak. Wu Zuan fixed his gaze on him. Qin Luo looked down at him. I too find individuals who harbor prejudice and hastily label others to be thoroughly detestable. To define someone without understanding them is akin to the gossiping of a busybody, and I find such people exceedingly repugnant. Wu Zuan was stunned. This new recruit was challenging him. For a moment, he was left speechless, staring blankly at Qin Luo. After so many years, it was the first time he had been confronted directly by a new recruit. Wu Zuan glared intently at Qin Luo. Very well. At least you've got a sharp tongue. He let out a cold snort, his face stern as he declared loudly. You don't want to be casually defined by others, do you? Very well. Then tell me. Wu Zuan shouted vigorously. Others have been training for 2 months already, and you now have merely 1 month left. Even if you sprout wings, it is absolutely impossible for you to catch up with the others. Unless you are a genius. Tell me, are you a genius? Qin Luo's eyes sparkled, and he nodded earnestly. I wasn't before, but after joining the army, I have become one, and indeed a once-in-a-century talent. Wu Zuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After so many years, he had never encountered someone so shameless, audacious enough to claim to be a genius, let alone a once-in-a-century one. Little did he know, Qin Luo was not lying at all. With the powers bestowed upon him, he would indeed possess various extraordinary abilities, making the claim of being a once-in-a-century talent not an exaggeration at all. How can you be so shameless? Wu Zuan trembled with rage. As if it weren't enough that he had taken the backdoor route, this fellow was also so arrogant. This year, their 9th company aspired to claim the title of the best new recruits. Now that Qin Luo had arrived, he felt like a mere fly in the soup. Wu Zuan did not want him to spoil the entire pot. Captain. Qin Luo looked at him innocently. I am merely speaking the truth. I have heard that the army values realism. Shut your mouth. Wu Zuan rolled his eyes in frustration. Seeing Qin Luo's face turn as red as if he were constipated, Qin Luo smiled slightly. Captain, do you believe that you lack the capability to guide me properly? No worries. I am confident that I will certainly pass the new recruit assessment with flying colors. Nearly lost his composure. Looking at Qin Luo's confident demeanor, he simply could not fathom where this kid's confidence stemmed from. You are rather arrogant, aren't you? Wu Zuan pointed at him. Do you think you are impressive? He snorted. I train ruthlessly, and for the remaining month, I will ensure that you remember it for the rest of your life. Thank you. Qin Luo replied nonchalantly. What? Wu Zuan was taken aback. What did you say? Is it that my words weren't harsh enough, or does this kid simply not know fear? How dare he thank me? I am thanking you, Captain, Qin Luo said calmly. You are so concerned about me. I must be polite. Wu Zuan inhaled sharply. This was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. This was a blatant disregard for his earlier words. Originally, Wu Zuan intended to give Qin Luo a show of force to make him obedient. Preferably scare him off. Without this pesky fly, he would have been confident in securing the top spot for this year's new recruits. But he never anticipated that not only was Qin Luo unfazed by his intimidation, but he would also dare to provoke him. Was everyone who came in through the back door this inexplicably confident? Did Liang Jingru provide them with such courage to speak like this? Very well. Wu Zuan nodded vigorously, his face contorting in frustration as he gritted his teeth. That it was rare to encounter such an ambitious soldier. Come on, follow me back. observing Wuan's disdainful yet helpless expression towards him. Qin Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. One must maintain politeness. Otherwise, one would either be scolded or beaten. Feeling that he had made his stance clear, he wanted Wu Ziyuan to understand that he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. "Captain!" "What?" Wu Ziyuan shot him a cold glance. Qin Luo pulled out a card from his pocket and slapped it into Wu Ziyuan's hand. "I will need your guidance in the future, just a small token." "Please accept it." Qin Luo smiled. "I will pass the new recruit assessment, so please do not trouble me, that I am quite straightforward. Should I say something wrong, please bear with me." Wu Ziyuan looked down at the card, his eyes widening in disbelief. A platinum card from a lavish entertainment venue, a diamond gold card. This Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched violently. Qin Luo smiled faintly. "This is my affiliated gold card. At that venue, you can indulge in whatever you desire. Drinks are complimentary, and you may choose any lady you wish to accompany. Mention my name, and they will arrange a luxurious room for you, complete with a waterbed and various amenities." With unwavering confidence, Qin Luo thought which man wouldn't enjoy such entertainment. This time, he had surely made the right move. Wu Ziyuan would likely not trouble him any further. Wu Ziyuan clutched the card, his jaw nearly hitting the ground in shock. Trembling with rage, "Damn it, this backdoor recruit dares to challenge my weakness right upon his arrival." Chapter 5, Causeway Bay, the boss, Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan exploded, his entire being leaping in fury. "What is it, Captain?" Qin Luo looked at him. Bewildered, "Stand at attention." Wu Ziyuan spat furiously, and he slapped the card against Qin Luo's chest, roaring, "Put away that streetwise attitude of yours. This is the army, the army. Do you understand?" Qin Luo gazed at the card on his chest, his eyelids twitching violently. It was not that he had not offered it, and Wu Ziyuan's words echoed those of the commander. Did the people here truly not appreciate receiving gifts? "You little pest." Wu Ziyuan pointed at him angrily. "Come on, let's see how you pass the new recruit assessment." Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, feeling utterly helpless. He could never have imagined that the streetwise tactics he had relied on would not only fail to work here, but would also land him in hot water. "Suit yourself," Qin Luo snorted. After all, he possessed extraordinary powers and was not afraid of facing any setbacks. At most, he would endure a bit of hardship, but he was certain he could handle it. It was just 2 years, Qin Luo reassured himself. Once he acquired more extraordinary abilities, he could retire. A little hardship would surely be worth it. The Ninth Company was located at the far edge of the new recruit training regiment's left side. After walking for over 20 minutes, Qin Luo finally arrived in front of a row of barracks. "Gather all the squad leaders." "Yes." The guards ran off immediately. Wu Ziyuan halted in front of the barracks, hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Qin Luo entirely. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, choosing not to acknowledge Wu Ziyuan either. Moments later, figures began streaming out of the barracks, swiftly assembling before 1.1 squad leader stepped forward and saluted. Reporting to the captain, all squad leaders are assembled. 10 were expected. 10 are present. Please give your orders. At ease. With a call, everyone fell into a relaxed stance. Wu scanned the crowd before pointing at Qin Luo behind him. "Allow me to introduce Qin Luo, the new recruit who just arrived." All the squad leaders looked on in astonishment. The new recruit training had already commenced for 2 months. How could there be a newcomer now? Wu Ziyuan spoke loudly. "To be frank, I do not want this soldier. The commander insisted on sending him to us. Moreover, he has instructed that we must bring him up to the average level of the entire company within the remaining month. Following that, there will be a new recruit assessment in a month, and if he fails, we will all face consequences." He spoke with a cold demeanor, deliberately raising his voice. "It will be all of us who face the consequences together." Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. He looked again, and all the squad leaders were glaring at him with hostility. Goodness, were they trying to cultivate animosity against him? Qin Luo clenched his fists. "So this is how it is." "Huh. Fine. Qin Luo, fear no one. Let us see how you handle this." Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. "This is the situation as it stands. Orders from above must be followed. This kid particularly enjoys boasting. Therefore, I need a capable squad leader. Who is willing to take this on?" With that, he stepped aside, positioning Qin Luo directly opposite all the squad leaders. Observing the hostile and displeased expressions of the squad leaders, Qin Luo felt utterly helpless. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's imposing demeanor, he had not anticipated such cunningness. Was he really trying to make him the most despised person in the entire company from the very start? Wu Ziyuan grinned wickedly at Qin Luo. "Aren't you cocky? Now that the whole company despises you, let's see how you still have the face to remain here. After a long silence, Wu Ziyuan coughed. If no one is willing, then fine, he turned to Qin Luo. No one wishes to take you on. Then you may choose for yourself. Everyone jumped in shock. The new recruit training was nearing its end, and no one wanted to take on an extra burden that would only lower their Group S performance. Immediately, everyone began to avoid Qin Luo's gaze as if he were a plague. Qin Luo looked at their disdainful expressions, feeling utterly speechless at a bunch of oblivious fools. Having me is akin to striking gold. Do you not realize that? Hurry up, make your choice, Wu Ziyuan urged. Do not waste time. His face gleamed with pride. At this point, no matter whom Qin Luo chose, that individual would undoubtedly be filled with rage and would go to great lengths to deal with Qin Luo afterward. Qin Luo glanced at all the squad leaders, his gaze landing on a tall, slender squad leader who was dodging the most vigorously, leaning back. This one. Qin Luo pointed at him. The other squad leaders collectively sighed in relief. The chosen individual, however, turned pale, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Damn it, I was dodging so hard, and you still selected me. Do you have some sort of automatic tracking system? You have a fine choice, Wu Ziyuan remarked, glancing at Qin Luo with surprise. Chang Lei, our best squad leader. His skills are top-notch, and his capabilities are strong. All the other squad leaders nodded fervently. Indeed, Squad Leader 1 is the best we have. Chang Lei looked utterly beleaguered. Captain Wu Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Chang Lei, fate has chosen you for this task, that I entrust this arduous mission to you. You must complete it. Understand? Yes. Chang Lei nodded, feeling utterly wronged. Guiding new recruits could directly influence their future prospects. Yet now, with Qin Luo as such a burden, how could he possibly manage? Wu Ziyuan cast a cold glance at the crowd and spoke in a chilling tone. Class leader, take him back for now. Everyone must gather at the company headquarters for a meeting shortly. Yes. Wu Ziyuan then fixed a frosty stare on Qin Luo. If you seek hardship, I shall oblige you. I will assign you the most competent class leader and subject you to the most rigorous training. For the next month, you had best muster every ounce of your spirit. Do not falter along the way. Qin Luo met his gaze unflinchingly. Rest assured, company commander, I always keep my word. Wu Ziyuan sneered dismissively. Very well, let us see if you can endure. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode towards the company headquarters, a triumphant expression upon his face. Continue your arrogance, and I shall witness how long you can sustain it. Today, as soon as the company commander departed, the class leaders resumed their previous icy demeanor, each casting a fierce glare at Qin Luo before offering a sympathetic pat to Chang Lei. After exchanging encouraging glances, they each took their leave. Chang Lei stood there, dazed, his face a mixture of innocence and despair. It's over, it's really over. Where on earth did this troublemaker come from? Class leader. Chang Lei was startled by a voice and turned to find Qin Luo grinning broadly beside him. What are you shouting about? I'm not deaf, Chang Lei retorted, irritation bubbling within him. Qin Luo cheerfully replied, everyone has left. It's just the two of us now. Chang Lei surveyed the area and confirmed that indeed everyone had departed. He then glared at Qin Luo coldly. Troublemaker, no, it's Qin Luo, right? Now that you are my soldier, you must give it your all. If you drag down our class's performance, I will not hold back. Yes. Qin Luo nodded. Class leader, since I have chosen you, rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Chang Lei fixed him with a steely gaze and declared, it better be that way. Also, this is the military, not the civilian world. Here, soldiers must absolutely obey orders and follow commands without question. You must comply with everything I say, without any doubt. Understood? Understood. Qin Luo nodded. Chang Lei shot him a cold glance, then let us go. Qin Luo grabbed his bag and promptly followed him towards the class. Class 1 was located on the first floor of the barracks. The moment the company commander spoke, he had already captured the attention of all the other classes. The new recruits in Class 1 had been peering out the window for quite some time. When Chang Lei entered with a stern expression, everyone immediately stood at attention. Let me introduce you, Chang Lei said in a frigid tone. This is Qin Luo. Qin Luo, allow me to introduce you to Cheng Haonan. Huh. Qin Luo paused momentarily, the leader of the Copperpot Bay, the fellow at the front. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a robust physique, bore little resemblance to the suave image of Hao Nan from the movies. He looked more like the black bear spirit from Journey to the West who stole the Kasaya. This guy glared at Qin Luo with evident displeasure. However, Qin Luo paid it no mind, following the class leader's introduction to the next. Zheng Qian. This soldier appeared slim, with small, shrewd eyes that exuded cleverness. Upon being introduced, he flashed Qin Luo what seemed to be a friendly smile. How duo. This soldier immediately grinned foolishly at Qin Luo, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth, radiating a sort of naive cheerfulness that suggested he was not particularly bright. As Chang Lei continued with the introductions, Qin Luo could not help but internally scoff. What an assortment of misfits! If they were outside, his bodyguards would have sent them flying before they could even come within 10 meters of him. Once Chang Lei finished the introductions, he fixed Qin Luo with a piercing stare. The new recruits have already been training for 2 months, and your progress is a full 2 months behind them. In comparison to you, they are practically veterans. Instantly, the new recruits held their heads high with pride, having been treated like dogs by their class leader, now reveling in their newfound status as veterans before Qin Luo. Chang Lei continued, from now on, in order to rapidly enhance your overall abilities, the entire class is obligated to assist Comrade Qin Luo in his improvement. During training, I will oversee, and in your spare time, teach him everything you know that if he struggles with anything, you must correct him immediately. Understood? Yes, everyone exclaimed eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of being able to mentor a newcomer. Chang Lei glared at Qin Luo. I will be watching you closely, did I reiterate, should you dare to hinder our class's progress. I will not be lenient. Qin Luo's eyes twitched slightly. In due time, you will come to appreciate me. Chang Lei retorted, I'm heading to the company headquarters now. You all familiarize him with the surroundings. Teach him whatever you can right now, utilizing every fragment of time. Yes, Chang Lei shot Qin Luo another glare, growing increasingly irritated by him, before swiftly exiting. Outside, a considerable number of new recruits from other classes had gathered, drawn by the news of a newcomer arriving 2 months into their training. They were eager to witness the spectacle. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Chang Lei snapped. Is training no longer on your agenda? Is your class leader not keeping an eye on you? Get back to your classes. The new recruits dispersed in a hurry, scampering back. What a mess! Chang Lei scoffed, striding purposefully outside. Watching the class leader leave, Qin Luo hoisted his bag and smiled at the remaining recruits. Hello everyone, we shall be comrades from here on. How Duo grinned back at him, only to be swiftly jabbed by someone nearby, forcing him to suppress his smile and stand awkwardly. The others regarded Qin Luo with hostility, their eyes filled with animosity. Who the hell do you think you are? Calling us comrades? Chung Haonan glared at Qin Luo coldly. Qin Luo felt utterly bemused. Did these fellows truly consider themselves veterans? Chapter 6. My punch packs a mighty punch. Just bear with it. Qin Luo surveyed the motley crew before him. Completely disinterested in engaging with them, that in just a month, he would never have to see these people again. There was no need to concern himself with them. Spotting an empty bunk, he approached with his bag in hand. Just as he was about to set it down, a large foot suddenly planted itself on the edge of the bed. It was Chung Haonan. Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. What is the meaning of this? Haonan. Chung Haonan glared down at him, his tone unkind. Kid, did the veterans agree to let you sleep here? Do you understand the rules of the military? Don't you need to pay your respects first? Qin Luo chuckled. Pay respects. He was acting as if they were in a gang, but he set his bag down, smiling at Chung Haonan. What do you want to do? Chang Lei arrived at the company headquarters. Bursting through the door, Instructor Kong Xiang was startled, spitting out his tea in surprise. Class leader, what on earth are you doing? Can't you knock? Chang Lei immediately adopted a long face. Instructor, I'm aggrieved. What are you aggrieved about? Kong Xiang set his teacup down. You're just unlucky. Nobody is bullying you. Besides, you're the best class leader in the entire company. Then I'm just destined to be unfortunate. Chang Lei feigned innocence. All right, that was entered with a smile, patting Kong Xiang on the back. Old Kong, don't lose your temper. Anyone would feel aggrieved in his shoes. Chang Lei shot him a glare. Company commander, you know I only have this last chance left, that if I don't get promoted this time, I'll have to report back home. At such a time, handing me such a troublesome character. Wu Zuan grinned. I know you best, that as long as you put in the effort, even the worst soldier can be trained well by you. Company commander. Chang Lei's face fell. If he had come with the other recruits. Even if he were just a month late, I could manage. But he is 2 months late. Everyone else has completed their training that I in just 1 month. No matter how hard I try, I can't ensure he passes the new recruit assessment. Wu Zuan patted him firmly on the back. You only need to give it your all. Remember, you must train him with all your strength. But follow orders. The Wu Zuan's smile faded. Yes. Chang Lei nodded begrudgingly, company commander. If I have to be a bit harsh, don't say I didn't warn you. That Wu Zuan's smile returned. Even if you were harsh, I won't say a word, as we are merely completing the task assigned by the captain. Rest assured, Chang Lei grimaced. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Report. Just then, all the class leaders arrived at the company headquarters. That Wu Zuan cleared his throat. Come I in. That yes, the door swung open. One by one, the class leaders stepped inside. Take a seat. Once everyone was settled, Wu Zuan began. Before we start the meeting, there is something I need to address, so I'll keep it brief. He clasped his hands behind his back, scanning the room. This year, our 9th company aims to secure the top spot among the new recruit battalions. However, we have an unwelcome connection forced upon us here. The captain has issued a strict order that we must comply with. Yet I absolutely refuse to let this troublesome character drag our entire company down. A chorus of agreement echoed from the class leaders. Company commander, what do you propose we do? We will follow your lead. Wu Zuan nodded. It's quite simple that I've instructed class leader Chang Lei to employ every means necessary to train him. Everyone knows his capabilities, as long as he puts in the effort. He can train anyone well. Indeed. All eyes turned in agreement toward Chang Lei, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The flattery was far from comforting. The Wu Zuan clapped his hands. As for you, your main role is to assist class leader Chang. Encourage Qin Luo, keep him engaged. He should either be in training or preparing for training. Understood? Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. They understood Wu Zuan's intent. This task was all too simple. All right, let us commence the meeting. Moments later, the routine gathering came to a close. The door was shut. Kong Xiang sipped his tea and remarked, Old Wu, your tactic is rather underhanded. Wu Zuan, wearing a smug expression, replied, Old Kong, look at what you're saying. I am merely following the orders of the regiment commander to the best of my ability. Where's the dishonor in that? Kong Xiang chuckled. You have deliberately turned Qin Luo into someone despised by the entire company, and you allowed him to choose a squad leader for himself, only to meddle with Chang Lei. All right. Wu Zuan waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it better to understand without stating the obvious? Kong Xiang shook his head. By doing this, Chang Lei will have to train him day and night, and the other squad leaders will scrutinize him relentlessly. If he cannot endure and decides to leave, how will you explain that to the regiment commander? If he chooses to leave, that's his problem, not mine. Wu Zuan spread his hands. I am wholeheartedly committed to training him. If he departs, it is simply because he is inadequate. To that point, Chang Lei need not worry either. It serves a dual purpose. Kong Xiang laughed. Very well. You wish to play this game? But do you think the regiment commander is a fool? Will he trust you? If he does not, let him punish me. Wu Zuan shrugged. I am unafraid. Wu Zuan displayed an air of indifference. The army is meant for warfare. It requires combat effectiveness, not a place where anyone can simply stroll in. With that, he turned and left with a spring in his step. Kid, let us see how you flaunt your arrogance next. Soon enough, you won't even have the strength to eat. Kong Xiang watched his retreating figure. Shaking his head with a wry smile, a son of a military family, full of pride and confidence, sooner or later, you will be responsible for fetching water and maintaining cleanliness in the squad. Chung Haonan coldly regarded Qin Luo. Moreover, the military is a place that values uniformity. From now on, your blankets must be arranged uniformly, and your toothbrush and toothpaste must face the same direction. Water bottles must be neatly lined up. Tables must be free of water stains, and there must be no foul-smelling shoes indoors. Clean them up immediately if there are any. Additionally, your beds must always be kept spotless, with not a single wrinkle or speck of dirt allowed. He grinned at Qin Luo. From today onwards, these tasks are all yours. The other recruits looked on, amused, with their arms crossed, eager for the spectacle. Only Hao Duo remained to the side, anxiously watching Qin Luo. Anger surged in Qin Luo's eyes that he had already bottled up a day's worth of frustration. First being reprimanded by the regiment commander, then by the company commander, and now being set up by the company commander again. He could tolerate the regiment commander and the company commander, but now even these new recruits were bullying him. He had always been the one demanding things from others, and no one had ever dared to impose on him. Did they truly think that Qin Shao had no temper? Were they trying to intimidate him? Did they truly believe they were Cheng Haonan from Tongluan? Even if they were, he wouldn't care less. Qin Luo coldly stared at Cheng Haonan. What kind of place was Tongluan? Cheng Haonan looked momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure, glaring at Qin Luo. We are merely looking out for you. Hoping you'll progress swiftly that if you are unhappy, you may as well leave for another squad. We do not welcome you here. Zheng Qian chimed in. I doubt other squads would welcome him either. Exactly, the other recruits echoed. Our squad ranks among the top in the company. With your arrival, we'll be at the bottom. We've endured so much to achieve our current standing. Your coming has turned you into a burden, rendering our efforts futile that if you do not wish to participate, please leave. We would gladly see you go. Cheng Haonan raised his chin, looking triumphantly at Qin Luo. I know you have connections, but here, no one will pamper you. Fool! Qin Luo rolled his eyes and turned back to tidy his bunk. Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. You dare insult me? Qin Luo, without lifting his gaze, replied, We're all recruits. What are you trying to show off for? Do you think you're not a fool? Damn it. Cheng Haonan seized Qin Luo's shoulder. You dare insult me? Looking for a fight? Are you? Qin Luo was pulled backward a step, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could no longer hold back that he abruptly turned, raising his fist, ready to strike. Ding, new task released. Please unite all squad mates and integrate among them. Complete the task to randomly draw super abilities and points. Qin Luo almost dropped to his knees. That Tio have to join forces with this motley crew. What purpose would that serve? He felt embarrassed just thinking about bringing them out. Cheng Haonan, startled by Qin Luo's reaction, quickly regained his composure. Seeing Qin Luo's fist, he burst into laughter. Oh, you wish to resist? You want to fight me? Come on, let us have a good bout. Cheng Haonan rolled up his sleeves before joining the army. I was known as a street tyrant, taking on 20 at once that I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, later on, you'll claim I bullied you. Qin Luo looked at his boastful demeanor, wishing he could just punch him. If this were outside, with a mere word, he could have a group of lackeys take Cheng Haonan down without a second thought. Why would he allow him to say another word? But for the sake of the task. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched. He had his own objectives for being here and had no intention of making friends with this motley crew. Integrating with them was out of the question. But perhaps he could. Hated, are you going to fight or not? Cheng Haonan looked arrogant, while the other recruits waited eagerly for the drama to unfold. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo pushed Cheng Haonan away. I am not leaving. I have no intention of letting you trouble me. Therefore, I have an idea. The other recruits exchanged glances. Zheng Qian nodded. Speak. Qin Luo continued. Do you have a leader? Huh. Everyone looked utterly dumbfounded. Qin Luo pulled a wad of cash from his pocket. If there's no leader, then today, recognize me as the leader. I have no demands of you. Just don't bother me, and you handle all the chores. This money is yours. Follow me, and you'll enjoy the good life. Just be obedient. That as he spoke, he extended the money towards Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan stared at the cash, his face turning pale. Did I ask it too little? Qin Luo pulled out another stack of bills. This is all I have for now, but if you obey, I can add more. The sight of the gleaming cash made all the recruits swallow hard. In their lifetimes, they had never encountered someone as extravagant as Qin Luo. Take it. Qin Luo said nonchalantly. Say thank you. Cheng Haonan's eyes nearly bulged out. You, a rookie, actually want us to be your underlings? Is having money such a big deal? Qin Luo paused. You're absolutely right. Having money means one can act with impunity. Damn you. I despise people like you. Cheng Haonan, furious, swung a punch, hearing the whoosh of the punch. Qin Luo instinctively stepped back, the fist narrowly missing him. What the hell is wrong with you? Qin Luo's anger ignited instantly. For him, a super-rich heir, he had already shown considerable restraint. Outside, even if he offered no money, countless people would want to kneel and call him daddy. Now he offers money to befriend them, and they still dare to hit him. Zheng Qian hastily called out, Haonan, Qin is quite sincere. You. Shut your mouth. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo. This is the army. Everyone is equal. How dare you try to use money to make us your subordinates? You're just a rookie, a scoundrel. Today, I will teach you a lesson. With that, he swung another punch at Qin Luo. Zheng Qian sighed in resignation. Why can't this kid just give the money to me instead of Cheng Haonan? How Duo cautiously asked, Brother Qian. Why is Chung Haonan so furious? The others leaned in, curious, and Zheng Qian quietly explained, I heard his father was forced by a contractor to take on dangerous work at a construction site, resulting in an accident that left him paralyzed. The contractor ran away, and the site owner turned a blind eye. They are wealthy and powerful. No one cares, no matter how much Haonan's family tries to sue. Everyone nodded in understanding, realizing that Qin Luo's money had missed the mark entirely, hitting a nerve instead. Chung Haonan unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Qin Luo back against the wall. Chung Haonan roared. You little brat, didn't you want to fight? Look at you now. You probably can't even take on a woman. Come on, hit me. This statement struck a nerve with Qin Luo. How dare he push him this far? Fine, if it comes to blows, then so be it. Qin Luo's eyes glinted with cold fury. You asked for this. My punch carries considerable force, so brace yourself. Chapter 7. Did he just get beaten to the point of losing control? If he realizes he is in over his head, he should quickly back down. Chung Haonan, throwing punches, boasted, it said that money means one can do whatever they want. If you want to back down. I want to stop. Qin Luo leaned against the wall. Watching Chung Haonan throw another punch, he took a deep breath. Clenching his right hand into a fist, his aura suddenly shifted. The power of a one-punch man surged within him. Concentrating all his strength into his right hand, magnifying it infinitely, in that instant, Qin Luo felt the veins in his arm bulge, brimming with explosive powers. Oh, you want me to strike? Do you? I shall oblige. Qin Luo swung his fist with such force that a sound like wind tearing through the air followed. This punch was already somewhat restrained. He feared that Chung Haonan might be knocked out. He was certain that shortly these fellows would all have to submit to him. What was happening? Suddenly, a voice called out from the door. Everyone froze in place, and Qin Luo's heart dropped. Oh no, it's the company commander. Qin Luo's fist came to an abrupt halt. Present. He is merely at a sea level, unable to maneuver freely, and the force of the backlash nearly causes Qin Luo to lose control. Although most of his strength has been dissipated, his fist still lands squarely on Chung Haonan's abdomen. Bang! Chung Haonan's expression shifts dramatically, and he immediately bends over. A series of loud, flatulent sounds erupt like thunder, causing everyone to wrinkle their brows and cover their noses. Chong Lei strides in with a stern face, glancing at both Qin Luo and Chung Haonan. What is going on here? Qin Luo's face flushes with embarrassment as he hastily lowers his fist. He feels worse than Chung Haonan, his insides churning violently, rendering him speechless. Speak! Chong Lei raises his voice sharply. Reporting to the squad leader, Zheng Qian steps forward. We were teaching Qin Luo, but he refused to comply and even struck us. Yes. Chung Haonan quickly nods, indignantly stating, Squad leader, look at what he did. He made me fart. This guy shows no respect for veterans. Only then does Chong Lei catch a whiff of the unpleasant odor, quickly covering his nose. Qin Luo. Chong Lei's gaze turns icy as he fixes it on Qin Luo. Truly impressive, arriving here and assaulting a comrade. Do you know that fighting in the military can get you sent back? At this moment, Qin Luo feels utterly miserable, unable to articulate a word. The sight of Chung Haonan and the others wearing smug expressions infuriates him, as long as they speak in unison, the squad leader will undoubtedly believe them. Very well. You wish to play with me? Your Luo Go is not to be trifled with. Suddenly his legs weaken, and he collapses. What's wrong with you? Chong Lei exclaims, rushing over to support him. The new recruits look bewildered, with Zheng Qian glaring at Chung Haonan and whispering, What did you do to him? Chung Haonan looks aggrieved. Please, he was hitting me. I was about to lose control. At this moment, Qin Luo has been helped up by Chong Lei. Appearing exceedingly feeble, of course, he does feel somewhat unwell, but half of it is an act. Qin Luo, what is the matter? Chong Lei inquires anxiously. Well, a new recruit causing trouble already. He cannot escape responsibility. Qin Luo feebly responds, Squad leader. Does it look like I struck him, or did he strike me? What the heck? Chung Haonan, infuriated, jumps up. You little brat, are you still shameless? Clearly it was silence. Chong Lei growls, then turns to Qin Luo. Please, continued. A barely perceptible smile flickers across Qin Luo's lips as he weakly states, Squad leader. They bullied me as soon as you left. They called me a new recruit and demanded I wash their underwear and socks, among other things. When I refused, they hit me. Squad leader, he is spouting nonsense. Chung Haonan retorts, spewing saliva in his anger. Clearly, he wanted to be our leader and even offered us money. Money. Chang Lei looks incredulous. Impossible, squad leader. Qin Luo forces a smile. Look at my small stature. Could I possibly defeat them? Moreover, even if I were to recruit underlings, I would never choose them. Besides, we are in the military. We are comrades, squad leader. Chung Haonan exclaims urgently. I was hit by him so hard that I nearly lost control. And it seems I got silence. Chang Lei stands up, coldly glaring at Chung Haonan. I am fully aware of the situation. You have gone too far, bullying a new recruit and framing him. All of you will do push-ups. Chang Lei asserts sternly. If there is a next time, you will be sent back immediately. Chung Haonan and the others are left speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the ground, clearly not comprehending the situation and being led astray. Chung Haonan wishes to argue, but Zheng Qian pulls him down. Speaking further will only worsen Chang Lei's anger. Qin Luo, Chang Lei addresses him. Do not be afraid. If you encounter such matters in the future, inform me. Yes. Qin Luo looks smugly at Chung Haonan and the others. This is what you get for lacking martial ethics, that he nearly faced expulsion over this incident, which would have cost him the system. And merely punishing them seems lenient, that I ask for winning them over, Qin Luo scoffs. After all, there is plenty of time. Subduing this motley crew should not be too challenging. Damn it, I will not let this go. Chung Haonan glares fiercely at Qin Luo, his eyes ablaze with fury. Not only did he fail to teach this new recruit a lesson, but he was also beaten and punished. He cannot swallow this humiliation. Qin Luo, yes, Qin Luo stands tall. Have they not just introduced you to the standards of military conduct? Chang Lei inquires, reporting to the squad leader. Zheng Qian eagerly answers from the ground. We just explained everything to Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolls his eyes. It is a shame this Zheng Qian does not pursue a career in sales, as he possesses a keen sense of observation and an astute mind. Chang Lei nods in satisfaction, then coldly turns to Qin Luo. Military conduct is fundamental for a soldier, and it is something every soldier must master. Tonight, you will practice folding blankets. You may sleep only when you can do it satisfactorily. All the new recruits beam with delight, while Chung Haonan glares at Qin Luo with malicious glee. It's time that I will make sure you suffer while folding. Suddenly, Qin Luo's eyes light up, before coming here. He had heard from seasoned soldiers that as long as one possesses strong military skills, everyone will like and respect you, even to the extent of kicking the squad leader's backside. Indeed, that a hint of excitement spreads across Qin Luo's face. To win them over, it does not necessarily require brute force. Crushing them militarily and earning their respect would suffice. Zheng Qian, yes, Chang Lei, in our class your blanket folding is the best. Teach him. Do not hold back. Zheng Qian beams like a sunflower. Yes. Squad leader, rest assured, I will teach him well. That a group of new recruits looks at Qin Luo with ill intent. Zheng Qian teaching him equates to all of them teaching him. Chung Haonan is particularly delighted, as they can now thoroughly torment Qin Luo. Let him be arrogant. Folding blankets can reduce a new recruit to tears and despair. Once Qin Luo is frightened, he might even voluntarily leave Class 1, and they would no longer have to worry about being dragged down by his overall performance. Let us begin. Chang Lei sits down to the side. All the new recruits immediately spring up. Zheng Qian waves at Qin Luo like a homeroom teacher. I will demonstrate for you now. Make sure to watch closely and miss no details. Chung Haonan smirks. If you fail to fold properly later, we will throw your blanket out. Yes, into the restroom, that Li Dahai chuckles. And then you will fold it in the restroom. Qin Luo glances at Chang Lei, who is coldly observing him. They are clearly plotting against me. A faint smile crosses Qin Luo's lips. He possesses a remarkable ability to mimic. Previously, he thought it was useless, but now that Zheng Qian has mentioned a demonstration, that does this ability not come into play? I shall commence. Zheng Qian smirks coldly, directly flipping Qin Luo's blanket. You little brat, let us see your arrogance, Chung Haonan whispers. You can still request to leave our class. It's not too late. Apologize to us, and this matter will be settled otherwise. Stand aside, do not obstruct my view. Qin Luo shoves him aside. Chung Haonan is nearly on the verge of exploding. Fine, continue being arrogant. Soon you will regret it. Qin Luo pays no heed to his words. His superlative mimicking ability is already activated. At this moment, In Qin Luo's eyes, Zheng Qian transforms into a transparent figure. Yet his physical outline shifts into golden lines. As if viewing a slideshow, his brain operates like a computer, quickly registering every motion of Zheng Qian, then transmitting this information into his instincts. Sitting nearby, Chang Lei observes Qin Luo intently focused on Zheng Qian, nodding with slight satisfaction, but he seems quite earnest. I just wonder about his intellect, that if he cannot even fold a blanket properly, he will surely falter in other subjects as well. All right. Zheng Qian looks proudly at Qin Luo. Did you see clearly? Qin Luo glances at the blanket resembling a large loaf of bread, chuckling. I see clearly, but how come the way you folded it looks like a giant bun? Zheng Qian's face instantly flushes crimson as he stammers, this is a new blanket, very difficult to fold. It's impressive that I can fold it at all, and you still dare to critique. Cheng Haonan hastily interjects. New blankets use new cotton, requiring some time to fold properly. What do you know, daring to criticize a veteran? Squad leader, this kid is utterly unmanageable. Chang Lei looks at the large loaf with a twitching brow. However, Zheng Qian is still a new recruit. For him to fold it this way is indeed the limit of his abilities. Qin Luo. Chang Lei states coldly. It is true that new blankets are difficult to fold. If you can manage to fold it like this, you will pass for today. Just this, Qin Luo feels a rush of excitement. Hey. Zheng Qian glares at him, irritated. What do you mean by that tone? Do not think it is simple if you can fold it like this. You will have done well. Qin Luo rolls his eyes at him. With his mimicking ability, he has already replicated it 100%. This is hardly a challenge. Qin Luo feels as though he is wasting his mimicking prowess. Squad leader, if I can fold it better than this, does that mean I do not have to stay late? Qin Luo asks. You can fold it better than me? Zheng Qian is fuming. You can. Do not speak. I am asking the squad leader. Qin Luo interrupts him directly, then turns to Chang Lei. Chang Lei nods. I keep my word. If you can fold it like this, you will be free for tonight. Yes, Qin Luo rubs his hands together. Squad leader, shall I begin now? Chang Lei looks at him in surprise. You only need to watch once. Squad leader, this blanket is not difficult at all. Qin Luo replies nonchalantly. Watching again would be a complete waste of time. Qin Luo. Zheng Qian was furious, his temper flaring like a tempest. You are insufferably arrogant. This is the meticulously folded bedding of a seasoned soldier with 2 months of service under his belt. Zheng Qian's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he witnessed Qin Luo brazenly upturning the large blanket right before him. You scoundrel, I labored tirelessly to achieve that. Zheng Qian's fists clenched in frustration. Could you not show a modicum of respect and unfold it gently? Stop yelling. Lao Zheng. Cheng Haonan interjected, tugging at him. Just watch how he folds it if he does a poor job. We can toss his bedding out later. He's so full of himself that the squad leader won't dare reprimand him. Zheng Qian, still seething, retorted, Very well, I shall observe how he manages this. Yet, less than a minute had passed before all the new recruits were left in stunned amazement. Qin Luo, as if fueled by an engine, was rapidly pressing the blanket back and forth with both hands. The initially thick blanket was being flattened considerably under his relentless pressure, the jarring sound of friction echoing throughout the room. At that moment, Qin Luo's mind was a slideshow, replaying every intricate detail of Zheng Qian's previous folding technique. Suddenly, he halted his pressing and swiftly folded the blanket, the edges aligned perfectly without a hint of deviation. All the new recruits craned their necks, eyes wide, while Chang Lei inexplicably leaned in closer. Qin Luo was now entirely absorbed in his task, his movements fluid and graceful, executed with remarkable speed in just 3 minutes. He had transformed the blanket into a shape that far surpassed Zheng Qian's efforts, an undeniable chasm separating their skills. Zheng Qian's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, not only because Qin Luo's folding was superior, but because this lad was even trimming the edges and corners that be why heavens. Chang Lei could no longer contain himself. He strode quickly to Qin Luo's side, scrutinizing the work with unblinking attention. The blanket danced in Qin Luo's hands, every edge and corner taking shape with astonishing rapidity. Amidst the collective astonishment, Qin Luo suddenly stood tall, declaring done. A perfectly square, sharply defined blanket lay before them. Qin Luo beamed at Zheng Qian. So, how does my folding measure up against yours? Chapter 8. Never have I seen such an ambitious soldier. Observing Qin Luo's triumphant demeanor, Zheng Qian felt on the verge of explosion. This square blanket was a stark contrast to his own haphazardly folded efforts. Was this not an affront, a public humiliation? He scanned the room, searching for allies. Yet Cheng Haonan and the others were all wide-eyed, transfixed by the blanket. Each was utterly stunned by Qin Luo's prowess. Ignoring Zheng Qian entirely, Qin Luo then turned to Chong Lei, squad leader. Does this count as passing? Chong Lei, peering intently at Qin Luo's blanket, was engulfed in thoughts reminiscent of a train rumbling past. Is this truly the work of a new recruit? While it may not rival that of seasoned soldiers, it utterly eclipses that of any other rookie. That IT surpasses my own efforts from my early days. Chong Lei swallowed hard. Squad leader. Chong Lei was startled, staring blankly at Qin Luo. Did you call for me? Qin Luo fixed his gaze on him. I wanted to inquire if this blanket meets the standards. Chong Lei gulped again. Yes, I suppose it does. Upon uttering those words, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. The quality of this blanket was beyond anything he had managed as a new recruit. How could he deem it merely acceptable? Chong Lei felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Did you? He stammered, awkwardly gesturing at Qin Luo. Why don't you take a break today? Practice the rest tomorrow. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo smiled gently and promptly upturned the blanket. As the blanket was tossed aside, everyone stood in stunned silence. What are you doing? Zheng Qian fumed, pointing accusatorily at him. You can't disturb the bedding before the lights-out signal. Do you plan to sleep now? Chong Lei frowned slightly as well. Who said I was going to sleep? Qin Luo shot back. I merely wish to fold it again, striving for perfection, that I cannot afford to be less competent than you all. All present were rendered speechless, with Chong Lei's mouth agape in disbelief. They had assumed Qin Luo intended to sleep, yet he was determined to elevate his standards of neatness. Observing Qin Luo's diligent efforts, akin to a farmer toiling earnestly in the fields, a faint smile crept onto Chong Lei's lips. This lad, perhaps he isn't so bad after all. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Zheng Qian and the others, who remained foolishly fixated on Qin Luo. What are you staring at? Chong Lei barked, startling all the new recruits into immediate attention. Glancing between them and Qin Luo, anger surged within him. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Look at yourselves, then look at him. He gestured to their bedding, that if I were you, I would toss that bedding into the latrine. All the new recruits fell silent, trembling in fear. Chong Lei angrily snatched Zheng Qian's blanket. Weren't you just boasting? What do you have to show for it? And you dare to feel proud? Look at how well he folds, and yet he continues to strive for improvement. Now, all of you, get back to folding. You won't sleep until I am satisfied. Terrified, the recruits rushed back to their bedding. Chong Lei turned around, casting a satisfied glance at Qin Luo, feeling a twinge of admiration for him. Qin Luo stole a glance at the others, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now do you see my prowess? I wonder if you will submit to me. Once they tidied up, he intended to complete the task and surely pass the new recruit assessment, thereby easing his own burden. Ding, a new mission has been issued. Qin Luo was taken aback that hadn't he yet completed the previous task. Ding, please do not slack off, strive for excellence, and aim for first place in the new recruit assessment. Successful completion will yield random superpowers and energy points. Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. First place among recruits? How arduous would that be? He had no desire to toil endlessly. System, can I bypass this mission? Being a soldier king seemed far too exhausting. No, the host must successfully complete 10 missions to gain advanced privileges, after which selective task acceptance will be permitted. Failure to comply will result in the system's dissolution and loss of all abilities. Fine, I understand. Qin Luo sighed in resignation that no need to elaborate. He recognized the system's parameters that if he wished to retain his powers, he had no choice but to comply. 10 missions. Is it? Qin Luo gritted his teeth. I will tackle them head dash on as long as I can acquire superpowers. I will gladly retire with honor. Striving for first place among recruits was a daunting challenge for an ordinary person, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Qin Luo inhaled deeply and resumed his frantic folding. Watching Qin Luo's relentless efforts, Zheng Qian felt tears brimming in his eyes. The squad leader had always praised him for his neatness, Yet Qin Luo had arrived and transformed him from the golden child into a mere afterthought. Lao Zheng, don't cry. Who the hell is crying? Zheng Qian quickly wiped his eyes. I'm just angry. This brat is clearly doing it on purpose. He can fold blankets perfectly well, but pretends he can't. Just to make us look bad. Cheng Haonan's expression turned serious. This kid has certainly practiced folding blankets. He came prepared. Damn it, it was supposed to be us teaching him a lesson. Now he has us all folding like him. Lao Zheng, don't worry. We will definitely get our revenge. Zheng Qian looked at him in surprise. Do you have a plan? Cheng Haonan lowered his voice. What good is it to only fold blankets? He undoubtedly lacks skills in other subjects. When the time comes, seeing the wicked grin on Cheng Haonan's face, Zheng Qian instantly understood. All right, we will teach him a lesson, making sure he knows to respect us veterans. The following day, as dawn broke, the shrill sound of the whistle pierced the air, followed by melodious singing. Rise and shine. Chong Lei leapt out of bed, ready to grab his clothes, only to freeze in place to be by the window. Qin Luo was holding a notebook, muttering to himself. What are you doing, Qin Luo? Chong Lei asked as all the new recruits slowly awoke. After spending 2 hours folding blankets the previous night, they were still a bit groggy that I'm memorizing the regulations. Qin Luo replied, raising the booklet. What? Chong Lei's mouth fell open in shock. They had provided the regulations to Qin Luo, but had not instructed him to memorize them yet. He was taken aback by his enthusiasm. You can do that later, Chong Lei suggested. Qin Luo smiled. I heard there will be a random check on the regulations during the assessment, so I figured I might as well memorize them while I have the time. To avoid cramming later, in truth, he had no intention of memorizing them. If not for his desire to secure first place among recruits, he would have tossed the booklet aside long ago. However, Chong Lei could not contain his amusement. He had never encountered such a driven soldier. At that moment, the other new recruits began to rise, and upon hearing Qin Luo's words, their frustration boiled over. What a show-off. You think you're so impressive. If such a person were in school, they would have faced bullying on the first day. Moreover, they had spent so long folding blankets last night while he slept soundly, snoring louder than Cheng Haonan. All right, very well. Chong Lei chuckled, patting Qin Luo on the back. Keep it up that I believe you might just catch up with everyone else. Now everyone, hurry up and get downstairs. All the recruits glared at Qin Luo with exasperation as they continued to dress. Qin Luo scanned the group, noticing that they seemed unaffected by the blanket folding he had demonstrated the night before. Let us explore other alternatives, compelling you to acknowledge my superiority. He had long been aware that within the ranks, strength commanded respect. As long as one possessed exceptional abilities, admiration would naturally follow. Qin Luo smiled faintly, suddenly realizing that managing these individuals might not be as arduous as it seemed. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone marched in unison towards the training ground. Yet Qin Luo, amidst the formation, appeared distinctly out of place. While others ran in perfect harmony, he was the sole one leaping awkwardly from side to side, drawing considerable attention. Dawuzon's frustration grew with each passing moment. Were it not for the superior's orders, he would have relished the opportunity to kick this fellow out at that very instant. After completing 2 laps, another whistle sounded. The duty officer bellowed, all companies, return to your quarters for housekeeping and sanitation. First company, right turn. Second company, right turn. Hurry, hurry, 10 minutes to tidy up, followed by cleaning our designated area. This week, we must reclaim the mobile red flag. As soon as Chong Lei entered the barracks, he immediately raised his voice. Everyone hastily rushed to their respective bunks to organize their belongings. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Luo passing by, grabbing him by the arm. Squad leader, is there something you need? Chong Lei rarely displayed a smile. Qin Luo, that regulation isn't urgent. The priority right now is that I've already memorized it. Oh, really? Chong Lei nodded, but the next moment his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say, squad leader? Cheng Haonan exclaimed. He's lying right in front of you. Boasting, that thick regulation. Even we veterans haven't memorized it yet. If he has, that's preposterous. Indeed. Zheng Qian scoffed. Qin Luo, don't put on airs before the squad leader. We soldiers must adhere to facts. Chong Lei's expression turned stern. The little goodwill he had towards Qin Luo evaporating instantly. Qin Luo, your boasting has gone a bit too far. Chapter 9. A treasure. This lad is a natural for military service, as soldiers. We must be grounded in reality. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with discontent. I understand your desire to stand out, but you must remain pragmatic. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, uninterested in his continued ramblings, and spoke up. Chapter 1, Article 1. In order to implement a comprehensive and strict military governance policy, to strengthen the discipline of Longgua's soldiers, to maintain and consolidate ironclad discipline, ensuring the military. Chang Lei's jaw dropped in astonishment, while Zheng Qian and the others slowly straightened up, staring at Qin Luo in disbelief. Qin Luo recited rapidly. Article 6. Maintaining and consolidating discipline primarily relies on regular ideological, moral, and disciplinary education, supported by consistent, strict management. Article 10. The rewards and commendations specified in this regulation for individuals and units, the new recruits, initially waiting for a spectacle, were now rendered speechless. Chang Lei's face was a mask of shock as he hurriedly opened the regulations, realizing that Qin Luo had memorized what he himself had forgotten. With a remarkable capacity for imitation, Qin Luo's mind operated with the agility of a computer, and he had an exceptional photographic memory. In less than an hour, he had thoroughly memorized the regulations. Chapter 2. Qin Luo continued to recite, his speed increasing. Chang Lei struggled to keep up, while Qing Haonan and the others were drenched in sweat, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. Chapter 3, Article 21. All right. Chang Lei waved his hands urgently, now drenched in cold sweat that if Qin Luo continued, he would want to find a hole to hide in. For Qin Luo was reciting what this 8-year veteran could barely recall. Chang Lei licked his lips, taking a deep breath of astonishment. Qin Luo, have you memorized this before? Qin Luo shrugged. Squad leader. This is internal military material. I only saw it for the first time last night. Chang Lei was flabbergasted. The first time. And you can recite so much. Qin Luo nodded. I've eaten a lot of fish since childhood. My brain works exceptionally well. Next, I shall memorize the soldier's code. Chang Lei nearly spat blood. He had been in the service for 8 years and had not memorized as much as Qin Luo had in a single morning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing this topic needed to be terminated immediately, or his dignity would be in tatters. Chang Lei laughed heartily. Qin Luo, well done. Well done indeed, that you've done splendidly, for now. Refrain from further memorization. As soldiers, we must prioritize military training. Yes. All the new recruits nodded vigorously, smiling in agreement. Qin Luo, that's enough. Don't overdo it. Focus your energies on military training. Deep down, everyone was cursing Qin Luo's ancestors. If he continued, they would all have to follow suit. Memorizing regulations was a torturous endeavor. Qin Luo smiled faintly at Chang Lei. All right, I shall heed the squad leader's advice. By the way, I've tidied up my area, so I will head to the designated cleaning zone. Good. Chang Lei replied with a smile, turning to observe Qin Luo's neatly arranged bedding. Watching Qin Luo's departing figure, his appreciation for him soared. This lad not only possessed a fighting spirit, but was also remarkably intelligent. It seemed that with some rigorous training, he might just catch up to the rest of them. Chang Lei resolved in his heart, suddenly turning to face all the new recruits, his expression darkening. What are you staring at? Is there something amusing? Don't you feel ashamed? All of them were startled into lowering their heads to fold their bedding, their hearts racing. Did you not think that bowing your head will allow you to escape? Chang Lei bellowed. From today onward, starting with me, everyone shall memorize the regulations. I will conduct random checks. The faces of the new recruits contorted in dismay. What terrible luck! Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is a harbinger of misfortune. He has brought us bad luck from the moment he arrived. Zheng Qian, seeing Qin Luo's bedding, was equally furious. This fellow loves to show off. He wants to outshine us all and become the leader by default. Damn it! Li Dahai exclaimed, astonished. What you say does have a point. He aims to crush us into submission, saving him the trouble of spending any money. Curse his ancestors. Cheng Haonan fumed. During training, let's make him look foolish, so this arrogant brat knows what he dreams of being our leader. All the new recruits seethed with anger, having spent 2 months together, shedding tears and enduring reprimands. They had become brothers that to them. Qin Luo was merely an outsider, an intruder who would drag their squad down, that if Qin Luo could be more amicable and polite, they might have welcomed him. But he, a young master, maintained an attitude that was anything but cordial. making it difficult for both sides to find common ground. Did I end the designated cleaning area? Qin Luo swept the floor meticulously, stretching languidly against a rock. When had he, the young master of the Qin family, ever done manual labor in his previous life? Alas, that were it not for the system tasked to secure first place among the new recruits. He wouldn't need to exert himself so vigorously. Glancing in the direction of his class, a smile tugged at his lips that he could tell that Chang Lei's attitude towards him had greatly improved. He no longer regarded him with such hostility. With a bit of guidance, securing first place among the new recruits was certainly within reach. Moreover, as long as he improved his skills, Chang Lei would likely take good care of him, making things a tad easier for those few. Qin Luo snorted disdainfully, confidence radiating from him. Having just showcased a modicum of skill, they must surely be awestruck. To the left, to the right, to the back. Bang, bang, bang. In the corner of the training ground, with each command issued by Chang Lei, Qin Luo executed a flawless turn at lightning speed. Moreover, each movement was more precise than the last. Only his feet were in motion, while his upper body remained perfectly still. Chang Lei's face was alight with joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. He had taught only once. Only once. Yet Qin Luo not only grasped the concept, but improved without needing Chang Lei to correct any mistakes. Could this lad be a genius? Chang Lei was nearly unable to contain his laughter. Meanwhile, all the new recruits stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen, mouths agape in shock. This. Cheng Haonam looked helplessly at Zheng Qian. He is starting off so well. We have no chance to teach him at all. Zheng Qian swallowed hard. Stay calm. Stay calm. This is merely basic drill movements. It's not surprising he learned quickly. There are still 3 major formations to come. He will surely falter, and we will still have our chance. Everyone nodded vigorously, their eyes glued to Qin Luo. Quick marched up march, slow marched up march, runned up march. 1-2, 1.1, 2-3. For that all the new recruits stared in awe as Qin Luo flawlessly executed the 3 major marching techniques. Their minds going blank. They gaped, their expressions dazed, staring at Qin Luo as if they were simpletons. This is even human. Li Dashing swallowed hard, glancing at the others. The squad leader taught once. And he couldn't even learn the breakdown of the movements. How is he walking so well? How Duo observed earnestly. I feel like he is walking considerably better than I am. No, it seems like none of us can match him. Cheng Haonam looked despairingly at Zheng Qian. Old Zheng. What do we do? This lad leaves us no flaws to exploit. Zheng Qian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had initially believed that losing the quilt folding challenge could be redeemed through military training, thereby restoring the dignity of their 2-month veteran status. However, who could have anticipated that Qin Luo was a prodigy in every conceivable aspect? Speak up, old Zheng. Cheng Haonan inquired once more. Stop asking. Zheng Qian felt as if his head might explode. You ask me. I too wish to know how to handle this. This fellow walks in perfect step, even more so than I do. Everyone swallowed hard, observing Qin Luo's impeccable form. It was perhaps best not to provoke him, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of an unforeseen turn of events. Stand by, Chang Lei bellowed, and Qin Luo halted with military precision. His feet came together, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Squad leader, I'm not doing anything wrong, am I? Qin Luo asked earnestly, that if there's an issue, please let me know, and I will rectify it immediately. Chang Lei burst into laughter, nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains. No problems at all. Absolutely none. Your movements are almost on par with those of seasoned soldiers. Ha ha, Qin Luo, you are the finest soldier I have ever trained. You possess both insight and talent. That a slight smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Squad leader, let's continue practicing. I feel I can still improve. The 3-step method is far from as simple as folding a quilt. It requires not only bodily coordination, but also precise control of strength. Currently, Qin Luo's imitation ability stood at a mere 70% similarity. To secure the title of top new recruit, he had no choice but to practice. Higher similarity was imperative. Qin Luo was determined to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Upon hearing Qin Luo's request, Chang Lei was elated, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Having trained numerous new recruits, he had never encountered one so eager and proactive in their pursuit of excellence. Now, he could confidently assert that Qin Luo was in no way comparable to those who relied on connections to advance. This lad was truly a genius. Chang Lei's smile was nearly overflowing. Squad leader, it seems you've underestimated me. You've delivered a true treasure into my hands. Once I hone his skills, I shall present you with a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Chang Lei noticed other new recruits. He quickly turned, and upon seeing his displeased expression, all the new recruits stood at attention, trembling with fear. Look at them. Chang Lei pointed at them in frustration. Ah. I can hardly find the words to express my disappointment. Starting today, during the lunch break, all of you shall practice your formations. What? Chung Haonan grimaced. Squad leader, if we don't rest at noon, we'll collapse by afternoon. If only. Then elevate your standards. Chang Lei retorted tersely. You can rest when you've mastered the drills. Now practice alongside me. Look at yourselves. How much you lag behind Qin Luo, and yet you still hesitate to take flight like the early bird. All the new recruits nearly fell to their knees in despair. Qin Luo had been there for less than a day, and now these 2-month veterans were being made to chase after him. How infuriating! Chung Haonan bit his teeth in anger, glaring at Qin Luo. This brat truly intends to ride on our backs. Chapter 10. Is the squad leader going to clash with the company commander? As noon approached, a veteran dashed over. It was Chun Liang. Chang Lei approached him beaming with joy. Oh, squad leader. Why are you so cheerful? Chun Liang asked, puzzled. Chang Lei glanced back at Qin Luo, unable to contain his laughter. A person in high spirits is often buoyed by joyous news. Ha ha, indeed. Chun Liang chuckled. Once this batch of new recruits concludes, you'll be promoted. From now on, I'll have to salute you. Hearing this, Chang Lei's grin widened even further. Within a single morning, Qin Luo had mastered all the formation movements, executing them with remarkable precision. His performance could rank among the best in the entire new recruit company. Qin Luo was no burden. He was clearly a priceless gem propelling him toward success. By the way, what brings you here? Chang Lei inquired. Chun Liang chuckled. Didn't your squad just receive a new recruit? His personal belongings have yet to be collected. Right. Chang Lei exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Then shouted, Qin Luo, here. Qin Luo responded promptly, rushing over. Chun Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, you run so impeccably. Qin Luo immediately stood tall. Report, squad leader, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Chun Liang raised his thumb in admiration. Squad leader, you truly are destined for promotion. He has only been here for less than a day. That you're incredibly capable. Oh no, I only possess a smidgen of skill. Ha. Chang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, more exhilarating than a massage, that he had completely forgotten how wronged he felt yesterday at Wu Ziyuan's place. All right, Chang Lei attempted to suppress his smile. Qin Luo, gather your personal belongings and accompany squad leader Chan to store them. Once in the army, all non-essential items must be stored uniformly. Yes, Qin Luo nodded, then turned to Chun Liang. Squad leader, please wait for me. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo's retreating figure before approaching the other new recruits. However, his thoughts seemed entirely consumed by Qin Luo, frequently stealing glances in his direction, appearing somewhat inattentive to the other soldiers. It was akin to a child who had suddenly acquired a long-desired toy, yearning to hold it even while asleep. Suddenly, Chang Lei's smile began to fade, that a few squad leaders were stealthily making their way down the path to the storage room. What the hell? Chang Lei's mind buzzed with alarm. Were these individuals preparing to execute the company commander's orders to target Qin Luo? Had it been yesterday, he would have surely pretended not to notice, hoping that Qin Luo would leave sooner. But now, Qin Luo was the beacon of hope in his eyes. Not only could these fellows not harm Qin Luo, but even the company commander's reprimands were unwelcome. He couldn't allow them to undermine Qin Luo or, heaven forbid, let him depart. This was a naturally gifted soldier. Chang Lei felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and suddenly made up his mind. Pivoting sharply, everyone crawled 2 laps around the field in 3 different formations. Quickly, I'll return to inspect. With that, he dashed toward the storage room without looking back. The new recruits watched his retreating figure. On the verge of tears, this scoundrel Qin Luo is truly ruining us. I won't let this slide. Chung Haonan seethed, eyes blazing. Enough talk, let us crawl, Zheng Qian sighed. Otherwise, when the squad leader returns, we'll be in even deeper trouble. A group of new recruits trudged reluctantly toward the training field, harboring resentment toward Qin Luo. After all, he had just arrived, and the faster and more accurately he learned, the more incompetent and foolish they felt in comparison. Who could endure such humiliation? The wind howled as the scenery rushed past Chang Lei. He sprinted toward the storage room at breakneck speed. Qin Luo, hold on. The squad leader is coming, with the squad leader around. There's nothing to fear. Chang Lei's expression was grave. At that moment, Qin Luo was his prized possession, and no matter how he had arrived, by backdoor or even by rocket, he was an exceedingly rare genius. Under no circumstances could he allow anyone to shatter Qin Luo's confidence. Flames ignited in Chang Lei's eyes, and his fists clenched involuntarily that if anyone dared to mock Qin Luo, he would unleash a torrent of curses upon them. Today, he was determined to stand up for Qin Luo. Even against the company commander, as a wall loomed ahead, Chang Lei showed no sign of slowing down, charging directly toward it. Just as he approached, he leaped, propelling himself off the wall, swiftly changing direction. Upon landing, he rolled to dissipate the impact and immediately bolted toward the storage room. As he neared the entrance, he had no time to turn. Instead, he pushed off with his right foot, transforming his forward sprint into a lateral leap. Landing and sliding perfectly along the grass, that he glided across the ground like a slick fish, effortlessly reaching the storage room door. Qin Luo, Chang Lei shouted while sliding. The squad leader is here. He lifted his head, only to find several squad leaders grinning as they stood by the entrance with Qin Luo, upon witnessing Chang Lei's sliding antics. All the squad leaders were momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Chang Lei came to a halt at their feet, gazing up at them in confusion as they stared back, their expressions frozen. The air seemed to grow still. Squad leader, how did you end up sliding in here? Qin Luo laughed, looking at him. The squad leader snapped back to reality. Indeed, squad leader, your form is quite impressive. How did you end up sliding all the way here? You slid quite a distance, didn't you? That was exceptionally smooth. You must have gone at least 10 meters. Even with soap, one wouldn't glide like that. Care to give us another demonstration, squad leader? That is a remarkable skill. You must teach us. Chang Lei's face flushed red with embarrassment, and he quickly pushed himself off the ground. What are you all doing here? He glared at the squad leaders. The leaders exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Oh, nothing, just taking a stroll. No trouble at all that we want to disturb you any longer. We'll go elsewhere. The third squad leader waved at Qin Luo. Little Qin, be sure to train hard. Squad leader is the best in our company, and you'll learn a great deal from him. The fifth squad leader patted Qin Luo on the back. I have faith in you. You will surely pass the new recruit assessment. Where there's a will, there's a way, the second squad leader encouraged from the side. Little Qin, if squad leader is ever unavailable to teach you, feel free to seek me out. I will certainly assist you. Qin Luo waved his hand in response. Thank you, esteemed squad leaders. That a multitude of individuals waved at him with cheerful smiles, akin to bidding farewell to dear friends and family. Chang Lei stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. These fellows did not appear to be there to provoke Qin Luo. Rather, they resembled relatives visiting for a casual gathering. Had he known, he would have refrained from rushing over, as his posterior still throbbed with discomfort. After a few of them departed, Chang Lei hastily inquired, Qin Luo, they did not harm you, did they? Qin Luo shook his head, responding, it's nothing. Chang Lei, wearing a look of skepticism, pressed on, are you truly unscathed? Did they say anything to you? Fear not. If they attempted anything against you, just let me know, and I shall take charge. Observing the class leader's earnest demeanor, Qin Luo felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Prior to his military service, as long as he was willing to spend money, throngs of people clamored to be his friends. Yet apart from his father and Wang Rifa, no one had ever shown such genuine concern for him. Given the protective stance of the class leader, it seemed he would not hesitate to confront anyone who dared to bully him. However, he could not disclose what had just transpired. Although they had only spent a day together, Qin Luo had discerned that Chang Lei and Wu Zuan were cut from the same cloth, excessively upright. Thus, it was better for some matters to remain unknown to them. Qin Luo smiled gently. Really, it's nothing. The class leaders were merely encouraging me to do my best. Chang Lei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Were those fellows out of their minds? Or had they misunderstood the company commander's orders? Wu Zuan nodded awkwardly, but quickly adopted a serious tone. Qin Luo, remember, you are my soldier, regardless of what transpires. You must inform me immediately. Although my capabilities are limited, I will certainly advocate for you. Gazing at Chang Lei's solemn expression, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile faintly. Judging by his demeanor, Chang Lei would brave any peril for him. Qin Luo was utterly taken aback by Chang Lei's naivety and how quickly he had grown fond of him. He nodded vigorously. All right. Furthermore, Chang Lei stated seriously, do not take to heart what they just said. Given their mediocre skills, they have yet to properly train their own soldiers that I will ensure you receive adequate training. And if you have any questions, come to me. Qin Luo chuckled and nodded. Sure thing. Class leader. Chang Lei also smiled, wrapping an arm around Qin Luo. Dinner is almost ready. Let us go. Qin Luo looked at Chang Lei's determined profile, adorned with a smile, and gently smiled back. This class leader, with a sharp tongue but a heart of gold, seemed quite agreeable. Not far away, behind the restroom's enclosing wall, the second-class leader craned his neck, stealthily observing Chang Lei escorting Qin Luo away. Once they had distanced themselves, he glanced around before retracting his head. But they've left. They've left. The second-class leader exclaimed with excitement. Quick, let us see what we've got. The other class leaders exchanged glances, grinning broadly as they simultaneously opened their jackets. Inside, an array of luxurious cigarettes and rare brands emerged. The eyes of the group collectively sparkled, tears of joy welling at the corners of their mouths. Commander, the third-class leader gulped hard. Surely I must have misjudged him. Such a fine young man. How could he possibly be a burden to our platoon? Indeed. Everyone nodded in unison. Commander, he must have overlooked something. Even old Ma has his off days. Chapter 11. United we stand. Determined to overcome Qin Luo 9-5 Supreme. The third-class leader drooled. I've only heard of this brand. It's my first time seeing it. What kind of luxury is this? Why is it flat in a golden box? Like this? The fifth-class leader exclaimed, astonished. This is heaven and earth. This cigarette must be expensive, right? The fourth-class leader rolled his eyes. Of course it's expensive. It's a limited edition. You might not even find it in most tobacco shops. Wow. The second-class leader swallowed hard. This kid, Qin Luo, truly a good comrade. He shows such respect for his senior comrades. They all nodded vigorously, then immediately began to divide the spoils. Typically, everyone smoked cigarettes costing 5 to 10 yuan. To be able to smoke something worth 15 a pack was akin to celebrating the new year. Yet, this time, Qin Luo handed each of them 4 or 5 packs of these exquisite cigarettes. Such a thoughtful comrade, so considerate. How could he possibly be the burden described by the commander? What they did not realize was that just as they were contemplating causing trouble for Qin Luo, he was busy packing, revealing a full bag of cigarettes and alcohol. Instantly, Qin Luo noticed that the intimidating class leaders who had seemed ready to confront him were now captivated by the contents of his bag. He couldn't help but chuckle. He had almost begun to think that his gift-giving strategy was ineffective, but it turned out to still be quite effective. For Qin Luo, problems that could be solved with money were hardly problems at all. The second-class leader nodded emphatically. If you ask me, our commander just tends to view things through colored glasses. So what if he arrived 2 months late? As long as he has the ambition. That is what matters. Exactly. The first-class leader is so capable. He will surely guide him well. The fifth-class leader remarked cryptically. I could tell at a glance that Qin Luo is an incredibly diligent, hard-working individual with great potential. The commander must have made a grave error in judgment this time. The third-class leader cleared his throat. Speaking of which, should we not do something in return for Qin Luo's generous gifts? Absolutely. The second-class leader declared earnestly. First and foremost, we must not aid the commander in his misjudgment that a comrade with such drive deserves our encouragement. We should cheer him on more often. Indeed. The sixth-class leader nodded vigorously. Besides cheering him on, we could also teach him a bit more when we have the chance, sharing the burden of the first-class leader. Hadn't he just asked us to come by? Let us leave that to the side. The third-class leader chuckled. The first-class leader is so capable. Who among us could compare? We should just encourage Qin Luo. The group exchanged knowing glances, all wearing mischievous smiles. Light up, let us get started. Yes, just like that, just like that. Chang Lei clapped enthusiastically, as if a child, while watching Qin Luo transition from a low crawl to a standard side crawl. That is excellent. Yes, just like that. Push hard with your legs. High position crawl. Quickly, high position crawl. Upon hearing the command, Qin Luo, already out of breath from crawling, immediately switched to a high-position crawl. Coordinating his elbows and knees, he moved swiftly forward. Beautiful, just like that, Chang Lei beamed, unable to contain his joy, his applause echoing like thunder. Now he was certain that Qin Luo was not merely talented. He was an absolute prodigy. This young man was born for military service. After only 2 repetitions of the 3 essential tactical movements, not only had he mastered them, but he was also continuously self-correcting, improving with each crawl. What a gem, a true treasure. Chang Lei felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Qin Luo and give him a hearty kiss. Old class leader, is that you? It must be you who couldn't bear for me to retire and return to farming, guiding him to my side in spirit. Chang Lei gazed excitedly at the sky. Rest assured, I will train him to become the best soldier, I promise. Little Qin, faster. Chang Lei shouted with excitement, chasing after Qin Luo. Meanwhile, Cheng Haonan and the others stood rigidly like wooden dolls. The reason was simple. Having just completed the 3 major formations, they realized they were outperformed by Qin Luo. Thus, out of frustration, Chang Lei had ordered them to practice their fundamentals thoroughly. Each of them had 2 bricks placed beneath their feet, with their caps balanced atop their heads. If they fell, the consequences would be dire. Boys, Zheng Qian observed Chang Lei joyfully pursuing Qin Luo, the corners of his eyes twitching. If this continues, that new recruit will become our leader. Who knows, the class leader might even have him train us. Nonsense. Cheng Haonan glared at the crawling Qin Luo, this arrogant brat. He arrived 2 months later than us and thinks he can look down on us, trying to take charge? I, Cheng Haonan, will be the first to oppose it. What good does opposing do? Li Dashing sighed, can't you see? This guy has a natural talent. He learns everything instantly that if I were the class leader, I'd like him too. It doesn't matter how disgruntled we are. It's futile. Zheng Qian sighed as well, mumbling quietly, had I known, I might as well have taken his money. At least it wouldn't feel like a loss now. Exactly. How Duo chimed in. I'm still struggling with crawling. And Qin Luo picked it up immediately, that I genuinely believe he can teach us. How Duo, shut your mouth, Cheng Haonan retorted crossly. Why bolster someone else while undermining yourself? Which side are you on? How Duo meekly replied. I am just speaking the truth that I really can't do it. Shut up, Cheng Haonan shot him a glare, then turned to Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, you're the most cunning among us. Quickly think of a way. Zheng Qian shot him a look. What do you mean cunning? I possess wisdom. All right. Cheng Haonan said impatiently, you're the smartest, so come up with a solution. Otherwise, that kid will genuinely start commanding us. I can't stand that kind of humiliation. The others echoed in agreement, as they had all been together since entering the new recruit platoon and had developed bonds, and no matter how exceptional Qin Luo was, he was still new and had no emotional ties with them. They were all young, naturally prideful, and the prospect of taking orders from Qin Luo, the newcomer, was something they could not accept. Zheng Qian's eyes darted around before he suddenly broke into a smile and exclaimed, there is only one way to handle this. However, it requires everyone to unite. Quickly, what is the method? Cheng Haonan eagerly inquired. As long as it can deal with him, our class will definitely stand united. Yes, we are all listening to you, the others chimed in. Old Zheng, please share. Zheng Qian chuckled. The solution is quite simple, that we should provoke him, intimidate him, make him afraid. Once Zheng Qian finished speaking, everyone wore expressions of skepticism. Is that really feasible? Li Dashing questioned. Can he even hear us? Absolutely, Zheng Qian replied proudly. We are numerous and strong, while he stands alone, vulnerable and isolated, as long as we wield both a big stick and honeyed words. We can surely win him over. Li Dashing took a deep breath. I believe old Zheng has a point. Our current plight is entirely due to that fellow's desire to show off that if we can get him to stand with us, the class leader will treat us all equally, and we can return to a normal life. Cheng Haonan burst into laughter. Old Zheng, in this critical moment, it is still you who can turn the tide. He then looked at everyone with a serious expression. No one is allowed to back down. We all must act together. Even if the class leader finds out, we will face it together if anyone falters. I shall be the first to hold them accountable. All right? Everyone exclaimed, eagerly blinking their eyes. Cheng Haonan, present. Cheng Haonan jumped to attention, startled. Chang Lei, with hands on his hips, bellowed from a distance. Your hat has fallen. Do 100 push-ups and then stand back up. What? Cheng Haonan protested, mouth agape in grievance in his excitement. He had forgotten his hat was still on his head, and it fell off when he turned. Class leader, it was unintentional. Could you please reduce it to 200? Chang Lei shouted. Without further ado, Chung Haonan dropped to the ground, but he knew that speaking up might lead to an even harsher punishment, but he glared furiously at Qin Luo, who was still crawling. His eyes filled with rage. It's all because of you. Otherwise, we would have been training normally. Just you wait. Your good days are about to end. Chapter 12. Do you really want to challenge me to the end? All right, take a break. Chang Lei commanded, instantly grinning as he handed a water bottle to Qin Luo. Exhausted, Qin Luo lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath like a dog that had run a marathon. Sweat poured down his forehead as if a faucet had been turned on to C-class leader. Qin Luo swallowed hard. I crawled. How was it? Chang Lei beamed and gave a thumbs up. Excellent, truly excellent, nearly perfect, I can assure you. No new recruit in our unit has crawled as well as you. Qin Luo sighed in relief, glad that his efforts had not been in vain. However, this training was incredibly grueling. If it weren't for the desire to be the first new recruit to complete the task and gain superpowers, he wouldn't endure such exhaustion and would have long since opted to take it easy. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo resolved, once I have enough superpowers, I will definitely seek an early discharge. Then I will roam the world, first to deal with the Japanese, and then to confront the Koreans. Chang Lei chuckled, patting him on the back. You, my friend, are truly gifted that I taught you in the morning. And by afternoon, you've improved so much that I believe you can now proceed to tactical combination training. What? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He was already utterly worn out. The thought of combining exercises sounded like a surefire way to push him over the edge. Chang Lei laughed heartily. I know. You're very tired right now, and no worries. Take a breather first, and we can continue later. Observing Chang Lei's enthusiasm, Qin Luo felt exasperated. Acquiring superpowers wasn't as easy as he wished. Class leader, suddenly, a loud shout interrupted. Chang Lei turned to find Chen Liang approaching. What's the matter? The company commander has called for a meeting. Chen Liang declared, at the company headquarters now. Understood, Chang Lei nodded, though his mind was filled with questions. The company commander rarely held meetings, and when he did, it was usually in the evening. Never had he called everyone during training. Could there be something of great importance? Class leader, hurry, Qin Luo panted. Don't keep the company commander waiting. Chang Lei flashed him a smile, interpreting it as concern from Qin Luo. Little did he know, Qin Luo just wanted to rest. If Chang Lei remained, how could he relax? All right. Chang Lei stood up. You take a break. Review a bit, and when I return, we'll proceed with the tactical combination training. Fine, Qin Luo replied with a wry smile and a nod. Everyone come here. Chang Lei called out to the new recruits who were lined up in formation. Train with Qin Luo. Yes. All the new recruits shouted in unison. Chang Lei glanced back at Qin Luo before turning to dash toward the company headquarters. The new recruits exchanged sly glances, their faces lighting up with mischief. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Chung Haonan clenched his fist, gazing at the prone Qin Luo. Let us go and give him a proper welcome. Let us go. Everyone followed closely behind, striding toward Qin Luo that moment. Qin Luo took a deep breath, gazing at the azure sky, contentedly exhaling a cloud of frustration. Achieving first place among the new recruits was proving to be exceedingly exhausting, that he sighed wearily. Thankfully, Chang Lei had departed. Had he continued, he would have completely collapsed. Shaking his head, Qin Luo thought, the priority now is to complete the task and gain some remarkable superpowers. Otherwise, even having super ability points would suffice, that he no longer hoped for immediate superpowers. Simply obtaining some ability points to enhance his current capabilities would be satisfactory. Although his physique was already comparable to that of a semi-professional athlete, Chang Lei was truly pushing him to his limits. This foundation was insufficient, that he needed to complete a task first and then elevate his physical condition. Qin Luo silently resolved that if he continued training like this, he would likely not survive until the end of the new recruit training. Achieving first among the new recruits seemed currently unattainable. It would be better to find a way to win over those few individuals first, which seemed comparatively easier, as Qin Luo pondered. A shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight. Squinting, he saw Chung Haonan's large face, a smirk playing on his lips. What the Qin Luo exclaimed, quickly sitting up and realizing the new recruits had encircled him. What do you want? He asked warily, scanning the group. The expressions on their faces were filled with ill intent. What are you up to? Chung Haonan began, but Zheng Qian quickly pulled him behind himself. Grinning at Qin Luo, we're here to train with you. Didn't he, the class leader, just say we should practice together? All the new recruits nodded in agreement, their smiles betraying their fiery intentions. Qin Luo, not being naive, immediately understood their intentions. He sprawled back on the ground. You all go ahead and train. I'll guide you. After all, I'm significantly stronger than you. Get up. Cheng Haonan kicked his leg. Qin Luo jumped up as if burned. What do you want? Are you trying to hit me? Cheng Haonan coldly chuckled, staring at the furious Qin Luo. Come on, I'm still furious about you ambushing me last time. Fight. Zheng Qian said with a grin. The class leader made it clear. If you dare to hit anyone again, you'll all be sent back to we're all watching, including everyone on this field. Exactly, we're all watching. The group boldly provoked him, and Cheng Haonan even deliberately nudged Qin Luo with his shoulder. Fury flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed Zheng Qian. You don't dare hit him. So you want to hit me? Zheng Qian, emboldened, replied, Come on, hit me. Qin Luo smiled slightly at him, then swiftly seized his right hand. The power of One Punch Man activated, and a tremendous force surged forth. Zheng Qian immediately felt himself propelled by an overwhelming strength, his right hand swinging uncontrollably. Slap. A resounding smack landed squarely on Cheng Haonan's face, spinning him around in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. Qin Luo released Zheng Qian and quickly retreated. As you wish, to slap for you. Cheng Haonan touched his stinging face, incredulously gazing at Zheng Qian. You helped him hit me? Zheng Qian nearly burst into tears. It wasn't me. It was him using my hand to hit you. We're on the same side. How could I possibly hit you? It was all him. What the? Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo. You dare to ambush me? I'll kill you. But just as he raised his fist, Qin Luo suddenly laughed. A fight. They're bullying me. At his shout, all the surrounding new recruits turned to look. A duty squad leader rushed over. What is going on? Who is fighting? Report, squad leader. Qin Luo pointed at Cheng Haonan and the others. They're bullying the newcomers, ganging up on me. The squad leader spun around sharply, causing Cheng Haonan to quickly retract his fist. Impressive. The squad leader huffed. Just 2 months in, and you're already learning to bully newcomers. Report, squad leader. Cheng Haonan protested. I didn't hit him. He hit me. Look at my face. It's nearly swollen. The squad leader turned to Qin Luo, who shrugged. It was clearly Zheng Qian who hit you. What does it have to do with me? Squad leader, if you don't believe me, ask them. That's so. The squad leader glared at the trembling Hao Duo. Terrified by the glare, Hao Duo nearly burst into tears. Report, squad leader. Yes, it is. Zheng Qian panicked. Squad leader, it's not what you think. It was Qin Luo who used my hand to strike him. Enough, the squad leader shouted with exasperation. Do you think I am a fool? He hits you with your own hand, and you just let him? Indeed. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. Zheng Qian, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. It's just that he is too strong. Shut up. The squad leader roared that I don't care what nonsense you two are up to. But neither of you is innocent. Immediately drop and give me 200 push-ups. Right now, squad leader, it's not what you think. We point 300. The squad leader bellowed that if you keep talking, you'll face punishment. Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian, frightened, quickly complied. They understood that if they were assigned to a unit in the future with a punishment record, it would be disastrous. You count, the squad leader pointed at Qin Luo and no shielding. I'll be watching. Yes, Qin Luo replied with a grin. Point 1, 2, 3. Qin Luo shouted loudly, while Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan completed their push-ups while glaring at him. You scoundrel, you have no sense of honor, calling out to others. Cheng Haonan's face was filled with fury. Qin Luo squatted down in front of him. Do you think you're a Western cowboy, ready for a duel? With your intellect, you think you can provoke me? You cannot defeat me. Don't be so smug. We were just careless. Zheng Qian glared at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Don't be a stubborn duck. My previous conditions still stand. You think of me as your little brother. To hell with that. Cheng Haonan angrily retorted. You want me to be your little brother? Dream on. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. I rarely take on little brothers. I have already shown you considerable grace. Besides, following me means enjoying the best life. Qin Luo, Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth. You're scared, afraid we'll deal with you, and want to make amends, right? Unless you bow down and admit your mistakes, agreeing to my original terms. We will not let this go. Exactly. Zheng Qian nodded in agreement. Qin Luo frowned. I have to submit before you will relent. Yes, they both nodded, with Cheng Haonan coldly stating, You're too arrogant, and you love to show off. dragging us into punishment. You must listen to us in no room for negotiation. Qin Luo stared at them. Yes, they both nodded again. Qin Luo smiled faintly at them. It's always others who submit to me. This young master, have never backed down to anyone. Well then, let's see how long you can endure. Cheng Haonan looked at him with pride. It's us who will see how long you can hold out. Squad leader, Qin Luo suddenly shouted. This guy is slacking off, damn. Cheng Haonan was furious, nearly exploding. You have no sense of honor, Chapter 13. Scaring me and then mocking me, bang. The class leader angrily threw his hat on the bed, startling everyone in the class to stand at attention. Qin Luo. Chang Lei stormed over to Qin Luo. However, upon seeing Qin Luo's face, his anger diminished significantly, and he pointed at Qin Luo, trying to suppress his rage. Why didn't you clean your designated area properly? Qin Luo looked bewildered. He distinctly remembered that not a single leaf was left uncleaned. What? Chang Lei pointed at his nose. Your area has several pieces of trash. Our class has been called out for this. Qin Luo's eyes twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Cheng Haonan's smug face beside him. That it was this scoundrel. Qin Luo felt flames of fury igniting in his eyes. And your shoes are all over the place. Chang Lei's voice grew louder. Your water cup is in disarray, and there are plenty of water stains underneath. Because of you, our class has to surrender the mobile red flag this week. Chang Lei wanted to explode again, but looking at Qin Luo's face, he couldn't muster the anger. You have a high aptitude, learn quickly, and excel in military matters, Chang Lei said earnestly. But as soldiers, we are multifaceted. Every aspect must meet standards. You need to pay attention. Yes. Qin Luo straightened his posture. Chang Lei shot him a glare. Deeply sighing in his heart. 2 days ago, the company commander held an emergency meeting and announced that this new recruit assessment would be conducted alongside 2 other recruit instruction regiments. This was a significant event, and it was said that senior officials from the military would be observing that if they achieved good results, it would be remarkable. Qin Luo had already become the prized possession in Chang Lei's eyes. He simply couldn't bring himself to scold him. All right, get back to your tasks. Prepare for training later. Chang Lei turned and walked out. That's it? Once Chang Lei left, Cheng Haonan looked utterly speechless. The others were similar expressions of disbelief. They didn't even obtain the mobile red flag, and the class leader didn't punish Qin Luo. This was utterly infuriating. Are you all deliberately trying to set me up? Qin Luo glared coldly at everyone. Not me. How Duo hastily waved his hands, but Li Dashing immediately jabbed him, causing him to retract his hands in pain. Hey. Cheng Haonan approached Qin Luo with a grin. You need evidence when you speak. Don't bite like a rabid dog. Zheng Qian smiled. Someone did poorly and was scolded by the class leader. Are you feeling wronged and about to cry? Then go ahead and cry loudly. Cheng Haonan laughed heartily. Come on. Zheng Qian waved. Let us go train. Don't disturb him while he cries. Hey. Qin Luo growled, and everyone immediately halted. What? Do you want to use my hand to hit someone again? Zheng Qian smiled and retracted his hand. Not giving you the chance. Qin Luo coldly stared at them. You were the ones who sought trouble first, so I'm merely retaliated. Cheng Haonan sneered at him. Who told you to show off so much? Causing us to be scolded by the class leader every day. You deserve it. Qin Luo glared at them. Who told you to be so incompetent? If the class leader punishes you, that's your own doing. You slapped me and made me do so many push-ups. What are you so cocky about? Cheng Haonan was furious and was about to confront him, but Zheng Qian pulled him back. Qin Luo. Zheng Qian said with a smile, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but don't make things difficult for us either. Just train adequately, and don't exceed the average level too much. You like to push yourself. We don't. He rubbed his hands together. If you want us not to bother you, it's simple. Just keep your training level consistent with everyone else. Also, you are the newcomer. At least show us some respect. Not possible. Qin Luo replied decisively. Zheng Qian's smile instantly froze. Are you determined to oppose us? Qin Luo spread his hands. It's you who insists on opposing me. My training is my own business. If you can't keep up and face punishment, that's your issue, not mine, he said lightly. If you find the punishment too tiring, fine, acknowledge me as your older brother. I can give you money, and you can eat well to replenish your strength. Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan angrily pointed at him. We are giving you a way out, I am also giving you a way out. Qin Luo spread his hands wide. Zheng Qian snorted coldly. Let us go. If he likes being set up, then let us fulfill his wish. All the new recruits glared at Qin Luo and turned to leave. Qin Luo wore a face of disdain. He was determined to be the top recruit and would not maintain the same level as them. You don't want to weigh out, you want to play. Right? Qin Luo shrugged. I have 100 ways to scare you into submission. As night fell, not long after the lights-out signal sounded, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Chong Lei's bunk. Chong Lei was sleeping soundly, his mouth wide open. Qin Luo smiled slightly and slowly sat up, that a glance revealed that all the new recruits were snoring, with Cheng Haonan snoring particularly loud. Qin Luo walked over to Cheng Haonan, and a foul odor wafted over from him, prompting Qin Luo to immediately cover his nose. Eating like a pig, looking like a pig, and even sleeping like a pig. Qin Luo scoffed, then grinned wickedly. Letting you oppose me. Serves you right. He slowly turned his head, leering as he approached the others. The night grew deeper, and a cold wind swept through the barracks. The on-duty officer, Xie Hui, quickly wrapped his coat tighter. Yes, sir. Chief of Staff Kong Xiang said cheerfully. It's gotten colder today. Let me handle the bed check. You should hurry back. Xie Hui smiled. Old Kong, you know what our commander is like, right? If I don't check the beds and he finds out, he might report it to upper management. I still want to progress. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. The commander is indeed very serious about his duties. All right, let us go together. The two strode towards the dormitory of the 9th Company that they're all sleeping soundly. Xie Hui shone his flashlight into the dormitory. Kong Xiang chuckled. Of course, our instruction regiment is the hardest training of all. Once the lights-out signal blows, the new recruits fall asleep immediately. Who has the energy to run around? Xie Hui nodded. Your company is indeed impressive. I'll go check other companies. Some new recruits run to the restroom late at night, others wash clothes, and some even gaze at the moon. Damn it, they just aren't tired enough. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. Such things would never happen in our company. The new recruits are too busy training to have the energy for anything else. Ah, Xie Hui suddenly jumped up, dropping his flashlight onto the ground. Kong Xiang was startled. What is wrong with you? Xie Hui pointed at Class 1. What are those soldiers doing? They're all wide awake and staring at me. It's terrifying. How could that be? Kong Xiang said in disbelief. Class 1 has the hardest training. They must be asleep at this hour. Listen, the snoring is so loud. It's true. Xie Hui, visibly anxious, pointed towards the dormitory. Insisting, just take a look for yourself. Kong Xiang picked up the flashlight, his face a mask of disbelief as he shone it inside. Holy moly! With just a fleeting glance, Kong Xiang was so startled that he leapt back to Xie Hui's side. The flashlight clattering to the ground once more. Isn't it true? Xie Hui fixed his gaze on him. Are they all staring at you? Kong Xiang, still shaken, nodded fervently. It's that it's utterly creepy. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly regained his composure and, fueled by indignation, picked up the flashlight to peer inside again. This time, he discerned that it wasn't that they were all awake and glaring at him. Rather, they had painted elaborate designs on their faces, particularly an eye drawn on their eyelids. The sudden sight was akin to being confronted by a multitude of wide-eyed gazes. Kong Xiang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Xie Hui leaned closer, wearing a mischievous grin, and remarked, Old Kong, your entire squad, the hardest working class in training, really knows how to have fun. Don't they? It seems they're even more restless than the new recruits from other companies. No, old Xie, it's not what you think, Kong Xiang began to explain. Just then, Cheng Haonan suddenly let out a piercing shout, akin to thunder, startling both Kong Xiang and Xie Hui. They turned to see Zheng Qian turning his head, his fake eyes glaring at Xie Hui, with a painted grin at the corners of his mouth that I up mocking me. Xie Hui seethed, pointing at Zheng Qian. Qin Luo squinted at the irate Xie Hui outside, a smirk immediately appearing on his face. Let this be your nightmare. It's just begun. Chapter 14. Why did you draw this thing on your face? At 1 o'clock in the morning, all members of the first class stood in a neat line, obediently positioned in front of the barracks that Wu Ziyuan, flashlight in hand, prowled around them like a hawk, each of them too frightened to move a muscle. Kong Xiang stood aside, desperately stifling laughter at how Duod was Ultraman face paint. A glance at Zheng Qian's face adorned with a Hello Kitty design nearly caused him internal injury from suppressing his mirth. Finally, upon seeing the upside-down rocket on Cheng Haonan's face, he could no longer contain himself. Bursting into laughter, De Wuduan shot him a fierce glare, prompting Kong Xiang to hastily cover his mouth, yet the snicker still escaped through his fingers. Pooh! Ha ha! The new recruits exchanged glances, unable to hold back their laughter. You've got a giant turtle on your face. You've got a skull on your face. You've got a big mustache hanging on your face. Silence, Wu Ziyuan bellowed, causing an immediate hush to fall over everyone. What are you laughing at? Is it amusing? Chang Lei surveyed the graffiti on the new recruits' faces, his expression darkening to AT that moment. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Qin Luo observed Wu Ziyuan's expression, a sly grin creeping onto his face. The show was about to commence. All right, enough dawdling. What are you standing around for? Seeing Wu Ziyuan's ominous demeanor, Kong Xiang quickly attempted to defuse the situation. It's getting late. Let's hurry back to rest. Rest? Wu Ziyuan fumed. Your class really knows how to stir things up? Huh. Staying up late and painting your faces like this, are you preparing for a performance? His gaze landed on Cheng Haonan's face, his eyes twitching in irritation. While others paint cats, dogs, and Ultraman, you've got a what the hell is that on your face? Are you out of your mind? Cheng Haonan nearly exploded with rage, shouting, which bastard painted on my face? Step forward. I'll deal with you. Witnessing his furious reaction, the others were struggling to contain their laughter, tears of mirth almost spilling from their eyes. Cheng Haonan had circles drawn on his eyelids with dots, making it look like eyes if one squinted. Shut it, Wu Ziyuan growled. The murderous glare he cast silenced Cheng Haonan immediately. Now, who came up with this idea? Unjustly accused, unjustly accused, Cheng Haonan screeched, startling Wu Ziyuan. Captain, I'm innocent. We're all victims here. We didn't do this. The others chimed in, Captain. It wasn't our doing. We're all honest folks. How could we pull such a stunt? Then who did it? Wu Ziyuan glared at them. It was him. It has to be him. Cheng Haonan pointed at Qin Luo, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yes, it's definitely him. Zheng Qian quickly echoed that no one else could be responsible. Kong Xiang looked at Qin Luo in surprise, while Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Qin Luo immediately put on a show, reporting to the captain, "They are framing me." His expression combined innocence with a hint of grievance that I trained so hard during the day. I was exhausted like a dog. As soon as lights out sounded, I collapsed in a bed. I had no idea what happened afterward. I am truly innocent. Reporting to the captain, Chang Lei interjected promptly. I can testify that Qin Luo didn't do it. He really trained hard during the day and fell asleep immediately when lights went out. I saw it with my own eyes. All the new recruits looked at their class leader with disbelief. No one expected that at such a critical moment, the class leader would come to Qin Luo's defense, that a sly smile flickered across Qin Luo's face. While pretending to be wronged, his mimicking abilities had unconsciously kicked in. With his expressive performance, he could easily win an award for Best Actor in a tragic role. Even the new recruits were left dumbfounded by Qin Luo's remarkable acting skills. Could it truly not be him? Was it possible they had wrongfully accused him, and a traitor was among their ranks? However, Cheng Haonan hesitated for merely 2 seconds before snapping back to reality. Impossible, it has to be him. No one else would stoop so low. Reporting. Before he could finish, Wu Ziyuan seized Cheng Haonan's ear, causing him to yelp in pain. What are you reporting? Still slandering someone? Wu Ziyuan was furious. Even if you're pressed for time and can't paint your face properly, couldn't you ask someone else for help? Even if you didn't seek assistance, you could have at least put in a bit more effort to paint such a thing on your own face. You must have a unique sense of style. Cheng Haonan felt wronged and teary-eyed. Who in their right mind would paint such a thing on their own face? I swear it wasn't me. First class leader, Wu Ziyuan shouted. Present. Chang Lei snapped to attention immediately. Your class is brimming with energy that Wu Ziyuan was nearly laughing in frustration. Not only is your imagination boundless, but you're all artists as well. So united in slandering others. Since that's the case, everyone except Qin Luo will run 3 kilometers before heading to bed. What? Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. What the hell? Cheng Haonan gets 5 kilometers. Cheng Haonan felt utterly wronged, thinking, why am I always the one suffering? First class. Heed the command, march. Reluctantly, everyone followed Chang Lei as they trudged towards the training ground. However, as they left, they all shot Qin Luo fierce glares. Their eyes ablaze with indignation, that Wu Ziyuan also cast a glance at Qin Luo before turning to lead Kong Xiang away. Old Wu, how did you know? Kong Xiang glanced back, hesitating to finish his thought. Wu Ziyuan grunted. Is it not obvious? The pain on Qin Luo's face is more terrifying than anyone else's. It's clear someone is targeting him, deliberately trying to set him up. Are you standing up for him? Kong Xiang asked with a smile that Wu Yuan scoffed. Although I can't say I like that kid, I must be fair to ASA Captain. I have to handle matters in the unit impartially. Otherwise, how can I earn the respect of the troops? His frustration bubbled over. Besides, Cheng Haonan's painting was the most careless. He had the fewest strokes, clearly rushed at the last moment, which is why he ended up with such a ridiculous design that it's easy to see who is wronging whom. ISNT? Kong Xiang nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. But that kid too, of all things, why did he have to paint that on his face? Old Wu, I never realized you had such detective potential. Wu Ziyuan chuckled heartily, his pride evident that I possess many talents. Don't even think about using me as your pawn. Watching the two walk away, Qin Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of pride. His risky plan had succeeded. He truly was a genius. Fortunately, Wu Ziyuan hadn't grown suspicious. Otherwise, he would be running laps alongside the others, which would be a self-inflicted wound, a loss that wasn't worth the gain. Turning his gaze back to the training ground, he observed his comrades running in misery, with Chong Lei kicking them along the way, an image of utter despair that a sly smile crept across Qin Luo's face. So you wish to play tricks with me? You are all mere novices. As the morning exercises concluded, the new recruits tidied their personal belongings before dashing towards their assigned area with tools in hand. Just as Qin Luo had swept through a couple of times, he was suddenly surrounded by a throng of people. Hey! Qin Luo straightened up, a smile dancing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Everyone seems quite efficient today, finishing up so quickly. Was it you who did this? Cheng Haonan glared at him, flames of fury in his eyes. Qin Luo feigned righteousness. Of course not. Stop lying. It must have been you. Zheng Qin accused, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you are despicably sneaky. Aren't you? Instead of facing us directly, you choose to play tricks behind our backs? You little brat, I'll get you for this. Cheng Haonan shouted, jabbing a finger at Qin Luo's nose. While we were asleep. You pulled this stunt and painted that thing on my face. Are you even a man? Faced with the hostile glares directed at him, Qin Luo merely shrugged, a grin still plastered on his face. Who was it that littered in my area? Who messed up my belongings while I was away? You initiated this game of tricks, so don't blame anyone else. All the new recruits were seething with rage. And Cheng Haonan clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. I see you, you little brat. Must be asking for a beating. What are you doing? Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed, causing everyone to turn in fright. 3 squad leaders strode over with imposing presence, prompting everyone to stand at attention. Good morning, squad leaders. The 3rd squad leader glanced at them, then turned to Qin Luo. Are they trying to bully you again? Don't be afraid, just tell us if anything happens. The 2nd squad leader snorted coldly. You lot have no sense of unity at all. What has the 1st squad leader taught you? You bullied him last night. And now you want to do it again today. Even we outsiders can't stand by and watch. The new recruits were immediately taken aback. When did Qin Luo become associated with these squad leaders? They actually came to stand up for him. What was most disheartening for the new recruits was that they had clearly been the ones who had been tricked last night, yet somehow Qin Luo had been turned into the victim. Qin Luo, the 5th squad leader, patted him on the shoulder. Speak boldly. If they bully you, we will stand up for you. Yes. The other 2 squad leaders nodded in agreement. The new recruits looked at Qin Luo with anxiety. And Cheng Haonan instinctively took a step back. Seeing their cowardly demeanor, Qin Luo chuckled. He did not wish to escalate the situation. A little suffering would suffice. After all, the system task required him to win over these guys. It would be enough to let them experience a bit of hardship, but not too much. Thank you, squad leaders. I'm fine, Qin Luo said with a smile. They were just feeling guilty for messing with me last night. So they came to help clean the designated area that I'm actually trying to decline to know. Is that so? That the 3rd squad leader laughed. What is there to decline? This is what they should do. Let them do it. The new recruits widened their eyes in disbelief, as if struck dumb. Who said they were here to help? The 3rd squad leader pointed to the side. While you're at it, cut this grass too. Look how overgrown it is. Make sure to clean it all up before breakfast. All the new recruits' eyes bulged. This was beyond their designated area. What are you staring at if you don't clean it properly? Don't expect breakfast. That's our order. The squad leaders glared at them fiercely. Yes, the group of new recruits, faces filled with despair, could only turn to fetch their tools. Damn you, Qin Luo, Zheng Qian lamented. He actually found other squad leaders to deal with us. What a treacherous scoundrel. Fine, if that's how he wants to play, I won't let him off easy. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth. Each new recruit felt utterly aggrieved. They had just been pranked at night. And now they were being pranked again in the morning. Who could understand their feelings? Chapter 15. What are these guys up to? Hey, speed it up. The third squad leader shouted from a distance. We're all watching you, don't even think about slacking off. The second squad leader pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Make sure you cut it evenly. Otherwise, I'll go tell your squad leader and make you run another 3 kilometers. The new recruits, terrified, hurriedly quickened their pace. The sound of scissors snipping echoed sharply. The fifth squad leader chuckled. This is what happens when you bully the new comrades. How Duo was on the verge of tears. But we didn't bully him. Shut up. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare and then looked at the others. We must avenge ourselves. Last night, I was kicked over 20 times by the squad leader. My butt was kicked over 10 times. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. Even squatting down now, it still hurts, so how do we get back at him? Li Dashing turned to Zheng Qian. Physical confrontation is definitely out of the question. That guy has these squad leaders backing him. Zheng Qian's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned. If we can't be physical, let's be cunning that if he's sly, we can outsmart him. Meanwhile, the squad leaders retreated to a corner. Puffing smoke rings while watching the new recruits work. The third squad leader took a drag from a cigarette. Qin Luo is quite the comrade. Despite being bullied, he still wants us to stay out of it. He truly embodies unity. The fifth squad leader nodded with a smile. And he knows how to get along with people too, that it's just helping him uphold a sense of justice. And he even offers us cigarettes. How polite. Let me tell you, the second squad leader said seriously, these cigarettes are not to be taken lightly. We need to keep an eye on Qin Luo in the future and make sure he doesn't get bullied again. That's a must. The group nodded in agreement, then shouted toward the new recruits. Pick up the pace, faster. After breakfast, Chong Lei took Qin Luo to a small grove that don't take what happened last night to heart. He said with a comforting look. Qin Luo smiled. Squad leader, I'm not bothered by it at all. Really? Chong Lei scrutinized him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Really? Chong Lei sighed in relief. It's good that you're not bothered. The army is a big collective, and the squad is a small collective. You have talent and intelligence. I believe you will fit in well with everyone. As Qin Luo observed the squad leader's expectant expression. He felt speechless that he had no desire to bond with that bunch of misfits. They probably wanted to take him down. Don't worry, squad leader, I will definitely fit in with them. Qin Luo replied with a reassuring smile. Chong Lei patted him affectionately. The army is a melting pot. There are also human emotions involved. Never mind. I believe you can do it. He patted Qin Luo again, smiling as he turned to leave. Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, his smile fading instantly. After being tricked twice, those guys should be more subdued now, right? As long as they call him Big Brother, the task would be complete. The morning passed swiftly. As usual, Chong Lei took Qin Luo for extra training while the others performed their drills and ran 5 kilometers, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. At a tea meal time, everyone glared at Qin Luo while serving themselves, as if they were facing a sworn enemy. Qin Luo felt speechless. Are these guys really that resilient? After all this, they still want to confront me. His eyelid twitched. Since they were defiant, he would continue. His body was nearing its limits, that he needed to unlock a new superpower quickly or upgrade his genetic enhancement. Otherwise, he might just collapse from exhaustion. Therefore, he had to complete this task first, after lunch. Qin Luo hastily returned to the barracks, eager to gauge Cheng Haonan's attitude. But as soon as he entered, he froze. Where's my blanket? Where did it go? What about my sheets? He stepped back outside, looked up to confirm it was indeed the first squad, then walked back in. All that remained on his bed was a green mattress. The young master is looking for his blanket. At that moment, Cheng Haonan's smug voice echoed. Qin Luo whipped around to see a few of them sauntering in with self-satisfied grins, his brow instantly furrowing. What did you do with my blanket and my sheets? The new recruits exchanged glances and burst into mischievous laughter. To atone for the wrongs we committed against you last night, we gathered together after finishing our work this morning to discuss how to make it up to you. Cheng Haonan patted his chest. I thought the weather was so nice, so I took your blanket out to air it out. After a whole morning, it should be nice and fluffy. that you'll sleep warm and cozy tonight. Qin Luo was instantly furious that I in the army, especially among new recruits. Airing out blankets was a serious taboo. Once a blanket was aired, the cotton would expand, making it difficult to fold it back to its original state. He had struggled to get his blanket into its current shape, and now that it was utterly ruined. When Chang Lei discovered his blanket was not folded as neatly as when he first arrived, he would surely face criticism. Moreover, Cheng Haonan smugly added, "Oljing saw how hard you were training, so he brought them along to help wash all your dirty clothes and shoes. How about that for an apology?" Qin Luo's head buzzed as he flung open his wardrobe. Sure enough, all his clothes, including his military coat, were gone. Not a single pair of socks remained. Enraged, he shouted, "You sons of bitches washed all my clean clothes? I need a change tonight." The new recruits all cackled wickedly. Cheng Haonan, brimming with pride, said, "If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have washed them. Why didn't you speak up? How could we know? We were just trying to do a good deed that turned out wrong." Zheng Qian chuckled. "Haonan, how can you say that? We washed his clothes to make them smell fresh. He'll have more motivation to train in them. Right, Qin Luo?" "Haha." The others burst into laughter. Qin Luo clenched his fists and marched up. "You want to play games with me? Huh." Cheng Haonan's smile vanished as he coldly stared at him. "You're the one who challenged us. Rookie, that you brought this upon yourself." "Exactly." Zheng Qian fumed. "Look what you've done to us. You deserve it." Qin Luo's cold laugh echoed. He had initially considered reasoning with them, but it seemed unnecessary now that he glanced at his filthy, odorous clothes, and then at the line of wet garments fluttering in the airing yard, feeling ready to explode. "Fine, if that's how you want to play, just wait and see. I'll make you pay for this." "Squad leader, thank you." Outside the storage room, Qin Luo grinned as he stuffed items into Chen Liang's arms. Chen Liang, with a serious expression, raised his arm and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Luo patted his pocket and smiled, saying, "For such a trivial matter, your willingness to lend a hand deserves my gratitude. Class leader, let us leave everything unsaid. It's all understood in silence." Chen Liang shot him a stern glance. "This must not be disclosed." "It shall not happen again." "Yes." Qin Luo saluted, grinning as he dashed out. Once he was completely out of sight, Chen Liang glanced at his pocket, a smile creeping onto his lips. This fellow truly knows how to navigate social situations. It was merely retrieving a bottle of cough syrup from the bag he brought, yet he made such a fuss about it that as the lights-out signal sounded, the lights in each class were extinguished in succession. "Everyone behave yourselves." Chang Lei lay in bed, his voice cold, "that if any more nonsense occurs, don't blame me for being unkind." "Yes, class leader." The others responded in unison, collectively casting their gazes toward Qin Luo. Qin Luo, seemingly unfazed, had half his face covered by his blanket. Zheng Qian nodded to everyone, signaling them to be cautious that night. The group placed their pillows over their faces, securing their ears with ropes. Should Qin Luo attempt to sketch their faces, it would undoubtedly disturb them that if caught in the act, he would surely have to run 3 kilometers. Time ticked by, and the exhaustion from the day's training soon had everyone sound asleep in under 20 minutes. Qin Luo opened his eyes, slowly lifted his head, surveyed the entire class, and then quietly retrieved a small bottle, stealthily descending from his bed. "Old Xie, our company commander has already reprimanded us yesterday in the early hours." Kong Xiang accompanied Xie Camu as they walked through the barracks, smiling as he said, "It was merely a prank. They have recognized their mistake and certainly will not repeat it." Xie Hui smiled faintly at him. "Old Kong, to be honest, among all the new recruits in the regiment, your group plays the most tricks that I've truly witnessed something new." Kong Xiang laughed awkwardly, admitting to himself that he too had seen something remarkable. "Let us go," Xie Hui remarked. "Let us see if they've taken your words to heart and are behaving." Kong Xiang immediately patted his chest, assuring him, "Old Xie, you can rest easy. Our recruits are the most obedient in the entire regiment." Xie Hui merely smiled noncommittally and headed straight for Class 1, that upon reaching the window, Kong Xiang confidently switched on his flashlight. "Listen, their morale is high, yet they sleep soundly. Surely they wouldn't." Suddenly, Kong Xiang jumped in fright. Xie Hui was taken aback and quickly turned on the flashlight. "Old Xie, don't." Kong Xiang realized too late and tried to intervene, but it was too late. The beam of light illuminated Class 1, and Xie Hui's eyes nearly bulged out. There sat the new recruits, rigidly upright in their beds, staring blankly at him. This sight was akin to a horror film for Xie Hui. A gust of wind swept through, and his face turned pale as he glared at Kong Xiang. Old Kong, is this what you call obedient? Staying up all night to scare me? This I. Kong Xiang stammered, at a loss for words. Xie Hui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You all are getting more audacious." Chapter 16. Qin Luo, you are utterly shameless. In front of the dormitory, the new recruits of Class 1 stood in a row, their faces filled with grievance. Their eyes were as wide as saucers as they faced Wu Ziyuan, who glared at them with a murderous intent. Chang Lei, feeling embarrassed, lowered his voice and urged, "What were you all doing up at this hour? Hurry and admit your mistakes." "Admit what?" Wu Ziyuan bellowed. "Just look at how frightened the instructor and Xie Kamu were. It's too late to admit your mistakes now." Chang Lei sighed helplessly while the new recruits looked utterly aggrieved, tears welling in their eyes as they gazed at Wu Ziyuan. "Old Wu, they have been sent off." Kong Xiang rushed over, panting, wiping his sweat as he spoke. "I had to part with 2 packs of cigarettes to placate Xie Kanmu. I was parched from the effort. Stand at attention." Wu Ziyuan suddenly shouted, startling all the new recruits into immediate formation. "What do you intend to do?" He glared at them, his gaze sweeping over Qin Luo, whose eyes twitched slightly, that he had the least regard for soldiers who obediently slept. Rather, he favored those he deemed promising. Wu Ziyuan roared in anger, "Speak." All the new recruits jumped in surprise, and Chang Lei hurriedly reported. "Report, Company Commander, we intended to sleep. However, after some time, we inexplicably found ourselves unable to report. This is true." Zheng Qian quickly added, "I was almost asleep, but for some reason, I suddenly felt wide awake, and no matter how I lay, I couldn't fall asleep, so I sat up to gather myself. And then I just grew more awake and could still not sleep." Li dashing added, his face a picture of misery. "Company Commander, this isn't our fault. We didn't intend to scare the leaders." Qin Luo stifled laughter, for he had indeed administered 2 whole bottles of medicine. If they managed to sleep, it would be a miracle. "And that's not your fault? Then it must be mine?" Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. "So you're blaming your class leader?" Chang Lei looked bewildered, wondering what this had to do with him. "All of you." Wu Ziyuan suddenly halted, glaring at Qin Luo before continuing to roar. "So many of you can't sleep. Do you take me for a fool?" Kong Xiang, seeing the new recruits sufficiently frightened, quickly interjected. "Old Wu, I believe they have realized their mistakes. How about Class Leader 1? Wu Ziyuan suddenly bellowed, startling Kong Xiang to ease. Chang Lei stepped forward, and Wu Ziyuan, fuming, glared at him. "Your soldiers, the good soldiers you trained. Not sleeping is one thing. But must you always let the duty officer see it? You've brought disgrace upon our company." Chang Lei, blushing, shouted back, "Report, it's all my responsibility." Yuan Ti escaped and pointed at him. "Take this bunch of unruly soldiers and run 5 kilometers immediately. Then do 300 push-ups, that if they're not tired, they'll keep going until they are." "Yes," Chang Lei roared, Class 1 to the playground. "Run up march." Qin Luo retreated, that Wu Ziyuan tossed a remark as he turned to Kong Xiang. "I do not wish for this to occur again." "Yes," Qin Luo, smiling mischievously, saluted, shrugged at the recruits, and hopped back. "Class leader," Cheng Haonan protested. "Why does he? Because he didn't rise from the dead like you all? Is that not enough?" Chang Lei shouted angrily. His fury startled Cheng Haonan into submission as he nodded vigorously. The new recruits began to run toward the playground, casting resentful glances back at the dormitory. This night, they had not only lost face, but would also endure physical torment, truly down on their luck. Qin Luo glanced back at them, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "You think this is the end? This is just the beginning. Let us see if you can handle it." As dawn broke, the wake-up call rang out. Each class shouted their resounding slogans, marching in perfect unison toward the playground. Point 1. 1 2 1 2 3. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds erupted from the ranks. The leading squad leader glared at the troops and then shouted again, 1 2 3. Another round of sounds followed. The entire class of new recruits erupted in laughter, many covering their noses. "Did I know more of that?" The duty squad leader, with a face like thunder, glared at everyone. The recruits promptly stifled their laughter and marched forward obediently. The duty squad leader coldly snorted, loudly commanding, 1 2 1 1 2. A cacophony of sounds erupted once more, even louder and more frequent. Infuriated, the duty squad leader turned and yelled, "Who is it? Who insists on breaking wind while I'm speaking? Many recruits were on the verge of tears from laughter. But upon seeing the duty squad leader's furious expression, they could only suppress their mirth. Not just them. Even other new recruit classes running past joined in the uproar. What is going on? Wu Zuan noticed something was amiss and rushed over. Report! The duty squad leader exclaimed angrily. Every time I shout a slogan, someone in the ranks lets out a series of farts. Loud and foul. The moment I shout, they follow suit. It's happened 3 times in a row. Wu Zuan's eyes blazed with fury, but before he could turn around, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, Report! I can't hold it any longer. I need to go to the restroom. Everyone glared at him. It's you who has been. Report! I can't hold it either. Zheng Qian suddenly cried out, writhing in apparent agony. Report! I can't either. Li Dashing yelled urgently. Report! Did I in an instant? The new recruits of Class 1 shouted in unison, while Qin Luo stood obediently in the ranks. It su all that Wu Zuan was so furious he looked ready to explode. But before he could lose his temper, Cheng Haonan bolted from the ranks. Sorry, company commander, I truly can't hold it any longer. And then, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Zheng Qian and his companions appeared exceptionally pallid, scarcely having the time to utter a word before they turned and sprinted alongside Cheng Haonan. Yet, after only a few strides, traces were left behind them. Ha ha ha, a bystander happened to witness this scene, prompting even their squad leader to join in the laughter. Haonan's expression twisted in anger. Scoundrels, why is it always them? After breakfast, Qin Luo let out a contented burp and cheerfully made his way toward the dormitory. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. Qin Luo turned his head, his heart sinking. Chapter 17. The squad leader is terrified. What mischief are you up to now? Wu Ziyuan, his face darkened, beckoned to Qin Luo from beneath a large tree. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Could it be that he has discovered my secret? He was acutely aware that Wu Ziyuan had always harbored a disdain for him. If he found out it was Qin Luo's doing, he would surely send him back. Damn it, I'll just deny it vehemently. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo strode towards Wu Ziyuan. Good day, squad leader. He saluted nonchalantly. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him coldly and got straight to the point. Was it you? Ah, Qin Luo feigned innocence. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. The other members of your class have been acting rather strangely lately. Is this your doing? Squad leader, are you jesting? Qin Luo replied with a facade of innocence, secretly relieved that he had grown accustomed to Wu Ziyuan's temperament, understanding that he was a man of straightforward disposition. Had he known it was Qin Luo's handiwork, he would have presented evidence instead of asking. Clearly, this was a test that I have no such capability. Qin Luo shook his head vigorously. Wu Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Then why is it that everyone in your class is, and you are unscathed? Qin Luo chuckled inwardly, realizing Wu Ziyuan was indeed probing him, that he shrugged. Squad leader, if you are unaware of the matter, how could I possibly know? They didn't involve me. Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo for a prolonged moment, but discerned no trickery. That he scoffed. Let us hope it wasn't you. Otherwise, I will not spare you also. Remember to get along well with your classmates. Yes. Qin Luo immediately saluted. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare before turning on his heel and departing. His head shaking, evidently perplexed about the happenings in Class 1, a smile crept onto Qin Luo's face as he glanced toward the restroom, where sounds of anguished moans were emanating. This time, you all must be at your wits' end. Qin Luo smirked slightly as night descended. The soldiers, having trained throughout the day, marched in orderly lines towards the dining hall. Shortly after dinner, the entire company gathered to watch the evening news broadcast. With no training scheduled for the night, the classes were free to engage in activities post-news. Other classes of recruits joyously headed to the library or basketball court, while only Class 1's recruits trudged back to their quarters. Half dead, after a day like this, they had either been relieving themselves or passing gas. They had run out of spare pants and were now wearing borrowed ones. Their spirits were utterly depleted. All they desired was a place to hide. What an utter disgrace. It was not just their own company. Other recruits had witnessed the debacle. They had become the laughingstock of the entire recruit battalion. Who told you to take a break? Chang Lei entered, his face stern. Did you train at all today? Continue with the physical training. Seriously, squad leader? The crowd immediately protested in grievance. Zheng Qian pleaded with a quivering voice. Squad leader, we've had a miserable day ourselves. We can't possibly endure more physical training. It could be fatal. Indeed, squad leader. Cheng Haonan chimed in, his voice dripping with indignation. I'm a big guy and can barely withstand it. I feel utterly drained. You can't let Duo, who is still growing, go through this so soon? How duo, terrified, burst into tears. Squad leader, I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. Chong Lei, initially enraged, softened at the sight of how duo's tears. All right, I'll allow you to rest, but you must all behave normally tomorrow. Thank you, squad leader. The group expressed their gratitude profusely. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and a foul odor rapidly filled the air. Chong Lei shook his head in exasperation and turned to find the squad leader, wishing to avoid further distress. Once he left, the recruits, faces pale, dashed out, clutching paper in hand. Half an hour later, the recruit sat on the ground, panting heavily. Why hasn't he improved, even after taking the medicine? Cheng Haonan grumbled, clutching his rumbling belly. What on earth is wrong with us? It must be Qin Luo, Zheng Qian suddenly declared, prompting everyone to turn their gazes toward him. Qin Luo? Indeed. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. We just pranked him, and then we couldn't sleep and had stomach issues. Who else could it be? Right, Cheng Haonan slammed his fist on the ground in frustration. It's definitely that scoundrel Qin Luo who has done us in. Old Zheng, think of a new plan quickly, before Zheng Qian could respond. Qin Luo cheerfully sauntered into, everyone is here. All eyes shot daggers at Qin Luo, as if he were a sworn enemy, flames of fury blazing in their eyes. That don't look at me like that. Qin Luo chuckled. You all insisted on making an enemy of me. Damn it, it really is you. Cheng Haonan shouted angrily, pointing at him. What have you done to us? Nothing much. Qin Luo spread his hands. I just gave you a bit of strong caffeine and potent laxatives. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their heads, and no wonder they couldn't sleep last night and had been running to the restroom all day. It was all Qin Luo's doing. You scoundrel! Cheng Haonan was about to charge at him, but as he exerted himself, his stomach growled even louder, causing him to halt in alarm. That don't get too worked up. Qin Luo smiled broadly. If you get excited, your intestines will move faster. That I only administered a small dose, so as long as you remain calm, it won't be so frequent. After all, you've run out of spare pants. Qin Luo. You bastard. Zheng Qian glared furiously at him. You are utterly heartless. Likewise, Qin Luo shrugged. You all wash my belongings, so you're not in any better position. That everyone fixated their gaze on him. Qin Luo chuckled. No need to panic. I actually have the antidote. IT can help you all return to normal. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Then hurry up and bring it. Qin Luo smiled faintly. I can give it to you. But you must agree to one condition. Let us make peace. And you must acknowledge me as your leader. Just that will suffice. Dream on. Get lost. Cheng Haonan barked angrily. The expressions of all the recruits were instantly priceless. But before they could respond, Cheng Haonan pointed at Qin Luo. You've made us suffer so terribly. If you want peace, you must first apologize to us, and then all right. Qin Luo waved his hand. Then it's settled if that's the case. You all can continue on. Qin Luo smiled slightly and turned to leave. So what do we do now? Li Dashing asked, clutching his stomach. That I don't believe a word he says. Cheng Haonan snorted coldly. What nonsense about potent laxatives. We'll surely be fine by morning. That don't worry. The next evening arrived swiftly. The lights out signal sounded, and each class gradually turned off their lights. Before long, the sound of snoring echoed from the various classes. At this moment in Class 1, Chong Lei and Qin Luo lay in bed, sound asleep, with Qin Luo even emitting a contented snore. Meanwhile, the other recruits sat wide awake, each sporting large dark circles under their eyes. How could he be sleeping so soundly? Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo, fists clenched in fury. I really want to beat him to death. Haonan, Li Dashing said energetically. Didn't you say the effects weren't strong? It has been 2 days, and those effects are still exceptionally potent. Cheng Haonan, his face filled with embarrassment, and he anticipated that Qin Luo had not been exaggerating. The effects were indeed incredibly strong. This one do. Zheng Qian shook his head. We may endure the discomfort, but not sleeping is absolutely unacceptable. That if we're this drained today, what will happen tomorrow when we still haven't rested? The squad leader everyone swallowed hard. After a sleepless night, although they appeared energized, they were devoid of strength. During the day's training, their performance had been abysmal. But luckily, Chong Lei had assumed they were just recovering physically, so he hadn't pressed the issue. However, if they continued like this tomorrow previously, they had doubted Qin Luo's words. But now, having endured such a situation, they were no longer dismissive. Old Zheng, you're the crafty one. Cheng Haonan looked to Zheng Qian for help. Quick, think of a way. Everyone turned their hope-filled gazes toward Zheng Qian. Clenching his fists, Zheng Qian glanced at the deeply slumbering Qin Luo, biting his lip. Zheng Qian finally resolved. There's no choice. We can only resort to this one method. He quickly laid out his plan, leaving everyone wide-eyed in shock. Can this really work? Cheng Haonan asked. Utterly speechless, do you have any other options? Zheng Qian shot back. The group wore expressions of resignation, and Cheng Haonan glanced at Qin Luo, his eyes aflame with fury that we absolutely cannot allow that rascal to continue laughing at our expense. Cheng Haonan nodded in agreement. Let's do it, old Xie. You must explain yourself. You've been investigating for 2 consecutive nights. Kong Xiang, standing beside Xie Camu, wore a broad smile. Is it really necessary to keep checking on our squad? We can manage on our own. Indeed, Wuzong nodded vigorously, though anxiety gnawed at his heart. Xie Camu glanced at Kong Xiang and then at Wu Zong, chuckling. The esteemed Captain Wu, who rarely inspects the watch, has actually joined us today. What does this signify? It signifies your unease, and it affirms that my presence here is indeed warranted. Thus, we must conduct an inspection. Kong Xiang quickly interjected with a smile. How could that be? Old Wu simply couldn't sleep. Hence his presence that we have absolute confidence in our troops, don't we, old Wu? That Wu Zuan nodded, yet his expression was grim. Xie Camu observed Wu Zuan's demeanor and smiled faintly. Well, since we've come this far, let us see what we can find. Let us go. Kong Xiang noticed him quickening his pace and had no choice but to follow along with Wu Ziyuan. Did you check just now? Everything all right? Wu Ziyuan whispered. Kong Xiang nodded. I checked just half an hour ago. There were no issues. Everyone was behaving themselves. No trouble at all. That Wu Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I am reassured. The 3 made their way directly to Class 1, where Xie Camu turned on his flashlight. Kong Xiang cheerfully inquired. So, how is it? No problems, I hope. The smile on Xie Camu's face instantaneously froze. What the hell? Wu Ziyuan, startled, leaned forward and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 18. Young people, do not be so despondent. What on earth are you all doing? Wu Ziyuan shouted, his voice filled with exasperation. Outside the dormitory, the new recruits stood shivering in a line. They never imagined that in their quest for sleep, they would be caught by the unfortunate Xie Camu. What kind of absurdity is this? Speak up, Wu Zong pointed at them, trembling with rage. Day in and day out, causing disturbances, refusing to sleep, now attempting a collective act of self-harm. Do you lot have some kind of issue? Are you intent on making my life difficult? Tell me, what exactly do you intend to do? Wu Zong thundered as he strode toward Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan was so frightened he nearly burst into tears. Captain, we don't even know what we're doing. Wu Zong nearly fainted from anger, while Chang Lei's face turned crimson. Qin Luo struggled to suppress his laughter. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. To think that this group had concocted a plan to knock each other out with a stick merely to achieve a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, none had succeeded in rendering another unconscious, resulting instead in the spectacle of a group of soldiers clumsily striking each other's heads, which Xie Camu and the others had witnessed. Qin Luo was almost in stitches. The sheer misfortune of their plan was beyond belief. Xie Camu, furious, pointed at them. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I've gained a new perspective. Your squad is indeed united. Must everything be a group endeavor? Upon hearing this, Wu Zuan and Chang Lei's faces flushed with embarrassment. Kong Xiang hurriedly chimed in. Old Xie, let us not be too harsh. They are merely young, with fiery tempers. It is understandable. When we were young, Xie Camu shot him a glare. When I was young, I would never have rallied so many to engage in such antics. Would you have joined old Wu in such folly? This, Kong Xiang's face turned beet red. What a thing to say. Xie Camu, fuming, pointed at them, but suddenly noticed Qin Luo, who was stifling laughter. At least the soldier seems somewhat normal. Xie Camu pointed at him. Of the entire class, he is the only one who isn't acting like a lunatic. Wu Zuan shot a glance at Qin Luo, his eyelids twitching, unsure whether to be amused or dismayed. The new recruits also turned their gaze toward Qin Luo, their expressions nearly exploding with indignation. For Qin Luo was currently making silly faces at them. That moment, they all felt a murderous intent toward Qin Luo. Enough, Siakamu exhaled. I'm leaving. It's too painful to witness this. Don't go, old Xie. Kong Xiang hurriedly followed him. Give the young recruits a chance. Please don't report this. Watching Kong Xiang and Siakamu depart, Wu Ziyuan's face darkened as he surveyed all the new recruits. Causing them to lower their heads in fear, Wu Ziyuan, his voice trembling with rage, demanded, "What on earth are you all thinking about? Can anyone enlighten me? Tell me what you're up to." "Captain," Chong Lei stood tall. "It's entirely my fault for not properly instructing them. I bear the greatest responsibility. I wasn't even addressing you," Wu Ziyuan shouted, pointing at him. "What kind of squad leader are you? How do you conduct your duties? What nonsense are your soldiers preoccupied with daily?" "Yes." Chong Lei's face was grave. Yuan pointed at him for a long moment, finally roaring. "You are hereby warned and penalized. Think carefully about how to lead your troops." "Yes," Chong Lei shouted. Qin Luo's smile vanished in an instant, his heart sinking. He had only intended to prank Sheng Haonan and his group, never anticipating that it would implicate Chong Lei. "Captain, be quiet," Wu interrupted coldly, fixing him with a glare. "You are a soldier now. Consider how to integrate into the unit. Why aren't they including you in their activities?" Suddenly he paused. "Of course. I didn't mean for you to partake in such antics. Rather, think about why you are not well received and whether you are suited to be a soldier." "Yes," Qin Luo nodded. "But this incident has nothing to do with the squad leader." "Please don't penalize him, Captain," Zheng Qian shouted. "This isn't our squad leader's fault. It's all on us. You all be quiet." Wu Ziyuan pointed at them in frustration. "You have embarrassed your squad leader and brought shame upon our company. Reflect on why you are here in the army. If you enjoy playing around, go home and do that instead." "Chong Lei, here," Wu Ziyuan bellowed. "Now, take them to do push-ups and let them ponder their actions. Remember, didn't they claim to be unable to sleep? If they're not tired, they should not stop." "Yes," Chong Lei shouted back. Wu Ziyuan spun around fiercely, glaring at Qin Luo. "You go back and get some sleep. And also contemplate my words carefully." With a snort of indignation, he stormed off toward the company headquarters. "Captain, we've caused you trouble." Zheng Qian looked at Chong Lei with a bitter expression. Chong Lei scanned the group, sighed internally. "Enough, let us not say anything more. Reflect on what the captain just said. Move out." All followed Chong Lei toward the training ground, while Qin Luo watched their retreating figures, a look of helplessness on his face. "I am sorry, squad leader." Qin Luo exhaled. "This was purely collateral damage. I will make it up to you." As dawn gradually broke, resounding slogans echoed throughout the training regiment. Wu Ziyuan, with dark circles under his eyes, stood at the edge of the training ground, exuding an aura of forbidding presence. Kong Xiang approached with a grin. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep a wink, did you? You look like a panda." "How could I possibly sleep?" Wu Ziyuan snapped in frustration. "After so many years in the army, having led countless troops, I've never encountered a squad like Class 1. Why must I be so unfortunate?" Kong Xiang advised. "Rest assured, I've already spoken to Siakamu. He agreed not to report the matter, granting the new recruits a chance." He patted Wu Ziyuan on the back. "The new comrades are all spoiled by their families. Unlike us back in the day, in this new era, we must adopt new methods of leadership. Patience is key." Wu Ziyuan sighed, then coldly replied. "But this is the army. We are here to prepare for battle at any moment, to defend our homeland." With their current behavior, sigh. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. "That Qin Luo isn't too bad, is he?" "Don't even mention him," Wu Ziyuan retorted dismissively. "The entire class refuses to include him in their activities. He simply cannot integrate into the group. I truly don't understand what Chong Lei is doing. Why hasn't he kicked him out yet?" Kong Xiang shook his head. "You are simply too biased against him, which blinds you to his potential. I think he is quite good." "Goodness," Wu Ziyuan scoffed. "He is merely riding on connections. What brilliance can he possess? No, you need to have a talk with Chong Lei and remind him not to forget our previous agreement. I do not wish for my good soldier to be dragged down by that individual." Kong Xiang gazed at his obstinate demeanor, offering a helpless smile. Although Wu Ziyuan had not been paying attention to Qin Luo, he had been observing him all along. That he had witnessed Qin Luo's transformation, but Kong Xiang understood that no matter what he said, Wu Ziyuan would not believe it. "Perhaps it is better to let you discover it on your own." As the day swiftly came to a close after dinner, The new recruits gathered as usual to watch the news. Following the news, each class conducted their evening exercises. Once the exercises concluded, they enjoyed a brief respite. The new recruits rushed to the small shop to seize the opportunity to buy snacks. Some headed to the restroom, while others washed clothes or took care of personal hygiene, creating a bustling atmosphere within the company. Bang! Chung Haonan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The other new recruits were no better off, all sprawled in various corners, utterly exhausted. From the previous night until now, they had undergone relentless training without pause. Since joining the new recruits, they had never felt this tired before. Everyone hurried to freshen up. Chong Lei, holding a basin, coldly stated, "Get a good night's sleep tonight, and refrain from any further nonsense." "Yes," the group replied feebly. Chong Lei shook his head and turned to leave that he has exhausted every possible means to torment everyone, and he does not believe there is anything more he can do. If anything else were to arise, he would be powerless to reverse the situation. Qin Luo hastily grabbed a basin and rushed out. He was already thoroughly exhausted from the day, only wishing for a hot bath to soothe his weary body. Observing his retreating figure, a wave of anger surged within everyone. This scoundrel, having caused us such misery, couldn't even muster a single apology. The Li Dashing clenched his fists in fury. Apologize? Zheng Qian seethed with rage. He just told me today to bow down and concede, or else face even more formidable tricks. Damn him. Chung Haonan sprang to his feet, but immediately felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen, causing him to grimace. Everyone, Chung Haonan glared at the group. This is no longer just about him riding roughshod over us. We are now sworn enemies. Indeed. A fierce fire ignited in everyone's eyes. The entire squad knew that their collective misdeeds from last night had been discovered. Today, wherever they went, they were met with ridicule, with some even mimicking them to mock their disgrace. They felt utterly humiliated, all thanks to Qin Luo. Old Chung Haonan glared at Zheng Qian. If we don't teach him a lesson, we want to even be able to call ourselves men. This matter is far from over. Zheng Qian nodded in silence. You are right. This brat's methods are despicable, and we certainly can't outmatch him. The only way forward is to subdue him. What are we waiting for? Chung Haonan shouted with murderous intent. Let us get him. Chapter 19. A single punch to defeat them all today. The common folk are truly, genuinely joyful. Hey. Qin Luo sang cheerfully while bathing, using a bar of soap as a microphone and spinning around. However, as he turned, he suddenly froze, the soap slipping from his grasp and flying away. Just as he was about to retrieve it, he noticed a pair of feet standing beside the soap. Looking up, Qin Luo was met with the furious gazes of Zheng Qian and Chung Haonan. His eyelids twitched involuntarily, that he began to hesitate. Should he pick up the soap or leave it be? Qin Luo swallowed hard. I'm not engaging in that, and I don't accept your way of apologizing. Shut your mouth. Chung Haonan furiously pointed at him. We're here to apologize. How dare you say that? You scoundrel, you put us through hell, and now I'm both tired and in pain. We're resettling this today. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Settle it? Really? Zheng Qian snorted coldly, turning to the few soldiers still bathing. Everyone, this is none of your concern. This is a matter within our class. Move along quickly and don't speak of it outside. The new recruits, sensing the tension, hurriedly dried off and wrapped themselves in towels before exiting. They weren't afraid of collateral damage. They simply feared the notorious reputation of this group. Nobody wanted to be caught in the crossfire. Once everyone had left, Li Dashing closed the bathroom door, and the group menacingly surrounded Qin Luo. Qin Luo quickly covered himself. Hey, I really don't swing that way, although I was just singing. That was merely a song, not an invitation for you to join in. Damn it. Chung Haonan's eyes blazed with fury. You're nothing but garbage, using such despicable means against us. What were you thinking? Enough with the chatter, let us get to it. Zheng Qian interjected, then fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Luo. Qin Luo, we don't want to drag this out with you. Let us resolve this today. Qin Luo, now dressed, smiled at them. So, you all agree to my terms? It's about time. I assent it. Become my underlings, call me Big Brother, and I'll reward you with money. No one loses out here. Shut up. Zheng Qian pointed at him. I'm drawing a line now. First, you must apologize to all of us and treat us to a meal as compensation. One meal, isn't enough. Chung Haonan's eyes widened. It has to be 3 meals. Yes, 3 meals. Zheng Qian nodded. Then we can forgive you. However, you must refrain from showing off during training, or will be punished daily. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Let us move on to the second point. Second, Li Dashing snorted. If you don't agree to the first point, we'll beat you until you do. Zheng Qian glared coldly at Qin Luo. We've already made concessions. It's in your best interest to agree. Otherwise, we'll be quite inclined to beat you to a pulp. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone tightened their fists, glaring at him intently. Qin Luo was at a loss for words. These conditions were tantamount to nothing, especially the training clause. If he agreed to that, how could he maintain his status as the top recruit? I refuse to accept either of these demands. Everyone stepped forward in unison. How about this? Qin Luo smiled at them. I'll make a concession. You can call me Big Brother, and I'll still give you money. But you want to have to do my work that in the future. I can also teach you during training to help you improve. What do you think? Not bad, right? Gasp. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. You. Cheng Haonan trembled with rage. You actually want to teach us? We've been here 2 months longer than you. Do you think you're some seasoned veteran? Qin Luo shrugged. I don't want to teach you, but don't you get punished for being weak? If I help you improve, you won't have to face penalties anymore. Damn, enough with the talk. Cheng Haonan roared. This guy needs a good beating to set him straight. Zheng Qian nodded. Qin Luo. If you refuse my offer, don't blame us for what happens next. Attack. He immediately stepped back to stand beside Hao Duo. Cheng Haonan and the others could no longer contain themselves, grinning maliciously as they charged at Qin Luo. Hey, let us talk this out. I really don't want to fight you. Qin Luo backed into a corner. At the same time, he gathered his strength, his right fist brimming with power. That you're still going to hit us? Cheng Haonan sneered. I'll make you kneel and call me father. He raised his fist and aimed for Qin Luo's chest. The others followed suit, all aware that they shouldn't strike the face, lest their instructor discover it. But hitting the body would leave no marks that don't. Qin Luo retreated while delivering a precise punch. Don't come closer, don't. Bang! In the next moment, Cheng Haonan's face contorted in agony. It felt as though his stomach had been struck by a heavy hammer, his pupils dilating rapidly. His feet left the ground, his body bending into a C shape as he uncontrollably flew backward. The 3 soldiers behind him felt a strong gust of wind rush past. Then, everything went dark as a massive figure collided into them, sending them careening backward. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 soldiers tumbled away like bowling pins. Cheng Haonan fared even worse, flying over 2 meters before hitting the ground and collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face from the pain. That he quickly propped himself up with his hands, barely managing to stay upright. However, his posture resembled more of a bowing gesture than anything else. Silence, an absolute silence. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo stared in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. And they instinctively stepped back several paces to Haonan, are you all right? Zheng Qian stammered. Cheng Haonan struggled to lift his head, waving his finger at him with an air of nonchalance. Just as he attempted to speak the 3rd word, he suddenly vomited violently, expelling the dinner he had eaten earlier. The force of it startled the other recruits, who quickly recoiled and covered their noses. My goodness. That stench is overwhelming. Zheng Qian watched in horror at Cheng Haonan's pitiful state. Swallowing hard, he turned his head with great difficulty to see Qin Luo slowly retracting his hand, wearing the solemn demeanor of a martial arts master. He would never have anticipated that this seemingly frail individual could possess such formidable strength. With a single effortless strike, he had reduced the nearly 6-foot-tall, 200-pound Cheng Haonan to this state, along with sending 3 others flying. It was well known that Cheng Haonan was nicknamed the Tank among the recruits. No one dared to challenge him. What kind of power does Qin Luo possess? At that moment, Qin Luo felt an exhilarating rush. He had been unable to unleash such force previously, nearly bursting from the internal pressure. This time, he successfully demonstrated his strength, and to his astonishment, the power was immense that if he were to level up in the future, who knows what would happen? Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Qin Luo slowly shook his finger at the group. Initially, I merely wish to coexist with you as ordinary individuals. Why must you force my hand? Instantly, all the recruits felt a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling. Why you know martial arts? Zheng Qian gazed at Qin Luo in terror. Of course, Qin Luo dramatically waved his arms in the air, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. Young men, I advise you to reconsider. Do not push me to take action. That punch just now was the culmination of my 20 years of skill. Do you think you can withstand it? Beneath his seemingly inscrutable exterior, Qin Luo was actually terrified. After that punch, he would need time to cool down, and if these guys rushed him now, he would have no choice but to endure the beating. Fortunately, his posture was impeccable, nearly identical to that of a character in a Donnie Yen film. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, all gasping in disbelief. This guy, he is actually a master. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they hadn't T-charged in. Otherwise, the outcome would have been disastrous. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated them, Qin Luo let out a sigh of relief but continued to threaten. So, do you wish to continue? Very well, bring it on. This time, I'll take on 10. At the moment when Zheng Qian was utterly terrified, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of panic. Just as they turned their heads, the door burst open with a resounding bang. Chang Lei and several other squad leaders rushed in, their urgency palpable. Following closely behind were the company commander and the instructor. However, when they laid eyes on Cheng Haonan, who was kneeling on the ground, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Chang Lei bellowed, "What on earth are you doing?" Cheng Haonan, "Why are you kneeling?" Cheng Haonan's expression twisted in distress, saliva stringing from his mouth as he mustered the courage to reply. Report. Squad leader, the ground is too slippery. I slipped and fell. Then why in the world are you crying? Chang Lei glared fiercely at him. Cheng Haonan felt a tumult within him, pain flooding his senses, and tears streamed down his face. That it hurts. Squad leader, come here that you're crying too. Chapter 20. Why is everyone so kind to Qin Luo? Chang Lei swept a glance across the room, but before he could speak, Wu Zuan pushed him aside. Upon seeing the company commander arrive, all the new recruits quickly stood at attention, and Qin Luo hastily pulled on his pants. Wu Zuan assessed Qin Luo and the others, immediately deducing what had just transpired. His expression darkened ominously. Well, quite the ruckus you've made, one spectacle after another. A group of you ganging up on one. And look at the state you're in. Truly impressive. Company commander, that I really did slip. Cheng Haonan blurted, but before he could finish, he retched again. Enough with the nonsense. Can you really fall like this? It's evident you've been beaten down. Several onlookers among the squad leaders chimed in, and Chang Lei's eyelid twitched in irritation. It was said that family shame should not be aired publicly, and the disgrace his squad had brought upon him was already unbearable. Now, with so many witnesses, his reputation was thoroughly tarnished. That Wu Zuan cast a cold smile at Chang Lei, who was blushing fiercely, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Just kill me." Wu Zuan shot him a stern look. After all, these were his best soldiers, and with no outsiders present, he couldn't bear to punish them too harshly. What are you still kneeling for? Get up. Instructor Kong Xiang swiftly intervened, attempting to smooth things over. Quickly tell the company commander the truth. Zheng Qian hastily waved his hand, and the new recruits rushed to help the fallen individuals. Cheng Haonan, still racked with pain, could only bend over as he was assisted. He never anticipated that Qin Luo could actually fight. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have dared to confront Qin Luo head-on. Wu Zuan snorted disdainfully. What is there to discuss? Even a fool can see what happened. Kong Xiang nudged him, whispering, "This incident doesn't reflect well. It shouldn't get out. They've already disgraced the regiment. Do you think I care if it spreads?" Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. Kong Xiang awkwardly chuckled, stepping back helplessly, leaving them to fend for themselves. The Wu Yuan glared furiously. A bunch of useless soldiers. You've been in the military for 2 months longer than them. And you ended up like this. That if you were in my company, I would train you until you couldn't take it anymore. What a disgrace. Zheng Qian and the others felt so ashamed they wished they could disappear into the ground. Who would have guessed Qin Luo was so formidable? Class leader, here. Your squad is far too energetic, Wu Ziyuan roared. You will take them to the field for 2 hours of running, no less than a minute. And tomorrow, each of you will write a self-criticism to be presented before the entire company. Understood, Chang Lei shouted. Company commander, the 5th squad leader said with a grin. Let us forget about Qin Luo. He was just bullied and retaliated in self-defense. Indeed, company commander, the 3rd squad leader quickly added, he didn't provoke anyone. It was purely instinctive self-defense. Wu Ziyuan whipped around, and the squad leaders immediately fell silent. Wu Zon narrowed his eyes. Isn't he a soldier? Aren't they comrades? And does fighting even have a place in the military? The squad leaders were left speechless as Wu Zon thundered. The military is a collective. We share honor and disgrace, and we advance and retreat together. Do I need to elaborate on this? Yes. All the squad leaders quickly straightened up. They understood the company commander was furious and hoped desperately not to be caught in the crossfire. Chong Lei, why are you still dawdling? Wu Zon turned his gaze. Run, first squad. Chong Lei yelled. To the field, move out, yes. All the new recruits trudged along behind Chong Lei, their faces contorted in pain. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Yet under the company commander's murderous glare, he dared not utter a sound. Qin Luo, now dressed, quickly caught up. Although he faced punishment, he felt surprisingly good that he had long wanted to teach those rascals a lesson. And finally, the opportunity had arisen without severe repercussions that if he could, he wished to land another punch later, as Zheng Qian and the others had yet to fully experience it. Qin Luo glanced at the pitiful state of Cheng Haonan and the others, a smile creeping across his lips. This punch should have cowed them, right? Tomorrow, there might even be unexpected surprises. Perhaps when I wake up, they will come to acknowledge their defeat. As the group rushed out of the restroom, Qin Luo quickly sprinted to catch up with Chong Lei. Squad leader, why don't you take a break from running? Qin Luo was principled. He harbored grudges against those who wronged him, although Chong Lei treated him well. The constant scolding from Wu Zon left him feeling uneasy. That I'll run with them, Qin Luo stated. You can just watch. We want to slack off. Zheng Qian and the others shot him exasperated glares. What the hell? Are you trying to play the good guy now? Enough, Chong Lei said, running ahead without looking back. You are comrades. You should support one another on the battlefield. You can trust each other with your backs. You may not be blood brothers, but you should be closer than brothers. He spoke gravely. I have always aimed to enhance your military skills but neglected to teach you this vital lesson. That is my failing. The company commander is right. The state you are in now is largely my responsibility. Run. Chong Lei barked that we will reflect on this together. As they observed Chong Lei's retreating figure. Not only Qin Luo but everyone fell silent at that moment. Chong Lei was a good squad leader, but their conflicts had caused him continuous trouble, weighing heavily on everyone's conscience. Qin Luo took a deep breath. A bitter smile touching his lips that moment. He could not quite grasp the meaning behind Chong Lei's words. Why should one entrust their back to another? Wouldn't it be better to rely on oneself? Could others truly be trusted? He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and strode forward. The others followed suit in silence, not uttering a word. Now it was Chong Lei's turn to watch their backs. Hoping that after today, they would all mature. They were no longer civilians, but soldiers that moment. Wu Zon and Kong Xiang stepped out of the restroom. The squad leaders exchanged greetings, hurriedly scurrying back with their tails between their legs. Old Wu, don't be angry, Kong Xiang said, patting Wu Zon's shoulder. Chong Lei is your soldier. Trust him, he will surely manage these new recruits well. Wu Zon clenched his fists. How can I not worry? Initially, I thought Qin Luo was a disaster, but now I realize this entire squad is a handful that I fear they will drag down my best soldiers. He inhaled deeply. I've been focusing my attention on the 7th and 8th squads while neglecting them. It seems I need to shift my focus. Kong Xiang regarded Wu Zon solemnly, aware of Chong Lei's standing in his superior's eyes. Wu Zon had just begun his leadership journey, and Chong Lei had been a squad leader since then. They had shared many years together, making it difficult for Wu Zon to let him go from the military. He sighed. I still stand by my words. Trust Chong Lei. He is an excellent squad leader. However, I must admit, Qin Luo is quite the surprise. Kong Xiang chuckled that I never expected him to be so formidable. That's an unexpected gain. Yet, what good is being strong? Wu Zon scoffed, and no matter how capable he is, he doesn't behave like a soldier. Just look at his interpersonal relationships. Can someone like him find a place in the military? Don't defend him. I see right through him that he is fundamentally different from the others. At least his mindset is not aligned with theirs. Kong Xiang could only offer a helpless smile. Wu Zon's stubbornness was deeply rooted. By the way, Wu Zon suddenly frowned. Have you noticed something off about the attitudes of the other squad leaders? Kong Xiang paused in surprise. Is there? Of course there is, Wu Zon replied coldly. I instructed them to target Qin Luo. Yet look at them. They were just defending him. There is something amiss with this bunch. Kong Xiang quickly cleared his throat. All right, don't overthink it. Let us get back and rest. He pulled Wu Zuan towards the company headquarters, fearing he might stir up more trouble that I end the dormitory. Qin Luo sprawled across his bed, snoring contentedly. The other new recruits, meanwhile, felt like exhausted old men, every muscle aching after 2 grueling hours of running. Although they were utterly fatigued, the energy they had expended left them wide awake, unable to sleep. Watching Qin Luo snore so loudly, everyone clenched their fists in frustration. Yet, none of them had the inclination to beat him up again. Not only did they not want to drag Chonglei into it, but they also knew they wouldn't stand a chance. Zheng Qian, noticing that the squad leader had already fallen asleep, muttered, "That bastard Qin Luo sleeps like a dead pig while we're in agony, trying to find sleep. It's infuriating." Cheng Haonan grumbled angrily. "This matter isn't over. Old Zheng, we need to think of a way to get back at him." "Are you serious, bro?" Li Dashing lamented, his face a picture of despair. "Let us just forget it. We can't take him down." "Exactly." How Duo shook his head vehemently. "Let us yield. He is far too formidable to a group of cowards." Cheng Haonan glared at them. Zheng Qian shot a disgruntled look at him. "Haonan, you've been thoroughly beaten by him. How can we possibly contend? What do you have left to confront him with?" Everyone silently nodded. They truly feared Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan's face flushed crimson. "Indeed, I cannot surpass him. Who would have thought he was so capable? In truth, I too wish to concede. That punch still aches painfully." Upon hearing his words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. This is how it should be. Zheng Qian chuckled lightly. "Actually, he hasn't truly harmed us. It's we who. However, we cannot concede at this moment." "What?" Zheng Qian glared at Cheng Haonan. You just... Cheng Haonan waved his hand. "We cannot surrender just because we were defeated. That would be too shameful. At the very least, we must surpass him in certain aspects, or at the very least, stand on equal ground. Otherwise, he will truly ride over us, showing us no respect whatsoever." How Duo whispered, "I believe Qin Luo is not as you say as long as we." "Shut up. What do you understand?" Cheng Haonan insisted earnestly. "I have an unerring eye for people." Zheng Qian rolled his eyes. "If you have an eye for people, then even pigs can climb trees. Are you just concerned about face, old Zheng?" Cheng Haonan looked at him pleadingly. "I am enduring this for everyone's sake. You cannot falter at a crucial moment. You are full of clever ideas. Lend me your support." Zheng Qian turned to the others. "What do you all think?" "Everyone." Cheng Haonan quickly turned to the rest. "I am your brother. You cannot back down at this moment. I beg you." Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Li Dashing nodded with a pained expression. "All right, but this is absolutely the last time that if you cannot do it, you must concede. I do not wish to experience the golden gun that never falls again." The others nodded as if haunted by a nightmare. That feeling was something they never wished to endure again, far too terrifying. It must be done. Cheng Haonan looked at Zheng Qian with excitement. "Old Zheng, I am counting on you." "All right." Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. "This is the last time. If we still cannot win, we will concede." The other soldiers nodded repeatedly, genuinely fearful of provoking Qin Luo. They might not survive to see new recruits join their ranks. Qin Luo's methods had already left them with psychological scars. "Congratulations, my lord. You have secured yet another billion-dollar order." Wang Rifa cheerfully handed Qin Jiaqing a glass of Norman Conquest wine. Qin Jiaqing gazed at the swirling red wine in the glass. Letting out a heavy sigh, he slumped on the sofa, utterly devoid of spirit. Wang Rifa quietly inquired, "My lord, are you thinking about the young master again?" Qin Jiaqing set down the wine glass. "Indeed, the army is so harsh. The food is so poor. Xiao Luo must have lost a great deal of weight. I wonder if he is being bullied. I truly worry for him." Wang Rifa comforted him. "My lord, once the young master has endured enough hardship, he will naturally return. Your urgency is of no avail." Though that was true, Qin Jiaqing lamented, "But without Xiao Luo by my side spending money for me, I feel no sense of achievement, no motivation whatsoever. I can't help but feel like a useless person." Wang Rifa chuckled bitterly. If those competitors you defeated heard this, they would surely cry from despair in the restroom. That he pondered for a moment, then suggested, "How about I call Colonel Qi and ask how the young master is faring? Perhaps he is already overwhelmed and crying. Want to come back?" Yes, that's very possible." Qin Jiaqing immediately perked up. "Quick, hurry. What are we waiting for? Once he returns, I will have motivation to earn money and to work." Chapter 21. Do you still wish to be tormented by me? All right, thank you, Colonel Qi. Wang Rifa smiled as he hung up the phone. And Qin Jiaqing immediately leaned in. So, is Xiao Luo about to be sent back? Seeing Qin Jiaqing's impatient demeanor, Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Colonel Qi said the young master is in the most arduous training unit. So I believe he should be nearing his breaking point. Qin Jiaqing anxiously asked. Then, when will he be back? Wang Rifa replied, counting the days, I think at most in 2 weeks. Qin Jiaqing finally exhaled deeply, his face brightening with a smile. That reassures me. Haha, I suspect that at this very moment, he must be regretting his decision to join the army. Perhaps he is hiding under the covers, secretly crying and thinking of me. Ha 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 ha. Wang Rifa hesitated. However, the young master went to pursue military beauty. If he returns in such a disheartened manner, it might be a blow to his spirits. Then let him go on vacation to clear his mind. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand grandly. Did you not just buy him an island in the Caribbean? Send over 100 supermodels to throw a grand beach party. After a few days, he will naturally feel better. Wang Rifa gave a thumbs up. Truly, my lord, your foresight is commendable. I will arrange it right away. Wait, what is it, my lord? Qin Jiaqing replied with a serious demeanor. Once everything is arranged, let me review it first. Not just any woman is qualified to approach the son of Qin Jiaqing. We must be very selective. Yes, my lord. Wang Rifa felt a bit awkward. You truly are a good father at a T2 in the morning. Outside the 9th Company, Staff Officer CS smiled. Commander, I can handle the patrol. There's no need for you to come personally. Gao Kun shot him a glare. Stop the nonsense. As the commander, I must understand the situation of each company. Otherwise, how would you keep me informed? Staff Officer Siet chuckled awkwardly. Commander, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare, really. The 9th Company is doing well. Stop dawdling. Lead the way. Gao Kun hurriedly strode inside, and Staff Officer Xie had no choice but to follow quickly. He wanted to notify Kong Xiang and Wu Ziyuan, but with Gao Kun arriving suddenly, he had no time. Gao Kun walked ahead with a stern expression, filled with dissatisfaction, that he had no idea what had gotten into the colonel in the middle of the night, calling him to inquire about Qin Luo's situation. How was he supposed to know? After handing him over to Wu Ziyuan, he never checked in again. From the moment this kid arrived, Gao Kun had a poor impression of him, sensing a troublesome air about him, so he had no interest in asking. Who knew why the colonel suddenly wanted to inquire at such an hour? He could only offer a vague response and then rush over to assess the situation. Otherwise, if the colonel asked again later and he stammered without an answer, that would be disastrous. Commander, this way. Staff Officer Xie glanced at the first squad and immediately thought to lead Gao Kun to another squad. He had already developed a psychological shadow regarding the first squad and feared that Gao Kun would discover issues there, which would put Wu Ziyuan in his debt. Qin, what was his surname again? Qin Luo, right? Gao Kun suddenly asked, where is that last recruit? Staff Officer Xie's heart sank. He was truly afraid of what was to come of he. Staff Officer Xie smiled awkwardly. Speak up. Gao Kun glared. You wouldn't be unaware of the situation. Would you? Then what are you patrolling for every day? Staff Officer Xie, feeling helpless, could only point to the first squad, and Gao Kun immediately strode over. Sorry, old Wu. I did my best. Staff Officer Xie sighed internally and hurried to catch up. As they approached, Gao Kun snatched the flashlight and shone it inside. The dark dormitory was instantly illuminated, revealing a circle of new recruits sitting together. Upon seeing the light, they all turned in shock, their eyes reflecting the brightness, appearing eerily terrifying, nearly scaring Gao Kun out of his wits. Damn. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, but here conjuring spirits. Staff Officer Xie covered his face. This squad is truly a bunch of oddballs. They are beyond saving, utterly beyond saving. Run, run quickly. On the playground, Chong Lei shouted angrily, You are truly making me lose face. I thought you would reflect on your actions, but instead, you are causing chaos that if the company commander doesn't run you ragged today, I will. Chung Haonan and the others ran breathlessly, large beads of sweat pouring down. Zheng Xian had just thought of a plan to deal with Qin Luo and was discussing it with everyone when the inspection arrived. Haven't we already been checked once? Why are they back? Why are we so unlucky? Li Dashing lamented. Chung Haonan wore a face of grievance. Who would have thought they would come to inspect at 2 in the morning? Is the leadership so excited that they can't sleep? Enough with the chatter. Chong Lei bellowed, Speed up and run. Everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and sprint forward to the headquarters. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang stood obediently before Gao Kun. Staff Officer Xie stood to the side, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "Sorry, Commander," Yuan said with a dark expression. "It is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the squad leader." "It was my." "Enough." Gao Kun waved his hand. The previous matter was inconsequential. He was concerned about Qin Luo. "Now tell me, how is Qin Luo doing recently?" Upon hearing this, Kong Xiang instantly knew that Gao Kun was no longer angry and quickly replied with a smile. "Commander, he is very unfit." Wu Ziyuan interrupted him, his face stern. "He is performing abysmally. I suggest we send him back immediately." Kong Xiang felt a jolt of anxiety and glared fiercely at Wu Ziyuan. "Can't you see that the commander is specifically here to inquire about Qin Luo? Must you provoke him?" Bang. Sure enough, Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at Wu Ziyuan. "What did you promise me? You said you would take good care of him and ensure he accomplished his tasks. Oh, now you want to back out? Regrettably, I once praised you as the finest company commander, yet it appears you are utterly lacking. You cannot even manage a single new recruit." "Commander," Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. "It is my incompetence. You are entirely correct. However, as you have observed, he struggles to integrate into the collective. The soldiers in his class refuse to involve him in any activities. Is such a person truly suited for the military? Anyone can change." Gao Kun stood up angrily. "The military is a grand melting pot. Even rusted iron can be reforged into fine steel. His failure to improve is your responsibility." "Indeed." Wu Ziyuan straightened his chest. "I accept full responsibility." "You accept nothing." Gao Kun rushed toward him, wanting to rebuke, but the words caught in his throat. He lowered his voice. "Wu Ziyuan, think back to your beginnings. You were nothing, proud as a fighting cock, unable to fit into the collective. Yet, did you not eventually integrate, through your own efforts reaching this day?" Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched, memories of his past surfacing. Gao Kun spoke kindly. "Your father once said you would amount to nothing. Yet you chose the hardest path to transform into who you are today. I recall you telling me that no matter the difficulties ahead, you would overcome them. Now, Qin Luo is a difficulty. Can you not conquer it?" "I don't no need to elaborate." Gao Kun stated coldly. "He must participate in the new recruit assessment, but if he fails, at least you will have tried your best. But should you give up now, you will have lost to yourself. Since he has joined the military and donned this uniform, as commanders, we cannot abandon any soldier." Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on Gao Kun, who met his stare unwaveringly. "Yes," Wu Ziyuan nodded. Nearby, Kong Xiang sighed in relief, fearing Wu Ziyuan would persist and provoke the commander further. Gao Kun smiled slightly, patting him. "I look forward to his performance. If he succeeds, it will also reflect your capabilities." With that, he strode outside. Assistant Xie exchanged glances with the instructor and hurriedly followed suit. The instructor, having seen Gao Kun off, returned with a smile. "Old Wu, you have finally come to your senses. Just look at you, so capable." Wu Ziyuan sat heavily in his chair. "Notify all the squad leaders. Do not make things difficult for Qin Luo. Also, inform the next squad leader to give their all and not abandon Qin Luo. I owe him that much." Kong Xiang smiled faintly, thinking to himself, perhaps you need not instruct them. The squad leaders would not trouble Qin Luo. Moreover, he could see that Chang Lei had already dedicated himself wholeheartedly. As the wake-up call sounded, Qin Luo reflexively sprang to his feet. Just as he prepared to dress, he noticed other recruits sluggishly rising, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. "What happened to you all? Did you not sleep last night?" Qin Luo inquired curiously. Everyone shot him a fierce glare. Last night, Qin Luo had slept like a log. They had been punished with running, and upon returning, Qin Luo's snores had been thunderous, preventing them from getting any rest. "What is the matter?" Qin Luo asked, puzzled. The recruits exchanged glances, then suddenly turned to him, collectively revealing a knowing smile. Before he could comprehend, they had already dressed and rushed outside. Qin Luo's eyes twitched, completely bewildered. What madness has overtaken these fellows? Chapter 22. You are filled with contrariness. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent whistle sounded. All squads assemble. The barracks erupted in activity. Soldiers hurriedly streamed out, forming squads in front of the dormitory. They then swiftly made their way to the training ground. Once the entire company was assembled, Wu Ziyuan stood sternly before them. "Attention!" With a loud bang, everyone stood at attention. At ease, Wu Zhuan surveyed the crowd, his voice cold. I have just received news that there will be significant changes to this year's new recruit assessment. The crowd fell silent. He continued, our army has 3 divisions, with 3 new recruit training battalions, and they will all undergo assessments together. Surprise flickered across everyone's faces, especially among the squad leaders that in previous years. Each division's training battalion conducted new recruit assessments separately. Afterward, the recruits would be assigned to various units that had never happened before for all 3 training battalions to assess together. Wu Zhuan spoke with fervor. This assessment needs no further explanation. You should all understand well. Since we are competing alongside 3 training battalions, we will not only be competing against our own recruits, but also against those from other divisions. At that time, not only the division commander will be present, but also leaders from the army. Whether you are a mule or a horse, you will be brought out for inspection. You are not only fighting for the honor of our company, but also for the honor of our division. In the time to come, each squad must intensify their training. If we can make a remarkable showing before the entire army, the benefits are too numerous to mention. Do you all understand? Yes. The crowd roared in unison. The squad leaders beamed with excitement. Fully aware of the advantages the commander had hinted at, that if they could present themselves well before the division commander or army leaders, they would be prioritized for retention or promotion. Qin Luo stood among the ranks, a smile gracing his face. The system task was to secure first place among the new recruits for a reward, and now with 3 battalions competing, the difficulty had surged. If he could claim the top spot, wouldn't the reward also multiply? With this thought, Qin Luo felt elated. However, glancing at the few recruits beside him, his heart sank. He had already inquired with the system. The task sequence could not be bypassed, meaning he must subdue them before the new recruit assessment. Otherwise, even if Qin Luo secured first place among all new recruits, exceeding the task requirements, he would still receive no reward. Taking a deep breath, he hoped that the punch from last night would be enough to intimidate them. If not, he truly had no other options. Squads break, continue training. First squad, right turn. Second squad, right turn. Third squad. Each squad marched in orderly fashion toward their respective directions. Wu Zhuan smiled slightly. Their company's performance was currently ranked first in the battalion. When the 3 training battalions came together, securing a spot in the top 3 should pose no problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qin Luo in the distance. He took a step forward, but halted immediately. He had intended to personally encourage Qin Luo, yet pride prevented him from doing so. Never mind. The instructor had already briefed Chang Lei. Wu Zhuan clenched his fists. Qin Luo, I will not trouble you any further. I have provided you with this opportunity. Should you still fail, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Stand still, bang. Left turn, bang. The entire first squad faced their squad leader. Chang Lei looked seriously at everyone. You all heard the company commander, right? This year's assessment is more crucial than ever if you achieve good results. I will take you all to the division's reconnaissance battalion. Excitement illuminated every face. They had long heard that both the squad leader and company commander hailed from the division's reconnaissance battalion. The iron-blooded 2nd Company .it was a coveted place, where the strong gathered, where soldiers could strut with confidence before others. Chang Lei continued. Therefore, starting today, our training intensity will increase. We must enhance your abilities while ensuring quality. This assessment involves all 3 training battalions. Do not underestimate the hidden talents within the other battalions. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. All right, as I mentioned this morning, Qin Luo will train separately with me. The rest will be led by Zheng Qian. This morning, we will focus on practicing formations. Your fundamentals are too weak, and we will improve them one step at a time. Report. Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted loudly. Qin Luo looked over in surprise. Speak. The squad leader nodded. Cheng Haonan stated solemnly. Squad leader, we have discussed this and request to train alongside Qin Luo. Qin Luo was taken aback, and Chang Lei looked equally astonished. But you all, report, squad leader. Cheng Haonan said seriously. We know Qin Luo excels in every aspect. So we want to train with him. This way, we can improve faster, which is far better than training alone. Chang Lei was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a broad smile. Have these lads finally seen the light? Is that how you all feel? Chang Lei turned to Zheng Qian and the others. Zheng Qian and the others nodded vigorously. Report, squad leader, we feel the same way. Truly we do. Then they all turned to Qin Luo. Their eyes filled with a plea for reconciliation. They had genuinely conceded. Qin Luo's strength was overwhelming, and the power of that punch still left them somewhat fearful at that moment. They no longer cared about the distinction between old and new soldiers. Continuing to spar with Qin Luo would likely cost them a good unit, that it was better to train diligently alongside him, hoping to achieve good results in the upcoming assessment. Squad leader, we implore you. Cheng Haonan fixed his gaze on Chang Lei. We truly wish to improve. Cheng Haonan was unaware of Zheng Qian and the others' true intentions, thinking they were still supporting him, but he looked provocatively at Qin Luo. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He realized that Cheng Haonan was simply oblivious. You seem to be the only one left standing. Very well. Chang Lei smiled approvingly. This is the attitude a soldier should possess. Recognizing your shortcomings, I believe you can certainly catch up to Qin Luo, that we shall not only catch up to him, but also surpass him with greater speed, height, and strength. Cheng Haonan bellowed. The others exchanged awkward glances. And Zheng Qian quickly interjected. Qin Luo is simply too formidable. We might not be able to catch up, that it would be great if Qin Luo could spare some time to teach us. After all, we are good comrades. Indeed, we are good comrades, Li Dashing and the others chimed in, laughing heartily. Cheng Haonan stared at them in astonishment, but all eyes shifted away. Chang Lei couldn't contain his laughter. This bunch of rascals has finally bonded with Qin Luo. Splendid, splendid. That's how it should be. He took a couple of steps back, commanding, everyone spread out 2 meters apart and prepare for formation. Yes. They all dispersed immediately. You. Cheng Haonan lowered his voice and glared coldly at Qin Luo. Don't think you're impressive just because you've trained in martial arts, that I wasn't using my full strength before, but now I'm serious. Just wait. We will outshine you in military prowess and crush you to the ground. Don't think your wealth makes you superior. Us poor folks can excel with hard work. Upon hearing Cheng Haonan's words, Zheng Qian and the others frantically shook their heads at Qin Luo, their faces painted with innocence. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. How much rebelliousness could Cheng Haonan possibly have? Everyone else had already conceded. Why was he so stubborn? Follow my command. Chang Lei shouted. March in place, break down the movements. 1. Hup. Cheng Haonan glanced at Qin Luo simultaneously, swiftly mimicking his actions. Whatever Qin Luo did, he followed suit, correcting himself immediately if there was any discrepancy. The others appeared more subdued. Although they too were watching Qin Luo, they were merely imitating him in small increments, a stark contrast to Cheng Haonan's fervor. Chang Lei beamed with joy, pleased to see the entire class training in unison. 2. Hup. As Qin Luo shifted movements, Cheng Haonan immediately did the same, his eyes defiantly fixed on Qin Luo. 1. 2. Again and again. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Cheng Haonan buzzed around him like a fly, mimicking his every move, which was exasperating that he truly intent on dragging this out. As soon as the training concluded, Qin Luo approached Cheng Haonan directly. Cheng Haonan, startled by his gaze, quickly took a step back. Hey, let us talk. Don't hit me, that I just wanted to challenge you properly to the challenge, is it? Qin Luo shot him a cold smile. Let us make it a final contest. If you lose, you must obey me. All right. Chapter 23. The new recruits have gone mad. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the morning training. Qin Luo finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Throughout the morning, Cheng Haonan and his friends had not taken their eyes off him. Even lovesick couples wouldn't gaze so intently. Qin Luo longed to practice on his own, but Chang Lei, seeing the effectiveness of the situation, had everyone encircle Qin Luo. This made it even harder for Qin Luo, as he found himself locked in a staring contest with Cheng Haonan for the entire morning, that if he turned his head, he would either see Zheng Qian or the other recruits staring at him with vacant expressions. Although their movements were not quite on par with Qin Luo's, it was still utterly disconcerting, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Finally enduring until the end of training, Qin Luo thought he could finally catch a breath. However, he never anticipated that this bunch of oblivious recruits would not only compete with him in training tasks, but also in every aspect of life. The whistle for gathering for meals sounded, and the entire company assembled immediately. Each member of the first squad marched with vigor, every movement impeccably precise. Just as Qin Luo intended to relax, he was compelled to march in perfect sync with them, making their squad the most conspicuous in the company. Arriving at the dining hall, preparing to sing, Qin Luo hadn't even caught his breath yet. Cheng Haonan let out a roar that overwhelmed the crowd. And Zheng Qian and the others immediately joined in, their voices piercingly loud. Not only did they startle the soldiers from other squads, but even Qin Luo and Chang Lei from the same squad were nearly jolted by their cacophony. The first squad belted out a chorus that resonated throughout the company. The delighted duty officer reprimanded the other squads mercilessly. Once the singing concluded, Cheng Haonan and the others proudly raised their chins at Qin Luo, their faces beaming with arrogance. Qin Luo was left speechless. These guys are truly insane. What is there to compare? Upon entering the dining hall, everyone sat down in unison at the command as soon as the command to eat was given. Qin Luo barely began to move his chopsticks when Cheng Haonan and the others descended upon the dishes like ravenous dogs, their chopsticks falling like raindrops upon the food, nearly creating an afterimage. The surrounding soldiers stared in disbelief, only hearing a series of clanging sounds, reminiscent of woodpeckers. When they turned to look, the food on the first squad's table had vanished in an instant. Even Chang Lei was taken aback. In the brief moment he was distracted, his bowl had mysteriously filled with food. Meanwhile, Qin Luo stood there, holding a bowl of plain rice, staring blankly at the plate before him, which was cleaner than a dog's tongue. Utterly dumbfounded, damn. At least leave me a bite. Cheng Haonan, his cheeks stuffed, slammed his empty bowl onto the table. With a mouthful he mumbled, his face full of pride, "I got finished before you. I win. You loser." Qin Luo's head was filled with dark clouds. How childish. This isn't kindergarten. Why is there a competition over eating? He shook his head helplessly, planning to get some soup to accompany his rice. But as soon as he moved, the other soldiers sprang into action. Qin Luo stared in disbelief as they drained the soup pots completely, rendering him speechless. What a bunch of beasts, even competing over the soup. Where is their humanity? Cheng Haonan let out a belch, nearly choking, and looked at Qin Luo with a grin. A soldier-esque meal should be fierce as a tiger. Learn from us. Hiccup, stop being so whiny. The other soldiers beamed, finally feeling they had regained some ground. Gritting his teeth, Qin Luo sat down, angrily scooping rice. Just wait, when training resumes, I will make you all regret it. After finishing their meal, Qin Luo strode towards the restroom. Upon reaching the urinal, he unzipped to relieve himself when suddenly he felt a gust of wind beside him. Turning his head, he saw several heads peering from either side, startling him into a quick jump back. What the hell are you doing? Cheng Haonan and the others glanced at Qin Luo's equipment, then at their own, each puffing out their chests proudly. No comparison here. Cheng Haonan scoffed. This ain't worth comparing. Right, no comparison, the others nodded vigorously. This doesn't count, Zheng Qian remarked. It's natural talent, not something developed. It can't be counted as a win. Absolutely. The others nodded earnestly again. Qin Luo's eye twitched. He was utterly speechless. These guys are truly insane. But the next moment, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, "Let us compete in urination. See who can shoot further and with more strength." Yes, everyone enthusiastically nodded. Cheng Haonan quickly positioned himself alongside Qin Luo, with the others hastily retreating to form a line. Before Qin Luo could react, Cheng Haonan suddenly yelled, "Stand and shoot, ready whoosh." Everyone swiftly drew their guns, mimicking Western cowboys. Urinate. All of them, faces flushed, necks straining, thrust their bodies forward. Streams of water shot forth, spraying with such force that they soared over a meter. The streams hit the wall, rebounding back, splashing onto their pants. Qin Luo, startled, quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the deluge. "Ha ha!" As Cheng Haonan witnessed Qin Luo's reaction, he burst into laughter. "Now you know our prowess. Afraid now, you've lost again." Watching them glow while shaking their bodies, Qin Luo's face turned a shade of green. "You idiots!" Qin Luo shouted, the urge to urinate evaporating, and he pulled up his pants and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Li Dashing laughed heartily. Look, he can't compete with us, even running away in fear. It's not about size, it's about power and explosiveness. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Listening to this, Qin Luo nearly fell over. Truly a disaster. Upon returning to the squad, Cheng Haonan and the others shadowed him closely. When Qin Luo tried to sleep, they too lay down, but their eyes remained fixed on him. What is so interesting? Unable to contain himself, Qin Luo stood up and shouted. Everyone jumped to their feet in a hurry. Zheng Qian grinning. "You may not be good-looking, but we want to imitate you, surpass you, right?" Cheng Haonan nodded. "We'll make you submit." Qin Luo, exasperated, flopped back down to sleep, ignoring their stares. Finally, after enduring until the afternoon training, Qin Luo glared fiercely at the group, who returned his gaze with equal intensity, the air thick with tension. Chong Lei observed the scene, his face beaming with delight that to him. Soldiers should not fear competition. They should embrace that it was only through rivalry that their military skills could improve, that he never expected Qin Luo to ignite the training enthusiasm of the entire squad. Moments later, the 5-kilometer cross-country run began. Qin Luo surged ahead, determined to break free from the day's frustrations, that if they wanted a competition, then let it be a proper one. He dashed forward, lapping the others time and again, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Normally, the other soldiers would ignore him, but this time, they pursued him as if he were their nemesis. Though they were gasping for breath, they gritted their teeth and hung on tenaciously. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in resignation. Had these guys truly lost their minds? Did they really need to push themselves this hard? As the day's training concluded, the lights-out signal was sounded. Qin Luo reclined on his bed, feeling thoroughly exhausted after being relentlessly pressured by this group of individuals. Drowsiness gradually began to envelop him, just as he was on the verge of slipping into dreams. An unexpected sound of breathing emerged from either side of his bed. Startled, Qin Luo abruptly opened his eyes, only to find shadows flitting up and down beside him. In shock, he sprang upright from his bed. What the hell? At this moment, all the new recruits in his class had gathered in a circle around his bed, energetically performing push-ups with grunts and huffs. Qin Luo, infuriated, exclaimed, "Squad leader, can't you do something about them?" Chung Haonan, seated at the edge of the bed, offered an awkward smile. "Qin Luo, just bear with it. They want to use you as their target for motivation, but there's nothing I can do. Just consider it a way to help them." Qin Luo was left speechless. He glanced down to see Chung Haonan grinning like that lewd panda meme, straining through his push-ups while keeping his gaze fixed on him, that he muttered, "We will surpass you. We will surpass you." The others quietly echoed, as if chanting a spell. Enraged, Qin Luo pulled the blanket over his head and pressed his hands tightly over his ears. Yet, their voices still penetrated through the blanket, filtering through the gaps between his fingers and invading his ears. That it was like a maddening cacophony, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. After a grueling 2 hours, the ruckus finally subsided, allowing Qin Luo to drift into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, a churning sensation stirred in Qin Luo's stomach. He quickly clutched his abdomen and sat up, grabbing some tissue before hastily making his way to the restroom. He found a suitable spot to squat down, and soon, the tension in his furrowed brow began to ease. He closed his eyes, a look of pure relief washing over his face. Suddenly, a series of loud, explosive noises erupted from the surrounding stalls. That nearly startled Qin Luo into retracting his freshly baked gold. The abrupt commotion in the dead of night was akin to setting off firecrackers, enough to jolt anyone awake. "Who is it?" Qin Luo growled. Heads popped up from the stalls one by one. Chung Haonan and the others shot him cold smiles. "You want to compete with us in taking a dump? Huh. You're destined to lose. Keep it going. Give it your all." A cacophony of explosive sounds followed. The restroom was soon engulfed in a cloud of foul air. Qin Luo's worldview shattered. They were competing over urination and defecation. These people weren't just neurotic. They were brain-dead. He quickly held his breath, wiped himself, and pulled up his pants to leave. He can't beat us. Ugh, it stinks." They gloated. "He can't out-pee us, nor can he out-poop us. We've already won." As Qin Luo stumbled towards the door in the dark, he nearly collided with the doorframe upon hearing their words that he had to put an end to this madness, or he would be driven to madness himself. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. May you be safe and sound. And may you achieve prosperity and joy every day and party every night. Also, dear readers, please show your support with more updates or rewards. The humble author thanks you. Chapter 24. Those who lose must win back for the next 2 days. Qin Luo found no moment of peace. This group subjected him to relentless torment from every angle. Training continued as usual. Whatever Qin Luo did, they mirrored him, gritting their teeth to keep up. Aside from urination and defecation, they once again shattered Qin Luo's understanding of the world. They not only raced to brush their teeth, but also competed over who could brush them whiter. After brushing, a line of people surrounded Qin Luo, glaring at him with their nostrils flared and grinning, sending shivers down his spine, even in daylight. Showering became a competition too, with everyone scrutinizing who could scrub off the most dirt. Standing before a group waving a massive pile of grime, Qin Luo felt on the brink of a breakdown. What frustrated him the most was the competition over washing socks and underwear. Within just 2 days, their socks and underwear were riddled with holes from excessive scrubbing. Even in this state, they still flaunted their tattered underwear before Qin Luo, boasting about its cleanliness. After 3 days, Qin Luo was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and no matter where he went, this group was always there, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive that refused to let go. Even when he spat, they collectively aimed their saliva in the same direction, then began competing over who could spit farther or with more force. After another 2 days, Qin Luo could no longer bear it. He originally planned to crush this group militarily, forcing them into submission. Thus, during training over the past few days, he exerted every ounce of strength he pushed his physical limits, striving for greater speed and better performance. But to his surprise, as he intensified his efforts, Cheng Haonan and his foolish friends mirrored his determination. Each day, Qin Luo felt as if he were hunted like a dog, and no longer merely completing tasks. He felt as if he were living in hell. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo resolved that he could not drag this out any longer. Otherwise, he would either be worn out or driven insane, that he needed to negotiate with them. A serious discussion was imperative. The sky in the northwest was as fickle as a child's temperament. Despite the bright sun, a sandstorm whipped up from the ground. Thankfully, the new recruit training brigade was stationed at the foot of a mountain, providing some shelter. Yet, even with this protection, visibility beyond 15 meters became hazy. Cheng Haonan spat out a mouthful of sand, casting a cold glare at the approaching Qin Luo, behind the restroom, where no one could see. Cheng Haonan beckoned him over. Qin Luo grimaced at the restroom, but it was the safest spot in the entire new recruit battalion, making it suitable for negotiations. Following Cheng Haonan to the back of the restroom, Zheng Qian and others were squatting beside the cesspool that you're here. Cheng Haonan signaled to the others, and they immediately stood up. Qin Luo, are you unable to hold on any longer? Want to surrender? Zheng Qian scrutinized Qin Luo from head to toe. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo solemnly replied, Everyone, I acknowledge my previous mistake. I should not have insulted you with money. Everyone was taken aback, but before they could react, Qin Luo continued, Cheng Haonan is right. In the army, everyone is equal. That I disrespected you all, and I apologize for using money as an insult. Zheng Qian twitched his lips. I actually wish you would insult me with money a few more times. We're all in the same class. Let us reconcile. There is no need for this to escalate. Qin Luo interjected. What do you want? Zheng Qian asked eagerly. To be honest, they were all on the brink of exhaustion. If it weren't for Cheng Haonan's foolishness, they would have given up long ago. Competing against Qin Luo was just too damn tiring. Qin Luo earnestly stated, let's stop the competition. There's no need for a mutually destructive outcome. We've all had enough of this over the past few days. And besides, you all cannot win against me. What do you mean by that? Cheng Haonan suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was taken aback. Isn't that the truth? Zheng Qian quickly pulled Cheng Haonan back. Old Cheng, he is not entirely wrong. We really. What do you mean, not wrong? Cheng Haonan shook off Zheng Qian's hand. Pointing at Qin Luo, he asked, saying we can't match him, that we can't win. How duo, scratching his head innocently, remarked we really can't beat him. Shut up. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare, then turned back to Qin Luo. You are just temporarily a bit stronger than us that don't think that just because you know a bit of martial arts, you're invincible, that in the end, you are just a rookie who has been here for less than a month. We veteran soldiers, if we want it, can easily crush you. Qin Luo felt exasperated. Why was conversing with this guy so exhausting? It was like playing a lute to a cow. Zheng Qian suddenly cleared his throat. Winking at Qin Luo, how about you just admit you're not as good as Cheng Haonan? Before Qin Luo could respond, Cheng Haonan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have the strength. No need for anyone to lie to spare my feelings. He marched up to Qin Luo, fixing him with a piercing gaze. What I'm doing isn't to prove how formidable I am. It's to show others that what I've lost, I will definitely win back. Even if it's just once. With that, Cheng Haonan strode away. Hey Haonan, Zheng Qian called out anxiously. Qin Luo is being very sincere. Let us talk some more. Talk about what? Let us settle this in action. I will win against him. Chung Haonan scoffed coldly as he walked off, leaving the other recruits to sigh in resignation, each trailing behind him dejectedly. What a missed opportunity, Zheng Qian lamented, glancing at the bewildered Qin Luo. Qin Luo, do not hold any grudges against Haonan. This fellow has watched too many Hong Kong films and imitates the likes of Xiao Ma good daily, that he smiled and remarked, regardless, I appreciate your willingness to converse with us. Your initiative to apologize indicates that you are quite a decent person. Had you arrived 2 months earlier, perhaps we would not have encountered such matters between us. Qin Luo felt a sense of helplessness within. However, a small circle had formed, and it was indeed quite challenging for newcomers to integrate into it, an unavoidable reality. Zheng Qian patted him on the back, stating, although your intentions are commendable, our bond with Chung Haonan is far stronger. No matter how exhausting it may be, we shall support him. So, I apologize. After Zheng Qian departed, Qin Luo remained motionless for a considerable time, his emotions inexplicably complex. Since joining the new recruit company, he had always perceived himself as merely a transient presence. To him, the other recruits were individuals he would never see again after a month. He had no desire to form any connections with them, and thus knew nothing about their lives. However, the events that had transpired over this period had subtly fostered a peculiar chemistry between Qin Luo and the others, a sensation that was both wondrous and entirely foreign to him. Chapter 25. So, you call yourself Haonan? You think you're quite something, don't you? Hey, take it easy. In the steamy bathroom, Chung Haonan grimaced in pain. How Duo looked innocently at him, saying, how about we switch? Your back is too weak. A mere touch sends you wailing. Nonsense. Chung Haonan turned to glare at him. Weak? There is no one in the entire company stronger than me. Wasn't I just practicing crawling and competing fiercely with Qin Luo this afternoon? Damn it, I was so close to catching up with him. Don't stop, keep scrubbing faster. How Duo, looking aggrieved, held the towel and resumed scrubbing. Only for Chung Haonan to cry out in pain once more. Old Chung. Zheng Qian, washing his hair, said, you might as well concede. Qin Luo is a freak. Why would you want to challenge someone so abnormal? Indeed, Haonan, you have been quite diligent, but that guy is extraordinarily formidable. Calling him brother wouldn't be a loss. He is undeniably strong, and we would benefit as well. Shut up. Chung Haonan jumped up. Do you think I want to compete? I am nearly exhausted every day. We've been humiliated by him so thoroughly. If we don't defeat him at least once, how will the veterans view us when we leave the company? Once we become veterans, what will the new recruits think of us? They'll only remember our past humiliations. Chung Haonan held his head high. Besides, I've always been the big brother. I've never acknowledged anyone else as such. Therefore, I must defeat that guy. At the very least, I must win once. All the soldiers rolled their eyes in unison. Zheng Qian sighed in resignation. You, always so concerned about your pride, suffer for it. Chung Haonan grinned at them. All right then, the day after tomorrow, I'll have one final match with him. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. When have you ever said otherwise? You're so stubborn. Just then, Qin Luo approached. All eyes widened in surprise. But in the next moment, Chung Haonan shoved How Duo aside, but he then scrubbed his body vigorously, his hands moving back and forth with a speed 10 times greater than before, creating the illusion of wielding nunchucks. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Are you cosplaying as Bruce Lee? Come on. Chung Haonan proudly raised his chin towards Qin Luo. Let us see who can scrub faster and create more bubbles. Qin Luo, utterly speechless, replied, Are you out of your mind? Who would compete in such nonsense? If you have the skill, challenge me militarily, that if you can't, then just concede. Stop wasting time. Upon hearing this, Chung Haonan puffed out his chest and approached him. Qin Luo waved his hand in disdain. Step back, step back. With something so small, I would certainly hide it. Chung Haonan, infuriated, quickly covered himself with a towel. Fine, you want to compare military skills? The day after tomorrow. During physical training, we shall settle this once and for all. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Settle it once and for all? Are you serious? Yes. Chung Haonan declared triumphantly. Do you dare? Qin Luo nearly jumped for joy. The others were all cowed, leaving only this fool opposing him. With the new recruit company nearing its end, he had yet to complete his task. Just when he was troubled about what to do, this guy appeared out of nowhere. You said it. Qin Luo pointed at him. If you lose and refuse to acknowledge it, Whoever doesn't acknowledge it will face consequences, Chung Haonan declared proudly. If I win, you must call me Big Brother. Also, I want a complete set of items from the shop. Instant noodles, ham sausages, braised eggs, drinks, and cigarettes. Every single item. Qin Luo chuckled, no problem. But if I win, I'll call you Big Brother. Chung Haonan glared at him intently. And from now on, I'll follow your orders. Qin Luo, with a gleam in his eye, rubbed his hands together. If I win, you won't get a single item you desire. How about this? If you concede now, I'll give you everything you want. Are you afraid? Chung Haonan stared at Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled slightly. All right, it's settled. That he nodded at Zheng Qian and the others and walked out with a basin in hand. With Chung Haonan around, he wouldn't be able to wash in peace. However, at least he could resolve matters with Chung Haonan the day after tomorrow and complete his task, which lifted his spirits. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, all wearing smiles of delight. Although Chung Haonan was strong, everyone knew he was far inferior to Qin Luo. The day after tomorrow would be the final showdown. And once it was over, everything would be fine. Their hearts were filled with joy. The day after tomorrow, Chung Haonan confidently declared, I'm sure I can defeat him and uphold our honor. Li Desheng raised an eyebrow. Haonan, are you that certain? Where does your confidence stem from? He is a monster. Chung Haonan grinned. During this time, my physical abilities have improved significantly. The day after tomorrow, not only will he be astonished, but you all will be as well. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd of recruits from other classes glaring at him. Chung Haonan was startled and turned around, only to find the new recruits watching him intently. With so many eyes on me, what do they want? He hurriedly covered his important parts. All the new recruits looked bewildered, and one with a red nose stepped forward. Chung Haonan, we're here to warn you. From today onwards, you are not allowed to practice during your rest time, especially after lights out. Chung Haonan was taken aback. On what grounds? On what grounds? The red-nosed recruit huffed. If you want to train, find a deserted place. No one will bother you. But you're making such a ruckus that we end up being dragged into extra training by the instructor. What gives you the right? Our training is hard enough. Our company has the highest training load in the entire regiment. Another recruit angrily added, our favorite time is our rest time, but ever since you started your extra training, we haven't had a single peaceful day. Yet another recruit tearfully lamented, we don't get enough sleep as it is, and now the instructor adds 2 hours of extra training after lights out. Look at my dark circles. You're ruining my handsome face. Zheng Qian and the others were stunned. They never expected that their efforts to compete with Qin Luo would lead to such a predicament for the other recruits. Zheng Qian quickly said, comrades, we truly apologize that we had no idea it would come to this. From now on, they won't train anymore. Only I will, Chung Haonan shouted suddenly. Zheng Qian wanted a facepalm. Wasn't he that just fanning the flames? Sure enough, a group of recruits surged towards Chung Haonan. You heard that right. No one in your class is allowed to train. Exactly, as long as one of you trains. Our instructor will probably make us do extra training. Stop talking. It's simply not allowed. We must maintain a unified front. Zheng Qian frantically signaled Chung Haonan with his eyes. Stop it, Haonan. There are all their people outside. If you provoke them, be careful not to end up like a porcupine. But Chung Haonan was not the type to back down. Damn it, Qin Luo bullies me. Who the hell are you to do the same? Do you think I'm easy to intimidate? He arrogantly lifted his chin, his tone unapologetic. Whether I train or not is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop my progress that you're determined to go against us? Aren't you? The red-nosed recruit glared at him. Chung Haonan proudly placed his hands on his hips. I could train discreetly just to accommodate you. But to stop me from training? No way. Oh, getting anxious. Are we? What is wrong? Do you want to fight me? I'll tell you that he still needed to defeat Qin Luo. Without extra training, how could he possibly win? But before he could revel in his thoughts, a horde of recruits surged toward him, countless hands reaching out. Hey, what are you doing? Are you really going to lay hands on me? I'll call for help. I really will. Chung Haonan tried to resist, but his fists were no match for the multitude. And soon he was overwhelmed by 7 or 8 people. Zheng Qian and the others attempted to help, but they were instantly blocked by the new recruits who surged in from behind. And they were all shoved into the bathroom. Lift him up, shouted the red-nosed recruit, that in an instant, 8 individuals combined their strength to hoist Chung Haonan into the air. What are you doing? What do you want? Chung Haonan cried out in panic. Hitting someone is against the rules. You'll be punished. Comrades, do not tread the path of crime. I shall count to 3. You must cease your actions post-haste, or it will be too late. Point 3. Upon hearing the agonizing scream, Zheng Qian shouted in desperation, Haonan, what has happened to you? You bastards! You vile beasts! Cheng Haonan cried out. Zheng Qian, who had initially intended to rush in to rescue him, was so frightened by these words that he staggered back several paces. Cheng Haonan, I shall grant you one last chance. Will you continue your training or not? The man with the alcohol-flushed nose bellowed. Cheng Haonan defiantly raised his head. You scoundrel, do you think I am easily intimidated? Let me tell you, I am the boss of the southern city. I respond to gentleness, not force. Even if that hurts the boss. Is it? You prefer gentleness, do you? Then let us confront you with unyielding strength. The alcohol-flushed nose retorted that if you dare to train the day after tomorrow, I shall make it my business to see you suffer again. Everyone charge. With a wave of his hand, the man signaled to the new recruits behind him, who promptly formed a line and advanced with swift and forceful strides. Exhausted from days of training, they unleashed their pent-up rage upon Cheng Haonan. Hearing his anguished cries was utterly heart-wrenching, and Zheng Qian shouted in alarm, Please, do not act recklessly. I will inform our squad leader. The alcohol-flushed nose scoffed. Go ahead and report. We haven't laid a finger on him. Does he bear any injuries? Zheng Qian was momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of this statement. Oh ho ho. Cheng Haonan, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, Bro, let's negotiate. Let us talk. Please, we can discuss this. I know. The alcohol-flushed nose frowned. One moment we negotiate. The next we don't. Are you toying with me? Continue, and be even harsher. With another wave, more new recruits surged forward. Chapter 26. No more reductions. Yield. Is that not sufficient? The following morning, the company commander delivered an impassioned speech. Each squad then proceeded in succession to continue their training. Lao Wu nudged Kong Xiang. What are you staring at? Wu Ziyuan, with a look of astonishment, replied, Did you not notice that the capabilities of each squad appear to have significantly improved? Kong Xiang smiled faintly. Recently, the entire company has been intensifying their training. After the lights-out signal, each squad practices for at least 2 hours. That if there is no progress, then something is truly amiss. Wu Ziyuan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. So diligent. A smile broke across his face. With their enthusiasm, our company is sure to achieve commendable results this time. Watching Wu Ziyuan jog cheerfully toward the third squad, Kong Xiang could not help but smile. If only you knew that all of this is due to Qin Luo. Never mind. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Kong Xiang shook his head. Although Wu Ziyuan had altered his attitude towards Qin Luo, he still looked down upon him. Once one dons tinted spectacles, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern the merits of others. However, Kong Xiang knew that soon enough, during the new recruit assessment, Wu Ziyuan would come to understand everything clearly. Old Wu, do not be too astonished then, he chuckled to himself. This lad truly resembles you in some ways. Cheng Haonan, why are you walking with your legs squeezed together? Chong Lei inquired with a puzzled expression. Last night, after they returned from their showers, the lights-out signal had already sounded to in the darkness. Nothing was visible. During morning exercises, in the rush, he had only now noticed Cheng Haonan's peculiar gait. Qin Luo cast a sidelong glance, his face devoid of expression, that he had also heard about last night's incident and could scarcely believe that Cheng Haonan had endured over 100 jabs, yet remained so resolute. But no one knew the anguish Cheng Haonan felt inside. He had intended to concede last night, yet for reasons unknown, those new recruits had continued their relentless assault, causing him immense distress. Report, squad leader. Cheng Haonan grimaced. Yesterday, I landed on the parallel bars and, well, it was quite painful. Chong Lei nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself as he replied, Well, that does sound rather painful, but nothing is broken, right? Cheng Haonan shook his head. I checked. Nothing is broken, just a bit sore. Then perhaps you should take a rest today. Chong Lei suggested with concern. This is no trivial matter. Not necessary. Cheng Haonan puffed out his chest. I am fine. I can train. Are you truly all right? Chong Lei looked at him skeptically. Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously. He still had to settle his rivalry with Qin Luo, that if he took a rest now, it would feel like fleeing the battlefield. That it was merely a little soreness he could endure. Chong Lei nodded. Very well. The commander just mentioned that in 4 days, the new recruit assessment will commence. The last day will grant you a break, but for the next 3 days, we will strengthen our physical training. Today, we will go through all the physical exercises, and in the remaining 2 days, we shall identify any deficiencies and focus on those. Everyone, right turn march, following his lead, they move toward the rear of the barracks. The northwestern region is vast and sparsely populated, and the new recruit training regiment occupies a significant area. Point 1 Training Regiment accommodates 9 new recruit companies, boasting 9 standard-sized playgrounds, along with 7 or 8 400-meter obstacle courses and a training facility. More than sufficient to meet the training needs of the entire regiment, the ATEs. With a resounding thud, everyone halted on the playground. Chang Lei produced a stopwatch. As per the usual protocol, we will begin with a 5-kilometer run at your fastest pace. Yes, everyone positioned themselves at the starting line. Qin Luo lowered his voice. Hey, it's not too late to change your mind now. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Haonan. Call me big brother, and you might gain a great deal. It won't hurt you after all. You cannot surpass me. Enough of the nonsense. Let's go. Cheng Haonan inhaled deeply. I have been training diligently these days. I am not the same person I was before. I will surely win against you. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This fellow truly was one who would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. Let us put him out of his misery at once. Go, with a fierce shout. Chang Lei took off, and a figure immediately dashed forward. Qin Luo surged ahead, taking the lead, followed closely by Cheng Haonan, who made great strides, striving to maintain a distance of 5 meters between them. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the remaining recruits formed a line behind him, rushing forward. They quickly completed 1 lap, and Qin Luo glanced back, noticing that Cheng Haonan was glaring intensely at him. You cannot shake me off, Cheng Haonan gasped, forcing a smile, though his breathing was evidently labored. Qin Luo smirked, inhaling deeply before suddenly accelerating, increasing his pace to twice that of before, gradually widening the gap between them. 2 laps, 3 laps. Qin Luo turned his head, astonished to see that despite the considerable distance he had created, Cheng Haonan was still maintaining roughly 50 meters behind him at that moment. Cheng Haonan's breathing was utterly erratic and heavy. Yet he remained fixated on Qin Luo. You cannot shake me off. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Indeed, there is some improvement, but the system had enhanced his physical capabilities to that of an amateur athlete. But through this period of training, Qin Luo had further elevated his stamina. Even if the veteran soldiers from the company had come, they would be left in the dust, let alone Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo waved at Cheng Haonan. You claimed you would defeat me, didn't you? I will now accelerate. Come on, in the next moment. He surged forward, doubling his speed. By heaven. Cheng Haonan nearly gasped in disbelief that he had exerted every ounce of strength, yet Qin Luo had merely begun to unleash his full potential. How on earth could he catch up? Haonan, let it go. You cannot surpass him. Zheng Qian shouted from a distance. Indeed, Haonan, give it up. Qin Luo is splendid. Instant noodles are delicious. Li Dashing chimed in. Cheng Haonan's mouth twitched. Yet he stubbornly continued the chase. That I refuse to call him big brother. I refuse to believe you can keep this up. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and leaned forward, trying to harness inertia to increase his speed. However, just as he strained himself, a figure suddenly matched his pace. Cheng Haonan turned to see Qin Luo smiling at him, causing him to jump in shock. What the hell? Where did you come from? I caught up from behind. Qin Luo shrugged. I've already lapped you once. Cheng Haonan nearly collapsed. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Having been lapped already, how could he continue the pursuit? Hey, Qin Luo called out as he ran. It's still not too late to concede. Cheng Haonan's eyes lit up, but the next moment, Qin Luo added, however, the stakes will be halved. What? Cheng Haonan leapt up. No way. Not a single item less. Then continue on. Qin Luo did not wait for him to finish and dashed forward once more. Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Let's negotiate. Cheng Haonan shouted desperately, but Qin Luo was already far ahead. As Cheng Haonan watched his retreating figure, tears nearly spilled from his eyes. How has he become even faster than before? What on earth has he been consuming lately? Regret washed over him. Why did he insist on competing with this monstrous being? Admitting to calling him big brother seemed trivial now. But now he found himself in too deep to retreat, pressing on stubbornly. Yet before long, Qin Luo was beside him again. 2 laps down, Qin Luo said, You can concede now, but the stakes will still be halved. Why has it decreased again? Chung Haonan shouted in frustration, no way at least. Then keep going. Qin Luo smiled slightly and abruptly accelerated once more. Hey, wait for me to finish my sentence. Chung Haonan shouted. But Qin Luo only grew more distant. He truly felt on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself twice that if this continued, the rewards Qin Luo had promised would vanish. Although Qin Luo was also panting heavily, he wore a triumphant expression that it was clear to him that Chung Haonan had already given up to at long last. The most formidable challenge is within reach, requiring just a final spark to conquer it. Moments later, he caught up from behind. 0.3 laps completed. Qin Luo raised 3 fingers. Before Chung Haonan could utter a word, he surged ahead. I know you want to continue. Qin Luo. Chung Haonan cried out with a voice edged with despair. You can't leave, I've conceded. Qin Luo abruptly slowed down, smiling at him. What? Chung Haonan gasped heavily, his face contorted in anguish. Don't you dare run off. You've won, you're the boss. And can we not reduce the stakes any further? If it decreases again, there will be nothing left. Qin Luo grinned at him. We can keep it as is, but I still wish to confirm. Are you certain you don't want to continue competing? Not competing. Who would want to? Chung Haonan collapsed onto the ground, wishing he could detach his head just to catch his breath. You're too much. You nearly exhausted me. I would rather die than compete with you again. All right, it's finally over. Zheng Qian and the others rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Encircling Chung at last, they no longer had to stand against Qin Luo. They truly could not endure it any longer. Qin Luo also exhaled deeply, finally having tamed this group of misfits. Who among family understands the hardships involved? At that moment, not far away, Chong Lei looked on in astonishment. What on earth are these fellows up to? Chapter 27. From today onward, you shall be our Luo Go. The ham sausages are simply delightful. The instant noodles are so fragrant. Pepsi is too delicious. In the convenience store, Chung Haonan cradled a luxurious instant noodle set with 2 additional sausages. Nearly moved to tears with joy, Zheng Qian and the others squatted or stood around, wildly showcasing their instant noodles. Nextly dashing Lei for marinated eggs. After a mouthful of noodles, he would take a bite, his face reflecting the satisfaction before entering a state of blissful contemplation. Hurry up and eat, hurry up. In the convenience store, Chen Liang, with a cigarette between his lips, grilled sausages while saying, the lights will go out soon. If the duty officer catches you, you won't have a pleasant time. Got it, class leader, shoo. Zheng Qian stuffed 10 spicy strips into his mouth and stammered. We're doing our utmost to clean up the battlefield. Chen Liang shot him an annoyed glance and then handed a grilled sausage to Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled and patted his pocket. Thank you, class leader. Chen Liang glanced at the bulging pocket, his face breaking into a smile. No need for formality. We look out for each other, and I'll grab some biscuits. Do they want any? Yes, Chung Haonan jumped up. I want the scallion-flavored ones, then I want the teddy bear biscuits. How Duo raised his hand. Class leader, Li dashing at it. Could I have 4 more marinated eggs, please? Chen Liang's eyes twitched, lowering his voice. Your class is a bunch of gluttons. Are you all reincarnated starving ghosts? You've consumed more than the new recruits have in 3 days. Qin Luo awkwardly chuckled. They train hard, so they burn a lot of energy. Class leader, please give them some. All right, Chen Liang nodded, considering that Qin Luo often shared his cigarettes. It was fine to buy some now. These grilled sausages are simply exquisite. Chung Haonan bit into a whole sausage, chewing while tears of happiness streamed down his face. How had I never tasted this before? It's truly delightful. Qin Luo smiled. This is class leader Chen's secret recipe, perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, that he only sells to the various class leaders, as well as the squad leaders and instructors. We new recruits certainly can't get any. You really are impressive. Qin Luo dashing gave him a thumbs up. If it weren't for following you, we wouldn't have access to such delicious food. Chung Haonan reproachfully looked at Qin Luo. Why didn't you invite us earlier? If you had brought us into this sooner, our relationship would have been amicable long ago. We really appreciate this sort of thing. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Exactly, we are all very easygoing people, that if you had treated us to a lavish meal earlier, we would have gladly acknowledged you as our elder brother. Qin Luo clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. It's not like I haven't treated you before. After eating, you didn't acknowledge it. Do you not remember? Now you're pretending to have amnesia. How shameless. And you call yourselves easygoing. You are the strangest bunch of oddballs in the world. So, will you still compete with me in the future? Qin Luo looked at them anxiously. There are only 3 days left. Let us just pass normally, shall we? I conceded today, and you all have eaten my food. Rest assured, Chung Haonan, with grease all over his mouth, stood up and solemnly declared, I love being earnest, but I'm not foolish. Only a fool will want to compete with you again. He spoke with a sense of grievance. I can't take it any longer. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to chase after you day and night? It's unbelievably tiring. As he spoke, tears began to stream down Chung Haonan's face again. If it weren't for you putting us through such hardship, embarrassing everyone, I would have surrendered long ago. From now on, whoever wants to compete with you can do so. I would rather die than compete with you again. Seeing the muscular man weep pitifully, looking like a black bear rubbing its eyes, Qin Luo couldn't help but find it somewhat endearing that a smile unexpectedly tugged at the corners of his mouth. However, he truly wished to tell Chung Haonan, you are such a simpleton. If you couldn't take it, couldn't you just talk it over with me? Biscuits are coming. Just then, Chen Liang entered, carrying 2 boxes that as soon as Chung Haonan spotted him, his face lit up with joy. Wiping his tears, he shouted, Class leader, bring me 10 more of those sausages. Chen Liang nearly stumbled in shock, glaring at Chung Haonan with irritation. Are you a pig? You've already eaten 3 bowls of instant noodles, 5 bags of spicy strips, 10 marinated eggs, and 10 sausages. And you still want 10 more? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Chung Haonan awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, that I can still eat quite a bit more. Chen Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. No, I'm not a street vendor out there. Before he could finish, Qin Luo quickly approached him, swiftly stuffing something into his other pocket. Class leader, he's a big guy. And he has indeed been training hard these days. I appreciate your help. Chen Liang sighed, then shot Chung Haonan a fierce glare. I'm only doing this for Xiao Qin's sake. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago. Thank you, class leader. Chung Haonan beamed, bowing 3 times to Chen Liang, nearly driving him to his wits' end. What are you doing? Going to pay respects or something? Get back and wait to eat. Yes, Chung Haonan, smiling broadly, grabbed a pack of spicy strips again at this moment. Zheng Qian stood up, wiping his mouth, and said, Qin Luo, from now on, we are friends. No, we are comrades. Qin Luo was taken aback, and Zheng Qian grinned. Don't overthink it. We are merely after this lavish meal. Chung Haonan approached Qin Luo with a grin. I've realized that you are talented and strong. We definitely cannot compete with you. From now on, we will follow you. You are our goal, but we will absolutely no longer vie with you. Yes, we'll be following you from now on. Qin Luo, we will listen to you and train with you for quicker progress. Looking at the sincere smiles of the crowd, the weight on Qin Luo's heart finally lifted this moment. He felt an urge to cry from the burdens he had borne to accomplish his task and tame this motley crew. It truly was exhausting. Yet for some unknown reason, he felt an unexpected sense of accomplishment at that moment. Suddenly having a group of friends, albeit a peculiar bunch, was certainly better than having none at all. Zheng Qian slapped Qin Luo on the back. Actually, it's thanks to you that we have achieved such good results. Surely, we will be able to accompany the class leader to the reconnaissance battalion. Indeed. Chung Haonan nodded excitedly. Qin Luo, it's really thanks to you that I've heard that the class leader's unit is exceptionally difficult to enter out of course. Chen Liang said with an annoyed expression. Your class leader and our company commander both come from the division's reconnaissance battalion, and they are from the fiercest Iron Blood 2nd Company. Just belonging to the division's reconnaissance battalion is impressive enough. They ranked first in the Army's reconnaissance competition. Your class leader's 2nd Company is even more formidable. Not just anyone can get in. They usually walk with their heads held high. Really? Chung Haonan was immensely excited. That it's impressive, isn't it? Chen Liang shot him a disapproving glance. If you can get in, don't celebrate too soon. They are so strong because they are tough on themselves. Once you get there, don't even think about slacking off. That I'm not afraid. Chung Haonan cheerfully replied, as long as I can walk sideways. What is a bit of hardship? Exactly. Zheng Qian nodded. If you join the army, aim to be the best. Going to the reconnaissance battalion is worth any hardship. All the new recruits wore expressions of excitement. Filled with anticipation, Qin Luo remained silent. He had initially wished to find a comfortable unit to relax in, complete his system tasks, and perhaps flirt with the military flowers that for the reconnaissance battalion. He wasn't particularly eager to go. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qin Luo's feelings became inexplicably conflicted at that moment, that it seemed he was somewhat reluctant to part with this peculiar bunch. Luo go. Qin Luo was startled and turned to see how Duo timidly staring at him. Qin Luo offered him a faint smile. Do you still want some ham sausages? Although the entire class had opposed him earlier, Qin Luo could tell that how Duo had always been swept along by the others. From the very beginning, he had never intended to make things difficult for himself, so Qin Luo held a favorable impression of him. This individual appears both feeble and timid, lacking in experience, yet astonishingly. He hails from the most privileged background among this group, emerging from a middle-class family in a bustling metropolis. Qin Luo found himself perplexed. How could a child from the city be more stilted than one raised in the mountains? No, I don't want a ham sausage, how Duo said, his eyes flickering as he gazed at Qin Luo. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. How Duo's fingers twisted together anxiously, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. I'm not very bright. If in the future I could join your squad, then please take me along if you could. Qin Luo was utterly stunned, staring blankly at how Duo, his heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. How Duo cautiously lifted his head, forcing a faint smile. Luo, brother Luo, to be honest, I've always admired you. I think you're remarkable. I know I'm not very clever. But I still want to be with you all. I don't want to be separated from you. I beg you. I want to be a nuisance. I can help you with many things. Suddenly, Qin Luo extended his hand. Firmly pressing it on how Duo's shoulder, a smile inexplicably tugged at the corners of his mouth. Before enlisting, he had never thought someone would need him as much as how Duo did. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment. The feeling of being needed that was truly wonderful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Chapter 28. Acquiring a new superpower. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Qin Luo felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This task had been exceedingly difficult, even more so than his father's demand to spend 1 billion in a day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 30 superpower points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new superpower. Eagle Eye. Qin Luo was momentarily bewildered. Eagle Eye? Does that mean my eyes will turn into those of an eagle? In the next instant, a marvelous power surged into his eyes. A cool sensation enveloped his vision, akin to a refreshing massage for his eyes. Moments later, the objects before him suddenly magnified at an astonishing rate. How Duo's face expanded dramatically, and he could even discern several stray nose hairs protruding from his nostrils. Holy cow! Qin Luo exclaimed, jumping back in fright. How Duo, startled, looked at him. Luo, brother Luo, what did I say wrong? Qin Luo pointed at him, shouting, Nose hairs, there's snot on your nose hairs. How Duo hurriedly began a probe. No, I can't find anything. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at his nose. His eyes felt as if they were equipped with magnifying glasses. Everything immediately enlarged at a rapid pace, that he could clearly see the snot-covered hair moving between how Duo's fingers. As if discovering a new land, he promptly turned to look elsewhere. The gate, initially hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared within arm's reach. He could even see the guard discreetly adjusting his underwear with his thumb. Switching his gaze, he focused on a flower bed a few dozen meters away, where green-headed flies flitted about, distinctly visible. One fly turned, buzzing towards him as if it were in a 3D movie. What the hell? Qin Luo exclaimed, retreating several steps until he hit the wall. Qin Luo, what's wrong with you? Qin Liang asked, bewildered, as other new recruits gathered around. Qin Luo shook his head, his vision returning to normal. I'm fine. He chuckled, that moment. He was overjoyed, for he had realized that with just a thought, his eyes could instantly transform into binoculars, that if he chose not to use this ability, he could revert to normal with another thought. This capability was incredible. The squad leader had also mentioned that they would be training with rifles the following day. With this power, aiming would be a breeze. Shooting had always been his sole weakness. But now Qin Luo felt no worry. This superpower had arrived just in time. He had no doubts about passing the new recruit assessment. With Eagle Eye, hitting the target would be as easy as pointing a finger. What are you grinning about? Cheng Haonan observed Qin Luo's beaming face with curiosity. Zheng Qian stroked his chin. He must be thrilled to become our friend. Cheng Haonan nodded with a smile. That must be it. He threw an arm around Qin Luo, abruptly pulling him back to reality. What's up? Qin Luo asked awkwardly, meeting his gaze. Chung Haonan laughed heartily. I heard everything Hao Duo just said to you. I have a favor to ask as well. You too? Qin Luo stared at him in surprise. Chung Haonan winked. I need your protection. Huh. Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chung Haonan grinned mischievously. Hao Duo needs looking after. And so do I. You're so impressive learning things quickly. Once we get assigned to a squad, you must look out for me, don't forget about me. Zheng Xian chimed in shamelessly, squeezing closer. You need to help us out during critical moments. Qin Luo, what about us? We need your protection too. The other recruits quickly joined in, pushing the initially quiet Hao Duo to the back. What are you all calling Qin Luo? Chung Haonan glared at everyone. From now on, it's Brother Luo. To call him Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone shouted in unison. We seek your protection. Before Qin Luo could respond, Chung Haonan clapped him on the back. All right, it's settled that we'll all stick together in the squad. Following Brother Luo? Exactly. The others cheered joyously, bouncing around him. Qin Luo's smile felt somewhat stiff and awkward. If only these fellows knew that he had joined the army merely to complete a system task and perhaps pursue a romantic interest. They would surely. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? Qin Luo sighed. After the new recruit assessment, he would see how things unfolded. Ideally, he would be assigned to a regular unit where he could take it easy. If fortune turned against him, and he ended up in the reconnaissance battalion then he could always take on a role as a communicator or clerk. At least it wouldn't be too exhausting. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each person. Come, let us smoke that a post-meal cigarette is bliss akin to being a deity. Wow, Huazi, my goodness, it's been ages since I smoked. Such good cigarettes. I've only dreamed of smoking them. Chung Haonan exclaimed as he took a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The comforting aroma of tobacco sent a shiver of pleasure through him. But I don't know how to smoke. Hao Duo said, holding the cigarette awkwardly, that if you can't smoke, hand it over. Don't waste a good thing. Chung Haonan smiled as he took it back. I'll smoke too. Haha, what a joy. You all better smoke quickly, Chen Liang reminded. It's getting late. All right, Qin Luo chuckled as he lit everyone's cigarettes. Having been in the new recruit company for a while, they had hardly smoked at all. Now, each new recruit was exhaling clouds of smoke, looking utterly content. Chung Haonan, with 2 cigarettes in his mouth, stood up involuntarily, as if he might float away. With a satisfied grin, he proclaimed, with food, drinks, and cigarettes. Life is splendid, Brother Luo. Following you means living the good life. Before Qin Luo could respond, Zheng Xian replied irritably. Where have you been? If you had reconciled with him sooner, we would have been living well without all this hardship. Chung Haonan slapped his own face, grinning at Qin Luo. It's all my fault, my terrible, overwhelming vanity and pride at play. Losing to Brother Luo was only natural. I was just being stubborn. I should really watch fewer gangster films and Hong Kong movies. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Why do I feel like you're complimenting yourself? No way. Chung Haonan laughed heartily, waving his hands. Brother Luo, don't worry. I'll reflect deeply. From now on, I promise not to act foolishly in front of you. Qin Luo smiled faintly. When Chung Haonan wasn't being foolish. He was actually quite charming. Brother Luo. Suddenly, Hao Duo looked at Qin Luo with a pitiful expression, his large eyes brimming with hope. About what I mentioned earlier, did you agree? Qin Luo felt a sudden conflict within. Unsure how to respond to Hao Duo, especially since he hadn't even sorted out his own matters yet. That big fool at the convenience store. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. The group jumped in surprise and quickly crouched down. Chung Haonan, startled, also hunched down that it was the duty squad leader. Chen Liang leaned against the wall with a smile. Looks like you're all in trouble now. Zheng Xian, frightened, scrambled towards the window as he poked his head out. A beam of flashlight fell on his face, causing him to hastily withdraw. It was indeed the duty squad leader. Zheng Xian's face fell. Don't think that ducking back will save you. The big fool who was just smoking. Step forward. Everyone turned to look at Chung Haonan, that he stared wide-eyed at them. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not the fool. Think of a way out. No way. Zheng Xian shook his head. Only you can go out. What? Chung Haonan stared at him in disbelief. Aren't we best buddies? Aren't we comrades? How could you say that? Qin Luo nodded in agreement. I think Zheng is right. Sacrificing you will save us all. Haonan, this is your moment to exemplify the spirit of camaraderie, that we will remember you. Everyone fixed their gazes on Cheng Haonan. Then, as a group, they heaved the struggling Cheng Haonan out. "You little schemer! You little schemer!" Cheng Haonan, in unbearable agony, pointed towards the door of the convenience store, exclaiming, "I misjudged all of you. Foolish imbeciles. Come here." Suddenly, the squad leader bellowed. Cheng Haonan, startled, rose in despair, his face contorted with frustration. "Why is it that misfortune always befalls me?" Thunder rumbled ominously as a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the entire night sky. "Master, good news." Wang Rifa rushed into Qin Jiaqing's opulent bedroom, brimming with excitement. Qin Jiaqing set aside his newspaper and stood up eagerly. "Is there news about Xiao Luo?" Wang Rifa nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have already contacted Commander Qi. It's absolutely splendid news." Qin Jiaqing erupted into hearty laughter. "That mischievous lad is finally returning. I never anticipated he would endure for so long." Nevertheless, his return signifies a valuable experience in his life. From now on, he can simply focus on how to spend his money without a care. "Master," Wang Rifa interjected softly, "young master has not been sent back." "You are mistaken, da-da." Qin Jiaqing froze momentarily, then erupted at Wang Rifa, spitting words in disbelief. "Not sent back? How on earth can that be considered good news? What is good about it, pray tell?" Chapter 29. Shall we head to the reconnaissance battalion? "No more lounging around. Master, please do not fret." Wang Rifa hurriedly reassured him. "Of course." Qin Jiaqing glared at him. "Do you not know that my utmost concern is for Xiao Luo? I am anxious about any news regarding him." Wang Rifa sighed. "The situation is as follows. Commander Qi remarked that the young master is training diligently and has been persevering. It is impossible for him to be sent back." Qin Jiaqing's eyes widened with urgency. "Then what are the good news you mentioned?" Wang Rifa smiled. "I implored Commander Qi to allow us to observe the new recruits assessment." "What?" Qin Jiaqing gaped in astonishment. Wang Rifa continued. "Master, consider this. The young master is persisting, but surely he is concerned about his reputation. Given his current capabilities, he cannot shoulder burdens nor lift weights. It is certain he cannot pass the assessment. Thus, we shall wait on site for him. Once he is eliminated, then I shall be the first to console him and bring him home." Qin Jiaqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Rifa immediately gave a thumbs up. "Master, you are indeed astute. My little scheme has been seen through." Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Indeed, that if Xiao Luo were to be eliminated, he would surely be downcast and might resist returning. In that case, I would have to go through great lengths to find him. It would be far better to wait for him on site, embrace him with affection, and bring him home. Qin Jiaqing rubbed his hands together. "Address issues on site. It saves time and effort." "Excellent, Wang Rifa. Well done." Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. "Master, the assessment is in 2 days. Please adjust your schedule accordingly. Cancel everything on that day." Qin Jiaqing beamed with delight. "Let us go fetch my precious son home." As night fell, the sounds of snoring filled the barracks, each louder than the last. Qin Luo lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to find sleep. After experiencing so much, he suddenly developed a newfound understanding of the military. Those who join the army do not merely seek to endure hardships and spout grandiose rhetoric about defending the homeland. Each individual here possesses flesh and blood. They have moments of annoyance, hilarity, and warmth. Just before sleep, Cheng Haonan had cheerfully brought him footbath water, Zheng Qian had massaged his shoulders, and Hao Duo had rubbed his legs. Though no words were exchanged, their smile seemed to convey to Qin Luo, "We apologize for our previous transgressions. Please do not hold it against us." Qin Luo turned over. "Should I go to the reconnaissance battalion with them, or not? If I go, it will be exhausting, but if I don't, where else would I find such a group of quirky yet loyal friends?" Ding. "Host, do you wish to upgrade your genetic enhancement from level C to level B?" Qin Luo paused. "What do you mean?" "Report, host. Your superpower points have reached 100, currently standing at 105, that you may enhance any superpower. Do you wish to enhance genetic enhancement? Or would you prefer to enhance another superpower?" Qin Luo's face lit up with joy. He had long desired to improve his physical condition. The stamina of an amateur athlete was simply insufficient for his current needs. As for the other superpowers, they seemed unnecessary for the moment. Enhanced genetic enhancement. Do not make a mistake. Nodding decisively, he chose to upgrade. Ding, 100 superpower points deducted. Remaining superpower points, 5. Genetic enhancement level CB. Upgrading in progress. Please wait. In mere seconds, the upgrade was complete. Qin Luo excitedly clenched his fists. There was no need for experimentation. He could already feel the surging power within him. He could distinctly sense his muscles rapidly growing. Glancing around, he noticed his muscles were gradually becoming more pronounced, that on his arms and thighs, a robust strength was slowly manifesting. Previously, he had merely a hint of abdominal muscle definition, but now, simply sitting there. 8 well-defined abs were visible. If he were to take a picture and post it on social media, he would surely captivate many young admirers. Yet, upon reflection, it might also attract a fair number of young men. Ding, congratulations, host. Genetic enhancement upgraded to level B. Your physical abilities are now equivalent to that of a reconnaissance soldier. Qin Luo found it somewhat amusing. It seemed as if they were determined to place him in the reconnaissance battalion. Regardless, no matter where he went, an enhancement in physical capabilities was undoubtedly advantageous. Qin Luo exhaled. Whether facing the new recruit assessment or any other challenges ahead, with his current fitness level, he could handle it effortlessly. He turned over, intending to close his eyes and sleep. Yet his mind began to race. Should I go, or should I not? The next morning, in the late morning, Wu Zheng gathered the entire company for a final pep talk before the squads dispersed. Today marked the last day, and no intense training would take place. The focus would be on addressing any deficiencies. Military assessments differ from exams. One cannot simply cram at the last minute that if one does not gradually accumulate effort. No amount of last-minute effort will suffice during the assessment. To AT that moment, Chang Lei stood before everyone, not only motivating them, but also ensuring no unforeseen mishaps occurred. All right, that's all I'll say. Just remember to showcase your best abilities. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Squad leader, we will strive with all our might. Cheng Haonan exclaimed. Indeed, squad leader, we all wish to go to the reconnaissance battalion. Zheng Qian added excitedly. Chang Lei beamed. Very well, as long as you all perform well. I am confident you can all make it. Hearing Chang Lei's affirmation, smiles spread across each face, and how Duo sighed with relief. All right. Chang Lei clapped his hands. Today we will not train physically. Instead, we will practice formations and focus on the details. Yes, Qin Luo, come here for a moment. Chang Lei turned and walked to the side. Qin Luo hesitated, glancing at the others, then hurried over to Chang Lei. Squad leader. Chang Lei gazed at him, his face radiating warmth. When you arrived, the captain wanted you gone, believing you to be a burden, and other squad leaders were skeptical of you. Yet you have proven us all wrong with your strength. Qin Luo immediately stood tall. Squad leader. I know you have been very supportive of me. Chang Lei waved his hand, sighing. That is not what I meant. I just want to tell you, there is no need to push yourself so hard. He gazed deeply into Qin Luo's eyes. No matter what others say about you, or how they perceive you, just remember, the squad leader will always stand behind you in support. All of your comrades in this squad stand with you. United in purpose. Together we rise, together we fall. Chang Lei smiled, patting him. You are a good soldier. Since your arrival, it feels as if everyone in our squad has changed. You have taught me a great deal. In short, just do your best. Qin Luo stared blankly at the squad leader. From the genuine and gentle smile on his face, it was evident that his words were heartfelt, in that moment. Qin Luo felt as if he were enveloped in a warm spring breeze. An indescribable joy washing over him, that he suddenly realized that the phrase comrades are like brothers was not merely a saying. Squad leader, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and how Duo truly regarded him as a cherished comrade and friend. Qin Luo observed Chang Lei's profile, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon his solid shoulders, exuding a sense of security akin to that of an elder brother. Qin Luo's heart was profoundly moved, his fists gradually tightening. Damn it. I will go to the reconnaissance battalion. At worst, I could pull some strings to become a clerk or a communications officer. It was settled. He would join the reconnaissance battalion. He refused to lounge around any longer. Qin Luo made this difficult decision, but almost immediately regretted it. For going to the reconnaissance battalion would inevitably entail some hardships that he must endure, as darkness enveloped the earth. The lights-out signal reverberated throughout the barracks. One by one, dormitory lights flickered off, followed by a chorus of snores. Tomorrow there would be no training, a rare day of rest for the new recruits. Thus, that night, everyone enjoyed a particularly deep slumber. Beep, beep, beep. In the dead of night, a piercing whistle abruptly shattered the tranquility. Qin Luo jolted awake, his eyes flying open to end the days that he has spent in the military. He has grown accustomed to remaining vigilant, even in slumber. Emergency assembly. With a startled leap from his bed, Chang Lei lowered his voice and urged, "Hurry, everyone, wake up for the emergency assembly. The assessment is about to commence." The sudden shout from downstairs left everyone momentarily stunned. What the hell? Weren't we supposed to have a day of rest? Why has it started early? Qin Luo's expression was one of utter disbelief. The higher-ups certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. Chapter 30. Your mouth is the toughest part of you. Quick, pack your bags, move swiftly. Chang Lei barked urgently. The emergency assembly demanded silence, and with the lights out, he could only whisper, yet his tone was laden with anxiety. Everyone, sensing the urgency, immediately began to pack their bags. Qin Luo spread out his blanket, stuffing in essential items like the mosquito net, and quickly folded it back up. Once he finished, he dashed towards the flustered Hao Duo. Upon seeing Qin Luo, a frown transformed into a beaming smile on Hao Duo's face. "Luo, brother Luo." "Enough chatter," Qin Luo interrupted, snatching Hao Duo's backpack. "Focus on other things." Hao Duo's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. "Brother Luo, you're so kind. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I'd no more talk. We are comrades. Helping each other is only natural." Qin Luo kicked at him playfully, although Hao Duo nearly toppled over. He felt elated. Having someone to look out for him was a wonderful feeling that a subtle smile of appreciation graced Chang Lei's lips. That moment, Qin Luo no longer resembled a mere recruit. He embodied the essence of a reliable veteran. "I'm ready," Cheng Haonan suddenly called out. "Then hurry downstairs," Qin Luo replied without looking up. "You all too, don't embarrass the squad leader." "Understood," Cheng Haonan nodded, striding confidently toward the exit. Following him were Zheng Qian, then Li dashing point one after another. Figures rushed out, and Chang Lei clenched his fists in excitement. His gaze returned to Qin Luo, and he felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Qin Luo was indeed a precious gift from the heavens. This lad would undoubtedly become an exceptional soldier, even surpassing both me and the company commander. "All right, let us go." Qin Luo tossed the backpack to Hao Duo, then turned to grab his own before hastening down the stairs. Chang Lei collected himself and sprinted outside. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the staircase. Some ran out only to dash back in, while others created a cacophony reminiscent of battle within the barracks. The abrupt emergency assembly caught everyone off guard. Most had been roused from blissful dreams, making it no surprise they were flustered. "Hey, why are the lights still on upstairs?" a major shouted, pointing at the building. "Do you not know the regulations for an emergency assembly? And you there, why are you running around? If your bags aren't packed, stay inside. And you, pull your pants up before coming out. Have you not realized you're only in your underwear?" Standing nearby, Wu Zuan wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the entire building. Fists clenched tightly. Kong Xiang chuckled softly. "Calm down. Getting angry won't help now. The assessment is underway. Once the company is dismissed, they won't be your responsibility anymore." "Xiong Bing," Wu Zuan huffed in frustration, "until they're dismissed. They are under my watch. A bunch of disgraceful fools." Just then, a group of individuals sprinted over, forming a line swiftly before the company commander and several officers. Wu Zuan's expression softened into a smile as he observed them. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. A nearby officer nodded in satisfaction. "Impressive." Upon hearing this result, both Wu Zuan and Kong Xiang were taken aback. The new recruits were required to complete the emergency assembly within 5 minutes, ensuring their bags were properly packed with necessary items. Achieving a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds was remarkable, even for seasoned soldiers, and it was clear that only the most rigorously trained veterans could accomplish such a feat. The fact that the entire first platoon managed to do so left them astounded. Yuan's gaze fell on Qin Luo, and he felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, while he could comprehend the exceptional performance of others. Qin Luo's achievement was unexpected. Kong Xiang nudged him playfully. "Didn't I tell you not to underestimate anyone? Surprised, aren't you?" He chuckled. "Who would have thought? You could be mistaken." Wu Zuan's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly cleared his throat. What's the point of being quick in an emergency assembly? If it comes to battle, he would probably flee just as swiftly. He added dismissively, "This is just the beginning. Don't get too optimistic. Kong Xiang rolled his eyes. Isn't the purpose of an emergency assembly to react faster than the enemy in battle? You're really grasping at straws here, that moment. While standing in line, Qin Luo's eyes darted around eagerly. Besides the major, two captains also stood nearby. These individuals seemed unfamiliar to the training regiment, that an inexplicable excitement surged within him that if he could exceed the assessment requirements, he might even earn double the rewards. With a few extraordinary abilities, even if he were assigned to a reconnaissance battalion, he would surely thrive. That he clenched his fists. For the upcoming assessment, he would give it his all. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The major lifted his head, observing the new recruits as they continued to arrive, then returned his gaze to his watch. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang gradually relaxed their furrowed brows. By 4 minutes and 50 seconds, all the recruits had assembled, passing the assessment. The major exhaled a sigh of relief. Not bad. That he turned to Wu Ziyuan, smiling. In such a relaxed environment, completing the emergency assembly within the time limit is commendable. Company Leader Wu, you truly are the most renowned in the entire division. I admire you. Wu Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me truly. May I inspect them? Of course that not. The major replied with a polite smile. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched in irritation as he glared at him. The major chuckled. Company Leader Wu, don't look at me like that. This is a directive from above. The assessment has commenced, and neither you nor the instructor can interfere. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, waving his hand in resignation. Then please proceed. The major nodded with a smile, stepping to the front of the line, and called out, at ease, stand at attention. With a resounding clap, everyone fell into formation. The major commanded. On my signal, everyone will perform 30 jumps in place. Begin. All the new recruits were momentarily bewildered. What kind of command is this? Can't comprehend. Start. Jump 30 times in place. Jump hard. The major bellowed. Jump, Qin Luo shouted. Leading the charge, whoosh, the other squad leaders quickly caught on, urging their recruits to follow suit. Up and down they went, exerting themselves to jump vigorously. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang held their breath, drenched in cold sweat. Fully aware of the purpose behind this exercise, it was a test of how well the recruits had packed their bags. If not secured properly, the bags would come apart during the jumps, scattering their contents and resulting in failure. Once all had completed their jumps, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Smiles broke out across their faces as they observed that not a single item lay on the ground. The major turned to Wu Ziyuan, giving him a thumbs up. Company Leader Wu, you truly excel at leading your troops. Impressive. Wu Ziyuan beamed with pride. Just basic skills, really. You flatter me. Haha. The major laughed. Well, shall I take them now? Go ahead. Wu Ziyuan waved cheerfully. Everyone pay attention. The major bellowed. Right face march. With a sharp command, everyone pivoted to the right and began marching. Point 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. They all joined in a spirited chant. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang exchanged glances, chuckling as they followed suit. Still think you can be tough? Kong Xiang remarked while running. That kid Qin Luo packed his bag as solid as a rock. I just checked, and it doesn't even wobble. Wu Ziyuan's smile faded immediately. I see. You really know how to kill the mood, always bringing up the negatives when everyone else is celebrating. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. I'm merely defending someone. He genuinely is a good soldier. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. I've said it before, being good at packing doesn't prove anything. The real test lies ahead, that he declared solemnly. This also reflects the efforts of the squad leader. Without his guidance, how could Qin Luo progress so swiftly? Kong Xiang shook his head with a smile, that he understood that Wu Ziyuan was merely putting on a tough front, but he was beginning to soften. Previously, he had always braced himself for the possibility of taking the blame if Qin Luo faltered. Now, however, he seemed to be nurturing a belief that Qin Luo could indeed endure to you're just being stubborn. At that moment, Wu Ziyuan's gaze was fixed on Qin Luo's back. Observing the rock-solid backpack and his impeccably precise running posture, Qin Luo stood out amongst the recruits like a seasoned veteran. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched involuntarily. Could it be that he thought, shaking his head vigorously, I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse. It is merely a month, and even if a squad leader excels in teaching, he can at most reach the threshold of competence. In the realm of backpacking, it should undoubtedly be his forte. Chapter 31. Far ahead, in the lead. As dawn broke, a faint glimmer of morning light descended upon the earth. Stop them. Take them down to a certain training ground. Hundreds of soldiers, brimming with combat spirit, charged towards several officers. However, the officers being pursued displayed an agility akin to that of rabbits, striking with remarkable ferocity that a dozen soldiers attempting to block their path were swiftly knocked to the ground. After which the officers promptly leaped into an all-terrain vehicle. Drive, accelerate. They're not jesting. A colonel bellowed, though a grin adorned his face. The major behind the wheel nearly pressed his foot through the accelerator, the vehicle roaring to life as it surged forward. "You Fei, you scoundrel, have the guts to stop running." A colonel shoved aside a soldier, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle behind. "If you have the courage, get down here. I shall challenge you to a duel. Special forces, how impressive indeed. Come down here." The colonel named Hu Fei chuckled, peeking out of the vehicle to wave vigorously at the pursuing colonel. "Old Lei, cease your pursuit at your age. Mind your health, and remember to train your troops well. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Train your own self. Get down here, and I shall gladly train with you." Hu Fei jovially settled back into his seat as the vehicle distanced itself from the group of soldiers. The officers inside erupted into hearty laughter, the major nearly brought to tears from mirth. "Chief of Staff, are we being excessive?" Shinran, seated in the passenger seat, turned awkwardly to the others. "We did not select a single soldier from their elite group. Yet you still struck them hard. Are you not worried?" "Enough, Xiaoxin." An officer in the back seat chuckled. "By challenging them, we provide them with a motivation to advance. You were in intelligence before and have not been among us long. Our Chief of Staff selects personnel based on personal affinity. If there is a connection, even a butcher would be welcomed, while those without it are deemed insignificant, regardless of their prowess." Shinran, perplexed, thought to herself, shouldn't the selection for special forces be based on comprehensive qualities? Those soldiers just now had clearly met the criteria. Observing Hu Fei, who had already closed his eyes in repose, Shinran could not fathom his thoughts. "Chief of Staff, where are we headed now?" Shinran inquired. "That I have heard that the Sea Army is conducting a collective assessment of all new recruits today." Hu Fei replied nonchalantly. "What is there to observe in new recruits?" Shinran asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she glanced at the others. The others merely shrugged, as if it was to be expected. "Have you ever witnessed a collective assessment of new recruits from 3 teaching battalions of a single army?" Hu Fei chuckled, adding, "It just so happens to be on our way, and since we have some idle time, we might as well find a bit of amusement." The group in the vehicle lit up cigarettes with laughter, with the exception of Shinran, who remained utterly bewildered. After spending years undercover, she had returned only to be assigned to the training division. Yet she found herself utterly lost regarding the operations here. Hu Fei had no need for the enlistment process. He selected soldiers at whim, entirely guided by his preferences. Was it possible that he would overlook seasoned veterans to choose from the new recruits? The cold wind swept across the land, and small buildings stood like sentinels upon the yellow earth. They resembled silent soldiers, standing resolutely in the chilly breeze, quietly guarding the land beneath their feet. Creak! A Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt beneath one of the small buildings. As Qin Jiaqing exited the vehicle, Qi Shengli greeted him with a beaming smile and outstretched hand. "Director Qin, it has been a long time. I have missed you greatly." Qin Jia responded with hearty laughter, vigorously shaking his hand. "I have missed you dearly too, Chief Qi. By the way, my subordinate slaughterhouse has processed 1,000 pigs to specifically honor our soldiers, which should be arriving at your regiment shortly." Qi Shingli's smile widened. "Director Qin, you are too kind, truly too kind. You have already promised to renovate our barracks and now send us such a generous gift. As the regiment leader, I feel quite embarrassed, and no need for such formality." Qin Jiaqing chuckled heartily. "This is but a small matter, something I ought to do to be by the way. Where shall we observe?" Qi Shengli, with an inviting smile, took him along. "Come." Qin Jiaqing, filled with joy, accompanied Wang Rifa as they ascended the stairs together. Upon reaching a conference room on the 3rd floor, Qi Shengli personally pulled out a chair for him. "Director Qin, please have a seat here." He then produced a walkie-talkie from his waist and handed it to Qin Jiaqing. "This is for you as well. You know how to use it, right? Press this button to speak, and don't press it otherwise. I have already set the channel." Qin Jiaqing, bewildered, looked at the walkie-talkie and then at him. "But, Chief Qi, aren't you taking me to observe the assessment? What is the meaning of this?" Qi Shengli chuckled. "Director Qin, it is as follows. This assessment is not conducted solely by our regiment, but rather a collective evaluation involving the teaching battalions of all 3 regiments within our army. With personnel from the military present, I ask Commander Yu. Qin Jiaqing inquired. I am quite familiar with him. We dined together last month. Qi Xingli shook his head with a smile. It is not him. This assessment has escalated to a level of confidentiality, deemed a military secret, with outsiders forbidden from proximity. However, rest assured, I will keep you updated on the situation via this. Furthermore, the assessment site is nearby. If you listen closely, you might catch a glimpse of the sounds. Qin Jiaqing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. After all that effort, this was the outcome. What difference was there from waiting at home for news? Before he could voice his thoughts, Qi Xingli hastily added, Director Qin, please remain here and do not wander off, that I must return immediately. The leadership may have already arrived. Take care, and be sure to pay attention to the communications. As he spoke, he turned and hurriedly exited. Hey, Qin Jiaqing exclaimed anxiously. Just as he was about to chase after him, 2 guards appeared at the entrance and blocked his path. Qin Jiaqing was left dumbfounded. What is going on? A young lieutenant approached with a smile. I apologize, Director Qin. This area is a military restricted zone. The regiment leader has instructed that you may only move about here, and you are not permitted to exit through this door. Qin Jiaqing's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Traveling such a distance only to be deprived of witnessing Qin Luo's assessment and instead being placed under soft confinement. What kind of nonsense was this? He disregarded his image, furiously shouting into the distance. Qi Xingli, you scoundrel. The lieutenant chuckled. I'm sorry, but the regiment leader has gone too far. He cannot hear you. Qin Jiaqing was on the verge of an explosion. If I cannot leave, how am I to relieve myself? The next moment, he was rendered speechless, for the lieutenant had produced a spittoon embossed with a red peony, presenting it before him. Just make do with this, the lieutenant said. We will dispose of it later. Qin Jiaqing's eye twitched, and in a fit of rage, he turned away, plopping down on the sofa. Wang Rifo approached with a grim expression. Forget it, master. At least we made it here. Didn't Chief Qi say to listen closely? Perhaps we might hear the young master's call. Qin Jiaqing glared at him with irritation. What call? Are you suggesting I listen for his cries of despair? Frustrated, he closed his eyes, his mind filled with visions of Qin Luo. Forget it. Forget it. Better that the boy does not see me, that it would save him from embarrassment should he be eliminated. And then throw a tantrum and refuse to return with me. This is for the best. Meanwhile, Qi Xingli's vehicle sped along the dirt road, racing towards the observation platform. Creak, the screeching sound of brakes echoed as the vehicle came to a halt. And he dashed toward the observation platform. Good day, Chief of Staff. Qi Xingli approached a middle-aged man with a square face, saluting vigorously. Chief of Staff Qin Long greeted him with a warm smile. Old Qi. No need for such formality, that Qi Xingli smiled slightly. Suddenly noticing the 2 individuals standing behind Qin Long, they were none other than the commanders of the other 2 regiments of the Sea Army. Yan Jun and Li Wenguang, who were also his rivals, in a place that reveres martial prowess. There exists no first in literature, nor second in martial skills. Especially within the military, to acquire anything, one must demonstrate true capability. Thus, for resources, funding, and even training opportunities, Qi Xingli often found himself in competition with them. Observing the 3 men, tension palpable in the air, Qin Long intervened with a chuckle. All right, cease your glares at one another like fighting roosters. Your new recruits shall soon compete, no? He continued cheerfully. Before I arrived, both the commander and the political commissar mentioned that whichever teaching battalion emerges victorious in this assessment will receive a bonus at year's end, specifically for morale boosting. The eyes of the 3 commanders lit up instantly, their competitive gazes intensifying even further. The Chief of Staff, satisfied, smiled knowingly. This was precisely what he desired. Mutual competition. Soldiers who do not vie for superiority would merely become a bunch of cowards. How could they defend their homeland? It is through their striving and competing that they grow stronger. Look, the first unit has arrived. A military officer suddenly called out, and all heads turned to see a company marching in with resounding shouts. Their steps synchronized. Which unit is this? Qin Long lowered his binoculars and checked his watch. They've arrived quite early, nearly 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Reporting, this is the 9th Company of the A Division's Teaching Battalion. An officer announced. Qi Xingli paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Observing Qin Long, and then glancing at the other two brigade commanders, their mouths nearly stretched to their ears. My apologies. My apologies that it seems we've inadvertently surged ahead by such a margin. Truly, I am sorry. Ha ha ha. The two commanders, infuriated, clenched their fists, as the assessment had barely commenced, and already this fellow had outshone them. Chapter 32. Even before it truly began, victory was already in hand, that I had previously advised them to keep a low profile, to avoid overshadowing Brigade B and Brigade C too much. Qin with an air of smugness, pointed at the Ninth Company. But look at them. Their strength is overwhelming. Despite our efforts to remain inconspicuous, we have utterly failed at it. Yan Jun and Li Wenguang glared with fiery eyes. Qin, enough with your sarcasm. This surprise assessment caught our new recruits unprepared, that in every other aspect, we are certainly superior to you. Indeed, indeed. Qin nodded vigorously. Your recruits may be unprepared, but mine are as well. Yet, how can they perform so swiftly? What does this indicate? Qin beamed at them. It indicates that my recruits are simply exceptional, just like me, as the two brigade commanders appeared ready to erupt like powder kegs. Qin Luo quickly interjected. Old Qi, don't get too carried away. The assessment has only just begun. Perhaps your soldiers merely stumbled upon good fortune. Exactly. What is there to boast about? Li Wenguang scoffed. Yan Jun coldly huffed. The real competition is yet to come. To claim first place, one must possess genuine skill. That Qin proudly raised his chin. All right, you both make valid points. But having started with such a bang, how could the subsequent results be anything but favorable? Prepare yourselves. You might need to brace for continued defeat. The two commanders clenched their fists in frustration. Had Qin Luo not been there to intervene, they would have immediately sought to confront Qin. Before long, various units began to arrive one after another. However, compared to the Ninth Company, which had arrived first, the others were a sight to behold. Some units came running in, equipment falling off in a cacophony behind them. Along the way, flip-flops and liberation shoes littered the ground, and some even lost their blankets. This was still considered fortunate. Some of the later arrivals were even seen sprinting while clutching their blankets. The scene was utterly chaotic and disheveled. The expressions of the two brigade commanders grew increasingly grim, while Qin's laughter only grew louder. Old Yan, Old Li, your recruits certainly know how to make an entrance. Shedding gear left and right. Qin Luo chuckled at them, that in a real battle, they would turn into a transport convoy for the enemy. They ought to be thanking them. The two brigade commanders' faces flushed crimson. Wishing they could vanish into the ground, that a glance at the Ninth Company revealed their backpacks were as sturdy as rocks. Their new recruits were simply not on the same level. Report. A major rushed over. Saluting Qin Luo. All three training regiments. All units are now assembled. Please advise, Commander. Qin Luo nodded, his voice cold. Have they been inspected? Report, Commander. All units were thoroughly inspected upon entering the assessment area. Brigade B's training regiment. Fifth Company fared the worst, with over half of their new recruits' backpacks in disarray. Yan Jun's face was nearly dripping with blood from embarrassment, his teeth grinding. The A Brigade's training regiment, 9th Company, currently holds the best results. Not a single backpack is in disarray, and they are remarkably robust. That Qin gleefully turned to the two brigade commanders. My sincerest apologies. I have won the first round, and he grinned at the two of them. You ought to teach your new recruits better. Feel free to come and seek my guidance anytime. Don't be shy. Shut your mouth. The two, infuriated, itched to retaliate. Why bring up such matters? Just to showcase your own prowess, is it? Qin Luo suddenly commanded. Order all units that dropped items to turn back and retrieve their belongings. Yes, sir. The major saluted and dashed away. Qin Luo then turned to a lieutenant colonel nearby. How did the second round of assessments fare? The three brigade commanders collectively froze. Was it already the second round of assessments? Report, Commander. The lieutenant colonel explained. We have already compiled the results. Yesterday, we discreetly sent personnel to the three training regiments to photograph and score each unit's internal organization. C Brigade's 7th Company had the worst results, while a brigade's 9th Company excelled the most. Notably, Class 1 of the 9th Company performed exceptionally well, nearly rivaling that of seasoned soldiers. Upon hearing this, the three brigade commanders collectively gasped in astonishment. So the assessment had commenced as far back as yesterday, and to think they had sent people to score them secretly. This was akin to a teacher conducting a surprise recitation check in class. Ha ha ha! Qi Xingli, momentarily stunned, suddenly burst into laughter again, startling Qin Luo and the two brigade commanders. Qi Xingli, slapping his thigh in glee, exclaimed, "I never anticipated this. I thought I had only won one round. But now it seems I have won two. My sincerest apologies. Everyone, I am nearly invincible." The two brigade commanders glared with fiery indignation, yet felt utterly powerless, merely glaring at their own pathetic new recruits. "How disappointing." Qin Luo, smiling, clapped Qi Xingli on the back. "You've truly got a knack for this. Those two must think they ought to learn from you." Qi Xingli waved his hands in modesty. "You flatter me. You flatter me. This is all standard procedure. As soldiers, we ought to conduct ourselves in this manner. I consistently teach them that a soldier must treat every moment as an assessment, never allowing for the slightest laxity. Thus, the seasoned soldiers impart their wisdom. This is a tradition of our regiment. Ha ha ha." Listening to his infectious laughter, the two brigade commanders felt the urge to cover their ears. Qin Luo turned his head. "Once all units return, notify them to prepare immediately for the next assessment." "Understood." Qi Xingli then took out binoculars, surveying the direction of the 9th Company. His gaze swept through the crowd before landing on Class 1. Spotting Qin Luo, he stealthily moved aside. Qin Dong, can you hear me?" At this moment, Qin Jiaqing was busy watering a spittoon. Hearing the sudden voice from the walkie-talkie, he quickly turned around. Wang Rifa, sitting nearby, yelped, leaping up in shock. Qin Jiaqing glanced at Wang Rifa, now drenched, feeling quite embarrassed. "Old Wang, I am truly sorry. I didn't notice you were here." Wang Rifa, wiping his face in despair. "No worries. Sir, your temper seems a bit high these days. You ought to drink more water. Hurry and grab the walkie-talkie." Right. Qin Jiaqing, disregarding his wet hands, hurriedly dashed over, snatching the walkie-talkie. What is the situation? "Qin Dong, I have good news for you," Qi Xingli exclaimed animatedly. "The company that Qin Luo is in just secured first place in 2 assessments. Especially Class 1, their performance was particularly outstanding. At this rate, not only will they pass the assessment, but he might even garner attention from the military. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Did I arrange this well?" The smile on Qin Jiaqing's face froze entirely, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. "That I intended for him to be sent back. How is it that he has now taken first place? Qin Dong, a new assessment is about to commence. I'll update you shortly." Immediately, the line went silent. Qin Jiaqing stood there, dazed, holding the walkie-talkie, utterly bewildered that he looked at Wang Rifa in disbelief. "Slap me." Wang Rifa, eyes wide in fear. "Sir, are you all right? Quick, slap me," Qin Jiaqing shouted. "I must be hearing things. How could Xiao Luo possibly take first? Is he cut out for this? It must be an illusion. An illusion." Chapter 33. Super Double Rewards. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Jiaqing repeatedly slapped himself, causing Wang Rifa to hurriedly grasp his hand. "Ouch, that really hurts," Qin Jiaqing grimaced. Wang Rifa, with a pained expression, "Sir, please don't overthink it. Didn't Qi Xingli just say that? It was Master S class that took first, with no relation to Master himself. He merely rode on their coattails. Is that so?" Qin Jiaqing gazed at him with hope. "Can I still take Xiao Luo back?" Wang Rifa scrutinized him. "You know best about Master. Do you think he is capable of enduring hardship?" "Indeed." Qin Jiaqing nodded excitedly. "You're absolutely right. That rascal can't even lift a sack, let alone shoulder responsibility. After just a month in the army, he is suddenly a real man. He is merely muddling through. I'll bet that in the upcoming assessments, he'll surely reveal his true colors, that he has simply not cut out for military life. He'll have to obediently return to inherit our family's vast fortune." Wang Rifa's eyes twitched. He too wished to inherit some family wealth. Such paternal love was profound, and he longed for it. Last 10 minutes, all regiments prepare. The assessment instructor, holding a megaphone, stood before the crowd, shouting. All the new recruits immediately became tense and busied themselves, while Qin Luo looked ahead. This was the military's vast outdoor training ground, exceedingly expansive. Tanks from 7 or 8 regiments could race through here with ease, let alone the soldiers from 3 regiments. All could line up perfectly and run without issue. The upcoming assessment would begin with a 120-meter tactical evaluation, including 30 meters of low crawling, 30 meters of high crawling, and 30 meters of prone crawling. Finally, the last 30 meters would involve crawling over barbed wire in any position. The entire assembly turned to gaze at the instructor's pointed direction. Indeed, ahead, numerous strands of barbed wire had been set up, stretching from left to right, forming a continuous barrier that a company can be allocated 3 or 4 barbed wire fences. The instructor continued, saying, "Following the tactical assessment, there will be a 5-minute rest, after which the physical fitness assessment will commence immediately. 150 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 50 dips on parallel bars, and 20 pull-ups. After completion, a 5-minute rest will be granted," that he rasped loudly. "After 5 minutes, we will immediately proceed with a 5-kilometer run. Upon finishing, there will be a 10-minute break, followed by shooting training." The requirements that a wicked smile crept across his lips. Both the tactical and physical assessments must be completed while carrying your backpacks. However, the 5-kilometer run may be undertaken with a lighter load, that a collective gasp echoed among the soldiers. The new recruits grimaced, while the squad leaders widened their eyes in shock. The company commander and regiment commander wore expressions of deep concern. Were they testing the new recruits? It seemed more like a challenge meant for seasoned veterans. In past training assessments, the focus had always been on the most fundamental tasks, whether it be barracks management, formations, physical training, or shooting. The standards have been slightly elevated based on regular training routines that resembled an organized health check, where tasks were completed one by one, culminating in a final score review. Yet today's assessment interconnected all tasks and mandated their completion within minimal rest periods. Was this something that recruits, fresh from 3 months of service, could manage? Even seasoned soldiers would find it taxing to complete everything. However, the first squad members appeared quite pleased, compared to their usual extra training. This was merely a fair contest, nothing extraordinary. Cheng Haonan nudged Qin Luo and whispered, "Luo go, we owe you one. If it weren't for your previous arrogance, we wouldn't have become this strong." Qin Luo rolled his eyes, knowing full well it was their insistence on competing with him that led to this. Yet, he too was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. That was indeed a case of serendipity. This assessment lacked specific time constraints. The instructor continued, "The one who finishes the assessment first, with the shortest time taken and the most precise movements, along with shooting results, will ultimately be declared the victor. Prepare yourselves, there are 10 minutes remaining. Remember to quickly check your backpacks. If they fall apart, you will have to repack them and retake the assessment, and the time lost will be on you. Prepare." The various companies immediately descended into chaos. The regiment commander summoned the company leaders, delivering an impassioned speech. The company leaders quickly rushed back to their respective units, calling all squad leaders for yet another round of motivation. There was no choice. The content of this assessment had exceeded their expectations and the capabilities of most new recruits. They could only resort to a last-minute remedy, rallying everyone on site, despite the assessment's divergence from previous years. Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on all squad leaders. "But I believe in you, and I believe in all the new recruits. Later, give them a good boost. Let them bring out their utmost abilities. If we don't strive now, we won't have another chance. Yes." Everyone growled in unison. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling them to disperse, that he understood that further words were futile. Only by enhancing morale could they achieve better results. "Class leader." "Yes." Chang Lei turned around, and Wu Ziyuan had already approached him. That he glanced at Qin Luo in the ranks, lowering his voice to ask, "Give me the lowdown. Is this kid reliable?" Chang Lei puffed out his chest. "Report." "Company commander, Qin Luo is capable, exceptionally so." Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. Although he found it hard to trust Qin Luo, he did have faith in Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan nodded. "Good. But you still need to encourage him a bit. Make sure he gives it his all. He mustn't drag the entire squad down, especially don't let him drag you down." Chang Lei smiled slightly. "Company commander, just watch. He will surely bring glory to the 9th Company." Watching him turn and walk away, Wu Ziyuan felt a headache coming on. Bring glory to the 9th Company. As long as he doesn't hinder Chang Lei, Wu Ziyuan would be thankful. Chang Lei returned to the front of the ranks, all standing tall, eagerly looking at him. Chang Lei smiled back at them. "I won't say much. I'll be right beside you all the way to the end. Show all the troops what you're made of, and prove you are the best recruits." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. Qin Luo turned his head towards the viewing platform. That a flicker in his eyes revealed keen awareness. He clearly saw several officers standing hundreds of meters away. Quite a grand occasion, with so many high-ranking officials present that if they secured the top spot among recruits, the system must grant additional rewards. Qin Luo excitedly clenched his fist, as long as the abilities granted were impressive enough. Even the grueling conditions of the reconnaissance battalion would become a piece of cake. It seemed this time he must give it his all. 2 minutes left for preparation. Moments later, the instructor shouted again. Chung Haonan and the others felt a mix of excitement and tension. How Duo, glancing around at the throngs of people, found his forehead inexplicably damp with sweat. Qin Luo scanned them and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. System, if I lead the entire squad to achieve the top rank among recruits in the army, would that count as exceeding the task? Will there be additional rewards? Qin Luo eagerly inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ding, report to the host, there is a certain probability. Qin Luo's eyes brightened considerably. His guess had indeed been correct. System, if the scale of this assessment is tripled, does that mean the rewards will also be tripled if the task is completed? Report to the host, there will be a certain probability. Qin Luo felt a bit speechless. It seemed there was no guarantee of 100%, but he took a deep breath. Regardless, having a certain probability is better than none. As long as I receive several powerful new abilities, I can stride with confidence anywhere. Hurry! All companies, organize yourselves. Line up by squad. Quickly! The assessment instructor, holding a megaphone, ran in front of the ranks while shouting. Each company leader immediately directed their troops to the temporarily marked white line. All squads quickly aligned, with countless recruits nervously glancing at the sea of people beside them before shifting their gaze to the racetrack ahead. Competing alongside so many was a new challenge for all recruits. Prepare! The assessment instructor dashed to the side of the crowd, shouting through the megaphone. 30 seconds remaining. The new recruits in each squad rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Qin Luo turned to address everyone. Previously, you said you wanted me to look out for you after joining the company, right? Chung Haonan and the others stared at him, stunned. No one expected him to pose such a question at this critical moment. Exactly, how Duo nodded vigorously, that we must cling to the strong. Luo Ge, we're counting on you. Chung Haonan lifted his chin. Luo Ge, we feel the same. Zheng Qian replied with a smile, and others nodded in agreement. All right. Qin Luo surveyed everyone. Later, stick close to me that I'll lead you to first place, and then we'll all head to the reconnaissance battalion together that I in that moment. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right. Chung Haonan eagerly nodded, with the others following suit, nodding vigorously. Qin Luo flashed them a smile before turning his gaze coldly forward. To the side of the assessment area, Gao Kun cheerfully offered cigarettes to the other two new troop commanders. Come, have a smoke. The two men shot him disdainful glances, yet unceremoniously accepted the cigarettes. Gao Kun chuckled as he lit one for himself. Gentlemen, I apologize, the assessment has barely begun, and I'm already putting you to shame. He took a deep drag and exhaled a smoke ring, feigning helplessness. I truly do not wish to compete with you, but the army insists on having our 3 regiments compete together. Isn't that clearly setting me up to bully you? The two commanders trembled with anger, their hands shaking as they clutched their cigarettes. But rest assured, Gao Kun patted his chest. I've already spoken to each company leader about the previous assessment. He held the cigarette between his teeth, smiling at the two. I've instructed all recruits to hold back a little. I can't let you be humiliated too badly, that we're all old friends. I understand. Old Gao, quit showing off in front of me. One commander snapped, pointing at him. The last 2 rounds barely counted as passing your barracks inspection. What use is that, when it comes to battle? Are your soldiers prepared to fold blankets and smother the enemy? The other commander huffed coldly. The real competition has only just begun. Don't get too cocky. If you truly let your recruits hold back, you'll be in for a miserable defeat later. Gao Kun nodded sincerely. Yes. Everything you say is correct, that you're amazing, truly amazing. That's exactly how I feel. The 2 men were infuriated by his insufferable demeanor, and they angrily crushed their cigarette butts on the ground, that in an instant they lunged forward, forcibly grabbing a pack from him, and departed in a huff. Gao Kun hurried after them. Hey, I only have half a pack left. Leave me one, you bandits, bang. Simultaneously, the starting gun echoed throughout the training ground. Begin. The assessment instructor bellowed that in an instant, the various classes, having long been prepared, surged forth like ferocious tigers unleashed, racing towards their respective tracks. Just then, one team surpassed everyone else. accelerating with remarkable speed, swiftly creating a significant distance between themselves and the other squads that as the new recruits watched their pace quicken. They too hurriedly increased their speed. Just at the outset, chaos erupted among the new recruit classes. Go, go! Chong Lei cheered from a distance, clapping fervently and shouting with excitement. The outstanding team in question was none other than Class 1. At this moment, Qin Luo led the charge, with everyone following closely behind. They disregarded everything else, fixated solely on the back of the person ahead of them, their minds occupied only with Qin Luo's command. Just run behind me. Drop! Upon reaching the tactical line, Qin Luo bellowed, being the first to throw himself to the ground. He slid nearly 3 meters across the grass before swiftly transitioning into a prone position. With hands and feet working in unison, and his waist generating power, he crawled forward like a gecko clinging to the earth. One after another. Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others followed suit, using their momentum to slide forward 2 to 3 meters before almost mirroring Qin Luo's swift transformation into a crawling position. Meanwhile, the other new recruit classes were still frantically racing behind. Good. Wu Yun jubilantly hopped around in the crowd, drawing murderous glares from the other company commanders. Kong Xiang glanced around cautiously, swallowing nervously. Old Wu. Keep it down. Everyone is watching. So what if they are watching? What is there to fear? Wu Ziyuan replied smugly, my troops are in the lead. Should I not be happy for them? If they could run as fast as my soldiers. They could jump too. I'm not stopping them. The other company commander's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for Wu's surname, they would likely have greeted him with a few choice words by now. Kong Xiang chuckled. So you admit they're your soldiers now? You certainly weren't saying that before. Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. What? Kong Xiang fixed him with a gaze. What are you pretending for? Can't you see who's leading the charge? Wu Ziyuan's face turned crimson, that he had also been astonished. He never would have imagined that everyone in Class 1 would follow Qin Luo so closely, using him as their benchmark. Furthermore, Qin Luo's tactical movements were so precise that even he wanted to give a thumbs up. Kong Xiang, grinning, patted him on the back. Admit it, Qin Luo is indeed a remarkable soldier, as a class leader. He has not misrepresented himself. Wu Yun stared at Qin Luo, who was nearing the barbed wire. His fists clenched in silence. That it had only been a short while, yet this once inexperienced recruit had become so formidable. When he first arrived, he could hardly do anything. Wu Yun suddenly felt a wave of shame. Due to his biases, he had never paid attention to Qin Luo. What had transpired in the meantime? How had the new recruits in Class 1 transformed so dramatically? They had not been like this just a month ago. Now, Class 1's capabilities had completely exceeded his expectations, that they've all charged past. Kong Xiang suddenly exclaimed, filled with excitement. Wu Yun jolted back to reality, realizing that the last recruit, Hao Duo, had already risen from behind the barbed wire. The entirety of Class 1 had completed the first assessment, and they had done so with remarkable speed compared to the other new recruit classes. Fantastic! Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, leaping into the air with exhilaration. The other company commanders, already irritable, became even more annoyed at Wu Ziyuan's display of triumph. Hurry up. What are you doing? Are you crawling like a turtle? Can't you see that their entire class has crossed the finish line? Speed is of the essence. Many commanders could no longer contain themselves. Although they couldn't physically intervene. Shouting from the sidelines was certainly permissible. On the other side, Gao Kun chuckled as he patted the 2 stunned regiment commanders. Pardon me, gentlemen, but we won again. Your athletes aren't up to par. My soldiers barely exerted themselves, yet they are still so slowed. It must be a reflection of your poor coaching. The 2 regiment commanders turned abruptly. Their faces filled with indignation, but Gao Kun was already prepared, stepping back a good 10 paces. Don't get too excited. We haven't finished the competition yet. The real challenge is still to come. If you overreact now, you'll find it even harder to bear later. Shut up. The 2 regiment commanders shouted in unison, their faces flushed with anger. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Qi Xingli was also reveling in his triumph. Inciting the ire of the other 2 division commanders, who wished they could silence him. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Qi Xingli exclaimed, unable to suppress his glee. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Can you believe this is the performance of new recruits? But for our brigade, this is just routine. We are Brigade A. It comes first and no one else can compare. Ha ha ha. Shut your mouth. The 2 division commanders could no longer tolerate it and collectively yelled. Suddenly, a hand clapped firmly on Qi Xingli's shoulder. He turned to find Qin Long looking on in astonishment. "What's wrong, Chief of Staff?" Qi Xingli asked, bewildered. Qin Long pointed ahead. "Old Qi, your new recruits, they didn't rest. They jumped straight into the next task." "What?" Qi Xingli spun around and indeed saw all the members of Class 1 already doing push-ups on the physical training field. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I can't believe it. They just finished the tactical crawl, aren't they going to take a break? Are they super scions or something? Chapter 35. Company Commander, I ask you, are you impressive or what? Having just completed the tactical crawl, expending so much energy, aren't they feeling any fatigue? Qin Long swallowed hard and gave Qi Xingli a thumbs up. The new recruits you train are truly brave. Qi Xingli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and before he could respond, Li Wenguang sneered, "Brave, yes, but lacking in brains." "Indeed," Yin Jun chuckled, 120 meters of tactical crawling. How much energy does that expend? They must be gasping for breath by now. "Old Qi, you don't seem to care much for your soldiers. Is this how you typically train them?" Qi Xingli glared at them. "Nonsense. I am renowned for cherishing my soldiers. They are just very strong, which is why they didn't need a break. Keep telling yourself that." Yin Jun mocked. "I doubt it will be long before they start to tire." The two division commanders exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. They had initially thought this class was exceptional, only to realize they were rather foolish. They believed it wouldn't be long before their own new recruits caught up. Such a promising lead wasted so carelessly. Qi Xingli clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the competition field. Qin Luo and the others were doing their push-ups in a synchronized manner, their speed suggesting no signs of fatigue. Yet Qi Xingli's heart was in his throat. After all, they had just completed a tactical crawl, and even seasoned veterans needed rest. But these new recruits, Gao Kun, how do you train your soldiers? They are clearly capable, yet so foolish. You better pray they maintain their lead. If someone overtakes them, I want to let you off easily. Qi Xingli's grip on his fist tight, and he had finally found a moment to gloat in front of the other two division commanders. And he certainly didn't want to lose that joy so soon. A go. Outside the training field, Chang Lei and Wu Zun shouted in unison, their voices hoarse from cheering. They poured every ounce of energy into their shouts. On the training field, Qin Luo was nearing the end of his push-ups that he lifted his head and noticed everyone struggling through their repetitions. That it seemed that jumping straight into the physical assessment without a break had indeed taken a toll on them. To ensure they exceeded their task expectations and earned more rewards, he needed to ignite their spirits and unleash their potential. Qin Luo suddenly called out, "Cheng Haonan, don't you claim to be the street bully? Is this all you've got? How will you please your girlfriend in the future if you can't even handle this? Hurry up, a man can't say he can't do it." Cheng Haonan was instantly provoked, springing into action like a pile driver. "I can do it, I can do it, I can do it." "Zheng Qian," Qin Luo shouted, "how about some free instant noodles, spicy strips, and hot dogs? Cookies, cola, chicken feet. Do you want them?" "Absolutely." Zheng Qian began to push himself furiously. "I'm going all out." Li Dashing, "Do you still want to smoke good cigarettes? Want to watch those action films from the islands?" "Brother Luo, don't say any more. I'm already at my limit." Qin Luo encouraged each recruit, finally turning to Hao Duo. This lad, drenched in sweat, was struggling to do push-ups using a butterfly stroke, upon locking eyes with Qin Luo. Hao Duo trembled. "Brother Luo, you can't ignore me, can you? Then hurry up. If you want me to look after you, get moving." Qin Luo shot him a glare. Yes. Hao Duo immediately began to act as if possessed, desperately trying to push himself up. The instructor nearby felt his scalp tingle, thinking, are these guys insane? What kind of stimulus did they receive? Before long, the group collectively finished their push-ups. "Preparation for sit-ups," Qin Luo shouted. All the recruits lay down in unison, following Qin Luo's rhythm as their bodies rapidly surged up and down. The instructor watched, his eyelids twitching, instinctively moving further away from them. Not far off, the new recruits who had just completed their tactical crawl stared in awe, mouths agape. Do these guys really not know what fatigue is? They're practically dying, and yet they can still move this quickly? Truly a bunch of freaks. In the stands, Qin Long, Qi Xingli, and two other commanders were utterly astonished, their eyes wide open as they gazed from afar at this moment. They had forgotten everything, their sights solely fixed on this group of individuals. It was truly astonishing. After expending such energy, they could still perform the physical assessment at such speed. Had they not paused even once? Qin Luo inquired. Qi Xingli and the others shook their heads vigorously. Resembling rattling drums, they haven't stopped. They'd been going the whole time. Qin Luo swallowed hard. These soldiers are extraordinary. Are they determined to continue the assessments without any rest? He abruptly turned his head. Qi Xingli. Yes, Qi Xingli immediately stood tall. You didn't recruit a bunch of seasoned veterans to masquerade as new recruits, did you? Qin Luo questioned suspiciously. How could new recruits be this formidable? The two commanders quickly caught on. Well, Qi Xingli, you've been mocking us all along. Turns out you brought in a bunch of veterans. How shameless. You're so unscrupulous just to win. Qi Xingli, flustered, jumped up and down. Who the hell brought veterans? They are all registered new recruits. You can check if you don't believe me. The two commanders were well aware, but seized the rare opportunity to suppress him, hastily throwing in a few more remarks. Lest this fellow's tail start to soar again, boasting as usual. Qin Luo turned away, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Luo, who had already ascended the horizontal bar, while the others were nearing the end of their physical assessments. Remarkable, it had been ages since he had witnessed such astonishing new recruits. Qin Luo, take a breather. Don't rush. The other new recruits are still far behind you. Restore your energy first, Chang Lei shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Wu Zuan, disregarding his dignity, yelled, Qin Luo, you're doing great. Don't overexert yourself. Just focus on securing the first place steadily. Qin Luo glanced at them, his eyes twitching. Who wouldn't he want to slow down a bit? But who knew if someone would suddenly surge ahead? He looked back, seeing the company commanders shouting like madmen, and the new recruits were equally frantic, vigorously executing push-ups. Qin Luo's eyes twitched again. Judging by this momentum, if he didn't hurry up, someone might catch up. Then he would have no hope of claiming the title of top new recruit. All his previous efforts would have been in vain. Ignoring the two words, he turned to the crowd. Everyone was panting heavily, their eyes fixed intently on him. Qin Luo's mind raced, ready to spur them on. Let me ask you a question. Is our squad leader good to us? Everyone was taken aback. Yes, of course. Yes, excellent. Qin Luo locked eyes with them. This year, our squad leader is up for promotion, but if we perform well and secure 3 firsts from the training corps, he will definitely get promoted. Do you all want to lend a hand? The crowd exchanged glances. Of course we do. We want it very much. Qin Luo's lips curled into a sly smile. All right then. Let us not rest. Continue pushing forward with me. Everyone gaped. Chung Haonan, wearing a pained expression, implored, but Luo Gu, we've already completed 3 tasks consecutively. We're exhausted. Can't we at least take a break? Do you still want the squad leader to get promoted? Qin Luo challenged him. I knew you wanted him to. Qin Luo cut him off, speaking plainly. Then let us not rest. Haven't you seen the others catching up? We must be faster than them to secure first place. If we win, I'll treat you all to a grand feast and give each of you a cigarette. Deal? Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Deal. We must secure first place for our squad leader. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Who said monetary incentives were ineffective? At a crucial moment, they proved to be quite useful. All right, I'll lead the charge, for I must claim the title of top new recruit. You all follow closely behind, and I'll come back to guide you later. What? Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Luo Gu, this is a bit what? Qin Luo glared at them. If you're calling me Luo Gu, and I don't showcase some real skills, how can I be worthy of that title? Stop the nonsense, run. With that, he turned and dashed off. Come back later. Don't let me see you lagging behind. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Actually, Qin Luo makes a fair point, that a true leader should indeed act like one. Luo Gu is quite responsible as a leader. I'll follow his lead. What are we waiting for? Zheng Qian urged anxiously. If they catch up to us, we want to get first place, and all our promises of cigarettes, instant noodles, and spicy strips will vanish. Let us hurry. Charge. In unison, everyone shouted, sprinting towards the 5-kilometer starting line. The new recruits from several other classes, just arriving at the physical assessment site, were momentarily stunned. Watching the first class racing ahead, their faces contorted in despair. Damn it, is there no respite for us? Seriously, can't we take a break? Would resting kill us? This was no new recruit assessment. It was clearly a brutal massacre. We can't lose. We mustn't lose. Meanwhile, Chong Lei and Wu Zhan stood with their mouths agape, staring at the ever-receding figure of Qin Luo. As they witnessed him dash straight from the starting line, they both swallowed hard. This kid's physical prowess is simply monstrous. Is he not tired at all? Wu Zhan exclaimed, eyes wide. Chong Lei turned to him with a grin. Commander, isn't he impressive? What? Wu Zhan looked at him in surprise. Chong Lei, beaming with pride, asked, I'm just asking you, is my soldier impressive? Does he bring honor? Wu Zhan found himself at a loss for words. Commander, I just need your affirmation. Chong Lei gazed at him eagerly. He has been misunderstood by you for so long. I just want to hear your sincere words now. Is he impressive? Yes, indeed. He is exceptionally impressive. I was wrong, all right? I misjudged him. Wu Zhan conceded loudly. After the assessment, I'll apologize to him, a sincere apology. I must make it worthwhile. Chong Lei rubbed his burning eyes and laughed heartily. No need for an apology. Just hearing that from you is enough. Stop the emotional theatrics with me. Wu Zhan shoved him. Aren't we supposed to accompany them? Shouldn't we chase after them? They're getting too far ahead. Oh, right. Chong Lei suddenly realized, quickly turning around to chase after Wu Zhan. Chapter 36. Breaking the military's 20-year record. Thud, thud, thud. In the conference room, Qin Jiaqing paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. His brow furrowed in deep thought. After circling the conference table countless times, Wang Rifa, with a bitter expression, remarked, Sir, stop pacing. If you're not dizzy, I'm about to be dead. I'm just anxious. Qin Jiaqing replied. Still moving. I wonder how that brat is doing. Has he been eliminated? May our ancestors bless us. There better not be any mishaps. Wang Rifa consoled him. Sir, there definitely won't be any problems. Chairman Qin, are you there? Suddenly, Qi Xingli's voice came through the intercom. Qin Jiaqing, as if stung by a bee, rushed forward to grab the intercom. Commander Qi, it's me. What is the situation? Guess, Qi Xingli teased with a chuckle. Qin Jiaqing and Wang Rifa nearly choked on their breaths. Guess my foot. Qin Jiaqing suppressed his irritation, forcing a smile. Commander Qi, please, don't jest at a time like this. Just tell me. I'm on edge. Haha. Qi Xingli laughed heartily. Chairman Qin, I truly must thank you. Qin Jiaqing widened his eyes in astonishment that you've delivered to me an exceptional soldier. I'm far more pleased than if you had arranged for us to renovate the barracks. However, the barracks do still need renovation. That would make me even happier. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiaqing felt as though struck by lightning, his head buzzing. His face seemed to swell with disbelief. Commander Qi swallowed hard. What is going on? Oh dear, your son has truly made a name for himself today. Qi Xingli rambled on excitedly, and Qin Jiaqing felt himself sink into the chair, his head spinning. Wang Rifa quickly said aside the intercom, Sir. Sir, are you all right? Qin Jiaqing grasped his hand, staring vacantly. Wang Rifa. Yes, sir, I'm here. Xiao Luo, did I hardly know him anymore. When did he become this formidable? Wang Rifa also wore an awkward expression, unable to fathom how Qin Luo had become so impressive. The young master has grown up. Perhaps he has fully matured. Wang Rifa awkwardly reassured him. Qin Jiaqing, with a forlorn expression, slumped in his chair. I, Qin Jiaqing, have endured countless storms over the decades, suffered greatly to reach today. All to provide Xiao Luo with a carefree life, that if he joins the army, what use is all my wealth? I've utterly failed. Hurry up, give it your all. They've already vanished from sight. What are you doing standing around? Move. The company commander shouted frantically from the sidelines, their throats nearly giving out. The two battalion commanders could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward. The recruits, in a frenzy, streamed with sweat, yet gritted their teeth and pressed on, their pace significantly quicker than usual. Even the officers on the observation platform stared in disbelief. Had new recruits ever been this fierce during assessments in previous years? The instructors surrounding the assessment venue instinctively retreated several paces, distancing themselves from the recruits, who exuded an intimidating aura, fearing a beating should they draw too close. This was no mere recruit assessment. Even veteran evaluations had never been this intense. After 12 years of service, I was witnessing such ferocity in new recruits for the very first time that it was truly terrifying. All of this was instigated by the new recruits of Class 1. Company 9, who had overturned 3 entire battalions of recruits. especially the one leading the charge, who was nothing short of a complete maniac. The officers nodded vigorously, consumed by envy and jealousy. That moment. Chaos reigned across the grounds. Only Gao Kun strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back, smoking a cigarette, surveying the scene like a seasoned cadre, while the other two battalion commanders shouted at the top of their lungs. Veins bulging in their necks, he chuckled to himself, relishing the moment. You two used to show off in front of me. 30 years of ups and downs. Do not underestimate the middle-aged poor. Today it's finally my turn. Just wait, soon I shall revel in your defeat. With heavy strides, Qin Luo leaned forward, gripping his backpack straps tightly to keep it snug against his body. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks like pearls scattered from a broken string. Ahead, he spotted a valley. His destination, that if he reached it first, he would undoubtedly claim the title of the fastest recruit in the entire army, with no one able to catch up to him. A few instructors stood at the entrance of the valley. That it's time, it's time. They shouted as everyone surged towards the finish line, positioning themselves at various angles, ready to time the finish. Qin Luo was now exerting every ounce of strength, his legs surging with power as he sprinted towards the finish line. The very moment he crossed it, one instructor pressed the stopwatch with force while simultaneously signaling him to stop. Yet Qin Luo did not halt. Instead, he zipped past the instructor. Turning back, the instructor was taken aback to see Qin Luo standing a short distance away, unzipping his pants to relieve himself. Damn it. I was about to burst. What a relief. The instructors could only stare in disbelief. They had seen recruits collapse, lie down, or even fall, but never one who would immediately drop his pants to urinate after finishing a race. Could he be any more bizarre? Suddenly, Qin Luo turned with an awkward grin. Do you have any paper? What on earth do you think you're doing? The instructor exclaimed, eyes wide. Qin Luo's embarrassment deepened. I just let out a fart and suddenly felt the urge. The instructor's jaws nearly dropped. This kid was truly eccentric. Fine, I'll try to hold it, Qin Luo said, taking a deep breath, managing to keep it in. The instructors exchanged worried glances. After all, one could never trust a fart. With a significant sigh of relief, Qin Luo felt considerably better. That he then glanced towards the main road. He still needed to bring back those few guys that if they were overtaken by the recruits behind them, they would miss out on the overall victory and thus the chance to earn extra rewards. Shaking himself, he swiftly pulled up his pants and turned to race back. Hey, where do you think you're going? One instructor raised his hand, attempting to stop Qin Luo. Yes, Qin Luo leaped up and slapped his palm against the instructor's hand. The instructor was momentarily at a loss, standing there in shock, by the time he regained his senses. Qin Luo had already dashed back along the same route. Hey, you've already reached the finish line. There's no need to run back, but having relieved himself, Qin Luo was running at full throttle, disappearing from sight in no time. The instructor was left speechless. Not only was this kid peculiar, but he was also a bit unhinged. Why would he run back after crossing the finish line? Suddenly, he noticed his hand was wet. And in an instant, he was enraged. Damn it, the little bastard got urine all over my hand. Report. A new recruit has completed the 5-kilometer assessment first. The voice of the instructor at the finish line suddenly crackled over the radio on the observation platform. Chun Long and Qi Xingli perked up immediately. What's his name? Which unit? Report the time. One instructor inquired loudly. Report, his name is Qin Luo, a recruit from Company 9 of the A Division Teaching Regiment. His 5-kilometer assessment time is 15 minutes and 50 seconds. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yin Jun gaped. Is there an error in the report? Please repeat. A confirming voice responded. Report, there is no error. 15 minutes and 50 seconds, that we timed it simultaneously. There is absolutely no mistake. Qin Long quickly stepped forward, snatching the radio. Has his equipment been checked? Is anything missing? Report, it has been checked. Nothing is missing. A heavy silence fell over the crowd for 2 seconds, the shock deepening on their faces. Everyone swallowed hard. Understood. Qin Long returned the radio to the instructor, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Qi Xingli. Old Qi. This new recruit of yours is extraordinary. Before Qi Xingli could respond, another instructor interjected. Report, I just checked. This recruit named Qin Luo has broken the previous record for new recruit assessments. Chun Long urgently inquired. By how much? The instructor replied solemnly. 20 years. What? Qin Long's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 years. The instructor reiterated, for 20 years, no new recruit has achieved a time like his. The last recruit to do better was 20 years ago. Everyone present was left stunned. Even Qi Xingli forgot to boast that a record that had stood for 20 years was shattered, that a faint smile gradually appeared on Qianlong's face. This assessment was truly timely. We found a prodigy. The two commanders glanced at Qi Xingli before turning away. Their moods were already sour enough. They had no desire to see this fellow gloat. How could such an exceptional soldier be assigned to Qi Xingli? At this moment, Qi Xingli was in a state of exhilaration, tightly gripping the radio. It might be a bit early to report to Qin Dong, but if he hears about Qin Luo's performance, he'll probably be overjoyed. How is that kid doing now? Is he in good shape? Qianlong asked with concern. Report, he is perfectly fine. He relieved himself at the finish line and is already running back. The instructor replied. What? Qianlong asked incredulously. Running back? Why is he doing that? Is he dissatisfied with how fast he ran and wants to do it again? Come on, keep up. Cheng Haonan, panting heavily, led the way at the front of the line, with others trailing behind him. Hao Dua, having exhausted most of his energy, found himself stuck in the middle. Unable to continue, he clutched the backpack of the person ahead, who in turn was pushed along by the one behind. Zheng Qian gasped. I think we might already be in first place. Should we slow down? Cheng Haonan wiped his sweat and looked back. I think that's fine. After all, nobody's chasing us. So let's just take it easy. Besides, Luo good doesn't know as long as we reach first place. That's enough. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Dashing suddenly deflated. I was just holding in a massive dump. The others looked at him in disdain. No worries. I can scrape by with a branch. Otherwise, I could always use my fingers. Li Dashing chuckled. That is just disgusting. The group collectively raised their middle fingers at Li Dashing. Stop dawdling. Let us take a break. We've got a decent lead. A minute or two 1T hurt. Zheng Qian shouted, breathless. Everyone immediately began to slow down, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Luo's voice suddenly rang out. Why are you all so slow? You've made me run so far. Hurry up. Upon seeing Qin Luo charging back, everyone's eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. No way, he really came back. Cheng Haonan lamented, Don't. We want to rest. Why did you come back? Chapter 37. What on earth is going on in Shahu's mind? Run. Run fast. Qin Luo brandished a branch menacingly, glaring at the group of recruits. So, you thought you could rest without me? Have you forgotten that you need to assist the squad leader? Where's your integrity? With a crack, Qin Luo slammed the branch against the ground, startling all the recruits into quickening their pace once more. Cheng Haonan, looking glum, said, Luo go, I think we've done enough that we're already in first place. The other recruits can't catch up. With another crack, the branch struck the ground again, sending the recruits jumping in fright. You still want to make a name for yourselves? Do you want free instant noodles, hot dogs, marinated eggs, century eggs, biscuits, and cigarettes? Stop it. Luo go. Cheng Haonan gulped. I'm running. Run. Zheng Qian shouted. For the noodles, squad leader, charge. Charge. Everyone shouted hoarsely, pushing themselves forward. Qin Luo sneered coldly. You bunch of slackers still thinking of slacking off. If we take first place, I'll double the rewards. All of you can join the reconnaissance battalion. It's a win-win situation. Even if you're exhausted, you'd better keep running. Meanwhile, behind them, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were closely following. Hey, why are they speeding up again? Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, astonished, pointing ahead. Chang Lei's eyes widened as well. He had clearly seen that Cheng Haonan and the others were nearly out of energy and had slowed down earlier. How were they suddenly accelerating again? Chang Lei, Wu Ziyuan chuckled, patting him on the back. I can't help but admire you now. You really know how to lead troops. Not only did Qin Luo lead the troops with remarkable vigor, but did it is Qin Luo? Chang Lei suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. What? Wu Ziyuan followed his finger's direction and indeed spotted a figure that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Luo. Is that really him? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. Didn't he leave ahead of schedule? How could he be back here? Did they catch up to him? Impossible. Chang Lei replied fervently. If Qin Luo were to sprint at full speed, not a single new recruit from our class could keep pace with him. I would struggle to do so myself. That he must have reached the finish line and then returned. What? Wu Ziyuan was so astonished that he stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Squad leader, are you all right? Chang Lei rushed to help him up. Wu Ziyuan, covered in dirt, seized Chang Lei's arm, incredulously asking, You just said, that rascal Qin Luo? He ran to the finish line and came back. Indeed. Chang Lei nodded with a smile. Squad leader, why don't I let you acknowledge him? Qin Luo truly is an exceptional soldier. He even mentioned wanting to help everyone pass the new recruit assessment. In short, he is indeed a remarkable soldier that Wu Zhiyuan turned his head in a daze, watching as Qin Luo and the others ran further away, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This lad, either he is a few fries short of a happy meal, or he truly is an extraordinary soldier. Otherwise, who in their right mind would run to the finish line and then return? At the finish line, several assessment instructors were gathered, smoking. What do you think that lad just now ran off to do? One instructor inquired. Who the hell knows? Another instructor replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. I've never seen such an exuberant soldier. Suddenly, an instructor, who had been splashed with urine, opened his eyes wide. Look, is that him? All the instructors immediately turned to look, only to see a group of recruits being herded by Qin Luo, grinning and charging towards the finish line. The one in front, Cheng Haonan, looked like a bear, his mouth agape, drool flying backward in the wind. Zheng Xian and the others bore equally grim expressions, each one more ferocious than the last. Ugh, all the instructors took 2 steps back in disdain. Especially the one who had been splashed, who instinctively pulled back his hand, retreating 3 steps that were almost there. Qin Luo shouted excitedly, Charge! Cheng Haonan and the others summoned their last reserves of strength, racing towards the finish line like madmen. The instructors could only watch in horror as the figures stumbled and charged towards them, causing them to retreat in fright. Hey, stop, oh my dada, bang, point one by one, Cheng Haonan and the others crashed into the instructors, toppling them like bowling pins. Qin Luo squatted at the finish line, looking at the disheveled new recruits, his face beaming with joy. Finally, they had secured first place. With only the shooting test remaining, it seemed unlikely that anyone could surpass them. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, knowing he had clinched first among the recruits, while Cheng Haonan and the others would take the collective first prize. With so many buffs combined, the rewards from the commander would surely be substantial. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. Qin Luo turned to see Wu Zhiyuan and Chang Lei running towards him, bursting with excitement. Squad leader, class leader. Qin Luo quickly stood up. Chang Lei rushed over, embracing Qin Luo. You rascal. Haha, you rascal. Qin Luo, caught in the embrace, spun around, his face filled with embarrassment. Class leader, please put me down, this is so awkward. Chang Lei laughed heartily, releasing Qin Luo, then playfully punched him on the chest. Squad leader. Chang Lei turned to Wu Zhiyuan. Wu Zhiyuan awkwardly nodded at Qin Luo, suddenly asking, By the way, what were your scores? I don't know. Qin Luo shook his head. Wu Zhiyuan immediately glanced around. Where are the assessment instructors? Assess. Suddenly, he froze in place. Not far away, for instructors were sprawled on the ground, one of them bubbling at the mouth. Wu Zhiyuan pointed at them in shock. What happened to them? Qin Luo looked embarrassed. It seems they were knocked out. Wu Zhiyuan and Chang Lei were speechless. Knocking out the assessment instructors during the assessment was undoubtedly a first in history. What are you standing around for? Wu Zhiyuan barked. Hurry up, are we just going to wait around? Oh, right. Qin Luo nodded, turning to Cheng Haonan and the others, giving each a kick to propel them towards the shooting range. Chang Lei looked at their staggered figures, a pained expression on his face as he looked at Wu Zhiyuan. Squad leader, don't say it, don't ask. Wu Zhiyuan waved his hand. If you ask, I don't know, we saw nothing. Right. Chang Lei nodded emphatically, walking with Wu Zhiyuan, heads held high, striding towards the shooting range. A sudden screech of brakes echoed behind the observation platform, amidst the rising dust. Hu Fei jumped out of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings with a grin, as if he were a leader conducting an inspection. Full of enthusiasm, he was all over the place. Hu Fei, with a beaming smile. So this is the new recruit assessment. It hardly piques my interest. The newly disembarked Shen Exan Ran looked speechless. If it doesn't interest you, why are you even here? Isn't this just pure nonsense? Chief of Staff, should we head back? Go! Before Shen Exan Ran could finish her sentence, Hu Fei strode towards the observation platform. Shen Exan Ran's eyes twitched violently. If he looks down on it, why go up? Don't just stand there. A smiling major commented. Over time, you'll come to understand the Chief of Staff. You have to interpret his words in reverse. The less interested he seems, the more intrigued he actually is. Qin and Ran rolled her eyes in exasperation. Can't he just say things plainly? The group ascended from the back of the observation platform, with guards trying to block them, only to be brushed aside by Hu Fei's cheerful demeanor. Upon reaching the steps, they spotted Qin Luo standing amidst the crowd. Hu Fei's smile widened even more, just as he prepared to rush over. Suddenly, Qin Luo exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? He stood upright, didn't go prone, and still scored 50 rings. What, my heavens, he even hit the target with precision? Are you all out of your minds? That Hu Fei's foot halted midair, his ears perking up to what's going on. Qin and Ran inquired curiously. Quiet. Hu Fei shot her a fierce glare, his murderous gaze nearly causing Qin and Ran to stumble back. The major shrugged helplessly at Qin and Ran. Just stay calm. You'll understand with time. Qin and Ran watched as Hu Fei peered forward like a thief, utterly at a loss, after 3 years undercover. She returned only to be assigned to a frontline combat unit, expecting a fresh start. Yet, she never imagined she would have such a neurotic leader. She simply couldn't fathom how someone so scatterbrained could become the chief of staff of the elite Tianlang Special Forces. At that moment, Hu Fei was intently listening to Qin Luo and the others' conversation, eyes wide open like a nosy neighbor eavesdropping. After a moment, he turned back with a grin. Let's go. Huh. The major's mouth dropped open. Are we just leaving? Not going up? Going up for what? Hu Fei glared at him, then burst into laughter. I've already gained unexpected insights. Why linger here? Do we want them to be on guard? Let us go. Hu Fei cheerfully retraced his steps. Qin and Ran was left bewildered, grabbing the major. What just happened? I don't understand. The major shrugged helplessly. Seems he discovered a good soldier and intends to sneakily recruit him. That a good soldier? Here. Qin and Ran turned back in astonishment. But these are all just fresh recruits. Fresh recruits can catch his eye. Who knows? The major spread his hands. Here's some advice. Never try to guess what the chief of staff is thinking, because you'll never get it right. His codename is Sand Fox. The major raised his chin. How could we mere mortals fathom a fox's thoughts? Qin and Ran was taken aback, watching Hu Fei's figure from afar. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't reconcile Hu Fei with the legendary Sand Fox. At this moment, Hu Fei jumped off the observation platform, smiling as he walked toward the off-road vehicle, Qin Luo, breaking the 20-year record for new recruits. This is rather interesting. Chapter 38. New recruits earn third-class merit, division commendation. Ha ha ha. In front of the observation platform, Gao Kun and Zheng Wei jumped up and down, performing a lively dance. The two swayed their heads, their waist movements nearly taking flight. Behind them, a class of new recruits hoisted Qin Luo onto their shoulders, strutting towards the observation platform like victorious roosters. Nearby, the various new recruit leaders and 2 regimental commanders wore long faces, coldly watching them. A bunch of show-offs. What is so impressive about that? It's just first place. What is there to flaunt? Bah! Their faces were filled with envy and resentment, causing them to turn and storm towards the training ground. Out of sight, out of mind. The more they looked, the more annoyed they became. Stand at attention. Gao Kun shouted, and the entire team immediately came to a halt. Put him down, put him down, Wu Zhiyuan shouted from behind, and the recruits hurriedly set Qin Luo down. Qin Luo and Qi Shengli approached with smiles. Salute! Gao Kun bellowed, and everyone immediately snapped to attention. Qin Luo and the others returned the salute. You are the first class of the 9th Company. Reporting. Gao Kun announced loudly. They are indeed the first class of the 9th Company. This is the company commander, and this is the squad leader. Wu Zun gently nudged Chang Lei, and the two immediately saluted in unison. Good day, Commander. Chang Lei was exceptionally exhilarated. After all, this was a leader within the military. Despite having served for many years, this was his first encounter face-to-face with such a high-ranking official. Excellent, splendid. Qin Luo remarked with a smile as he patted Chang Lei on the back as a squad leader. You truly possess remarkable capabilities. That it's one thing to cultivate a single soldier, but to nurture an entire squad that requires someone of your. He then raised his thumb in approval. Thank you for the compliment. Commander, Chang Lei exclaimed excitedly. It's merely my duty. Wu Ziyuan quickly interjected. Commander, he is being promoted this year. Qin Luo nodded with a grin. Indeed that a fine squad leader like him deserves a promotion. Note down his name. And when the time comes to submit the application, prioritize it. Yes, the secretary replied, promptly taking out a notepad to jot it down. Chang Lei trembled with excitement, hardly believing that what once seemed an insurmountable challenge had been so effortlessly resolved today. He cast a grateful glance at Wu Ziyuan, who merely nodded back, signaling that no thanks were necessary. That Wu Ziyuan, present. Wu Yuan stood tall. Qin playfully punched his chest, nodding in apparent familiarity before turning his attention to Qin Luo. "You are Qin Luo?" Reporting to the commander, yes. Qin Luo shouted. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, he had aimed for first place solely to fulfill his tasks, not to stand out. "Please, do not assign me any arduous tasks. I merely wish to work as a clerk in the reconnaissance battalion, or perhaps as a communications officer, that if not, managing the supply room would suffice. The more comfortable, the better. I just want to be a slacker." Qin smiled broadly, a fine soldier and a promising recruit. Lao Qi, present. Qi Xingli approached with a cheerful demeanor. Such a remarkable soldier must be nurtured. We cannot let his talent go to waste. Understood. Furthermore, he is the top new recruit in the entire army. Qin fixed his gaze on Qin Luo with a smile. Doesn't he that merit some recognition? Third-class merit. Qi Xingli replied with a grin. I've already thought it through, along with a commendation from the division. Wow. Cheng Haonan and the others looked at Qin Luo with envy. They had long heard that achieving merit in the military was no easy feat. If they could earn merit, it would certainly facilitate job placements upon returning home. Yet Qin Luo had only been in the unit for a month and was already receiving the coveted third-class merit they had all dreamed of. Their envy was palpable. Chang Lei beamed widely. This was indeed a soldier he had trained. For a new recruit to earn third-class merit before even joining a unit was a rarity throughout the entire military district. Wherever he went, others would surely commend him. Very well, let it be so, Qin affirmed, then turned to Qin Luo. Young man, work hard. You possess great potential, but as long as you do not falter, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional soldier. Learn from your squad leader. He is your role model. Yes, Qin Luo saluted hastily, yet his heart was heavy with bitterness. Why does this high-ranking official come to see me, a mere soldier? Would it not be better to let me develop freely? Now, the commander had remembered him. Qin Luo mentally cursed Qin, wishing he would forget about him quickly. All he desired was to lie low. All right, you may return for now. I must await the conclusion of the assessment. Qin gestured. Yes. Everyone saluted in unison. Qin chuckled and rejoined the other two commanders on the observation platform. That Qi Xingli stepped before them, surveying all the new recruits with satisfaction. You all performed admirably. You've brought honor to our division right from the start. You are all fine soldiers, that especially you. Qin Luo, Cheng Haonan, and the others couldn't help but smile broadly, stealing glances at Qin Luo. He awkwardly smiled back, wishing Qi Xingli would vanish quickly and not rely on him too heavily, lest it interfere with his plans to be a clerk and communications officer. Qi Xingli, with hands clasped behind his back, remarked, the chief of staff just mentioned that if you all work hard, you will have a bright future ahead. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Qi Xingli smiled, nodding at Gao Kun and Wu Ziyuan, then encouragingly patted Chang Lei on the back before sprinting up to the viewing platform. Once he departed, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly hoisted Qin Luo into the air. Hooray! Qin Luo was tossed into the sky, caught upon his descent, and then thrown up again. Chang Lei and the others stood aside, chuckling, wishing they could join in if not for their positions. All right, enough, Gao Kun laughed. I still need to check on the other squads. You all can take him back. Yes, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei stood tall. Farewell, Commander. All the new recruits quickly stood at attention, saluting the commander. Gao Kun smiled at them, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Luo, filled with admiration that he truly had not anticipated this. He had thought the lad was merely a street punk. Yet he turned out to be exceptionally impressive. He had misjudged him, indeed. Gao Kun shook his head, grinning as he walked away. Suddenly, Wu Zun turned sharply. Upon seeing his serious expression, the new recruits were startled and immediately stood at attention. Wu Ziyuan approached Qin Luo, fixing him with a cold stare. Qin Luo, do you consider yourself a good soldier? All eyes widened in shock, including Chang Lei's. What was the commander up to? Qin Luo, equally perplexed, quickly replied, reporting to the commander. Compared to the squad leader, I do not consider myself a good soldier. No, Wu Ziyuan insisted, his gaze unwavering. I believe you are a good soldier. In an instant, Wu Ziyuan raised his right hand, and saluted him vigorously. This startled all the new recruits, causing Qin Luo to instinctively take a step back. Realizing what had transpired, he quickly returned the salute, that Wu Zuan maintained his intense gaze upon Qin Luo's eyes. His lips moving as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. Qin Luo, yes da-da-da-da-da. Qin Luo's eyes widened, equally bewildered, as everyone else looked on in confusion. Yes da-da-da-da, Wu Zuan stammered, his words unintelligible. Commander, what are you saying? Qin Luo tilted his head in inquiry. All right, I'm finished. That's it. Take him back to all of you, Wu Zuan sighed in relief, hastily turning to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, he abruptly spun around, glaring at the group of new recruits. By the way, you few, once the new recruit training concludes, all of you will follow me to Do not get too excited. This marks the beginning of your nightmare. From now on, I will train you rigorously, especially you. He pointed at Qin Luo, his eyes twitching before dashing away. The first squad was left in stunned silence, exchanging puzzled glances. What did the commander just say? Yes, what does that mean? Li Dashing asked curiously. Everyone shrugged in response. Perhaps the commander has a toothache. By the way, didn't the commander just say we should follow him? We might be going to the reconnaissance battalion. Cheng Haonan exclaimed excitedly. Zheng Qian and the others suddenly realized, yes, the commander agreed. We are going to the reconnaissance battalion. This is fantastic. Everyone erupted in jubilant shouts, and before Qin Luo could react, he was hoisted into the air once more. Long live Luo Ge! Long live Luo Ge! Our crew is heading to the reconnaissance battalion together. Qin Luo was thrown into the air yet again, feeling helpless. Stop throwing me! Stop throwing me! I need to pee again. I can hardly hold it. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo, then at Wu Zuan's retreating figure. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Commander, oh Commander, your damned pride. Chairman Qin, Hello. Chairman Qin, are you there? Are you still there? Qin Jiaqing pounced on the intercom, anxiously inquiring. Commander Qi, yes, that it's me. What is the situation? Congratulations, Chairman Qin. Qi Xingli exclaimed with excitement. Your son has made quite the impression before all 3 divisions of our army. He ranked first in the assessment among the new recruits. Even the chief of staff praised him. Chairman Qin, you've truly raised a remarkable soldier. Rest assured, I will definitely promote him and place him in a vital position. With a thud, Qin Jiaqing slumped heavily into his chair, his face ashen. It's over, it's all over. I've truly sent my precious son to the military. It's all ruined. Wang Rifa hurried over, sir. Are you all right? Of course, I'm not all right. Qin Jiaqing lamented. Xiao Luo has joined the army. Who am I going to spend all this money on? He is going to suffer. I've let his mother down. Watching as tears streamed down Qin Jiaqing's face, Wang Rifa quickly reassured him. Sir, I understand your urgency, but please don't panic. There are certainly other solutions. Even if the young master truly joins the military, we can still pull some strings to ensure he lands a more comfortable position. Allowing him to coast for a couple of years. Please don't be too upset. Try to see the brighter side. Suddenly, Qin Jiaqing leaped up as if resurrected, startling Wang Rifa. That's right. Qin Jiaqing wiped his face vigorously, revealing a smile. Indeed, there are other options. Isn't going to the army to chase girls? What if I help him win over? Let us go. Let us hurry and arrange it. Wang Rifa was left dumbfounded. Baffled by his master's sudden shift in focus, Qin Jiaqing rushed to the door. He was met by 2 hands blocking his path. The guard sternly stated, I'm sorry, Chairman Qin, until we receive Commander Qi's order. You cannot leave. Please return to your room, that I can't even go home. Qin Jiaqing was anxiously pacing back and forth on the roaring off-road vehicle. Hu Fei was resting his eyes. Shen Xinran, seated in the front, was reviewing documents when she suddenly spoke up. The soldiers from D Army's F Division are quite impressive. Their performance metrics are exceptional, though they are dispersed across 3 regiments. Shall we take a look today? She turned her head to inquire of Hu Fei. With his eyes still closed, Hu Fei replied nonchalantly, of course, it's not just D Army. E Army is also on the agenda today. Shen Xinran's eyes widened in surprise. Does that mean we won't finish until nightfall? Hu Fei chuckled. It's merely a bit more distance to cover. What's the matter? Xiao Shen, can't you endure this little hardship? Shen Xinran's face flushed. Yes, I shall comply with the orders. Chief of Staff. Suddenly, the major sitting beside them interjected. As per your instructions, the soldier's information has been compiled. He then pushed a tablet towards Hu Fei. Instantly, Hu Hu Fei opened his eyes, gazing at the photo and details of Qin Luo on the screen. A faint smile gracing his lips, the child of a billionaire has come to serve in the military. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Shinran cast a glance but paid it little mind, turning back to her documents. Qin Luo. Hu Fei tilted his head, smacking his lips. This name lacks appeal. It should be Qin Zheng. Now that's imposing. What? The new recruit is. Shinran abruptly turned her head, her eyes wide as saucers. Chapter 39. Is this considered a superpower? What are you staring at? Do you think a third-class merit award is something you can just come and see? Cheng Haonan stood defiantly at the entrance of the first squad, arrogantly blocking the soldiers who had come to gawk. Not just a third-class merit. Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows high. Our Luo Ge has also received commendations from the division. That's quite substantial. Exactly. Cheng Haonan declared proudly, moreover, our Luo Ge has been specifically appointed by the company commander to the division reconnaissance battalion. Once he steps in, he will be the leader among new recruits, able to walk with swagger within the division. Cheng Haonan swept a triumphant gaze over the new recruits of each squad. When Luo Ge joins your company, even your company commander will have to receive him, for he is the king of soldiers. Luo Ge is truly formidable, one new recruit exclaimed. Haonan, let me have a word with Luo Ge, and I'll ensure he gets extra care once we're in the company. Haonan, let me meet Luo Ge. I shared a restroom visit with him last time, and we had a chat. I have a bond with him that I have also urinated alongside Luo Ge, not just once. Luo Ge, let us go again, shall we? Quiet down, quiet down. As the crowd surged forward, Cheng Haonan and Li Dashing quickly used their hands to block the entrance. Zheng Qian cheerfully shouted, if you want to see Luo Ge, then one at a time. Only 2 minutes each, mind you. How duo, collect the fees that no change given. Cheng Haonan bellowed with a laugh, seated in the dormitory. Qin Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Am I being treated as a circus monkey? He glared at Zheng Qian, thinking that this guy's little brain should have been put to better use in business with his father. In his heart, Qin Luo resolved to bring Zheng Qian along after his discharge. This lad was undoubtedly a savvy businessman and had a knack for socializing. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully achieving first place among the new recruits and completing the task. Qin Luo's face lit up with joy. The moment of reward had finally arrived that he had been waiting since the assessment concluded. System, I exceeded the task, and the entire class achieved first place. You did say there was a chance for bonus rewards. Report, host, the system will calculate shortly. Please wait. Qin Luo chuckled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully qualifying for the reconnaissance unit and completing the task. Qin Luo paused. Wait a moment. When was this task assigned? Report, host, the task was originally scheduled to be issued after the assessment. However, since you completed it ahead of time, all rewards are being granted at once. Additionally, since the host exceeded the original task by leading the entire class of new recruits to achieve first place in the army, rewards are still being calculated. Please wait. Qin Luo's expression turned awkward, unsure whether to laugh or feel resigned. Initially, he had no intention of joining the reconnaissance battalion, yet it seemed the system had already paved his path. Sigh, obtaining superpowers isn't as easy as it seems. Qin Luo sighed helplessly that by the time he completed 10 tasks, he might have already become the king of soldiers. Now he simply hoped that the superpowers granted would be of some use, and that he wouldn't have to endure too much hardship. He truly just wanted to relax and find an opportunity to pursue Shinran, the young lady. Ding! The system has finished calculating. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the elevator battle god ability. Currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the blade god ability. Currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the super sensory ability. Currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1500 superpower points, now totaling 1505 points. In the next moment, an array of peculiar powers surged rapidly into his body. Qin Luo's entire being trembled, and a wealth of information flooded his mind that it was as if a tide had swept into his consciousness. Moments later, Qin Luo opened his eyes, and he felt a subtle transformation within himself. System, did the rewards explode? Qin Luo hastily inquired. Report, host, the enhancements have been made based on the original foundation. Qin Luo nodded and immediately began to examine the newly acquired abilities. The elevator battle god ability grants Qin Luo an invincible state within a confined space. Even if his opponent possesses greater strength or combat prowess, as long as he remains within this designated area. Qin Luo is akin to a deity, able to engage as he pleases. However, the sea level does come with a time limitation. 1 minute. 1 minute should be sufficient to deal with 3 or 4 individuals. Qin Luo beamed. This ability appeared far more practical than that of a certain one-punch, and as long as he stays still within the specified range, he can withstand for a minute and be a true man. The Blade God ability allows Qin Luo to master all cold weapons with proficiency and agility. With the right application of strength, speed, and agility, he becomes the king of cold weapons. Similarly, the sea level is restricted. Currently, Qin Luo can only utilize 5 types of cold weapons: axe, fruit knife, kitchen knife, iron shovel, and needle. Qin Luo nearly choked on his breath. He could tolerate the kitchen knife, but what were the shovel and needle? Especially the needle. Who in their right mind would take a sewing needle into a fight? The image of him facing a crowd of burly men wielding nothing but a needle was unfathomable. Was he to become the Eastern Invincible? At the very least, he should have been granted proficiency with a military dagger. Qin Luo was left in disbelief, having once thought that the super imitation was a waste. He now realized that the Blade God ability was the real letdown. Next, just as Qin Luo was getting frustrated, his eyes suddenly widened. His ears became remarkably sensitive, and every inch of his skin felt alive. He could even sense the air brushing against the hairs on his legs. Wow! Is this the supersensory ability? Qin Luo exclaimed in delight. Finally receiving a useful superpower, an influx of information soon surged into his mind. Supersensory enhances the host's hearing and perceptive abilities, allowing him to discern his surroundings through sound, air, wind, humidity, and more. Currently, it is at level C, with a sensing radius of 50 meters. Qin Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. This ability essentially granted him an extra pair of eyes. He promptly closed his eyes to enter a state of perception, and indeed, a hazy world emerged in his mind. There were no distinct images, yet Qin Luo could sense everything within a 50-meter radius: flowers and plants, sunlight filtering down, even the ants crawling beneath the leaves. This ability was incredible. Qin Luo excitedly opened his eyes. From now on, when encountering sentries, I can sense them in advance. Cheers to beer and chicken feet. They'll never catch me. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted near his ear, startling Qin Luo into jumping. The rumbling intensified, reverberating in his head. Qin Luo turned in annoyance. Chung Haonan, are you still letting out a series of farts? Chung Haonan looked at him in surprise. I've been trying hard to hold it in. You can hear that? Wow, it stinks. Suddenly, the crowd at the entrance collectively pinched their noses and dispersed, their faces filled with disgust. Chung Haonan awkwardly laughed. Sorry, I had a bit too much onion for breakfast. Qin Luo was left speechless, but he gained a deeper understanding of his supersensory ability, that he would have to be cautious in its use, lest his ears become overwhelmed. What are you all gathered here for? Chong Lei's voice echoed from afar. Have you all relaxed after the assessment? Disperse, disperse. The new recruits lingering at the entrance looked reluctantly at Qin Luo before turning with mischievous intent towards Jing Qian and Chung Haonan. Hey, don't be impulsive. We are also heading to the Division Reconnaissance Battalion. Who knows, we might end up in your company later. Let us talk this out. We can't refund the money. I'll arrange for you to meet Luo Ge. Before he could finish, the group dashed away. The new recruits from each squad immediately took off in pursuit, causing the entire new recruit battalion to erupt in excitement. Chong Lei shook his head with a wry smile and strode into the squad. Squad leader, Qin Luo hurriedly approached. Please don't blame them. They don't. I know, Chong Lei smiled. The past 3 months have been tough for you new recruits, so it's normal to unwind a bit. Once you enter the company, that will truly be the beginning of the arduous days. That Qin Luo's heart skipped a beat. He contemplated seeking a favor from Chong Lei. Despite having acquired a new superpower, he still yearned to be a clerk or a communication officer. The easier, the better. Class leader, I have a request. Chong Lei smiled. No need to be so polite with me. Just speak up. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo beamed and said, Class leader, the announcement for the new squad will be made tomorrow. The reason I approached you is that I hope you can assist me and not let me. Rest assured. Chong Lei interrupted him with a serious expression. I will absolutely not allow you to be assigned to a difficult squad. I guarantee I will personally take you under my wing. Since I brought you out, I will continue to support you, even if I get promoted. Qin Luo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is that what I meant? I didn't say I wanted to join the combat squad and suffer. Class leader. Qin Luo hastily corrected. You've misunderstood. I meant logistics that I in that case. There's even less chance I will let you go there. Chong Lei declared, slapping him on the shoulder. I know you are a diligent soldier eager to improve, but don't worry. I will make sure you become the best soldier, the finest soldier in our reconnaissance battalion. There is no way I will allow you to be sent to such a place. If anyone tries to, I will confront them. Qin Luo was on the verge of exploding to no, I want to go to logistics. Class leader. Just a moment, suddenly, Chen Liang shouted from a distance. The company commander wants to see you. Their SA meeting. All right, Chong Lei responded, then smiled and patted Qin Luo's back. Don't worry. Your class leader will never abandon you. Watching Chong Lei stride away, Qin Luo felt a twitch in the corner of his. I must find another opportunity to have a proper talk with the class leader. I absolutely cannot go to the combat squad. The recruit company is already tough enough. I never want to suffer again. Qin Luo clenched his fists. If the class leader doesn't work out, I'll seek out the company commander. He doesn't like me, does he? This time, I'll bring him some gifts to make him dislike me even more, and then he can assign me. Yes, that's the plan. Taking a deep breath. He thought about Wu Zuan's explosive personality. As long as he handled it well, he could surely convince Wu Zuan to send him to logistics. Qin Luo, yes. Qin Luo turned around in haste. It was Staff Officer Xie from the regiment. Sir. Qin Luo rushed over to salute. Seeing that no one was around, Staff Officer Xie smiled and put an arm around him. Come, I'll take you to meet someone. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Who wants to see me, the regiment commander? But before he could think further, Staff Officer Xie had already taken him outside to PS. Dear friends, please lend your support by clicking and sending gifts. I desperately need your encouragement. Let us go. Chapter 40. Hello, my surname is Sure. Staff Officer Shin, I can handle this minor task on my own. You don't need to drive me. The major in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle spread his hands. We are all staff officers of equal rank. You make me feel overwhelmed. Shinran smiled at him. I just returned and need to quickly get in sync with everyone else. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Just consider it as me tagging along. The major chuckled. Your awareness is quite commendable. By the way, let me share something with you. We have 3 major figures in Tianlang that you must pay attention to. Shinran raised an eyebrow, eager to hear more, as she had been out gathering intelligence and knew little about the internal affairs of Tianlang. The major held up 3 fingers. The first to note is the demon wolf. The second is the white wolf. And the third, well, is none other than our chief of staff, the sand fox. Who are the demon wolf and the white wolf? Shinran inquired curiously. You will find out in due time. They are both quite eccentric, extremely eccentric. The major fixed his gaze on her. But you must understand our chief of staff. Tianlang is a den of wolves, and he is the only fox among them. Just think about it, a fox thriving in a wolf's den. How formidable must he be? Shinran nodded, her mind conjuring an image of Hu Fei's nonchalant, yet slightly neurotic demeanor. Yet, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't connect him with being formidable. The Wei arrived. The major announced, Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Shinran halted the vehicle and gazed into the distance. She noticed 2 figures approaching. Her pupils dilated and her expression turned frantic. Even though the man wore a military uniform and his skin had darkened considerably, she recognized him instantly. It was the very person she thought she would never see again. Qin Luo. It truly is him? Shinran's eyes widened. The scene from that night replayed in her mind. She never imagined this playboy would actually enlist in the army. Sir, I've just come out like this without reporting to anyone. Will they come looking for me later? Qin Luo hesitated, glancing at Staff Officer Xie. The latter wore a constant mischievous grin, making Qin Luo feel as if he were being sold off. Qin Luo quickly suggested, Maybe I should go back and report first. Just as he was about to move, Staff Officer Xie tightly embraced him. No need. The regiment commander has approved it. Who would dare deny you? It's fine, follow me without worry. I'll handle anything that comes up. Don't be nervous. Just relax. Qin Luo felt a jolt in his heart. Who exactly am I going to meet? Is this guy really going to sell me out? Sir, out there, the person you need to meet is right over there. Go ahead. Staff Officer Xie smiled, giving him a gentle push. Qin Luo looked at the dark silhouette ahead, then back at Staff Officer Xie. who was retreating while waving his hand. Go on, go on. Don't keep them waiting. It's impolite. Qin Luo shot him an annoyed glance. What else with all the mystery? Why can't you just... Hello. Suddenly, a voice sounded from in front of him. Qin Luo turned around abruptly, only to see that the shadow he had just seen was now standing before him, grinning widely, with 2 stars on his shoulder. He was actually a major. Hello, sir. Qin Luo quickly saluted, though he was more shocked than anything else. Even without activating his super senses, his hearing had improved significantly. This guy had just been 10 meters away. And now he appeared before him silently, as if he had floated over. Was this person a ghost? The major returned the salute, smiling as he extended his hand. Comrade Qin Luo, greetings that my surname is Sure. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Is it worth getting to know you at any time? What's wrong? The major fixed his gaze on him. Realizing, Qin Luo hurriedly shook his hand. Hello, Major Sure. The major smiled lightly. No need to call me sir. We don't have a hierarchical relationship. Just call me by my name, Sure Luo. Yes, Major Sure Luo. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Sure Luo laughed heartily, then fixed his gaze on him. Have you heard of Tianling? Qin Luo's heart skipped a beat as he almost blurted out, Tianling? The Tianling Special Forces? Sure Li's smile widened. Even a new recruit like you knows about us. It seems Tianling is quite renowned. Qin Luo forced a smile. If it weren't for Shinran being in Tianling, who would know who you are? Sure Lu chuckled. With so many troops in the northwest, Tianling is always the leader. UV got quite a discerning eye. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This guy sure knew how to boast. Would you like to join Tianling? Huh. Qin Luo was suddenly dumbfounded. Sure Luo pulled a document from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Looking down, Qin Luo saw it was a transfer order, stamped with the military district seal. Confused, he stared at the major, unsure of what it meant. Sure Luo explained, Tianling always selects the most elite from seasoned soldiers for new recruits. Finding someone like you is a rare exception, but it's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding new recruit. First in the army and breaking several records. You have great potential. Staying in the local forces would be a waste. That he scrutinized Qin Luo. You're so young, so full of energy. You have great potential. Come join us in Tianling. This will be the place for you to showcase your talents. Qin Luo was utterly stunned. He simply wanted to lie low, comfortably complete his tasks, and flirt with girls that if it weren't for his comrades, he wouldn't even want to go to the reconnaissance battalion. Now you want me to suffer in a special forces unit? I go to hell. Sir, but you don't need to rush your answer, Sure Luo interrupted him. This is a transfer order. It's an invitation. Take the night to think it over. He smiled. Of course, you can decline. However, if I were you, I certainly wouldn't refuse because we are the leaders that I in the entire Northwest. Tianling can walk with confidence. No one would refuse to be in charge. The reconnaissance battalion in front of us is merely childish play. He patted Qin Luo firmly on the back and turned to leave. Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up. With a thud, the car door slammed shut. Qin Luo was momentarily blinded by the headlights of the off-road vehicle. Inside the car, Shinran stared at him intently. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. She never imagined she would encounter Qin Luo here. Furthermore, this guy had only been in the army for a month and had already been specially recruited by Tianling. Shinran suddenly recalled Qin Luo's words from that day before he left. Just wait. You can't escape. I will definitely find you. She swallowed hard. How did he find his way here? Could it be that he truly came for me? As he gazed at the receding tail lights of the vehicle, Qin Luo spat in irritation. What kind of joke is this? You expect this young master to endure hardships in your place. Are you foolish or am I? Pa, I certainly won't go. He merely wished to bide his time in the army for a couple of years, then emerge with extraordinary abilities to win the heart of a beautiful woman. After his discharge, he would continue to live as the affluent young master he was. How dare they attempt to push him into the fire? Not a chance. What utter nonsense about special forces. Those who desire to join may do so, but he had no interest whatsoever. Qin Luo glanced at the piece of paper in his hand, akin to a mere scrap, and prepared to tear it into pieces and toss it into the trash. Ding! New mission released. Please accept the invitation to join the Tianling Special Forces. Upon completion of the mission, you will randomly acquire superpowers and super energy points. Qin Luo's mind buzzed, leaving him utterly disoriented. What the hell? This wretched system. Why does it always drag him into such predicaments? All he wanted was to live a comfortable life, yet it offered him no respite whatsoever. Qin Luo was at a loss for words. System. Even if you wish to assist me in winning over a girl, there is no need to go to such lengths, is there? I have my own methods. That he had already agreed to join the reconnaissance battalion with his comrades. And this sudden turn of events was forcing him to go back on his word. How could he face the squad leader and his good brothers? Yet, the mission was unavoidable. Otherwise, not only would the dog system vanish, but the superpowers he had acquired would also dissipate. Moreover, he genuinely needed an opportunity to meet Shinran. After pondering for quite some time, Qin Luo found himself at a loss for a solution, standing there in a daze. Ultimately, he had no choice but to renege on his promise. After all, the special forces were indeed a commendable place. They would surely understand. A sigh escaped his lips. Hey, what are you standing around for? Qin Luo suddenly turned around, startled to find Staff Officer Xie materializing behind him like a ghost. Damn it. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't even noticed such a presence approaching. Oh, it's you, Staff Officer Xie. What's up? Qin Luo, what are those 2 pieces of paper you're holding? Staff Officer Xie inquired, his curiosity piqued. 2 pieces? Qin Luo was taken aback. Wasn't he at just one? He glanced down, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He had inadvertently torn the order. This was a disaster. Qin Luo leapt up as if his backside were on fire. Staff Officer Xie was startled as well. What is all this fuss about? Is it a custom among your squad to scare people? Qin Luo had no time to respond. He dashed back in a frenzy, needing to find some glue to piece it back together. Watching Qin Luo sprint away without a word, Staff Officer Xie felt his teeth itch in frustration that he had thought that among the entire squad, this lad appeared the most normal. But now, it seemed he was just as much of a lunatic as the rest, making the whole squad utterly bizarre. Chapter 41. I consider you brothers, yet you treat me as a melodious song floated through the barracks. The new recruits from each squad began to gather their basins and toiletries. Heading towards the shower room, as Qin Luo stepped into the squad area, Cheng Haonan immediately stood up. Luo go. Where have you been? We've been searching everywhere for you. Indeed, we scoured the entire building and couldn't find you. It nearly drove us mad. Seeing the group gather around, Qin Luo asked in astonishment, what is going on? What happened? They exchanged glances, each rubbing their hands together with mischievous grins. Qin Luo furrowed his brow slightly. What are you all scheming? Zheng Qian grinned. Aren't we heading to the reconnaissance battalion together tomorrow? Luo ge, do you still mean what you said earlier? Seeing everyone's eager gazes fixed on him, Qin Luo hesitated. What did I say? Look. Cheng Haonan pointed at him. I knew you wouldn't keep your word. You promised to look out for us once we joined the unit. Everyone heard you. Yes, we all heard it. Luo ge, you can't go back on your word, Li Dashing chimed in, nodding vigorously. How Duo clutched his clothes. Looking pitifully at him, Luo ge, once we're in the unit, we'll be counting on you entirely. What will I do if you don't help me? Zheng Qian pulled How Duo aside. Looking earnestly at Qin Luo, look at him, so pitiful, like he is underdeveloped. With someone like him, if I were an old soldier, I could bully him 8 times a day without repeating myself. It's said that new recruits are like a feast for seasoned soldiers. Luo ge, you're our pillar of support, the king of new recruits this year. You must keep your word. Luo ge, you must look out for us. Preserving this handsome face of mine depends on you. Luo ge. The atmosphere grew chaotic, with everyone earnestly seeking his protection. Qin Luo took a deep breath, feeling a pang of guilt. He forced a smile and waved his hand. Don't worry, there will be instant noodles, cola, and sweet drinks. Cigarettes will also be provided. As long as we're together, I will undoubtedly look out for you. You can count on me. This title of Luo ge is not given in vain, I assure you. Oh, Luo ge is so great. I love you, Luo ge. I want to have your children. Everyone excitedly surrounded Qin Luo, jumping with joy. Yet witnessing their genuine smiles made Qin Luo feel even guiltier, although he hadn't spent much time with them. The experiences they had shared had forged a bond of brotherhood. The greatest magic of the army is its ability to unite individuals from all walks of life, intertwining them into a single, resilient force. But now, Qin Luo felt a sense of uncertainty within himself. He could only take one step at a time, by the way. Zheng Qian leaned in, nudging him. Luo ge, What about that matter we discussed earlier? Qin Luo was taken aback. What matter? Zheng Qian chuckled. When you first arrived, didn't you pay us to wash your clothes and shoes? Once we're in the unit, we'll take care of all your chores. The price remains the same, unchanged, right? Yes, we have exclusive rights. No one else can compete. Luo Gu, aside from washing shoes and socks, I'm also skilled at massaging and pampering. I can even help with that. Why not get a monthly package with me for just $9.98? Qin Luo nearly spat blood. These guys were too shameless. They were trying to fleece him right under his nose, so he was treating them as brothers, while they viewed him as an aim, rolling his eyes. He replied, so when you first came, you were against it, but now it's a different story. What about your pride and dignity? Huh? Zyamich. Chung Haonan rubbed his nose and chuckled foolishly. Wasn't he it because we weren't familiar with you back then? If we weren't familiar, not even 1,000,000 would suffice. Now that we are familiar, we're ready to serve you like beasts. All right. The others nodded in agreement, each adopting a shifty merchant demeanor. Qin Luo was left speechless. You guys. All right, Luo Ge has agreed. Before Qin Luo could react, Zheng Qian jumped up, exclaiming, Luo Ge is so generous. Come, let us bow to Luo Ge. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Luo Ge. Everyone bowed to him in unison, their laughter nearly bursting forth. This was the life of a soldier, protected, with free snacks and even money to earn. This wasn't he just serving in the military. It was akin to living like a deity. What are you all doing? A low growl interrupted, as Chong Lei entered the scene. The new recruits stuck out their tongues at Qin Luo, grinning mischievously. Chung Haonan lowered his voice, giving Qin Luo a thumbs up. Luo Ge, you're so loyal, and no matter what, we're sticking with you from now on. Being with you means 3 meals a day. With that, he cheerfully grabbed his basin and dashed outside. Chong Lei eyed them suspiciously, wondering what these little rascals were up to. That he turned to Qin Luo, his face breaking into a smile. Qin Luo. We just finished a meeting, and the company commander and I have reached a consensus. Once you join the unit, you'll be in our squad, and you won't be going anywhere else. He slapped Qin Luo on the shoulder. I told you, as long as you want to be a good soldier, I'll stick with you till the end. We stand by our word. Looking at Chong Lei's earnest smile, Qin Luo felt a whirlwind of emotions that he had not only promised his new recruits but also the squad leader. Squad leader? I don't know what is that. Chong Lei smiled at him. Don't you trust the squad leader? Don't worry, anything I can do, I will definitely get it done for you. Gazing at Chong Lei's smile, Qin Luo's words caught in his throat, unable to escape. If it were his first day in the army, he would have boldly pursued his desires without a care for others' opinions or feelings that he had considered explaining, telling everyone he was merely stepping away temporarily, that he would return. But who would believe him? He swallowed his words, forcing a wry smile. Squad leader, thank you. Chong Lei laughed heartily. Why the sudden politeness? It feels so alien. Besides, I should be thanking you. You're a bright spot in my military career. He patted Qin Luo on the back with fervor. Now go wash up quickly. Time is of the essence. Yes, today is lucky. An old wolf is treating us to chicken. Chong Lei sang cheerfully as he walked out. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Luo felt increasingly uneasy. His original purpose for joining the army was straightforward, to complete a mission, acquire superpowers, and perhaps win over a girl to AS for the army and comrades. They were of no concern to him. Yet, he never imagined that one day he would care so deeply about the feelings of others that he could not quite articulate the reason. He merely felt a tightness in his heart, akin to that of a child who had erred. Qin Luo slowly clenched his fists, his gaze vacant and bewildered, resembling a statue that had stood in place for an eternity. Early the next morning, Chun Liang emerged from the restroom, yawning. Suddenly, a face loomed closer, startling Chun Liang. What are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be lethal? Qin Luo grinned at him mischievously. Class monitor. I need a favor to in the small shop. Chun Liang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. You mean you want to buy out the entire place? I can't be hearing you correctly, he glanced around. Although the shop's inventory was sparse, it was still sufficient for an entire platoon of soldiers. This guy actually intended to rent the whole place. Truly extravagant. Indeed, Qin Luo stuffed a few items into his pocket. Class monitor. I greatly appreciate your care over this past month, and I wanted to express my gratitude one last time. This is just a small token. Please don't decline, and I hope we can meet again in the future. Seeing Qin Luo's sincere demeanor warmed Chun Liang's heart. Despite the fact that this fellow had entered through a back door in his 5 years of service, it was the first time he had encountered someone so considerate. He conducted himself with decorum, trained earnestly, and displayed exceptional courtesy towards veterans. Most importantly, his military prowess was astonishing, ranked first among all new recruits in the army. Such talent was truly a rarity that a soldier like him was adored by all. Who wouldn't he like him? All right. Qin Luo clapped Qin Luo on the back. We will definitely meet again. Where is Qin Luo gone? Chang Lei kept glancing outside, then turned back to the others. We're about to assemble and head to the new platoon. Has anyone seen where he went? No idea. Everyone shook their heads in response. Zheng Qian remarked. He has been gone for quite a while, and didn't he inform us of his destination? Chang Lei was becoming increasingly anxious, pacing. That rascal hasn't he even packed up? It will be too late if he doesn't hurry. Class monitor, we can help him pack. Cheng Haonan waved his hand. And Zheng Qian, along with Hao Duo and a few others, immediately rushed over to assist. Within moments, they had neatly packed all of Qin Luo's belongings. Chang Lei watched with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He recalled how, when Qin Luo first arrived, the entire class had looked down upon him, opposing him at every turn. And no matter what he tried, he could not mediate, as if they bore a grudge from a past life. Yet, in less than a month, their relationships had blossomed into a unity akin to that of a family. He was just a mere rat droppings, and this lad would never truly fit into the class. He simply wasn't a soldier. Wu Zuan's words echoed in his mind, causing Chang Lei to smile even brighter. Just thinking about how, the previous night in the office, Wu Zuan had mentioned Qin Luo with such exuberance made him chuckle. Qin Luo. Oh, Qin Luo. When you arrive at the second platoon, you will discover just how different the company commander's attitude towards you will be. Right now, you are his prized possession, his treasured gem. Class monitor. Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, everyone swiftly turned their heads. They saw him smiling as he wheeled in a cart overflowing with an assortment of snacks. Qin Luo, did you just rob the small shop? Chang Lei exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. Qin Luo chuckled. Of course not. Since we're heading to the new platoon, I was worried that the items at the shop would expire and go unsold. So, I bought everything. Consider this my contribution to troop welfare. Chang Lei's jaw nearly hit the ground to prevent spoilage. He bought everything. Was that really necessary? Luo go. Cheng Haonan and the others rushed over excitedly. Is there anything for us? Qin Luo gestured. Aren't these all for you? Take whatever you want. Don't say I didn't look out for you. Thank you, Luo go. You're the best. The group immediately dove into the snacks. The old pickled cabbage is mine. I want the spicy chicken feet. The jelly is mine. I want to be an astronaut. No one can take it from me? Everyone, don't fight. There's enough for all. Let us share. In an instant, biscuits and instant noodles flew in every direction, and everyone was caught up in the frenzy. Chang Lei's eye twitched. What a bunch of gluttons. Make sure to hide all this food. Once we reach the new platoon, we must finish it quickly. Understood? Understood, class monitor. Cheng Haonan replied, a spicy strip dangling from his mouth, grinning. With this, I could finish it all in one night. Even a mouse would leave in tears. Chang Lei rubbed his temples. What kind of characters have I brought with me? Class monitor. Qin Luo suddenly handed him a few packs of cigarettes, upon seeing that they were all high-quality brands. Chang Lei was taken aback. What are you doing? Before he could return them, Qin Luo, flustered, pushed them back. Class monitor, this is a small gesture of appreciation for your hard work during this time. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved such good results. Just a verbal thank you is sufficient. These are too valuable. I cannot accept. Class monitor, please take them. Qin Luo smiled. I have plenty at home. Class monitor, Qin Luo's family is quite wealthy. Just accept them. A few nearby chimed in with laughter. Chang Lei glanced between the cigarettes in his hand and Qin Luo's earnest expression. Fine. I'll consider these as temporarily keeping them for you. However, what you just said is incorrect. My support for you is because you are my soldier and because you desire to improve. Don't feel embarrassed or indebted. We are comrades. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's smile faltered momentarily, and he felt a twinge of emotion that he turned away, hastily shoving a few more packs into Chang Lei's hands. Class monitor. Please deliver these to the company commander and the instructor. I can't take them back to a soldier who came in through the back door. I have undoubtedly caused them quite a bit of trouble this past month. Don't say that. You are quite remarkable. Chong Lei replied with a smile. I can pass these on for you, but I cannot guarantee whether they will accept them. Luo Ge, do we get any too? Give us some. Cheng Haonan and his group began to egg him on. Qin Luo laughed as he pulled out the last few packs from his bag and handed them all over. Yes. Yes, everyone gets some. I can't leave anyone out. Wow, these are all good cigarettes. We've hit the jackpot. No one take too many. Once we open them, let us share, as he watched everyone reveling in delight. Qin Luo's smile gradually faded, and his mood grew heavy. I hope you won't hold it against me. Once the mission is complete, I will come back to find you all, that I promise. I will definitely return. P.S. Thank you to all the supportive readers. The author is immensely grateful to repay all of you. The author will work extra hard tomorrow, that I will also try to increase the updates for Lin Hui's story as a token of gratitude. I hope everyone can lend a helping hand, clicking on the free update prompts and gifts, as the author humbly requests. Chapter 42. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier in the stillness of the night. Shi Lu slurped on instant noodles while playfully teasing a parrot. Keep your distance. Hu Fei promptly pushed him away. Don't let it smell that. Shi Lu rolled his eyes. Beef-flavored instant noodles. How delightful. If that bird can catch a whiff of this aroma, it would be worth its life. Bah. I paid a hefty price for this. I hope it lives a long life. Hu Fei shot him a glare. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go greet the new arrivals. All right. But Shi Lu fixed his gaze on Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, do you think he will come? Hu Fei smiled during the new recruit's 5-kilometer assessment. He could have run alongside his comrades, maintaining their lead. Yet he chose to finish the race alone. Hu Fei continued nonchalantly. This lad is eager to progress. Our unit, the Tianlang, is far superior to the reconnaissance battalion. He surely wishes to join us. Shi Lu nodded, then suddenly inquired. So that can he stay? Hu Fei glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips. Beep. All units assemble. The new recruits, excitedly carrying their backpacks, dashed out of the barracks and ran towards the training ground. They were about to leave the new recruit battalion for an unfamiliar new unit, and every new recruit was filled with anticipation and excitement. In their eyes, the end of the recruit battalion signified the end of their hardships. Life in the new unit would surely be much better, and they would no longer have to endure such exhaustion. Luo Ge, let us go. Cheng Haonan shouted excitedly. All 10 of us old friends are heading to the reconnaissance unit together. We're off to the reconnaissance unit. Zheng Qian exclaimed joyfully. Luo Ge, ULL lead us to become the top reconnaissance unit. Surrounded by his enthusiastic comrades, Qin Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wished to tell them that he was heading to an even better place. Yet the words remained stuck in his throat as he witnessed their excitement. Once the entire unit had assembled, Wu Zuan commanded, and everyone marched in unison towards the regiment's training ground. From a distance, Qin Luo spotted over 20 vehicles parked at the edge of the training ground. Some trucks, some buses, and others minibuses that we must be taking the luxurious bus. Cheng Haonan exclaimed eagerly. Going to the best unit in the division means we will receive the highest treatment and ride in the best vehicles. Li Dashing added proudly. Soon, everyone will be envious of us. I really want my dad to see this. Who is talking in the ranks? Wu Zuan barked, causing everyone to immediately fall silent. The various units approached the training ground from different directions and lined up accordingly. Stand at attention, bang. All the new recruits puffed out their chests in unison. Gao Kun approached the front of the formation with a smile and announced in a clear voice, at ease, observing the neatly arranged troops. He nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You are beginning to look like soldiers. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Comrades, the training of the new recruits has concluded, but your military journey is just beginning. Over the past 3 months, you have transformed from civilian youth into defenders of the nation. As you move on to your new units, your company commander, platoon leader, and squad leader will mold you into true warriors. The military is a great melting pot. Irrespective of what you were before, here you will be forged into fine steel. Gao Kun smiled and added, You have performed admirably these past 3 months. I have nothing to critique. I only hope you remain true to your original intentions and continue to strive in your new unit. Never forget that we are the steadfast support of our country and its people. Though the days may be monotonous, as long as we don this uniform and stand here, no one dares to bully our nation or look down upon our people. Gao Kun proclaimed loudly, I wish each of you great success in your new units. Bring honor to your company and pride to your families. With a swift salute, He addressed everyone. Salute, the duty officer bellowed. And all the soldiers immediately saluted in unison. All right, Gao Kun lowered his hand. Let the distribution of personnel commence, that we will begin the distribution now. Staff Officer Xie stepped onto the stage and called out names, instructing those mentioned to proceed to their respective vehicles. Wan Qianfei. Here. 273 RD Regiment. Vehicle 4. Yes. The new recruit excitedly grabbed his bag and turned to find Vehicle 4. That did he just get on a luxury bus? Cheng Haonan exclaimed in shock. Relax, there are more than one. Ours must be here too, Zheng Qian whispered. Tong Jinxing. Here, 274th Regiment. Vehicle 5? Yes. Wang Fei here, 275th Regiment. 1 by 1. The new recruits joyfully boarded their vehicles. Qin Luo glanced around, noticing the number of soldiers on the training ground dwindling. Where on earth is that rascal? He thought, could it be that he isn't coming? Su Yuchao. Here Su Yuchao puffed out his chest in excitement. Staff Officer Xie glanced at him. Attached to the reconnaissance battalion, Vehicle 11. Yes, Su Yuchao grinned as he hoisted his bag, exchanged a knowing glance with the others, and dashed to the back. Did a big truck? Cheng Haonan's face fell in disappointment. That shouldn't we be the best? How come we didn't even get a minibus? Li Dashing grimaced. Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. Perhaps we are just too outstanding. We need to consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, how upset would they be? We must remain low-key. The group nodded in silent agreement. Surely that was the case. Zheng Qian here, attached to the reconnaissance battalion, Vehicle 11. Yes. Zheng Qian happily picked up his bag. Guys, I'm off first. Save a good spot for Luo Ge. Cheng Haonan reminded him. Absolutely. Zheng Qian winked at Qin Luo and then sprinted away. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly, relieved that they boarded first. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to say goodbye. Decide, brothers, I'm sorry. One must strive for greater heights that I hope we can meet again in the future. Cheng Haonan. Here. Cheng Haonan picked up his bag. Luo Ge, I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, watching him run toward the big truck. Kaibingkuan, 273 RD Regiment. Vehicle 9. Yes. The last new recruit excitedly grabbed his bag and rushed off. The entire training ground was left with only Qin Luo. The duty officer closed the roster and announced loudly, personnel distribution is complete. We may depart. Wait. Chong Lei suddenly ran over. Commander, there's still one soldier left. Wu Ziyuan quickly followed. Old Xie. How could you overlook him? Staff Officer Xie smiled awkwardly. Old Wu. He has other arrangements. What do you mean? Wu Ziyuan fumed. I had his name written down first during the distribution. With so many in the company, I'm taking just these few. Who would dare to compete with me? Old Wu. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Ziyuan shouted. He is my soldier. No one else can take him. What are you standing there for? Wu Ziyuan glared at Chong Lei. Grab his bag and take him away. Yes. Chong Lei eagerly stepped forward. Old Wu. Staff Officer Xie shouted in distress. Stop. Gao Kun suddenly called out. Striding over. Chong Lei's foot froze mid-step. Da Wu Ziyuan. Gao Kun said coldly. Qin Luo already has arrangements. You have enough soldiers, so leave. Da Wu Ziyuan stiffened his neck. Commander, what do you mean? I made it clear that I must take him. He is my soldier. Chong Lei nodded vigorously, looking pleadingly at Gao Kun. Gao Kun took a deep breath. I have said it. He has arrangements. This is not your decision to make. That no. Wu Ziyuan glared at Gao Kun, showing no sign of backing down. Commander, I will reiterate that I must have this soldier. Da Wu Ziyuan. Gao Kun raised his voice. Are you trying to make trouble for me? This is the military, not your home. You can't just take whoever you want. Obey orders. That Wu Ziyuan's neck bulged with veins. Fine. Then I'll take just him and leave the others. Do you think this is a market? Gao Kun snapped angrily. Get lost immediately, or I will discipline you. Wu Ziyuan lifted his chin defiantly. Commander, where else can compare to our reconnaissance battalion? He is a good soldier. If I don't take him back, he will be wasted. Just as Gao Kun opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a vehicle approaching in the distance. The pickup has arrived. Gao Kun sighed. Take a look for yourself. See if they are better than the reconnaissance battalion. Yuan immediately turned his head, and a rugged vehicle roared up, stopping not far from him. Shirley stepped out of the vehicle with a smile and approached Gao Kun to salute. Commander Gao, I'm here to pick someone up. Comrade Wu Ziyuan stood there in disbelief. Which unit are you from? Shirley smiled. You must be Wu Lianzhong, right? I apologize, but I'm from the 0451 unit. Here on orders to pick someone up. 0451. Wu Ziyuan was completely stunned. As a member of the reconnaissance battalion, He knew all too well what that designation represented. Compared to them, the reconnaissance battalion was indeed lacking. Captain Wu, we are not just taking anyone. We have already sought Qin Luo's consent. And he is willing to come with me, Shi Le said nonchalantly. De Wu Zuan stared at Qin Luo. Yudity suddenly smiled wryly. Your choice is wise that so many people would give anything to go there. It is indeed better than our reconnaissance battalion, that they will value you more than I do. Yet you will certainly do better. De Wu Zuan wanted to pat Qin Luo on the back, but pulled his hand back halfway. Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. I wish you smooth sailing. Take care. De Wu Zuan nodded at Qin Luo, saying no more, and turned to walk toward Vehicle 11, squad leader. Qin Luo looked at Chong Lei. Feeling guilty. Chong Lei's eyes were red but still managed to smile. Qin Luo, the commander is right. Just go and work hard. That's where all our reconnaissance soldiers aspire to be. Don't overthink it. Your choice is correct. If it were me, I would choose the same. Chong Lei gave him a faint smile before turning and rushing toward Vehicle 11. Qin Luo watched their retreating figures and suddenly saluted vigorously. Commander, squad leader, I will definitely work hard. Vehicle 11 slowly pulled away. Chung Haonan and the others all leaned over the back of the vehicle, shouting for Luo Gu. Soon, their vehicle exited the camp and disappeared down the road. Let us go. Shi Le helped Qin Luo with his bag. We have a long journey ahead. Let us go grab something to eat. Qin Luo gazed longingly at the road where Vehicle 11 had vanished. Commander, squad leader Chung Haonan, I will definitely thrive in the Special Forces. Chapter 43. Do not call me Qin Dong, call me Uncle Qin. The rugged vehicle roared away from the training regiment. Qin Luo looked back. All the new recruits were leaving happily. Not a single one turned back. Yet at this moment, Qin Luo felt a tinge of nostalgia for this place. He had always wanted to leave before, but now he couldn't quite understand why. Don't dwell on it, Shi Le said with a smile as he drove. The attached reconnaissance battalion is a good place, but it is not the best. We are the Tianlang. Every year, countless reconnaissance soldiers strive to join us, but only a few succeed. For a new recruit like you to have this opportunity, even the veterans would envy you. Qin Luo opened the car window to feel the cold wind. Watching the desolate yellow earth slopes rush past him, Shi Le chuckled. Don't overthink it. This is the right choice, and your comrades will be proud of you. Commander, may I ask a question? Qin Luo suddenly spoke. Go ahead. Qin Luo looked at him. Once I join the Special Forces, can I be sent back to my old unit? Shi Le looked at him in surprise. Of course, that's quite normal. Our Tianlang is flexible. Everyone is not fixed in one position, that if one day you cannot adapt or do not meet the standards of a Special Forces soldier, you will naturally be sent back. What are you thinking? We, the Tianlang, never entertain idle individuals who merely consume without contributing. A smile gradually spread across Qin Luo's face. Now that you mention it, I can relax. At this moment, a twitch appeared at the corner of Shi Le's eye. What do you mean by that, Are you implying you wish to be sent back? At this point, the frown on Qin Luo's face dissipated, replaced by a beaming expression. Just 1 month. Merely 1 month. And by then, I can casually seek an opportunity to leave. When I return, I'll have a proper explanation for them. And if need be, I shall sincerely apologize that as long as my attitude is genuine, they will undoubtedly understand that I, in this manner, I can accomplish the task and receive the reward while also getting closer to that little girl. Shin Shinran, simply perfect. Qin Luo felt a surge of joy. Shin Shinran, you are a soldier, and so am I. This time, we will have something to talk about. Surely, our relationship will progress rapidly. He began to envision how, upon encountering such an exceptional version of himself, Shin Shinran would surely regret her previous treatment of him. Perhaps she might even throw herself into his arms. The more Qin Luo thought, the happier he became. And he couldn't help but laugh. Shi Le, startled, nearly lost control of the steering wheel. What are you laughing at? This kid must be out of his mind, Commander. Qin Luo smiled at him. Did you not just say you would take me out for a meal? This is my first time in the Northwest. Do you have any recommendations for good restaurants? After we finish eating, we can take a shower and then enjoy some karaoke. Simply perfect. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses. The army need not spend a dime. Shi Le nearly spat blood. This kid seemed more like a good-for-nothing than a fine soldier. Report. Come in. Shin Shinran pushed the door open and entered the office. Momentarily stunned, Hu Fei had actually kept a minor bird in the office that moment. He was bending over, feeding the bird while teaching it to curse. Shinran felt her worldview shatter. What on earth was this guy doing? What is the matter? Hu Fei asked without turning around, and he then smiled at the black mina, lifting his chin. Call it an idiot, come on. Shinran's eyelid twitched, then she took a deep breath. As per your request, I have conducted the final screening of the eligible soldiers. There are a total of 32 individuals. The list is right here. She placed the documents on the table. Hu Fei pointed at the table, directing his attention to the mina with a smile. Come on, say it, idiot. Shinran laid the files on the table. You may leave. Understood. Shinran shot him a speechless glance, but as she opened the door, she paused. What's wrong? Hu Fei, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, asked without looking back. Shinran took a deep breath, turned around. Chief of Staff, do you really intend to recruit that new soldier? According to past recruitment practices, we always select outstanding veterans with over a year of service from grassroots units. The primary targets for recruitment are reconnaissance battalions or companies. There has never been a precedent for enlisting new soldiers, no matter how exceptional their assessment results might be. All right, I understand, Hu Fei interrupted. I have my own arrangements. You may leave. But Shinran hesitated. Hu Fei suddenly turned his head, a smile that was neither here nor there on his face. What's the matter? Do you know this new soldier? Shinran's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a serious demeanor. Chief of Staff, I am merely adhering to regulations. Enough, Hu Fei chuckled. Regulations are dead, but people are alive. Have you ever seen such an extraordinary new soldier? His assessment results surpass even some veterans here. That kid has great potential. We Tianlang have always been exceptional, as long as he possesses the capability. He can join us. Now go on. Understood. Shinran, feeling helpless, saluted and turned to leave. Once outside, she took several deep breaths, nearly revealing her true feelings. Hu Fei's gaze seemed to possess some sort of magic. She had merely slipped in a word, and he had deduced that she knew Qin Luo. This GUIS truly frightening. However, what Shinran had just said was also the truth. She did harbor some bias against Qin Luo. After he left that day, she secretly investigated his background. Yet the results were disappointing. Aside from his wealth, he was practically devoid of merit. Shinran was somewhat surprised that such a person could enter the military. Perhaps this guy has changed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve the title of the top new recruit in the entire army in just 1 month. Nevertheless, Shinran still felt anxious and apprehensive. She had no idea how to face Qin Luo now that he had been specially recruited. Should she pretend not to know him, avoiding him as much as possible, or act as if nothing had happened? The more Shinran pondered, the more confused she became, even doubting whether his enlistment was indeed aimed at her. Surely not, that would be too absurd. She shook her head vigorously and quickened her pace. Just as she exited the building, a lieutenant rushed over. Commander Shin, I've been looking for you. There's something you need? Shinran asked curiously. The lieutenant smiled. Someone is looking for you outside. He's an elderly gentleman, and he seems quite wealthy. Shinran paused, shaking her head. I don't know him. I have things to attend to. So I'll be leaving now. But the deputy battalion commander called. He wants you to meet him. What? Shinran halted abruptly. The deputy battalion commander wants me to go meet him. Yes, the lieutenant spread his hands. I heard he's a patriotic entrepreneur who frequently sends support to our combat zone and has a good relationship with us. So, Shinran frowned slightly. What business would a merchant have with her? Moreover, how could he have established connections with Tianlang? Who on earth is this man? You should hurry, he's waiting outside. The lieutenant said enviously. He arrived in a luxury car. It's quite impressive. Feeling somewhat helpless, Shinran could only walk out with her doubts. Upon reaching the Barak entrance, she saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stood beside the car with a respectful smile. Shinran approached with curiosity. Comrade, are you looking for me? Wang Rifa surveyed her from head to toe, smiling as he nodded. Your taste is indeed exquisite. You are quite beautiful and outstanding, and no wonder. No wonder. Shinran was taken aback. Miss Shin, hello, I am Wang Rifa. Please get in the car. Wang Rifa smiled. Shinran eyed him warily. Comrade Wang, I'm quite busy. If you have something to say, please be direct. Wang Rifa opened the car door and smiled. Miss Shun, it's not me seeking you, but rather our master. There are matters that are inconvenient to discuss here. You should get in the car. We've arranged for Deputy Commander Luo to grant you a half-day leave. How about it? Shinran's eyes widened in shock. What kind of person was this, to have connections that reached the command headquarters? He could even have the deputy commander issue orders and oh wonder the deputy battalion commander asked her to come meet him. Shinran fixed her gaze on him. Can you tell me what this is all about? Wang Rifa maintained his smile, politely saying, You will know once we arrive. Shinran scrutinized him, then glanced at the car, ultimately resigning herself to the situation and getting in drive. Wang Rifa gently closed the door and quickly ran to the passenger seat. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of the Junue Hotel, the doorman respectfully opened the passenger door. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Rifa nodded slightly and hurriedly ran over to open the door for Shinran. As she stepped out of the car and gazed at the opulent hotel before her, she eyed Wang Rifa with suspicion. Wang Rifa still wore a smile. Miss Shun, this way please. Shinran nodded and followed him inside. If it weren't for the superior's orders, she would have wanted to leave immediately. However, since she was there, she decided to see what they were up to. They took the elevator to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, 30 or so attractive, well-groomed waitstaff stood in 2 rows, collectively bowing to her in greeting. Miss Shin, welcome esteemed guest to Junue Hotel. Shinran momentarily stood in a daze, clearly unaccustomed to such grandeur. Although she had seen her share of extravagant events during her missions, this was her first encounter with such a spectacle. It only heightened her curiosity about the identity of Wang Rifa's master. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin is already waiting over there. The manager hurried over, nodding and bowing to Wang Rifa, then smiling as he extended his hand to Shinran. Hello, Miss Shin. You can call me Xiao Chun. If you need anything, just let me know, and we will do our utmost to serve you. Miss Shun, this way please. Wang Rifa gestured invitingly. Resigned to her circumstances, Shinran strode forward. Above her was a grand, spiraling dining area. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire city. The interior DCOR was even more understated, yet exuded an exquisite luxury compared to the lavishness below. At this moment, the entire restaurant was empty except for a single table placed in front of a massive window that a middle-aged man with silver-dyed hair stood there, smiling warmly. You must be Shinran. Miss Shun. Shinran politely nodded. Qin Jiaqing appraised her from head to toe and nodded approvingly. Indeed, indeed. Indeed, it is quite remarkable and outstanding. No wonder Xiao Luo is fond of it. How could one not be? Shinran's eyes twitched sharply at the corners. What is the matter with these people, perpetually whispering to one another? Wang Rifa approached to introduce. Miss Shun, allow me to present our esteemed master. Qin Jiaqing. Our master is a highly renowned patriotic entrepreneur, well acquainted with many leaders from your combat zone. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Shinran nodded slightly. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Little Shun, such formalities are unnecessary. You may call me Uncle Qin. To introduce myself, I am the father of Qin Luo. Huh. Shinran was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Who? Qin Luo, the Qin of Qin Shi Huang, and the Luo of Luo Bin Wang. Surely you do not mean to say you are unfamiliar with Qin Luo? Qin Jiaqing was instantly dumbfounded. He felt an overwhelming frustration. That rascal. All this time, and she does not recognize him. Yet he rushes into the army to pursue her. What a farce. Chapter 44. Is 10 billion sufficient? If not, shall we add a bit more? Qin Jiaqing, with a beaming smile, gazed at Shinran. Does it come back to you now? Shinran's body trembled slightly, looking at him in disbelief that it was truly difficult for her to associate Qin Luo with the middle-aged man before her. Although Qin Jiaqing wore a smile, an indescribable aura surrounded him, eliciting respect. How could a patriotic entrepreneur who donates so generously to the army each year have such a carefree son, who only spends money? Is this a genetic anomaly or a failure in upbringing? Sir, shall we serve the dishes? Wang Rifa inquired to go ahead. Qin Jiaqing elegantly waved his hand. Have the head chef present the highest standards. The utmost quality. Certainly, sir. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. After inquiring whether Shinran had any dietary restrictions, he finally turned to leave. Miss Shun, Qin Jiaqing adjusted his cashmere sweater and leaned back against the plush chair, saying, The executive chef here previously prepared for state banquets. He is a master of Huaiyang cuisine. Although he now specializes in Western cuisine, his dishes are uniquely exquisite that I invite you to critique them. Do not hesitate to voice any concerns. Qin felt a twinge of awkwardness. Mr. Qin, please do not be so formal. You may call me Xiao Shun or Comrade Shin. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Very well. I shall call you Xiao Shun, and you need not refer to me as Mr. Qin. Uncle Qin is much more endearing. Ha 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 da. I prefer to address you as Mr. Qin. Qin managed a polite yet awkward smile. Mr. Qin, I have matters to attend to shortly, so if you have something to discuss, please be direct. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand with a smile. There is no rush. Let us dine first. We can converse afterward. Your matters can wait. I have already spoken with your superiors, Mr. Qin. Qin interrupted him. I truly have urgent matters to attend to, so let us get straight to the point, observing the unmistakable assertiveness in her brow. Qin Jiaqing nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Xiao Luo is willing to endure hardships in the army. I now understand. Xiao Luo? Qin Luo? Qin furrowed her brow slightly. She could surmise what Qin Jiaqing was about to say. Mr. Qin Jiaqing interjected. Xiao Shun, since you were so forthright, I shall be direct as well. He intertwined his fingers before him, smiling as he said, the purpose of today's invitation is to discuss your marriage with Qin Luo. Qin nearly sputtered her drink, utterly astonished, casting a disbelieving glance at Qin Jiaqing. It seemed he had anticipated her reaction, as he grinned. Marrying into a prestigious family like the Qin family is the dream of countless young women. Being struck by such an unexpected windfall is indeed shocking. Qin's jaw nearly hit the floor. Do you realize what you were saying? What marriage? What wedding? I'm not even acquainted with your son. Not even slightly. Mr. Qin, I believe you are mistaken. That I understand. Qin Jiaqing continued, oblivious. The Qin family is not a relic of feudalism. We certainly do not adhere to the coercive practices of the old society. He spoke earnestly. Once you enter the Qin family, you shall be one of us. Suddenly, he extended a hand. What does this mean? Qin widened her eyes. 0.5 billion. Qin Jiaqing declared generously. 5 billion in cash as a betrothal gift, along with an additional 50 million in gold and jewels, and I shall gift you a seaside villa. You may choose any vehicle you desire. If you fancy yachts or helicopters, that can be arranged as well. Bang! Qin slammed her palm on the table, startling Qin Jiaqing. Suppressing her fury, she exclaimed, Mr. Qin, how did I know? Qin Jiaqing waved his hand dismissively. 5 billion is too little, is it not? Then let us add another hand. 10 billion. Should you have children in the future, I shall additionally reward you with another 10 billion, along with a private estate and 5% of the shares in the Shanghai Group. Valued at 50 billion. How does that sound? Mr. Qin. Qin's eyes blazed with fury as she stood abruptly. I respect you as a patriotic entrepreneur and admire your immense contributions to the army. But you must also learn to show respect to others. Not everything can be bought with money. Respect, you say. Qin Jiaqing fell silent for 2 seconds before earnestly asking, Then shall I add a bit more? Qin was nearly on the verge of exploding with rage, clenching her fists as she glared at him. It has nothing to do with money. I have no emotional connection with your son. I do not know him at all. Qin Jiaqing paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You are quite the character. No wonder Xiao Luo would endure hardships in the army for you. Qin stood frozen. So it is true. This lunatic actually pursued her to the army. Mr. Qin, since you are aware, why did you not stop him from enlisting? Why should I stop him? Qin Jiaqing chuckled. For an outstanding girl like you, it is worth it for him to endure some hardships. At least it shows his sincerity. Come now, Xiao Shun, let us sit down and discuss further. If 10 billion is insufficient, we can certainly negotiate, propose any conditions, and I shall accommodate. Qin could no longer contain herself, turning on her heel to leave. Hey, Xiao Shun, we have not finished our conversation yet. Wait a moment. As Qin reached the elevator, she abruptly halted, turning to glare at Qin Jiaqing. Do not call me Xiao Shun. Mr. Qin, we are not familiar. You may either call me by my name or Comrade Shun. Furthermore, starting today, do not seek me out again, and please instruct your son not to bother me. I am not worthy of such attention. With that, she strode away with purpose. Qin Jiaqing sat in a daze, watching her enter the elevator, and after a long while, he returned to his seat. Wang Rifa hurried over from the kitchen, glancing at the now empty chair with confusion. Sir, Has Miss Shin, she has left. Qin Jiaqing exhaled. She has quite the temper indeed. What do women in the army think? With so much money, is she not the least bit tempted? Or perhaps is she playing hard to get with me? Wang Rifa chuckled wryly. Sir, not everyone in this world is captivated by wealth, especially those donned in military and police uniforms. Was not your wife also? Qin Jiaqing suddenly shot a glare at Wang Rifa, prompting him to immediately silence himself. Not everyone is like my wife. Qin Jiaqing gazed out the window, a gentle face materializing in his mind, and he sighed. Very well, this avenue is unfeasible. Let us seek another path for Xiao Luo. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, let us arrange for the young master to have a more manageable position. The rest shall be left to him. Whether he succeeds will depend on his own abilities. Qin Jiaqing sighed, rising. He cannot return now. It must be this way that I only hope he does not suffer too much in the coming days. Squeak. An off-road vehicle halted at the entrance of a certain military camp. Shirla gestured to Qin Luo. Wait here. Huh. Qin Luo glanced outside, looking bewildered. You are not taking me in. Shirla shot him an exasperated look. This is not a place where just anyone can enter. I must first report and obtain permission before bringing you in. Is it really that troublesome? Qin Luo rolled his eyes and exited the vehicle. Forget it. He had no intention of lingering in this dreadful place for long. As the door shut, the off-road vehicle roared off into the camp. The black smoke billowing from the exhaust made Qin Luo cough. He waved his hand vigorously. What a terrible vehicle. Even the special forces have such poor equipment. Comrade, please step back beyond the yellow line to wait. A guard shouted suddenly. Qin Luo looked down, realizing he was standing precisely on the yellow line, that he smiled amiably. Squad leader, I am here to step back beyond the yellow line. The guard raised his voice, his tone turning much more serious. Qin Luo twitched his lips, reluctantly retreating. What a ridiculous place. One cannot even step over a line. Does no one recognize that I am a genius specially recruited here? I hope I do not encounter another such guard. Otherwise, I shall have you salute me every day. Suddenly, Qin Luo perked up, his ears twitching. He turned his head to see the road ahead was empty. However, just seconds later, an off-road vehicle drifted in with a stunning maneuver, speeding toward the camp. Startled, Qin Luo hastily retreated, fearful of being struck. It seems that his heightened senses were indeed effective, as he had detected the approaching vehicle from such a distance. The off-road vehicle roared past him, but as it neared the camp entrance, it suddenly slammed to a halt, smoke billowing from its tires. Had it hit someone? Qin Luo turned in astonishment. Just then, the vehicle unexpectedly reversed. Racing towards him, oh no! Qin Luo grabbed his bag and leaped to the roadside. With a screech, the vehicle came to an urgent stop right where he had just been standing, its tires once again emitting a plume of smoke. Can't you drive properly? Qin Luo yelled indignantly at the off-roader. If you can't drive, go back to driving school. You could kill an elderly person on the road like this. Suddenly, the window rolled down, leaving Qin Luo momentarily stunned. That exquisite face, one he could never forget even in his dreams, belonged to Shin Shinran. She stared at him intently, her gaze sharp as a knife, filled with an unmistakable intensity. Shin Shinran, a radiant smile blossomed on Qin Luo's face. Surprised, are you? Happy? Did you ever think you'd actually see me again? Look at me, I'm quite impressive. Ha! Observing his triumphant demeanor. Shin Shinran's eyes twitched violently, as though she had just consumed 1,000 dead flies. Having just endured humiliation at the hands of Qin Jiaqing, she was dismayed to encounter this insufferable brat upon her return. Over these past few days, she had nearly forced herself to forget that night. But now, seeing Qin Luo before her, memories of that evening surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her completely. You bastard. How did you know my name? Shin Shinran flung the door open, hopping out of the car in a fit of rage. Chapter 45. You are still that profligate. As Shin Shinran stormed towards him, Qin Luo met her with an air of smugness. For me, discovering your name was an effortless task. Qin Luo boasted, gazing at her with pride. I told you I would find you. So, how does it feel to see me? Surprising, unexpected, and delightful, right? Shin Shinran fixed her fiery gaze on Qin Luo, her eyes brimming with fury. Initially, she had believed that Qin Luo's achievement of being the top recruit in the entire army would have brought some change, at least a departure from his former self. However, the events of today had completely shattered that notion. Qin Luo. Shinran took a deep breath. I must tell you, keep your distance from me. From today onward, no, from this very moment, the farther away you stay, the better. With that, she abruptly turned, striding back towards the off-road vehicle without a glance back. Wait. Qin Luo hurried after her. Why do you disregard your own words? We had an agreement that once I found you. Shut up. Shinran turned back in a fury, her eyes locked onto him. When I said that, I merely wished to avoid your entanglement, nothing more, she articulated deliberately. You saved my life, and I sincerely appreciate it. You are a good person that I can repay your kindness, and I will grant you any compensation you desire, but that incident is in the past, and I do not wish to be involved with you any longer. I will not develop feelings for you, understand? She lowered her voice. Let that night be a misunderstanding. I have forgotten it, and I hope you will too forgotten. A bitter smile flickered across Shinran's face. In truth, she had never forgotten, nor could she. After all, it was her first time, and Qin Luo was the first man in her life who had saved her. How could she possibly forget? Seeing Qin Luo again filled her with both shock and surprise. She was astonished that he had indeed joined the military and delighted by the significant changes he had undergone. She had even begun to imagine the various scenarios of their meeting yet. The hurtful words of Qin Jiaqing had deeply wounded her, making her feel that Qin Luo remained unchanged no way. Qin Luo clenched his fist. That I endured torture for over an hour at your hands. Nearly perished, and you expect me to act as though nothing happened. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at her defiantly. I was once a societal youth whom you looked down upon. Fine, no problem. But now, I am just like you, a soldier, and a remarkably excellent one at that. He raised his head slightly, pride radiating as he looked at Shinran. In the recruit assessment, I ranked first in the entire army, even breaking a 20-year-old record. Even the military leaders praised me, declaring I am a good soldier. This special recruitment for the Tianlang unit is proof enough that I am no longer the person I once was. I am now a king of soldiers. Shinran chuckled lightly, shaking her head slightly. What are you laughing at? Qin Luo asked anxiously. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. I believe you. Shinran gazed deeply at Qin Luo. You are indeed impressive now, but you are not a true soldier. What do you mean? Qin Luo stared at her. Shinran replied calmly. Every soldier has their purpose for enlisting. Some seek good jobs after discharge. Some wish to stay on. Others are sent by family to experience hardship. She fixed her gaze on Qin Luo. Regardless of their reasons, they ultimately become competent soldiers. They cease to think about their initial motives and focus solely on their responsibilities and the significance of their uniforms. But you are different. Shinran shook her head. Even if you were strong now, you still dwell on your original purpose for enlisting. You merely wish to pursue me and then retire. Do you consider yourself a soldier? Reflecting on Qin Jiaqing's earlier offer, Shinran's eyes were filled with disappointment as she looked at Qin Luo. The significance of this uniform, to her, was something few could comprehend. It represented a legacy. Do you think wealth is impressive? Shinran shook her head. You have no idea why I wear this uniform. Nor do you realize that money is utterly worthless in comparison to it. Qin Luo stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. For Shinran was right. At least half of his motivation for enlisting had been her. And that had not changed as for the responsibilities of a soldier and the meaning of the uniform. He had never truly considered them. Shinran smiled wearily. You do not understand me at all. We are fundamentally different. Even if you don this uniform, you remain that spoiled young master. Shinran took 2 steps back, creating distance between herself and Qin Luo. Therefore, please forget that night. Walk your own path. We are not suited for one another. Farewell. She cast one last lingering glance at Qin Luo before turning towards the driver's seat. And do not let your father come looking for me again. Tell him that I am unworthy of you and cannot afford to aspire to that. With a slam, the car door shut, and Shinran pressed the accelerator, the vehicle speeding away into the camp. The guard at the entrance, having completed his salute, looked quizzically at Qin Luo, who stood outside the yellow line, lost in thought. This kid knows Staff Officer Shin. They seemed quite familiar. Yet just moments ago, it appeared they were arguing. The guards whispered amongst themselves, while Qin Luo remained frozen in place, dazed. Shinran's words echoed in his ears that he could not comprehend why she was so agitated. What is the responsibility of a soldier? What is the significance of a uniform? Qin Luo clenched his fists, utterly unable to grasp it. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Shin Shinran had mentioned Qin Jiaqing, which indicated that his father had sought her out. Qin Luo could not help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. What a mess you've made, old man. You must have bungled things up. No wonder she lashed out at me. Why on earth did you go looking for her? I was on the verge of resolving things. This is just a waste of time, sighed Qin Luo sighed. He firmly believed that his father had caused some kind of trouble, leading Shin Shinran to harbor prejudice against him. However, he would soon be joining the Tianlang Special Forces, and surely his excellence would be evident to her. Winning her over should not be insurmountable. Hey, over here. Just as Qin Luo was deep in thought, Shirley's voice called out. Qin Luo quickly lifted his head, noticing Shirley waving at him from the entrance, that he hurriedly grabbed his bag and ran over. Sign here. Shirley pointed to a document. After Qin Luo signed, Shirley exchanged a few words with the guards and led him into the camp, passing through a long corridor and several office buildings. A vast training ground soon came into view. Rows of soldiers shouted and trained fiercely, immediately capturing Qin Luo's attention. From a building, 3 soldiers suddenly leaped down, causing Qin Luo to gasp in shock. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the ropes behind them tightened, allowing them to stop inches above the earth. Before he could exhale, in another training area, several soldiers were being thrown by their comrades. Qin Luo's jaw dropped again, but those soldiers landed safely, swiftly brandishing daggers as they charged at their fellow trainees. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, startling Qin Luo into jumping. Turning to look, he saw soldiers soaring through the air, ropes in tow, while explosions continued to erupt beneath them. Shirley observed Qin Luo's awestruck expression and chuckled proudly. You want to see training like this in regular units. This is exclusive to here. The people here know no fatigue, no pain. They are all elite among elites. That he patted Qin Luo on the back. You're quite lucky. Soon you will be one of us. Others will be envious of you. Qin Luo's eye twitched violently. What is so enviable about this? It's exhausting like hell. The recruit training battalion is far superior to this. He took a deep breath, thinking of making a quick escape after completing his task. This hellish place is far too dangerous for anyone to stay. He had no intention of lingering today for Shin Shinran. He would seek opportunities to win her over later. Soon, Shirley brought Qin Luo to a small building. The two proceeded directly to the door of an office on the second floor. Shirley knocked forcefully. Report. Come in. Shirley pushed the door open and turned to Qin Luo, gesturing with his chin. Qin Luo straightened his posture and entered, saluting Hu Fei, who was amusing himself with a bird. Greetings, sir. Qin Luo reporting for duty. Fool. Qin Luo's expression immediately soured. Why was he being insulted upon arrival? Not you, Hu Fei chuckled, turning his head, that I'm teaching this foolish bird to talk. Qin Luo glanced at the black mina and smiled weakly. The personnel in this special forces unit are truly eccentric. Close the door. Hu Fei walked toward his desk. Yes. Shirley turned and closed the door, then stood at attention. Shirley, with a smile, sat down and scrutinized Qin Luo. You excelled in the military's new recruit assessment, achieving first place and breaking long-standing records. Quite impressive, Hu Fei remarked with a grin. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Thank you for the compliment, sir. It was arduous. Indeed, Hu Fei replied with a chuckle. Shirley. Yes. Shirley raised his hand. First, have him fill out a form, then take him out for a nice meal while we await the results. Understood. Shirley promptly retrieved a form from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Fill it out. And take it seriously. Qin Luo took it but was immediately taken aback by the words on it. Psychological health assessment? He abruptly looked up. Do you think I'm psychologically unwell? No. Shirley waved his hands hastily. You don't seem to be unwell at all. Ha. Qin Luo twitched his lips. Then why make me fill this out? Hu Fei replied nonchalantly. It's just a form. Everyone entering Tianlang has to complete it. Exactly, Shirley nodded. That I filled it out myself. That half convinced. Qin Luo took the pen. Fine. Shirley patted him jovially. Just go with your first instinct. No need to overthink. Once you finish, we'll head to the cafeteria. Our meals are of a standard fit for pilots, which you won't find elsewhere. Qin Luo leaned over the table, carefully reading the questions. Can you accept solitude? If faced with death during an earthquake, would you eat your pet dog raised for 10 years? Qin Luo was utterly baffled by the absurdity of these questions. That this really a psychological assessment. He sensed that the person who devised these questions might have issues of their own. Not wanting to dwell on it, he quickly filled out the form. Done. Qin Luo handed the form back to Shi Lu. Good. Let us go eat. Hu Fei said cheerfully that I'll have the experts evaluate it later. Let us go, let us go. Shi Lu put an arm around Qin Luo and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, it swung open again, and a stern-faced female officer approached Hu Fei. See? Hu Fei handed her the form. Be thorough, don't make any mistakes. The female officer coldly replied. Chief of Staff, please trust in science. Hu Fei sighed with a bittersweet smile. Qin Luo, I must admit, I do find you somewhat likable. How is the food here? Not deceiving you, right? Shi Lu asked, picking at his teeth. Qin Luo nodded, curious. What are the arrangements for me next? Shi Lu chuckled. Don't rush. Let us first check your assessment results. Hesitantly, Qin Luo asked, what if the results are poor? That's not a big deal. You can fill it out again later. Shi Lu laughed heartily. Qin Luo sighed in relief. Having come this far, he couldn't afford any mishaps. He had experienced too much in the past few days, prompting a shift in his mindset, especially after Wu Zhan praised him as a good soldier and after meeting Shinran. Qin Luo suddenly yearned to understand what it truly meant to be a good soldier, that he wouldn't be complacent. He would start from here. With a sharp gaze, Qin Luo thought, at the very least, I must serve for 2 years to fully understand what it means to be a soldier. Otherwise, what would be the point of coming here? Report. Come in. Shi Lu pushed the door open, pulling Qin Luo inside. Hu Fei looked at Qin Luo with a smile. How is the food here? Very good. Qin Luo affirmed that I'm glad you like it. Hu Fei replied with a hearty laugh that I'll have Shi Lu take you to enjoy for a couple more days. So you can really savor the variety in our cafeteria. Huh. Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Sir, what do you mean by that? Shi Lu was equally taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Hu Fei regarded Qin Luo, eventually smiling. It's like this, little Qin. Your assessment that did not pass, that's so. This year is a write-off. However, next year, you must come back that I believe you will definitely succeed then. Qin Luo's mind exploded with disbelief. His whole body shaking violently. Sir, that's not a joke to make. He fixed a fierce gaze on Hu Fei. Haven't I already joined the Tianling Special Forces and become one of them? The transfer order is right here. He quickly pulled the document from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Look, I'm already here. Why send me back? Are you trying to toy with me? Hu Fei cleared his throat. Qin Luo, it's like this. That invitation to ITS, just an invitation. It's not an official transfer order to Tianling. You must first pass the psychological assessment and then undergo a 3-month selection process. Bang. Qin Luo slammed both hands on the table. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have come. You're deliberately messing with me. Qin Luo, Shi Lu quickly interjected. Calm down, calm down. How can I not be agitated? Qin Luo shouted with reddened eyes that I already promised my comrades that I would join the reconnaissance unit, that I chose to come here because of your invitation. Now you want me to go back. How am I supposed to face them? Shi Lu looked at Hu Fei helplessly, who also wore a bitter smile. That I'm sorry. Qin Luo, Hu Fei said earnestly. Our rules are the same for everyone who comes here. Qin Luo glared at him fiercely. Just a measly form determines my fate. Those questions must have been devised by a lunatic. How can you trust that and not believe in me, a living person? Hu Fei sighed. Qin Luo, that is not just any ordinary form. The questions within assess whether you are fit to be a soldier. Qin Luo froze, staring at Hu Fei blankly, struck by the familiarity of that phrase. That Hu Fei continued calmly. We only select experienced soldiers. Generally, everyone passes, that I admit. This time I was a bit hasty. You performed exceptionally well. Even surpassing some of the veterans we selected. That's so. Against everyone's advice. I insisted on inviting you. That I thought, given your military prowess, your mindset would surely align as well. To Hu Fei's side. I'm truly sorry. Qin Luo, I misjudged the situation. But rest assured that he smiled warmly. I believe you will pass the assessment next year, and you will certainly have no problems with the subsequent selections. Qin Luo, we shall meet again at the pinnacle. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. Meet at the pinnacle. I'll see you in hell. With a sudden surge of willpower, his abilities exploded forth. Hu Fei felt a gust of wind rush toward him and instinctively retreated. However, Qin Luo was too close, and before he could react, he was struck by a punch. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Hu Fei's chest, causing him to stagger back 2 steps before stopping. Damn! Qin Luo was alarmed and rushed to shield Hu Fei. Qin Luo, are you out of your mind? You are the ones who are out of your minds, Qin Luo roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. I was perfectly fine serving as a soldier, but now I can't stay in the special forces and I have no face to return to my old unit. Hitting him is a mere light punishment. Qin Luo, Qin Luo shouted angrily. What you're doing could lead to confinement, or worse that ITS fine. Hu Fei pushed Qin Luo aside and smiled bitterly at Qin Luo. It's my fault. I sincerely apologize that if you're still angry, feel free to hit me again. Qin Luo glared at him, but he knew that hitting him now would be futile. His mind suddenly filled with images of Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Cheng Haonan, and the others. At the moment of parting in the new recruits unit, they had looked at him with reluctance, but still wished him well. And what about him? Now they wanted him to go back. How would he face them? If you have any concerns, I can help you resolve them. Hu Fei observed his turmoil. I will explain the situation to your old unit. The responsibility lies with me, and I will ensure you face no difficulties. Qin Luo shot him an angry glare. No need, just stay out of it. Goodbye to no, never again. With that, he stormed out in a huff. Hey, Hu Fei called after him. I sincerely invite you to come back next year. I am sure you'll make it. Get lost, I'm never coming back. Qin Luo shouted without looking back. Watching Qin Luo leave in such a disheveled state, Qin Luo approached Hu Fei, Chief of Staff. You really handled this poorly. You had no idea how chaotic it was when I brought him in. Hu Fei sighed. I calculated several times. With his outstanding performance, he should have passed the psychological assessment. Otherwise, how could he endure so much hardship to achieve first place? I have to admit, I miscalculated this time, that if only you could hit me for him, I'd feel better. Stop. Shao hurriedly waved his hand. Let's settle this after autumn. I can't take it anymore. With that, he turned and rushed out to chase after Qin Luo. Make sure to arrange things well for him, Hu Fei shouted. Once Shao's figure disappeared, Hu Fei turned to face Beige. You idiot, you're such a fool. Shinran stood by the window, watching the somewhat unsteady Qin Luo get into the car. Her brows slightly furrowed. Goodbye, Qin Luo. No, I suppose we shall never meet again, that I hope that when you retire, you will understand the true meaning of being a soldier. May these 2 years become the most beautiful memories of your life. Chapter 47, Do you want me to be an inspector? I'll ensure your demise. In the conference room of the command office, Qin Luo sat quietly. His mood had finally settled into complete calmness. Hu Fei's blunder had nearly extinguished his desire to kill Hu Fei. The initial purpose of joining the army had been entirely cast aside, be it the system's tasks or pursuing Shinran. None of it mattered anymore. In his life, he had never been so manipulated by anyone. Now, as he contemplated returning, he wondered whether the reconnaissance battalion would still want him. Even if they did, how would he face Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and Cheng Haonan? Ultimately, he had abandoned the reconnaissance battalion to choose Tianlei. Even though Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei had wished him well in joining Tianlei, Qin Luo still vividly remembered their expressions of disappointment that day. At this thought, Qin Luo truly wished to take Hu Fei down with him. Clenching his fists, he muttered, Hu Fei, you great fool, you've ruined me. I have nowhere left to go. Taking a deep breath. A thought of Shinran suddenly crossed his mind. He recalled how excited Shinran had been at that moment. It seemed he had truly hurt her, leading to her misunderstanding of him. What was really going on with her? Qin Luo inhaled deeply. Forget it. Gazing up at the ceiling, he quickly made a decision in his heart that he would return to the reconnaissance battalion, rising where he had fallen. He needed to apologize to the company commander, as well as to Chang Lei and Cheng Haonan. Even if it meant getting beaten up by them, he had to stay this time. Shinran's words, along with that damned form from Tianlang, ignited his competitive spirit. Before joining the army, who dared to dismiss him, the super-rich second generation? No matter what he did, everyone praised him as the best. But now, everyone claimed he was not a real soldier. He would show them what it meant to be a true soldier. Especially that damned Tianlang and Hu Fei. He clenched his fists. Hu Fei. Just wait, I will make you understand that form is nothing but nonsense. Today, you have missed out on the best soldier. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shao walked in. Qin Luo shot him a cold glare. His eyes ablaze with fury. Shao forced a smile. Don't look at me like that. It's not me who wants you gone, nor is it our chief of staff. It's that form. It's scientific. Scientific, my foot. Qin Luo sprang to his feet. A mere form can decide life and death. I will show you just how ludicrous your mistakes are. You have missed out on a once-in-a-century great soldier. Ha! Shao laughed so hard he nearly cried. Qin Luo glared at him angrily. What is so funny? Do you think I'm bragging? Shao covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. I isn't it? Ha! Little Qin, you are the most boastful recruit I've ever met, and you're not even blushing. Speaking so righteously. Ha! Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. Seeing his expression darken, Shao quickly stifled his laughter. Having ambition is good. It seems you are not too disheartened. That is excellent. Now I can rest easy. However, you must remain grounded in reality. Shao patted Qin Luo's shoulder. Our Tianlang is the best in the entire military district. Every soldier here is a king among soldiers. Even if you become the best in your army, that doesn't guarantee you a spot here, though we require comprehensive qualities. An individual can lead an entire company. You still have a long way to go, so refrain from making grand claims, at least until you have succeeded, or you will be the subject of ridicule. Qin Luo stared blankly at him, and Shao smiled warmly, showing no hint of mockery, but rather a sincere intention to guide him. Thank you. Qin Luo nodded appreciatively. Shao smiled slightly. It's nothing. I brought you here, and now I see you off. Honestly, if it were an old soldier, I wouldn't worry about them. But you're a new recruit, and I'm concerned that this setback might ruin you. That I don't know if you are a once-in-a-century talent. But you are certainly gifted. Seeing your fighting spirit return reassures me. Qin Luo sincerely shook his hand. Sir, I truly appreciate your words. That I promise, when we meet again, I will be a different person. They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter together. That I'm leaving now. It's up to how your division arranges things. Safe travels, sir. Though Qin Luo did not enter Tianlang, Shao held great confidence in him. For those who cannot be defeated will eventually grow stronger. Although he belonged to Tianlang, he was secretly looking forward to witnessing Qin Luo make Tianlang take notice one day. After all, he was still young and enjoyed watching the excitement. In the office of the division commander, Qi Xingli paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, frowning. Zheng Wei sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched him. Old Qi, you've been pacing for ages. Why not settle on a plan? Qi Xingli abruptly stopped, looking distressed. How can I settle on a plan? This kid chose to go to Tianlang, rejecting the division's reconnaissance battalion. He's already incurred the wrath of many. This news has spread throughout the division. Which regiment or company would dare take him now? What do you suggest I do? Zheng Wei smiled wryly and shook his head. It's common for special forces to recruit new personnel. In previous years, several veterans have joined the special forces, but they have always been veterans. That it's unprecedented for a recruit to be specially recruited right after joining a company. While it is true that special forces are indeed better than reconnaissance battalions, and that going to special forces is a legitimate choice, the military also values interpersonal relationships, that if you go, no one will stop you. But if you want to return, that's another matter entirely. The reconnaissance battalion has its own pride. You cannot come and go as you please. If they don't want him, which other company would dare to take him? Even if Qin Luo is exceptional, it would be in vain. They could forcibly assign him, but they also have to consider everyone's feelings. If all else fails, Zheng Wei pondered before saying, why not arrange him as a civil servant within the division? He can serve tea and sweep floors. 2 years will pass in no time. Didn't his father also reach out to you, wanting to arrange something more relaxed for him? Qi Xingli sat down with a bitter expression. I would like to arrange that, but this kid is the top recruit in the entire military. Such a good soldier doing menial tasks would be a waste of talent. That I'm not satisfied with that. Zheng Wei spread his hands. Then what do you propose? Just randomly assign him to any company and let the company commander figure it out. That one do. Qi Xingli suddenly stood up, anxiously pacing in place. Aren't you just leaving them to? Dingling. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Zheng Wei gestured for him to be quiet, and Qi Xingli reluctantly answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? The next moment he straightened his chest. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff, didn't realize it was you. That I just had something spicy to eat. And my temper flared a bit. Yes, that Qi Xingli nodded repeatedly. Suddenly he furrowed his brows, his mouth agape. Zheng Wei quickly leaned in closer. But at yes, understood. Yes, orders executed. After hanging up, Zheng Wei anxiously inquired. What happened? What is going on? Qi Xingli sighed. When the special forces returned that kid, they reported to the military, and the military has made arrangements for him. Zheng Wei's eyes widened. The military personally arranged it. Is it because of his father's connections? Qi Xingli smiled wryly. Qin Jiaqing is acquainted with our military commander. He hasn't just donated to our division, but has contributed even more to the military, that he is quite the benefactor. A particularly influential one. Zheng Wei nodded enviously. Having a good father is indeed a blessing. Let us go find that kid. Qi Xingli strode out. Creak, the door opened again. Qin Luo, who had been lost in thought, quickly stood up upon seeing the division commander and Zheng Wei enter. Good day, sir. He saluted vigorously. Qi Xingli approached him, letting out a long-sided "I'm sorry, sir, that I've brought shame to the division." Qin Luo stated solemnly, "Please punish me." There's nothing to punish. Qi Xingli patted him on the shoulder. Being sent back by the special forces is not something to be ashamed of. Every year, we have veterans selected by them, and most of them are returned. Everyone continues to serve well, sir. Qin Luo's eyes reddened. Please let me return to my old unit. I will apologize to my company commander and will certainly be a good soldier. Where I fell, I will rise again. Qi Xingli smiled wryly. You can't go back to the division's reconnaissance battalion. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Is it that our company commander won't take me? Zheng Wei chuckled. It's not that he doesn't want you. It's just that you chose to join the special forces, so there's no position for you in the reconnaissance battalion. Those that take pride in themselves, being sent back to them as a backup, they certainly won't accept you. That I was wrong. Even if the company commander is furious and punishes me, it is deserved, Qin Luo said earnestly. However, I yearn to return. For my squad leader and my comrades await me there. I shall endeavor to gain their acceptance. Commander, please allow me to go back. Qi Xingli and Zheng Wei exchanged astonished glances. Having somewhat underestimated Qin Luo, if it were any other soldier who would dare to return, who would have the audacity to show their face again. Yet here stands Qin Luo, exhibiting a rare fortitude. Bravely confronting his mistakes, the Qi Xingli waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough of that. Do not harbor any thoughts of returning. Arrangements have already been made for you. Disappointment washed over Qin Luo's face. Then to which regiment and company will I be assigned? Commander, will I still have the opportunity to join the reconnaissance battalion? Qi Xingli responded with a faint smile, neither to a regiment nor a company, as for the reconnaissance battalion. You can forget about that. The orders from the military have designated you to the garrison command. Qin Luo was left bewildered. The garrison command? What sort of place is that? As evening descended, in a dormitory, Qin Luo sat on a stool, cradling a white steel helmet emblazoned with the large characters inspection unit. He stared blankly at the helmet, a flicker of emotion tugging at the corners of his eyes. Qin Luo, Qi Xingli stood across from him, a smile gracing his features. You will do well here. Though you are no longer in the grassroots unit, the role of an inspector is of great importance. The discipline and demeanor of the entire army rely on your supervision. Your significance is profound, Commander. Qin Luo sprang to his feet, looking at him with a sense of grievance. But Qi Xingli waved his hand, still smiling. Do you not think about returning? Isn't this quite good? You will be spared the sight of Wu Zuan's sour face. Rest assured, even if he learns of your presence here, he wouldn't dare to trouble you. An inspector is a figure feared and respected within the military. Put forth your best effort. You can still become a fine soldier here. Do your best. I must take my leave. Commander, Qi Xingli flashed him a smile and departed without looking back. Qin Luo stood at the doorway, watching him retreat, his grip on the helmet tightening. Damn it. I had planned to work hard and return to slap Hu Fei's face, yet now I've been assigned to inspection duties. The work of an inspector primarily involves checking and supervising the troops, rather than engaging in combat, which means training is scarce. Without training, how can I enhance my strength and return to Tianlai? He glanced at the white helmet in his hands, then at Qi Xingli's departing figure, a fiery determination igniting within him. So, you want me to be an inspector, do you? Very well, I shall not let you down. Chapter 48. The Tri-Service Inspectors. We are the most formidable. The main contents of discipline are as follows. First, adhere to political discipline. Second, uphold organizational discipline. Practice democratic centralism. Obey the organization, and resolutely safeguard. Third, observe combat discipline. Follow orders. Heed commands, and engage bravely in battle. Orders must be executed. Prohibitions must be respected. 7th, uphold integrity discipline. Conduct oneself with cleanliness. And live with honor. 10th. All right. The inspection team leader, Yuan Hong, interrupted Qin Luo while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Team leader, Qin Luo stared intently at Yuan Hong. I can recite it backwards if you'd like to hear. With a thud, Yuan Hong's manual fell to the ground, and so did his jaw as he swallowed hard, a bitter smile on his face. Damn, this kid has an incredible memory. After just 2 hours, he can recite the manual flawlessly? Team leader, Qin Luo pressed, can I go on duty now? His eagerness was palpable. Yuan Hong sized up Qin Luo. Initially, he intended for him to familiarize himself for a few more days, but seeing how well Qin Luo had memorized the regulations and his imposing military posture, it was unjust to withhold duty from him. Moreover, he was directly introduced by the commander of Sea Army. Yuan Hong cleared his throat and said with a serious demeanor, Xiao Qin, excellent work, you've memorized it well. Let us have you join my team tomorrow. I will personally guide you. Thank you, team leader. Qin Luo saluted excitedly. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. However, before you go on duty, I must explain our responsibilities. With pride, Yuan Hong continued, inspection duties are divided into 3 types. 1 for internal affairs, primarily checking grassroots soldiers. 1 for external affairs, mainly inspecting military vehicles and personnel going out. And we are the 3rd type. The most formidable. Yuan Hong lifted his head high. We are known as the Tri-Service Inspectors, formerly the Joint Inspection Team of the Tri-Service. Qin Luo's eyes widened. That name sounds impressive. Our authority is even greater. Yuan Hong boasted, patting his shoulder. Though I am merely a 3rd-class non-commissioned officer, even generals must tread lightly in my presence. That is it really that incredible? Qin Luo was thrilled that if Yuan Hong could make generals wary, then surely he could instill fear in Qi Xingli as well. With that thought, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Think the team leader is boasting. Yuan Hong glared at him. Let me tell you, the most remarkable aspect of our tri-service inspection is that no matter who we encounter, our rank instantly elevates by 1 level that we cannot intervene with ranks at the level of commander and above. But from deputy commanders down, we have full authority. Qin Luo eagerly inquired, so we can oversee the division commander. Yuan Hong scoffed. Of course we can. As long as he violates discipline, you can make him stand by the roadside and recite the regulations. Really? Qin Luo was already fired up, but there won't be any repercussions, right? Yuan Hong confidently snorted. That is the authority bestowed upon us by higher-ups, who would dare to cause trouble if they were reprimanded. He patted Qin Luo's chest firmly. Whoever dares to trouble you, the team leader will have your back. Dealing with a division commander is a trivial matter, that we are the most formidable in the entire army. A mischievous grin spread across Qin Luo's face. With Yuan Hong's words, he felt emboldened. Now he could act with confidence. They insisted he be an inspector and not return to his old unit. Very well. Qin Luo clenched his fist. That I shall be a steadfast and outstanding inspector, ensuring Qi Xingli and the others are thoroughly entertained. By the way, team leader, Qin Luo tentatively asked, can we go to Sea Army? Yuan Hong glanced at him, then suddenly grinned mischievously. That I know what you're thinking. You want to return to Sea Army to show off, right? Perhaps even settle a few scores with those you previously clashed with. Qin Luo quickly waved his hands. Team leader, I absolutely do not have such intentions. Such thoughts are precisely right. Yuan Hong clapped him on the shoulder. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Yuan Hong chuckled. As inspectors, we must be impartial. Even if we encounter acquaintances, if they breach discipline, there must be no leniency. That he regarded Qin Luo with admiration. Many newcomers struggle with maintaining their composure, so we typically target those we know. If you can handle acquaintances, you can withstand pressure from anyone in the future. Qin Luo felt a wave of embarrassment. To be honest, it's you guys who are quite intimidating. Being your acquaintance is truly unfortunate. But don't worry. Yuan Hong said slyly, if you find it impossible to remain in the unit, you will leave the service earlier than the others. Even if they harbor grudges, they won't be able to find you then. So, go ahead and do your duty. Uphold military discipline. Ha! Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He had now firmly concluded that this group was particularly ruthless. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Sea Army, so you can strut around proudly. Yuan Hong patted Qin Luo. Thank you, team leader. Qin Luo excitedly saluted. Just the thought of being able to stroll around Sea Army with confidence filled his heart with anticipation. The next morning, Qin Luo meticulously donned his military uniform in front of the grooming mirror. Gazing at his tall and handsome reflection, a wicked smile curled the corners of his lips at a 45-degree angle. So you won't let me return and want me to be an inspector? All right, one and all, you'd better not cross my path. Qin Luo, let us go. Coming. Qin Luo adjusted his cap and strode purposefully outside. Several open-top SUVs were lined up neatly, with soldiers from various squads rushing to their respective vehicles. Drive, Yuan Hong commanded, and the SUVs roared into action. Upon arriving at the Garrison Command's entrance, the vehicles immediately dispersed, heading towards different battalions. Stop! Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, and the driver slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, Yuan Hong leaped out. Comrades, halt! Qin Luo turned to see three lieutenants casually munching on food as they walked, upon seeing the inspector's approach. The three immediately stood at attention, visibly terrified. Wow, they really are that intimidating, Qin Luo thought, his eyes lighting up that I in the recruit company. Even a second lieutenant could make the recruits tremble in fear. But now, the lieutenants were the ones quaking in front of the inspectors. Now you know our power, don't you? An old soldier chuckled, giving Qin Luo a pat on the back. Come on, just observe how we operate. All right, Qin Luo nodded with a smile, promptly following them out of the vehicle, though we're sorry. We want to do it again. Next time. One lieutenant pleaded with Yuan Hong. Comrade, grant us another chance. Yuan Hong examined their credentials seriously. Not looking up, that if you were soldiers, I would certainly give you another chance. However, you were staff officers. Look at how you just behaved. 3 of you walking in a line and 2 in formation. And you didn't even notice? With your decorum so lax. Eating while walking. Yuan Hong raised his head and coldly glanced at them. We are already at the entrance of the inspection area. How can you expect me to grant you an opportunity? Another lieutenant hurriedly pulled out a cigarette, but Yuan Hong assertively waved his hand in refusal. Comrade, we truly acknowledge our mistakes. It won't happen again. Please at least do not report this. Otherwise, indeed, comrade, we kindly ask for another chance. Yuan Hong sighed. Very well. No report will be filed, but you must stand here and memorize the regulations for half an hour. All right, no problem at all. The 3 lieutenants immediately stood tall, resembling new recruits. Qin Luo watched, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, the military inspectors are indeed impressive. The squad leader was not exaggerating, that a smile blossomed on his face. And he felt a surge of confidence. When he returned to the old unit, he must showcase his skills. Qin Luo. Turning around, he saw a vehicle parked on the road. Luo poked his head out of the window, looking at him in surprise. Is that really you? Qin Luo was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Luo here, that he quickly approached and saluted. Sire, no need for formalities. Luo chuckled as he exited the vehicle, surveying him up and down. Didn't I send you back to your old unit? How did you end up here as an inspector? With a helpless sigh, Qin Luo replied, It's a long story. Seeing the disappointment etched on his face, Luo patted his shoulder. You really have had some bad luck. Not only can't you return to your old unit, but now you're an inspector. Honestly, I usually can't stand seeing you guys in those white hats. They infuriate me. Qin Luo's smile faltered, and the joy on his face slowly faded. Luo, oblivious to the tension, laughed and patted Qin Luo. You actually look quite the part in that hat. Like a dignified figure, resembling a big turtle. However, I must warn you, this line of work is both despised and feared by everyone. Be cautious, especially when walking at night. Otherwise, you might get knocked out or even thrown into a toilet. Ha ha ha. The smile vanished from Qin Luo's face, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This guy truly has a knack for hitting sore spots. All right, I'm leaving, Luo said with a smile. Continue your duty. It is good to have you around, that if I violate any rules in the future, you must let me off. That Luo turned to get back in the car. He found the door wouldn't close. Looking back, he saw Qin Luo gripping the door tightly. What is wrong? Luo asked, bewildered. Get out of the car. Qin Luo growled. Show me your identification. What? Luo's eyes widened. Then he broke into a smile. Hey, don't joke around. I have things to do. Get out. Qin Luo shouted. Show me your identification and stand over here. This is your first warning. Get out immediately. Luo stood there, dumbfounded, while Yuan Hong and the others turned to look as well. Who did Qin Luo stop? Yuan Hong squinted to see. Looks like it's someone from the Special Forces, one soldier said. What the hell? Yuan Hong was nearly startled out of his wits, his hat almost falling off. This kid has gone too far. I was just chatting him up, and he actually believed me. Chapter 49. Qin Luo goes berserk. Shut off the engine. Get out. Stand straight and present your identification. Qin Luo raised his voice. Hey, Dad, I'm Shi Le. Weary old friends. Shi Le forced a smile. Don't joke around. I have important matters to attend to. Qin Luo immediately pulled out a camera and began taking pictures of him. Hey, what are you doing? Shi Le quickly covered his face. Qin Luo, what is the matter? Yuan Hong rushed over, positioning himself between the two with a grin. He nodded at Shi Le. Sir, it's fine. Let us go. Shi Le nodded, still shaken, and just as he was about to get back in the car, Qin Luo placed his hand firmly on the door. You can't leave. Shi Le looked to Yuan Hong for help. Yuan Hong, lowering his voice, said, Don't get carried away. He from the Special Forces. They have privileges in combat zones. Squad leader, Qin Luo said sternly. Yesterday you stated that anyone below the rank of general could be inspected, regardless of their unit. Besides, he's just a major. Look at him, his shirt is unbuttoned, his hat isn't worn, and his car is parked right in the middle of the road. Moreover, his license plate is covered in mud, which raises suspicion of deliberately obscuring it as an inspector. I must correct him. Yuan Hong was taken aback. Those words were indeed what he had said yesterday, but he had only been boasting in practice. One must navigate personal relationships and be adaptable. You can inspect the lower ranks, but confronting a senior officer is another matter. Squad leader, I've already taken a picture and recorded it in my notebook. Hearing this, Yuan Hong was completely stunned. Inspections cannot be altered or torn up. The photographs are on film and cannot be deleted, that if he let Shi Le go now, he would face disciplinary action later. Yuan Hong helplessly shrugged at Shi Le, indicating he was powerless to help. He would have to accept the consequences. What? This is being recorded? I truly have urgent tasks at hand. Shi Le was desperate. Please cooperate with my duties. Otherwise, I have the authority to detain you. At that moment, Qin Luo resembled a cold-faced executioner devoid of emotion. Shi Le, at a loss for words, had no choice but to shut off the engine and hand over his identification to Qin Luo. Qin Luo scoffed. Stand properly. Don't you know how to stand at attention? Shi Luo's mouth twitched. You little rascal, I thought we were friends. Attempting to be friendly with an inspector is futile. Saying this, Qin Luo recorded the details in his notebook. Shi Luo's eyes nearly popped out. You're really writing this down. Yuan Hong, rolling his eyes in defeat, thought, this is a disaster. He has really offended the Special Forces. With a screech, the off-road vehicle stopped at the Sea Army camp. All the inspectors disembarked, and the surrounding officers and soldiers quickly stood at attention. Some had already discreetly turned away to tidy their uniforms. Squad leader, we're heading this way. Squad leader, we're going over there. Squad leader. Yuan Hong nodded, and the entire group promptly dispersed in all directions. Squad leader, are we going to the A Division? Qin Luo eagerly inquired. Yuan Hong regarded him, his cheek twitching violently. I must remind you, if you encounter any officers of the rank of colonel or above violating regulations, you must inform me first. Furthermore, we need to discuss the penalties. We cannot have someone standing at the entrance for 2 hours like before. They're from the Special Forces. That what if they truly have urgent tasks? Qin Luo chuckled. Squad leader, I am strictly adhering to the regulations. You mentioned yesterday that inspectors must never show favoritism. We must be as impartial as Judge Bao. Yuan Hong nearly fainted at this moment. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he feel the need to boast? This kid is such a stickler. Yuan Hong took a deep breath, feeling utterly defeated. Fine, you're not wrong about adhering to the regulations. But take it easy, just take it easy. Yes, Qin Luo straightened his chest. Yuan Hong felt increasingly uneasy, but they had come this far and could only proceed toward the A Division together. As they moved from one camp to another, Qin Luo managed to identify issues at nearly every location. His heightened senses were fully activated. Even without using his eyes, he could perceive everything within a 50-meter radius, who had poor military appearance, who wasn't marching in formation, or who had violated discipline. He could detect it all. Once within Qin Luo's perception range, he could sense it even through walls that in just one morning, they had inspected 19 groups of soldiers on the playground, along the paths, and beside the flower beds. Officers stood in punishment everywhere. Yuan Hong trailed behind Qin Luo, gasping for breath. After so many years as an inspector, this was his most exhausting day yet. They had already covered more ground in a morning than he usually would in a day. But what shocked Yuan Hong even more was that often, even he, as the seasoned inspector, would miss things, while Qin Luo seemed to nail every infraction. His instincts were sharper than a dog's nose. To make matters worse, Qin Luo generally reprimanded soldiers, but when it came to officers, he imposed standing penalties for violating regulations that he was practically courting disaster. Oh, isn't that Qin Luo, the top rookie in the entire army? A voice suddenly called out, causing Qin Luo and Yuan Hong to stop and turn. They saw a smiling captain approaching with his hands behind his back. Qin Luo recognized him instantly as Zhao Tian, the commander of the 6th Company from the initial recruit training battalion. The two immediately saluted, and Zhao Tian returned the gesture that he scrutinized Qin Luo with a teasing expression. During the recruit evaluation, you certainly made quite the impression that I heard the military leaders hold you in high regard. What is going on? Didn't you head to the Special Forces? Why are you here, now working as an inspector? Zhao Tian chuckled. Qin Luo, did the Special Forces reject you and kick you out? Serves you right. Even with your abilities, you're still just an inspector. He snorted and shot Qin Luo a glare before turning to leave. Yuan Hong, concerned, nudged Qin Luo. Hey, are you okay? Don't take it to heart. The corner of Qin Luo's eye twitched violently, and he suddenly turned around. Stop right there. Zhao Tian turned around in astonishment. What is it? Are you looking to find fault with me? I just conducted a thorough inspection, and there is absolutely nothing wrong. Yuan Hong nodded at Qin Luo, who was nearby. He is indeed without fault. Do not act impulsively. Qin Luo strode over, fixing a serious gaze on Zhao Tian. Comrade, which regulation permits you to walk with your hands clasped behind your back in the barracks? Zhao Tian's face paled instantly, his hands hastily dropping to his sides, aligning with the seams of his trousers. Yet, Qin Luo had already pulled out his notebook. Stand straight, identification. The corners of Zhao Tian's eyes twitched, and he felt the urge to curse at him for a moment of relief, only to realize he had genuinely been caught in a transgression. Qin Luo, was this truly necessary? After all, identification. Qin Luo extended his hand. Yuan Hong sighed in resignation. Just hand over your identification. He has already noted it down. If you refuse to cooperate, you know the consequences. Zhao Tian, feeling helpless, could only produce his identification and hand it over. Qin Luo swiftly recorded the information, looking coldly at him. As the squad leader, do you not understand even the most basic regulations? Stand here for half an hour and properly memorize the rules. Yuan Hong observed Zhao Tian, whose face had turned pale with anger, and shook his head helplessly. This fellow had already dealt with several lieutenant colonels that morning. Why provoke him for no reason? In the afternoon at the commander's office, the phone suddenly rang. Qi Xingli set aside the documents in his hand and answered the call. Hello. This is Qi Xingli. Commander, that Qin Luo has returned. Ah, Qi Xingli paused, then a broad smile spread across his face. Isn't that lad supposed to be at the military police headquarters as a patrol officer? Is he back home for a visit? Visit? On the other end, Gao Kun sounded frantic. That rascal has already apprehended over 30 individuals in our division since this morning, from deputy regiment commanders to ordinary soldiers. He has spared no one. That what? Qi Xingli sprang to his feet, his eyes twitching. What on earth does he intend to do? This is his old unit, his home. How did he end up capturing people here? And to apprehend so many? Gao Kun chuckled wryly. Commander, it's clear he is quite aggrieved. You sent him to be a patrol officer, and didn't he allow him to return to his old unit? So now he has come looking for trouble. Is it my fault that I didn't let him return to his old unit? Qi Xingli was nearly exploding with anger. That it was clearly a military arrangement. What did it have to do with him? In any case, Commander, you should be cautious. Gao Kun added awkwardly. This lad is as unyielding as iron, like a living llama, that he arrests anyone who violates the rules. If he dares to catch me and make me stand on the roadside for an hour, that would be too. He dares. Qi Xingli slapped the table. How dare he challenge me? I am the commander. And he is merely a soldier from our ranks. Gao Kun was exasperated. My dear commander, do not forget, he is from the military police, and in principle, even generals can be investigated by him. Moreover, he reports directly to the military district. You should proceed with caution. This lad is out of control, apprehending people left and right. After hanging up the phone, Qin felt his eyes twitching intensely. He never imagined that Qin Luo would pull such a stunt. What on earth was the military thinking? They could have just assigned him to the logistics base to tend to pigs. Who told him to become a patrol officer? Qin sank back into his chair, letting out a resigned sigh. Forget it. Let us just avoid this LAD. As evening approached, the fragrant aroma of food wafted through the barracks. Various units sounded their mealtime signals. Yuan Hong, panting and drenched in sweat, looked at Qin Luo. All right, Qin Luo, that's enough for today. We should head back. It's time to switch shifts. Squad leader Qin Luo smiled at him. It's mealtime. Let us have a meal first before we leave. Yuan Hong's eyes widened. You want to eat in their mess hall? Are you not afraid of getting beaten up? Do you have any idea how many people you've apprehended today? Qin Luo grinned at him. Squad leader, we are the most formidable in the army. With these hats we wear and these armbands, wherever we go, we command respect, especially alongside you. Who would dare to glare at us? We would handle them immediately. Besides, you are an old patrol officer. Who wouldn't he give you some face? Hearing Qin Luo's words, Yuan Hong felt a surge of confidence, although they had boasted a lot the night before. Much of it was indeed true. The power of a patrol officer is substantial, and the nickname Ghost Fear to tread isn't given lightly. Coupled with the grand spectacle they made in Division A today, Yuan Hong felt a bit smug. All right, I'm indeed hungry. Let us eat here before heading back. Great, squad leader, let us go. The two of them smiled as they headed toward the nearest mess hall. Qin Luo's eyes darted toward the nearby area, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. I haven't seen anyone from the command post all day. Could it be they are all hiding away? However, once we switch shifts, they should be out, right? Chapter 50. Who on earth assigned him to be a patrol officer? This dish, and this one too, and a bit of that. Yuan Hong pointed at the serving dishes. While the cook shot him a sidelong glance, his serving spoon trembling like it had Parkinson's disease. Despite the spoon going in, only 2 pieces remained in his bowl. Yuan Hong's eyes darted around, taking in the glances from everyone present, from the squad leader to the ordinary soldiers, all of whom were eyeing him askance that he regretted listening to Qin Luo and coming to eat here. The entire mess hall felt like it was staring at him, as if he were a sworn enemy. Yuan Hong dared not linger and found a corner to sit down. Where is Qin Luo gone? He curiously scanned the surroundings. That lad had clearly finished serving first. Where could he have vanished to? Meanwhile, in the grove next to the command building, Qin Luo crouched behind a tree, intently observing the command building. This could be considered fishing for lawbreakers, right? But he quickly shook his head, reminding himself that he was merely fulfilling his duties, that if they had done nothing wrong, they would not fear his presence. Suddenly, Qin Luo instinctively turned his head toward the command post and the reconnaissance battalion nearby. He wanted to approach but hesitated. In this uniform, how could he face Chong Lei and Cheng Haonan? With a resigned sigh, he hardened his gaze toward the command building. I only wish to return. Yet you insist on making me a patrol officer. Fine, I will stand my ground. Suddenly, his heightened senses detected movement, and he quickly turned. Below the command building, Qin emerged with 2 officers, all smiles. Has that lad returned? Qin remarked, glancing towards the command post, that he has returned. Indeed. One lieutenant colonel nodded. They switched shifts at 5 o'clock. Another group will be on duty tonight. That Qin breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as Qin Luo was not around, no one else would dare to trouble him. Commander, why are you afraid of that lad? Yes, just a rookie. Qin shot him a fierce glare. Who said I am afraid of him? As the commander, how could I be intimidated by a rookie? I was merely busy during the day. The 2 officers nodded vigorously, suppressing their laughter. Who did not know what he was truly thinking? The entire division was aware of Qin Luo, the headstrong rookie. Relying on his status as a military patrol officer, he feared no one and was especially unafraid of repercussions. After all, patrol officers can retire early. The key was that he conducted his investigations with reason and evidence, with a keen eye that made it impossible to refute. Everyone feared being discovered by him. This lad showed mercy only to soldiers. He never spared officers, imposing severe penalties instead. Who wouldn't he be afraid of that? Let us go eat, that Qin said, hands clasped behind his back. I have a lot to do tonight. Yes, the 3 of them walked side by side toward the mess hall. Halt! Qin was taken aback. Who was calling for us to stop? The 3 turned in unison, only to be startled the next moment. A patrol officer in a white hat strode toward them. Qin Luo. Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't supposed to have gone back. Didn't you say he was switching shifts? I don't know either, the lieutenant colonel stammered. Just then, Qin Luo approached them, saluting. Before they could react, he whipped out his camera and snapped 2 quick photos. What are you doing? Qi hurriedly shielded his face. Don't take pictures the moment we meet. Qin Luo put away his camera and immediately pulled out his notebook. I apologize, gentlemen. You have violated related regulations. There must be at least 2 individuals for movement and 3 for formation. Furthermore, none of you are wearing hats. And not only are your uniforms untidy, but you have also unbuttoned 2 additional buttons. Please step aside and present your identification. Qi eyes twitched. This lad was serious. Qin Luo. The lieutenant colonel glared at him sternly. This is the commander. You are a soldier from our division, one of our commander's men. How dare you? Snap. The flash suddenly illuminated the scene, leaving the officer wide-eyed in shock. Qin Luo tucked away his camera, jotting down notes. Not only did you deliberately attempt to ingratiate yourself, but you also tried to intimidate a patrol officer performing his duties. I thought I was just being reasonable. Stand aside. Qin Luo pointed to the side. Present your identification. The 2 officers glared with fiery eyes that Qi awkwardly said, Qin Luo, young Qin, let us not do this. After all, I am a respected commander. Having me stand here for others to see would be quite detrimental. Qin Luo lifted his head, looking at him with a smile. Commander Qi, not only must you stand here, but I must also report to higher-ups. With your position, leading the way in violating such numerous regulations will certainly be reported to the military district. Do we still need to report this? Qi eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Luo, my father and I are friends. We share a close bond. Even if my father were to arrive, I would still have him stand here. Qin Luo replied solemnly, Comrade Chief. I kindly ask for your cooperation with my duties. Otherwise, as he poised his pen to write, Qi, alarmed, hurriedly shouted, All right, I'll stand. In a fit of anger, he fished out his credentials and handed them over, while the other 2 officers reluctantly did the same for Qin Luo. After Qin Luo completed the registration, he returned their documents. I kindly request the 3 of you to remain standing here for half an hour. I will ensure you memorize the regulations. That he took 2 steps back. Let us begin. Are you still feeling spirited? Qi glared at him in frustration. Qin Luo once again produced his camera. Memorize, is that sufficient? Qi glared at the 2 officers beside him. Memorize? Give me some hints. Oh. The 2 officers immediately began reciting. Qi followed suit, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qin Luo. What a cunning fellow, seeking personal vengeance. How ruthless. He should not have become an inspector. He ought to be raising pigs instead. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Qin Luo entered the dormitory, donning a steel helmet. The moment Yuan Hong spotted him, he sprang up as if his backside were on fire. Qin Luo, you, how dare you? He shouted as if he had swallowed gunpowder. You left me all alone in the mess hall while you went off to apprehend the commander of the A Division, making him stand at attention for half an hour under the watchful eyes of everyone, and recite regulations for another half an hour. Are you trying to lead me to my demise? Qin Luo paused for a moment and then chuckled. Squad leader, the leaders just commended us. Commended my foot. I was merely boasting, and you took it seriously regarding the commander. Yuan Hong suddenly froze. Wait. What did you just say? To who commended you? Qin Luo replied with a smile. I submitted today's notebook and photographs. The leaders were quite affirming of our work and mentioned that you have led us well, with unwavering fairness and impartiality, administering justice without leniency. The leaders also said that you have effectively enforced the military district's strict supervision requirements, ensuring our entire army's combat effectiveness is enhanced. And they intend to commend you. Yuan Hong's face lit up with joy. Really? Did the leaders truly praise me? Qin Luo nodded. The leaders also expressed hope that you will continue your diligent efforts, not only within our squad but also to inspire others, ensuring strict supervision across all units, treating everyone equally from top to bottom. They advised us to have no worries. The higher-ups will bear any burdens. We are the defenders of discipline. With discipline, our troops can maintain their combat effectiveness. Yuan Hong's smile widened as he vigorously patted Qin Luo on the back. The leadership is overly generous. This commendation is half yours as well. Lil Qin, you performed fantastically. Let us proceed in this manner. Just as I previously stated, anyone below the division commander who violates discipline must be thoroughly investigated. We are executing the higher-ups' orders here. Qin Luo smiled faintly at him. Then, squad leader, today we... Yuan Hong instantly perked up. Let us keep going. Tomorrow we have another group to inspect. You have sharp eyes. Rest assured and conduct your investigations. The squad leader will support you. Yes. Qin Luo replied excitedly with a salute. Commander Qi, we shall meet again tomorrow. I hope you adhere to the discipline. The following morning, Yuan Hong, energized as if he had received a jolt of caffeine, led the entire squad directly to various battalion areas. Many initially wished to rest, but upon seeing them depart, they could only rush to board their vehicles. Over the next few days, Qin Luo and Yuan Hong launched numerous inspections, traversing every company within the A Division. They caught infractions for smoking, improper use of mobile phones, violations during training by visiting the convenience store, and even apprehended those who ventured out to purchase items without permission. They scoured nearly every corner of the division, leaving their footprints even in the most obscure nooks. They moved like phantoms, emerging from the woods one moment and appearing from behind a wall the next. Utilizing his acute senses, Qin Luo caught many off guard, instilling a palpable sense of fear throughout the A Division. Soldiers from every company, upon exiting their dormitories, scanned their surroundings anxiously, fearing to glimpse a flash of white. However, the most unfortunate ones were at the division headquarters. Yuan Hong fully supported Qin Luo and refrained from switching shifts at night, specifically tailing Qin Luo in the vicinity of the headquarters to catch bigger fish. As the lights-out signal sounded, Gao Kun lay in bed, having just turned on the television for a short while, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Qin Luo immediately began snapping photographs. Gao Kun was taken aback. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Comrade Chief. Qin Luo saluted him. The lights are out. Yet you have not adhered to the regulations and are still watching television. This is a serious violation, but he swiftly noted it down. Gao Kun's eyes widened. I was preparing to work, Qin Luo stated. Work should be conducted in the office. This is a dormitory. Do not attempt to argue. The photograph has already been taken. Indeed. Yuan Hong nodded. Gao Kun retorted. I am your regiment commander. He was growing frantic. Qin Luo nodded. Yes, you were once the commander of the regiment. You taught me to be a good soldier. Now, as an inspector, I must fulfill my responsibilities. This is also in accordance with your teachings, striving to be a good soldier. Correct. Yuan Hong affirmed eagerly. Gao Kun glared at them, eyes blazing with anger. Get lost. Wait a moment. Qin Luo blocked the door. Please turn off the television and lights, then proceed downstairs to recite regulations for half an hour. What? Gao Kun felt as if he might explode. In the dead of night, Qi Shengli threw off his blanket, groggily opened the door, and headed toward the restroom. Just as he was midway through, he suddenly felt warm breath on the back of his neck. As he turned his head, a figure in a white cap emerged from the darkness, glaring coldly at him. What the hell? Qi Shengli jumped in fright, his pants dampening. What are you doing? He shrank against the wall, trembling as he pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was busy jotting something down in his notebook, then looked up at him. Comrade Chief, I am currently on duty. You have no issues. I shall take my leave. Having said that, he turned to leave. Qi Shengli clutched his racing heart, crouching down. You're insane. Patrolling the restroom, you nearly scared me to death. Downstairs, Yuan Hong stretched lazily, glancing upstairs. Is it about time? There is not much to inspect at this hour. Qin Luo glanced back, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. They had conducted enough inspections over the past few days. Qi Shengli and the others were close to developing psychological scars. He smiled slightly. You asked me to be an inspector. Let us see how long you can endure this. If you have the ability, send me to the grassroots level. Let us go, squad leader. Back to sleep. Tomorrow we continue. Let us go. Yuan Hong nodded with a grin. The night breeze carried a slight chill as the off-road vehicle cruised along the road. Yuan Hong wore a broad smile, his spirits high. Although they hadn't inspected as extensively as the previous day, it signified their efforts were bearing fruit. Little Qin, the A Division has been organized meticulously by us. The leaders came to commend me specifically yesterday morning and asked me to prepare a report for everyone. Yuan Hong laughed heartily. I feel this is the rhythm of achieving merit. Qin Luo smiled faintly. That is entirely due to the squad leader. Your unwavering fairness has revitalized the A division from top to bottom, enhancing its combat effectiveness, so a second-class merit for you is indeed warranted. Haha. Yuan Hong laughed jubilantly. A second-class merit is too much. A third-class merit will suffice. Qin Luo smiled brightly at the window, suddenly spotting something. There, parked beside a bustling roadside eatery, was a military vehicle that a familiar figure was lounging, sipping beer. Stop the car. Qin Luo shouted excitedly. The vehicle screeched to a halt. What is the matter? Yuan Hong asked curiously. But Qin Luo had already jumped out in exhilaration. Chapter 51. Offending the entire army. Can one still achieve merit? Bang. The beer bottle thudded heavily onto the table as Qin Luo fumed. Chief of Staff. You have no idea how embarrassing it was for me at that moment. He belched, his face contorted in frustration. Right at the entrance of the command department. It was the entrance, so many people were passing by. And even civilians were pulling out their phones to take photos of me. Here I was, a dignified major, standing there reciting regulations for 2 hours. My face is utterly tarnished. Hu Fei chuckled, sipping his cold beer. Don't forget. You were also reported to the entire army. Oh right, the captain even gave you a demerit. The more Qin Luo thought about it, the angrier he became, taking large gulps of beer. That ungrateful bastard. I brought him in and then sent him off. I even consoled him. When I heard he became an inspector, I congratulated him. But he turned his back on me. Utterly despicable. If I see him here, I will. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. What is wrong with you? Shinshinran asked playfully. Planning to hit him? Run. Qin Luo dropped the beer bottle and abruptly turned to flee, knocking over a chair and leaping into a nearby flower bed, disappearing without a trace. The two stared in shock, utterly bewildered. What on earth has this guy been through? Shinshinran shook her head in confusion. Could it be that he is in a hurry to use the restroom? Hu Fei chuckled. He just drank a bit too much. That rascal. As he turned his head, he suddenly spotted a figure rushing towards them, the white cap on his head standing out starkly in the darkness. Hu Fei's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively leaped up. Run. Shinshinran did not comprehend. Suddenly, the flashlights began to flicker. Hu Fei, stop. I've already taken a picture that if you run, it will be deemed as resisting inspection. Hu Fei's foot, which was about to step forward, halted abruptly in midair, his face turning a shade of green with anger. What a stroke of bad luck. As soon as I mention that scoundrel, he shows up right away. He awkwardly turned his head, forcing a smile on his face. Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? Weren't you supposed to return to your old unit? How come you're now a patrol officer? Well, to be honest, this uniform actually suits you quite well. Quite handsome. Shinshinran gazed at Qin Luo approaching, her expression somewhat complex. She had thought they would not meet again, yet here they were, and under such circumstances. Qin Luo glanced at Shinshinran, then bypassed her, facing Hu Fei as he pulled out a notebook. Stand straight, produce your identification, and state your name. Hu Fei's eyelid twitched. Come on, Xiao Qin. Didn't you just call my name? We're familiar with each other. There's no need for this. Intentionally trying to curry favor with the patrol officer, Qin Luo shot him a glance before writing in his notebook. All right, stop writing. Hu Fei retorted angrily. Where's your superior? Right here. Yuan Hong rushed over quickly. Hu Fei beamed at him. Comrade, I'm the chief of staff of the Tianlang Special Forces, Hu Fei. Oh. Yuan Hong's mouth formed an I shape as he nodded repeatedly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Hu Fei quickly added, we just completed a mission, hadn't eaten lunch or dinner, and just stopped for a snack on our way back. Who would have thought we'd run into you? Look, ISNT, this just a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple. Comrade, how about a little leniency? Yuan Hong looked at Qin Luo, then back at Hu Fei, lifting his chin with a cold laugh. What is so great about Tianlang? Is being chief of staff a big deal? Let me tell you, even the brigade commander has been made to stand in punishment. Don't you think you're above that? Hu Fei's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Not only was Qin Luo unyielding, but now the squad leader was also joining in the trouble. Stand straight. Yuan Hong glared at him. Identification name. Hu Fei was so furious that his eyelid twitched. Comrade, I am from Tianlang. We are... Yuan Hong interrupted directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll notify the military district headquarters and have your brigade commander come personally to fetch you. Precisely, Qin Luo said coldly. Wearing a military uniform outside, unkempt in appearance, propping your legs up, drinking beer while driving, and parking haphazardly. If I were your brigade commander, I might not even be embarrassed to come get you. Hu Fei was on the verge of exploding. They had often behaved like this in the past without any repercussions. The patrol officers would turn a blind eye, pretending not to see. But why did they have to run into these two today? Especially Qin Luo, that brat was simply a calamity. I'll say it one last time. Please cooperate. Qin Luo snapped several photos of him. Otherwise, all right. Hu Fei grumpily produced his identification, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. You little brat are taking personal revenge. Aren't you? Qin Luo accepted the identification with a faint smile. Hu Fei, are you a good soldier? Hada, you don't even abide by the most basic military discipline, yet you dare to lecture others on how to be a soldier. Looking at the mockery on Qin Luo's face, Hu Fei was fuming. This was undoubtedly personal revenge. And one more thing. Qin Luo returned the identification to him. That day, I left in a hurry and forgot to mention something to you. He leaned closer to Hu Fei, lowering his voice. I will make you regret saying what you did that day. One day, I will return to Tianlang, and it will be at your personal invitation. In your dreams, Hu Fei's eyes widened. Qin Luo took 2 steps back. Stand straight, recite the regulations for 1 hour. And you did he turned to Shinran. Huh. Shinran was bewildered. What do you mean, huh? Stand with him. Don't think that just because you look good, you want to be punished. The corners of Shinran's eyes twitched. She had thought Qin Luo would show some old friendship and let her off. But unexpectedly, she sighed, walked to Hu Fei's side, puffed out her chest, and began to recite the regulations. Xiao Qin, what a thrill. Yuan Hong laughed heartily as he drove. These Tianlang folks, each one of them with their noses in the air. Always looking down on us patrol officers that I've long wanted to teach them a lesson. And today, I actually got to deal with their chief of staff. What a satisfaction. Qin Luo smiled as he looked at him. Squad leader. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Afraid of what? Yuan Hong straightened up. With leadership backing us, what do I have to fear? Besides, I'll be transitioning out this year. What is there to be afraid of? He looked at Qin Luo with a grin. You're quite daring, kid. It feels good to vent all these years of frustration alongside you. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo smiled faintly, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery. The images of Hu Fei and Shinran surfacing in his mind. He wasn't seeking personal vengeance. He merely wished to convey a message. Qin Luo was no longer the person he once was. As long as he aspired to be a good soldier, he would undoubtedly achieve it. Just wait, I will prove myself and give you all a good slap in the face, Chief of Staff. Get in the car. Shinran opened the car door. Not getting in. Hu Fei retorted, his eyes blazing with irritation. I want to take a walk, get some fresh air, or I'll suffocate. Shinran smiled and closed the car door. Walking beside him, Hu Fei grumbled. You can drive back by yourself. No need to follow me. Shinran replied cheerfully. After eating so much, I want to take a walk to digest as well. Hu Fei scoffed, just about to speak when suddenly, a large head covered in leaves popped out from the bushes, startling both of them. What the heck? Hu Fei growled. It's not allowed to turn into a spirit after the founding of the nation. Show yourself immediately, as per the law. Shirla laughed, grinning widely. Chief of Staff, Xiao Shun, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you both for a long time. With that, he shook off the leaves from his body and jumped out from the flower bed. Hu Fei glared at him with annoyance. You traitorous scoundrel. Upon seeing the calamity, why didn't you grab me and run? You just left on your own. All the words I sent to that kid should have been directed at you. Selfish, self-serving, despicable, cowardly. Exactly. Shinran chimed in. At least you could have shouted a couple of times. You ran off faster than a monkey, and in a blink, you disappeared. Shirla protested. I couldn't help it. After he dealt with me that day, the brigade commander had already warned me that in that kind of situation, if I got caught by that brat again and reported for criticism, the brigade commander would have killed me. I had to protect myself. Hu Fei snorted. That kid is just taking personal revenge, looking for trouble. Right. Shirla nodded vigorously. Chief of Staff, you were just dismissing what he said. He certainly wants to undermine your resolve to be a soldier. Hu Fei glared at him. Are you saying I was wrong? Shirla quickly shook his head, grinning. I used to think you were wrong, but now I believe you are right. That kid deserves to be dealt with. Deserves to be kicked out. Hu Fei shot him an irritated glance. That kid is just trying to show off, wanting me to change my opinion of him, that he even wants to rejoin Tianlang and expects me to invite him personally? Pa, he can dream on. As long as I'm around, there will never be a place for him in Tianlang. I mean it. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Sure, Luo followed closely, now that he is a patrol officer. He'll never have that opportunity again. Even if he does, I'll help you kick him out, that we must avenge this grudge. Watching the two of them retreating, Shinran revealed a wry smile. Last time, she thought Qin Luo would never find her. Yet he did. Shinran had a premonition that this time, he would likely succeed again. Though their encounters had been few, she understood that Qin Luo was indeed a peculiar and complex individual. Forget it, no need to think about it. Shinran shook her head and hurried to catch up. The next morning, the assembly whistle blew. Everyone quickly donned their uniforms and iconic white caps, rushing outside. Assembly. A colonel barked in front of the barracks, and everyone froze for a moment. They had thought it was just the attendance whistle, but it turned out to be an assembly. Soon, everyone rapidly gathered. The colonel scanned the crowd with a slight smile. Yuan Hong, Qin Luo, present. The two shouted in unison, "Step forward." Yes, the two ran to the front of the line and saluted the colonel that he returned the salute and then addressed everyone. The purpose of today's assembly is to announce some good news. He proclaimed, Comrade Yuan Hong, Comrade Qin Luo have been diligently on duty and strictly supervising. The Sea Army A Division has undergone a remarkable transformation under their supervision. Yesterday, the higher-ups visited the Sea Army for inspection, and the appearance and condition of a division surpassed that of the other two divisions and various other units by a considerable margin. The higher-ups have fully recognized our achievements to IT is precisely due to the dedicated efforts of comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong during this period that the A Division has resolutely decided to implement comprehensive reforms from top to bottom, which in turn led to the commendation from the military district leadership yesterday. Therefore, today we publicly acknowledge comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong, each of whom will receive a third-class merit medal. Let us all take inspiration from their example. Applaud. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. Yuan Hong grinned widely, unable to contain his delight. It's merely a matter of being a bit more incorruptible. How could I possibly be deserving of a third-class merit? Sigh. Our leaders are truly wonderful. He cast a sidelong glance at Qin Luo, his face beaming like a sunflower. Qin Luo was indeed his benefactor. Qin Luo, however, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, utterly bewildered. Having offended so many people, how on earth did I still manage to earn a third-class merit? Chapter 52. Should we silence him? The colonel solemnly handed the wooden box containing the merit medals to Qin Luo. With a beaming smile, he said, Comrade Qin Luo, at such a young age, you have managed to uphold integrity without fear of authority. You are a role model for our inspection team. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Yes. Qin Luo saluted vigorously. Sir, I assure you that should I discover any violations of discipline, regardless of who it may be, I will handle it with utmost seriousness. He lowered his head, gazing at the merit medal in his hand, utterly speechless. This was far too easy. He merely wished to create some incidents that would allow the inspection team to send him back. To his surprise, he had earned merit instead. The colonel chuckled heartily. Rest assured, go ahead and act boldly. The garrison command supports you. He patted Qin Luo on the back, smilingly adding, also, stop fixating on milking the A Division. It will soon be stripped bare. You need to broaden your horizons, looking towards the entire Sea Army or even other military districts. With your abilities, you can surely rejuvenate the appearance and discipline of other units. Yes, Qin Luo nodded earnestly. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. He had focused all his energy on the A Division during this time, and the entire division had become overly vigilant, even if the white hats were not visible. The military appearance and discipline were commendable, with hardly any faults to be found. Since that was the case, it was time to shift his focus to the wider military. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Meanwhile, the colonel turned to the others. Everyone must learn diligently from Qin Luo to not merely fixate on the grassroots soldiers. You should also look at those above the rank of major. The only difference is the title. Otherwise, there is no distinction to do not be afraid. Should anything arise, the garrison command is your backing. I will stand by you. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Continue with your duties. The colonel turned and departed. As soon as he left, everyone immediately surrounded Yuan Hong and Qin Luo. Squad leader Yuan, you are truly impressive. Indeed, you have a keen eye for talent. As soon as Qin Luo arrived, you recruited him. You're about to transition to civilian life, yet you still managed to earn a third-class merit. It's truly enviable. You must have accumulated 3 third-class merits by now. You can definitely secure a good position upon returning. Yuan Hong couldn't stop smiling, waving his hands dismissively. Calm down, calm down. It's merely a third-class merit. You all can achieve it too. The team leader just mentioned that as long as you learn from me and Qin Luo, you too will have your chance. The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Clearly, he had only mentioned learning from Qin Luo. Squad leader Yuan, let me be in a group with Qin Luo today. Let me be in a group with him. I want to learn his incorruptible spirit that I also want to learn. I'm usually the most timid. When I encounter a captain, I hesitate to stop him, that I need to get close to Qin Luo to enhance my professional skills. Let me do it. Let me. A throng of people crowded around Qin Luo, making playful gestures. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He knew exactly what these people were scheming. The opportunities for inspection merit were simply too scarce. Step aside. Yuan Hong pulled Qin Luo behind him, glaring fiercely at everyone. What are you scheming? Do not even think about targeting Qin Luo. Don't you think I'm unaware of your intentions? I tell you, Qin Luo is mine. Qin Luo nearly collapsed. Squad leader, your words that are hard to accept. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Kun stared in disbelief as Qi Xingli picked up a document and slammed it down on the table. Resembling a gorilla cracking a walnut with its head tilted. Commander, what on earth are you doing? Qi Xingli angrily slammed the document onto the floor. I've been criticized by the military again. Now I'm listed as a negative example and a target for assistance. The people assisting me are the commanders of the B Division and C Division. He wore a mournful expression. I've been competing with them for 20 years, always having the upper hand. And now, they can actually come to educate me. I'm tempted to commit murder. Gao Kun stood across from him, mouth agape in shock. Commander, you weren't reported again. Were you? What was the issue this time? What else could it be? Unauthorized absence. Qi Xingli lamented, covering his face in despair. I managed to dodge them at midnight. I evaded them in the early morning. And I slipped past during the lunch break. But I never expected to be caught on Sunday, a day of rest. He pounded the table in agitation. Even during rest time, I can't find peace. That little rascal Qin Luo appeared like a ghost and discovered that I left half an hour early during my duty. Now I'm being singled out by the military district as a typical case. He slumped helplessly into a chair. Just half an hour. I even asked the chief of staff to cover for me. Yet he still found out. Gao Kun looked on, utterly embarrassed. You really are quite unfortunate. Such things happen frequently in the military. A simple greeting suffices. It's human nature, and no one would take it too seriously. However, it is indeed a violation of discipline, and the evidence is irrefutable. There's no way to explain it. I can't take it anymore. Qi Xingli glared at him. Gao Kun, among the several commanders, you have the most cunning mind. Think of a way for me. Gao Kun's mouth twitched. I prefer to call it resourceful. He grimaced and replied, Commander, if you can't come up with a solution, I have even fewer options. That Qi Xingli waved his hand. Fine, fine. If all else fails, I'll go to the military for help. If that doesn't work, I'll find his father and let him discipline his son. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qi Xingli answered grumpily. Hello. This is Qi Xingli. Old Qi, why are you in such a foul mood? A voice on the other end, the military chief of staff Chen Long, inquired that, oh, it's you, chief of staff. That Qi Xingli's tone softened slightly as he complained. How can I not be angry? I just received a reprimand from the military and was labeled a negative example and target for assistance. Old Qi, I called to inquire about this matter. What exactly have you done to provoke the Qin Luo? He seems to be targeting your division like a rabid dog. Qi Xingli grimaced. This has nothing to do with me. It's all your military's arrangement. Chen Long asked, surprised. What did we do to offend that kid? Of course, it's your doing. Qi Xingli replied angrily. That kid was returned from the special forces, determined to return to his original unit. But you all, instead, transferred him to the inspection team. The inspection team is a place that is forever disconnected from the grassroots units. Naturally, he is disgruntled, and all his frustration is directed at us. Chief of Staff, he lamented, you must think of a way. Our division is truly at its wit's end. Gao Kun nodded vigorously in agreement. Qi Xingli continued. Even I am starting to struggle. The personnel below are now fully armed, even when they go to the restroom. At least give us a breather. Dada, we can't resolve this either. The chief of staff chuckled bitterly. You think it's a command from the military, but it's actually an order from the military district. The military is merely executing it. What? Qi Xingli was dumbfounded. His father has connections with the military district? Chen Long replied helplessly. Qin Jiaqing Shanghai Group has a deep cooperative relationship with our military district. Over the years, they've provided us with countless supplies and donations. Recently, they even donated several thousand air conditioners to the military district. He is an old friend of Deputy Commander Luo, and even the commander has some dealings with him. The Qi Xingli's face fell. So there is no way out? He sank back into his chair. This is it. This kid will keep an eye on me until I retire. Someone please promote me to commander, so he can't keep watching me. Old Qi, solve the problem at hand instead of saying such things. Chen Long said coldly, I called you to find a way to resolve this issue. What can I do? Qi Xingli retorted exasperated. I'm begging you all, this isn't my idea. It's the military's. Chen Long stated firmly. What? Qi Xingli stood up. Chen Long replied sternly. Qin Luo is, after all, a new recruit from your division. There must be someone in your division who understands him. Any underlying issues must be resolved by your own people. As long as there is a solution, the military will fully support you. You have 3 days to resolve it, that he shouted. This kid is now causing a ruckus in the military. Just yesterday, he detained Director Wang from the publicity department along with his vehicle. Qi Xingli felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. It seemed Qin Luo had shifted his focus to them, capturing people left and right. No wonder you all were so anxious. Old Qi, did I feel like I can hear you laughing? No. Qi Xingli stifled a laugh. I am devising a solution. You had better think quickly. Only 3 days remain, just 3 days if you cannot resolve this. The division commander will personally come to seek you out. Indeed, I assure you I will accomplish the task. After hanging up the phone, Gao Kun approached with a mischievous grin. Chief, do you think that fellow has let our division off the hook? Qi Xingli nodded cheerfully. Given that our division has faced numerous reprimands and undergone 2 rounds of rectification, it is likely that Qin Luo could find no faults. Hence he has taken his leave to the military. Wonderful. At last we are free, Gao Kun exclaimed, on the verge of tears from excitement. But that lad certainly possesses an extraordinary audacity, that he usually offers mere admonishments to the lower-ranking soldiers, yet the higher the authority, the more fervent he becomes. That is merely due to his advantageous lineage, Qi Xingli retorted, slightly annoyed. His father is acquainted with the commander and the deputy commander, and they administer justice fairly. He has indeed committed no transgressions. So who could possibly hold anything against him? Otherwise, the military would not have contacted me to resolve the issue. All right then, let us brainstorm some solutions together. He regarded Gao Kun. The military has issued orders. We must promptly and decisively address the problem with Qin Luo. How shall we resolve it? Gao Kun's eyes widened. Shall we resort to eliminating him? Chapter 53. Let us go. Return home. A rumble echoed through the sky as a flash of lightning tore through the heavens, followed by a deep, resonant thunder that reverberated across the land. Chen Long approached the window, watching as the torrential raindrops cascaded to the ground in a unified assault. That it was only 3 in the afternoon, and the sky had already darkened ominously. Chen Long shook his head. This rain shows no signs of abating. Sir, a nearby officer handed him a hot water bag. Please warm your shoulders. Chen Long declined. It is of no use. Once the weather shifts, my shoulder inflammation requires a hot water rinse to feel better. This is futile. Then you should hurry and take a rinse, the officer urged. Chen Long glanced at his watch, hesitating, but that today I am on standby duty. If I leave now, it would not be appropriate. The officer chuckled. Are you worried about the inspectors coming by? In this downpour, no one will come to check. Rest assured. I will keep an eye on things here. Should anything arise, I can manage it swiftly. Chen Long surveyed the outside, where the rain fell in sheets, obscuring visibility beyond 20 meters. He chuckled. Indeed, it would be foolish to conduct inspections in such weather. All right, I shall take a shower. Please keep watch for me. Certainly. With a smile, Chen Long exited, umbrella in hand, making his way toward the dormitory. Joyous drums heralded an annual celebration. As he undressed, he sang merrily, stepping into the bathroom. The moment the hot water cascaded over his shoulders, the tension in his face noticeably eased. The water was indeed quite scalding. After 10 minutes, his shoulder ought to feel much better, leaning against the wall. He was just about to find a comfortable position when suddenly, a series of sharp, bright flashes erupted from the window, startling him. What on earth? Is that lightning so fierce? He spun around, only to be met with an alarming sight. The bathroom had but one ventilation window, and now it was filled with a head. Rainwater dripped relentlessly from the individual's white cap, and their rain-soaked face broke into a grin directed at him. The eerie visage was more frightening than any ghost. By heavens! Qin Luo jumped back in fright, slipping and landing squarely on the floor. "Sir, are you all right?" Yuan Hong helped Qin Luo up, an expression of mild reproach on his face. "Why such a panic? We are merely fulfilling our duty. Why be so frightened?" Qin Luo glared at him. "When you are showering and a head suddenly appears outside the window, grinning at you, would you not be terrified?" "Oh, is this what you call performing our duty? Who climbs up the pipes to conduct inspections? That's the 5th floor we're talking about." Yuan Hong glanced at Qin Luo, then turned back to Qin Luo with an awkward smile. "There was no other option. We couldn't break down the door and damage your property, so we had to take photos through the window. You have no idea how perilous it was. And you are aware of danger." Qin Luo's frustration boiled over, his lips trembling. "What if you had fallen and injured yourself?" He glared at him. "Is taking a shower truly worthy of such a commotion?" "Leader," Qin Luo interjected seriously, "while I cannot dictate your bathing habits, I checked the duty roster. Today is your standby duty." Qin Luo's expression darkened immediately. Sneaking away during standby duty was a grave matter. Even he could not cover for it. Leaving one's post during standby duty and surreptitiously returning to bathe was a serious offense. Qin Luo smiled slightly, brandishing his camera. "I have captured evidence. High definition, irrefutable proof." Qin Luo felt on the verge of collapse. Who on earth said it was raining and that this fellow would not come? The logic applicable to normal individuals was utterly wasted on him. "Leader, please stand properly, present your identification, and cooperate with our work," Qin Luo stated blandly. Yuan Hong, equally exhilarated, regarded Qin Luo as though he were a military medal. "Leader, please rise. You are the highest-ranking individual we have apprehended thus far." Qin Luo felt as though his head might explode, abandoning his post during standby duty to take a shower. If this were reported, he would certainly face disciplinary action, and those photographs he had taken. Would they ever be leaked? Qin Luo suddenly leapt to his feet, startling Yuan Hong. Qin Luo observed him closely. "Leader, are you resisting lawful enforcement?" The camera clicked as 2 more photos were captured. Qin Luo's anger was instantly quelled by the bright flash. His lips twitched awkwardly before he forced a smile. "Qin Luo, dear Qin, do you not recall me? I praised you during the new recruit assessment, commending your bright future, that we are old acquaintances." Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Qin Luo agreed. "Indeed, we are familiar. Let us overlook this incident." Caught in the act, attempting to ingratiate himself with the inspectors would only worsen his predicament. Qin Luo began jotting down notes with fervor. "No, no, no." Qin Luo quickly covered the notebook with his hand, his face contorted in distress. "Dear Qin, let us leave some room for reconciliation. We shall meet again in the future. After all, I am the chief of staff in the military. Do you truly wish to create animosity between us?" Qin Luo turned to Yuan Hong. "Squad leader, does it not seem as though he is issuing a threat?" Yuan Hong nodded earnestly. "I can confirm. It is not merely a suggestion. He is indeed threatening you." "That adds to the charges." Qin Luo's eyes widened. Qin Luo felt as though he might explode, his face a mask of despair. "Qin, what do you actually wish to achieve? I understand you harbor grievances, but it was not us who transferred you to inspection duty. That was the military district's decision." With a smile, Qin Luo pulled his hand aside. "Leader, I comprehend your plight, and I realize you cannot transfer me back. Thus, I can only diligently fulfill my duties in my current position. Dear Qin, allow me to devise a plan. Surely there is a way." Qin Luo shouted in desperation. "Qin Luo," a sudden voice rang out. "Enough." Qin Luo's body trembled violently. He was all too familiar with that voice that he spun around to see Yuan standing at the stairwell, drenched and with a stern expression. Raindrops trickled down his face, forming a small stream at his feet. Just then, Chang Lei emerged from the stairwell, standing behind Yuan with a beaming smile. Following him were Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo. One familiar face after another. They all stood behind Wu Yuan, silent, but each was grinning broadly at Qin Luo. Chung Haonan and the others even winked energetically at him. Qin Long fell silent, gazing at Wu Zuan and the others, slowly retracting his hand. Yuan Hong, curious, leaned in. Qin, who are they? Bang! The notebook slipped from Qin Luo's grasp and crashed to the ground. He stared, transfixed, at the unexpected group, trembling uncontrollably that he had undertaken so much to persuade the higher-ups to reinstate him. After returning, no matter how he apologized, he was determined to remain with his comrades that he had made one mistake before. This time, he must remain by their side. Yet now, confronted with Wu Zuan and the others, he found himself at a loss for words. Step by step, Wu Zuan approached Qin Luo, casting a cold glance his way before saluting Qin Long. "Good day, Sir Wu. You are here. It is splendid that you have arrived." Qin Long beamed with joy. "He is a soldier you trained. You, sir, please take your leave. I will handle things here." "Very well." Qin Long nodded vigorously. "Wait, you cannot just—" Yuan Hong began to interject, but his voice faltered abruptly. He felt a pair of piercing eyes fixate on him, sending chills down his spine. Turning, he found Wu Zhuan glaring at him, his gaze as cold as a blade. Yuan Hong took a few polite steps back. Forcing a smile that was both courteous and awkward, Wu Zhuan turned to Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, have you had enough of your antics?" Qin Luo straightened his posture gradually. "Squad leader, you have come." But Wu Zhuan glared at him coldly. "I initially had no intention of coming, but your antics have disrupted everyone's peace." So did he fixed his gaze on Qin Luo's eyes. "So, Qin Luo, are you a good soldier now?" Qin Luo straightened his chest. "Squad leader, whether I am a good soldier should not be for me to decide. It should be judged by others that I was wrong before, and I wish to apologize to you, to the squad leader, and to them." That he looked towards Chung Haonan and the others. "I was wrong. I should not have chosen to leave. That I truly regret it." He stared intently at Wu Zuan, articulating each word. "Squad leader, I want to return, to be with my squad leader and my comrades." Chang Lei and the others clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo. That in truth, even without today's words, they had long since forgiven him. "Bear soldier," Wu Zuan snorted coldly, suddenly turning his head. "Follow me. I'll take you home." At that moment, tears streamed down Qin Luo's face that he forcefully wiped them away. "Yes, wait. Yuan Hong suddenly shouted. "Qin Luo, where are you going?" "Comrade Lieutenant, where are you taking him?" "He has left." "What am I supposed to do? How will I explain this?" Chapter 54, Squad Leader. "There's no need for such formality." Wu Zuan turned sharply, his sharp gaze piercing through the air once more. Yuan Hong felt as if pierced by two blades and quickly waved his hands with a forced smile. "I understand. I'll take care of it myself. That I'll organize my words well. Everyone, take care. I want to see you off. Qin Luo, remember to keep in touch. I'll always welcome you to visit." "Let us go." Wu Zuan snorted and turned to leave. Qin Luo gave a faint smile and saluted Yuan Hong. "Squad leader, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will never forget the moments we shared. Please take care of yourself, and let us keep in touch." With that, he dashed out. Yuan Hong watched his retreating figure, feeling aggrieved. "During this time, it was clearly you who took care of me. It wasn't the other way around. Now that you're gone, who will I share my accomplishments with, without Qin Luo?" He lacked the courage to confront the division commander, let alone someone like Chief of Staff Qin Long. Yuan Hong sighed deeply. He had originally thought to share a few more merits with Qin Luo, perhaps securing his position in the team again. The military's salary had increased, and the inspections were quite stringent, far better than returning to civilian life. With a loud bang, Gao Kun excitedly burst through the door. Qi Xingli, startled, quickly covered his legs. "What are you doing?" "I'm in the middle of something." Gao Kun, leaning against the door frame, exclaimed excitedly. "Commander, good news, great news. That kid Qin Luo has been captured by Wu Zuan." "What?" Qi Xingli's eyes widened. "Wu Zuan beat him." "Beat him?" "No." Gao Kun waved his hand dismissively. "He was taken away by Wu Zuan, removed from the inspection team, and brought to their second company." Qi Xingli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true?" "Of course it is," Gao Kun chuckled. Chief of Staff Chen just called that it was a close call. He almost got caught by Qin Luo. But thankfully Wu Zuan arrived just in time. Chief of Staff Chen even mentioned treating us to drinks. "Ha ha." Qi Xingli let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted from the toilet. Gao Kun quickly covered his nose, retreating a few steps in disgust. What great news! I've been constipated for a week, and this just cleared me up. So relieving. Qi Shengli beamed with comfort. Suddenly, he frowned again, but Wu Zuan took Qin Luo away. What about the inspection team? Gao Kun chuckled, waving his hand. Commander, rest assured. Chief of Staff Chen said the military will handle this. Just say it was a forced recruitment by the army. After all, Qin Luo is just a rookie, not an important figure. The inspection team 1T obstructed. Moreover, it's Chief of Staff Chen personally intervening, so they have to give some respect. That's good. That's good. Qi Shengli sighed in relief again. However, Gao Kun hesitated. What if Qin Dong asks about it? He has already made arrangements with the deputy commander. Our division is relying on his generous sponsorship for the Baroque renovations this year. What if Qi Shengli laughed heartily? If Qin Luo refuses to leave, that would be troublesome. But he is the one choosing to go. Even if Qin Dong inquires, we'll have a good answer. Besides, if we don't tell him, how would he know? Right. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. What we fear most is not the inspection team not letting him go, but Qin Luo refusing to leave. Now that he is leaving on his own, it has nothing to do with us. Ha ha! The two burst into laughter. Suddenly, the loud noises erupted again. The toilet sounded like a battlefield, with cannon fire echoing. Gao Kun quickly took several steps back, panic-stricken. Commander, how much have you been holding in? 7 days without a release. What do you think? Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Look, my belly has shrunk. The rain poured violently against the car. The windshield wipers strained with all their might, frantically sweeping across the glass. Yet no matter how swiftly they moved, the rainwater quickly blurred the glass again. Wu Lun gazed out the window, where the sky and earth seemed to merge into one under the deluge. And even the trees along the roadside appeared somewhat indistinct, that a sudden smile crept onto his lips, only to vanish just as quickly. Bear soldier. Ever since Qin Luo left, he had been preoccupied with his thoughts. He had heard that the young man had been returned from the special forces, and while he wanted to feel happy, he simply could not muster the joy. Qin Luo had become part of the inspection team, enforcing discipline throughout the division, yet he had not once visited the reconnaissance battalion. That Wu Zan felt a twinge of disappointment. During that time, he was unsure of what he truly desired. Did he not want to see Qin Luo again? Or did he long to see him? It was not until Gao Kun approached him, urging him to think of a way, that Wu Ziyuan, without hesitation, gathered Qin Luo's old comrades to bring him back home. Wu Zun exhaled deeply. It was only upon seeing Qin Luo that he realized what he truly wanted. He turned to find the driver focused intently on the road, his eyes wide open. The car was enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the sound of rain pattering against the exterior. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, and Wu Zun awkwardly turned his head, searching for a topic to discuss. But the next second, his eyes widened in surprise that he saw Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and the others desperately winking at Qin Luo, as if sending a coded message. That Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. What are you all doing with those strange gestures? Cheng Haonan awkwardly replied, Squad leader, we noticed you seemed a bit unhappy, so we didn't dare to speak. Yes, squad leader, Zheng Qian said cautiously, so we communicated with our eyes, not wanting to disturb you. Wu Zuan shot them an annoyed glare, then shifted his gaze to Qin Luo. Qin Luo promptly sat up straight and puffed out his chest. Don't think that just because I'm bringing you back means I've forgiven you. Wu Ziyuan said angrily that I just don't want you to embarrass yourself out there. After all, you're someone I've trained. When people talk about you, they always mention me, which makes me embarrassed too. Don't overthink it. Yes, Qin Luo replied with a smile. That Wu Ziyuan snorted and immediately turned away. Chang Lei, sitting in the back seat, smiled helplessly. How long must the squad leader maintain this faade? Before they left, he clearly saw Wu Ziyuan excitedly running down from above, thrilled like a child weighing over 100 pounds that he clearly liked Qin Luo as a soldier. Why act all tough and exhausted? Not long after, the minibus turned onto a small internal road. Qin Luo's heart surged with excitement, but he had traversed this path countless times recently, yet had never visited the reconnaissance battalion. Approaching a place he had never seen but felt intimately familiar with made him inexplicably nervous. Luo Ge, it's okay, Cheng Haonan whispered in his ear. We've already boasted about your prowess to the veterans. Huh. Qin Luo opened his mouth in surprise. Cheng Haonan chuckled. Even though you weren't present, you've become a legend. The veterans all admire you. Yes, Zheng Qian nodded. We've sung your praises, a once-in-a-century talent who transformed from a waste into the top rookie in less than a month. Many veterans look up to you, Luo Go. How Duo said cheerfully. You're finally here. With you around, no one will dare bully me anymore. You are now the legend of our company and the reconnaissance battalion. The group smiled broadly, gripping Qin Luo's hand tightly. Qin Luo felt a sudden unease. It didn't seem to bode well that we arrived. The vehicle came to a slow stop that Wuzian opened the door and stepped out first. Get out, get out. Chong Lei cheerfully patted Qin Luo's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luo followed them out. However, the moment he stepped out, he was instantly taken aback that it wasn't the torrential rain soaking him that stunned him, but the sight before the reconnaissance battalion's entrance, which was packed to capacity. Over 100 people were soaked to the skin, standing like pillars at the camp's gate. Qin Luo, it's here. This is the reconnaissance battalion, Wulan smiled cheerfully, hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo gulped, awkwardly smiling. Squad leader, this is unnecessary, Wulan beamed at him. What's wrong? Qin Luo chuckled. I am well aware that I have become a legend within the entire company. However, I have made my share of mistakes. There is no need for everyone to stand outside in the pouring rain to welcome me. It suffices for you to wait inside. Wu Ziyuan nearly choked, glaring at him fiercely. Which one of your eyes saw them welcoming you? Huh. Qin Luo turned away. The expressions of the veterans were fierce, their eyes glaring at him with a ferocity that seemed as if they were ready to tear him apart. Qin Luo swallowed hard. I had a feeling that something was amiss. And indeed, it turned out to be true. Chapter 55. What are you doing? Old Go, what are you looking at? The reconnaissance battalion commander Go Jian smiled and waved. Old son, come over here for a smoke. Come on. The reconnaissance battalion instructor Sun Yinqing walked curiously to the window. What's all the excitement about? As he reached the window, he was taken aback. What on earth is the second company doing? Gathered at the door in this downpour? No way, I need to go take a look. Don't. Go Jian grabbed him. There's a good show to watch. Why are you meddling? Sun Yinqing eyed him suspiciously. Old Go, do you know something? Go Jian chuckled. Do you know Qin Luo? Sun Yinqing paused for a moment. Of course. He is the one who has turned our division upside down recently. I heard he even captured the division commander. Did you know he is one of Wuzon's men? Of course. This kid changed his mind about joining the company and went to the special forces instead. Wu Ziyuan was furious about it for several days. Go Jian smiled slyly. Today, Wu Ziyuan brought him back. What? Sun Yinqing hurriedly leaned closer to the glass, straining his eyes to see. Although he could make out a few figures, they were too far away to discern anything clearly. Wasn't that kid in the military police battalion? How could Wu Ziyuan? Well, it's all arranged by higher-ups. Go Jian expertly fished a pack of cigarettes from Sun Yinqing's pocket, lit one, and tucked the rest away. But even if he is back, that kid shouldn't think he can easily step through the doors of our reconnaissance battalion. That he chuckled. The folks in the second company are all cut from the same cloth as Wu Ziyuan. All with bad tempers. They treat the second company like the Jade Emperor's throne room. Someone refuses to come over, and now they want to return tis TSK. That is not going to be an easy task. Old Go, Sun Yinqing glared at him. Isn't that blatantly obvious? The second company is filled with fools. Why are you still watching the show and not intervening? No way. I have to go. All right. Go Jian grabbed him. Don't ruin the fun. Will you? If anything goes wrong, that kid Wu Ziyuan will step in. Do you really think he is a fool? Sun Yinqing paused, contemplating. Although Wu Ziyuan had a fiery temper, he would protect his men fiercely. Since he was determined to bring Qin Luo back, it meant he recognized him, and there shouldn't be any major issues. Go Jian exhaled a few smoke rings with a grin. This kid's reputation has spread throughout our entire battalion even before he arrived. They say he is a legend, looking down upon our reconnaissance battalion. Not just the second company, the whole battalion is holding its breath. Now that he wants to come back, if he doesn't prove himself, he won't even be allowed through the door, let alone be accepted in the reconnaissance battalion, as if it were a market where he can come and go as he pleases. Nonsense, Sun Yinqing looked at him speechlessly. You say the second company's men are fools, but I think you're the biggest fool. As the rain poured even harder, it drummed relentlessly on Qin Luo. Chong Lei glanced at him hesitantly. Captain, the rain is too heavy. Why not say a few words to the others and head back? You go say a few words and see what happens. Wu Ziyuan glared at him, then turned to Qin Luo. You wanted to come back, didn't you? I'm waiting for you inside. You fought tooth and nail to join us, since you later turned us down. You have to fight just as hard to get back at the very least. You must make everyone believe you're worthy. With that, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. The crowd parted to let him through, and he stood under the awning behind the door. Squad leader Qin Haonan looked to Chong Lei for help. Why don't you say something to the others? Don't make it difficult for Qin Luo. Yes, squad leader, Zheng Qian chimed in. The days ahead are long. It won't be long before everyone knows whether he is worthy or not. How Duo nodded vigorously. If someone like me can get in here, if Brother Luo can't, then we all might as well be sent packing. Chong Lei nodded. All right, I squad leader. A shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. A young second lieutenant stepped forward, raising his voice. We know he is one of your men, but your man isn't all that impressive. We also know you're protective, but you'd better not meddle because this concerns the honor of our Iron Blood Second Company. Exactly. Another second lieutenant stepped forward, coldly staring at Qin Luo. If he hadn't come back, it would have been fine, but now that he is back, a soldier who once looked down on our reconnaissance battalion must earn everyone's respect to walk through this door. He must pass this test, right? Everyone collectively shouted. Our second company isn't a place he can just come and go as he pleases. The reconnaissance battalion is no less than any other. Not a backup option for him. If he wants to come in, he better show us some real skills. Squad leader, bring your men over. Stop standing there, making it seem like we're not united. Chong Lei looked at Qin Luo helplessly, offering a bitter smile. Qin Luo, I understand. Squad leader, Qin Luo took a deep breath. Since the day I returned from the Special Forces, I've known I was wrong. Mistakes must be faced, and one must rise where they have fallen. He smiled slightly. Today, seeing you and the captain welcome me together has already made me very happy. He looked at the crowd. Squad leader, you all go ahead. The captain is right. If I want to enter through this door and earn everyone's approval, I must rely on myself. Brother Luo, Qin Haonan, and the others all crowded around him. You guys don't need to fuss. Just go in with the squad leader. Qin Luo looked at them. Chong Lei sighed helplessly. Just be careful, let us go. He gestured, and Qin Haonan and the others reluctantly followed him. But each turned back to glance at Qin Luo every few steps. After they entered, Qin Luo strode towards the crowd, stopping 5 meters away from them. Veterans, I am Qin Luo. Qin Luo stared earnestly at them. I know my previous choices were wrong, and I understand why you want to let me in. Everyone fixed their gaze on him tightly. Some had clenched fists, their eyes growing increasingly fierce. Wu Zuan stood at a distance. Watching him intently, kid, don't let me down. Show us everything you've got. Thunder rumbled. The sky seemed to brighten slightly. Qin Luo's piercing gaze swept across everyone as he declared loudly, although I have yet to step foot in the reconnaissance battalion. I have learned from the captain and squad leader that the Iron Blood Second Company is the pride of the reconnaissance battalion and the glory in every soldier's heart. My choices have hurt you, and I apologize to everyone here. Upon hearing Qin Luo's words, many of the veterans' expressions softened slightly, but the next second, their eyes widened in shock. Qin Luo suddenly leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spin before landing forcefully, splashing a torrent of rainwater in the next instant. He pointed dramatically towards the sky, radiating an indescribable aura. Avoid lightning. Avoid lightning. Avoid lightning. Avoid lightning, Qin Luo shouted energetically, casting a captivating gaze at everyone. His finger, which had been pointing towards the sky, slowly shifted to each individual, his eyes brimming with provocation. What are you doing? A platoon leader gaped in astonishment. What the hell are you doing? Another platoon leader exclaimed, cursing in a foreign tongue. Qin Luo suddenly extended his left hand, striking a proud pose as he gazed skyward. Wait a moment. Hold on with that. He dramatically raised his right leg and clapped his right hand against it. Everyone jumped back in shock, their eyes wide. Clap, clap, clap. Dad heard the grass talking. There must be something to say. Qin Luo abruptly turned his head, winking flirtatiously at the crowd. Everyone gulped nervously, instinctively retreating further. Even Wu Zuan in the distance took a step back. Stop it, Qin Luo sang with increasing enthusiasm, infuriating a platoon leader who yelled, You little brat. What on earth are you doing? Qin Luo chuckled, Sir. Can't you see I'm performing a song and dance? I've trained for 2.5 years. The platoon leader, furious, opened his mouth to shout, but at that moment, Qin Luo alternated between his left and right legs, clapping his hands on his thighs, spinning in place before suddenly freezing. The platoon leader was so startled that he swallowed his words. Qin Luo glanced at the crowd, then suddenly spread his legs, once again pointing dramatically at the sky. Avoid lightning, Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood at the window, utterly dumbfounded. The cigarette but burned his finger, causing Go Jian to leap up in pain. What on earth is this kid doing? Sun Yinqing shook his head. I just can't comprehend the younger generation. They truly baffle me. Yet everyone seems quite engrossed. Go Jian's eyes twitched slightly. Surely they won't let him in just like that? Meanwhile, Wu Xuan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is this kid apologizing in a foreign language? Why does it seem that his movements look somewhat familiar? What the hell are you doing? A black-faced platoon leader roared. Isn't he apologizing? What are you doing here? Qin Luo slowly withdrew his hand, suddenly patting his chest several times, as if stricken by Parkinson's, startling everyone once again. Qin Luo beamed at all present, esteemed veterans. Just now I performed a segment of the world-renowned superstar Michael Jackson's dance, the poop avoidance. Consider it my heartfelt apology that I hope you all enjoyed it. May I enter now? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with fury. The three platoon leaders shouted in unison, "Unaware, you fool! Do you think we are simpletons?" Chapter 56. Commander, you're alive again. Qin Luo glanced around, noticing that the anger among the veterans had intensified. Damn, I performed a talent. Yet it wasn't enough. They seemed quite discerning. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Right, I'm still missing the most classic move. Esteemed veterans, that was my mistake. Allow me to demonstrate my signature move, he declared with enthusiasm. With that, he puffed out his chest and stood at attention. The entire second platoon stared in disbelief as his body leaned forward gradually in the rain. But just as he tilted at a 60-degree angle, he suddenly toppled forward. Disdain washed over the faces of all present. That my apologies. Qin Luo awkwardly waved his hand. This move is a bit challenging. I might need someone to assist me. Shut your mouth. The initially speaking black-faced platoon leader could no longer hold back, pointing at Qin Luo and shouting, Qin Luo, do you think this is child's play? You perform a wretched show and expect to waltz through this gate. Dream on. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He believed that his earlier dance was quite lively, except for the final 45-degree stance that faltered. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to switch to a fail-proof tactic. He earnestly looked at the black-faced platoon leader. Commander, I have an idea, if you would speak. The black-faced platoon leader crossed his arms, and others eagerly awaited Qin Luo's proposition. Qin Luo immediately broke into a grin. From this day forth, within a month, all members of the entire company will have their daily supplies of instant noodles, hot dogs, biscuits, Red Bull, Coca-Cola, and cigarettes. That I shall cover all of it. If there's anything I haven't considered, feel free to suggest it. As long as it's available in the store, I will take care of it. There will be no limits on quantity for each person. That he winked at the black-faced platoon leader. And for you esteemed leaders, I have additional special offerings. Crash. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the faces of everyone in the second platoon with a ghastly white light. Here we go again. Wu Zon weakly raised his head, sighing. Chong Lei turned his head away, awkwardly. Qin Luo, the black-faced platoon leader roared furiously. Are you bribing us? Qin Luo's smile instantly froze, and he waved his hands. Commander, please don't misunderstand. I am sincere. To be quiet. The black-faced platoon leader nearly leaped in anger. You insolent wretch, what do you think we are? Stationed here to be extorted by you. Let me tell you, the reason we won't let you in is that you have disrespected our prideful second platoon. He enunciated each word carefully. The second platoon you look down upon, the one you regard as a backup, is the pride of each of our hearts. It is our home. Now, if you wish to enter our home, you must showcase all your capabilities to prove that you are worthy of being one of us. Thunder rumbled ominously, causing Qin Luo's heart to tremble in response. His gaze swept across the veterans of the second platoon. Despite the heavy rain, it could not extinguish the fiery passion in their eyes. Qin Luo's eyes twitched violently. Damn Hu Fei, I'm in a terrible mess because of you. He truly had no idea what sins he had committed in his past life to encounter such a foolish person as Hu Fei. Exhausted, he realized that no matter how he explained himself now, it would be futile. The black-faced platoon leader was right. While Qin Luo could join the special forces, re-entering the reconnaissance battalion would not be so simple. Commander, Qin Luo approached the black-faced platoon leader, standing tall. Please tell me, how can I prove that I qualify to enter? The black-faced platoon leader's expression softened a bit as he turned to glance behind him. The other 2 second lieutenants and several non-commissioned officers gathered around. After a moment, the black-faced platoon leader faced Qin Luo again. We have deliberated and present you with 3 options. First, from here, dash into our camp, then run a lap around it before returning here. That will suffice as your qualification. Of course. He smirked coldly. We won't let you in. We will use all means to eject you. Second, we will line up in 2 rows, and you will walk through us that we will beat you. But if you can endure the blows and make it through to the end, that will also qualify you. All the veterans grinned wickedly, scrutinizing Qin Luo with mockery. And the third? Qin Luo quickly inquired, realizing he did not want to choose either of the first 2 options, as neither seemed favorable. The third, you can leave this place immediately. Go back from whence you came. The black-faced platoon leader glared coldly at him. Even worse than the first 2, Qin Luo rolled his eyes. His gaze drifted through the crowd. Squad leader, squad leader. Don't call me that. Wu Zuan replied icily. Though I brought you back, whether you can enter our platoon is not solely my decision. The second platoon is a collective. They usually listen to me. But this matter requires the consensus of everyone. Qin Luo was left speechless. He wished he could just be straightforward and give him a warning that he knew Wu Zuan's foul temper would never let him off easily. He had been cunning even during basic training, and it was no different now. Frustrated, Qin Luo felt his teeth grind. Ding, new mission released. Please integrate smoothly into the reconnaissance unit. Upon completion, random superpowers or super points will be awarded. Qin Luo stared wide-eyed. Wait, I haven't even completed my previous mission, yet that wasn't it said. Report to the host, the previous mission was a mainline task, thus awarded in advance. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He had thought it would be a long time before he could obtain superpowers, as long as he could continue completing missions and acquiring superpowers. Returning to Tianlang to give Wu Fei a good thrashing would be a trivial matter. Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? The black-faced platoon leader snapped. Qin Luo jolted back to reality, hastily responding, Report, Commander, I've finally understood how to earn everyone's recognition, so I am genuinely delighted. The corners of the black-faced platoon leader's mouth twitched as he glanced at his companions. Then back at Qin Luo, so, you are not choosing the third option? Only a fool would choose that. Qin Luo declared with righteous fervor, since the squad leader came to retrieve me, no matter the difficulty. I will not leave. Wuan silently nodded, a hint of a smile breaking through. Chonglei looked at him incredulously. Stubbornness. Pure stubbornness. He clearly likes him, but insists on putting on this facade. The black-faced platoon leader nodded. Then you choose the second. Only a brainless fool would choose the second. Qin Luo vehemently waved his hands. Why would I want to get beaten up? Are you all insane? Then do you choose the first option? The black-faced platoon leader glared at him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. As long as I can dash in, run a lap, and return here. How simple is that? Thank you, esteemed veterans. I choose the first option. Hey, the black-faced platoon leader's eyes widened. I didn't explain clearly, or did you not understand? You will have to dash through us, and we will be pursuing you. Did I understand? I understand. Qin Luo grinned. That's simple. Nothing difficult about it. I can do it. Damn. All the veterans gasped in shock. Did he just disregard all of them? Was he treating these seasoned reconnaissance veterans as mere decorations, openly challenging them? Wu Zuan narrowed his eyes. This kid is courting death. Still daring to provoke. Squad leader. Chonglei whispered anxiously. Should you reconsider? There are too many in a platoon, and many are adept ambushers. Qin Luo surely cannot handle them. Perhaps 1/3 that Wuan shot him a fierce glare, causing Chonglei to obediently fall silent. Our second platoon has never had soldiers that retreat in the face of adversity, Wuan coldly declared. Since he wishes to return, he must earn everyone's recognition. Otherwise, he will find it impossible to establish himself here. No one will welcome him, and he will never be able to integrate. This hurdle must be crossed. Who told him to choose this path? Chonglei helplessly looked at Qin Luo. You, can you be a bit more respectful? You. The black-faced platoon leader pointed at Qin Luo, momentarily at a loss for words from fury. Commander, when do we begin? Qin Luo asked with a smile. It's quite uncomfortable standing in the rain. The black-faced platoon leader's mouth twisted in irritation as he stepped back 3 paces. You are quite arrogant. Fine, let us see how you plan to simply dash past us. Before the words could escape his lips, the stern-faced squad leader merely sensed a fleeting shadow before him that I end the brief moment of everyone's astonishment. Qin Luo had already circled around to their flank, nimbly scaling the wall in a single bound. That I told you it wasn't difficult. Qin Luo chuckled softly, then leaped into the fray. Holy moly, he actually scaled the wall. The grim-faced squad leader suddenly snapped to attention, frantically shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Stop him, stop him." Chapter 57. The Elevator Warrior or the Foolish Warrior. Catch him, don't let him escape. The soldiers of the second company swiftly redirected their course, rushing headlong into the barracks. Wu Zuan and his companions were knocked off balance, cornered against the wall. Slow down, Dada. Who just jabbed me in the waist? Wu Zuan yelped in pain. Meanwhile, Cheng Haonan and his group wore expressions of sheer excitement, eagerly following the commotion. Luo Ge, run faster. Cheng Haonan shouted with fervor, just like how you tormented me back in the day. Make them suffer, throw them off far and wide. Suddenly, several veterans turned sharply. Zheng Qian, frightened, quickly covered Cheng Haonan's mouth, awkwardly chuckling. Hey, squad leaders, hurry up and chase him. He's already getting far away. The veterans shot Cheng Haonan a furious glare before sprinting off. Haonan, are you out of your mind? Zheng Qian glared at Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan scratched his head. I was just cheering for Luo Ge and accidentally let my true feelings slip. Zheng Qian shot him a disapproving look before turning to the retreating crowd. Do we not know what level Luo Ge is at? But to avoid trouble, let us just silently cheer for him. Otherwise, we might get beaten up. Everyone nodded in agreement, unable to suppress their smiles. They had witnessed Qin Luo's prowess. Unless they cornered him, it was improbable that the 100-odd members of the second company could capture him, even if they were the most elite reconnaissance soldiers. It would be no easy feat. Lao Sun, pass me a cigarette, Go Jian said without turning, rummaging through Sun Yinqing's pockets. Sun Yinqing swatted his hand away. Irritated, I said, Lao Go, can't you buy your own smokes? You're always mooching off me, have you no shame? Go Jian grinned as he pulled out a cigarette. Isn't it because my girlfriend keeps a tight rein on me? Light it up, let us hurry and watch the show. Sun Yinqing glanced out the window. Not to mention, this Qin Luo is surprisingly fast. The second company can't even catch up to him. Go Jian exhaled a plume of smoke. If this kid didn't have some skills, would he be our military's top rookie? Would Wu Ziyuan have gone to such lengths to bring him back? Go Jian stroked his chin, grinning as he observed the sprinting Qin Luo. This lad is quite the gem. Sun Yinqing nodded vigorously. I wonder why the special forces didn't want him. Such a fine soldier. Go Jian scoffed. Those guys, who knows what they're always thinking. It's better they didn't take him. We struck gold. But can he pass the second company's tests? Sun Yinqing asked, his face filled with doubt. Who knows? Go Jian shrugged. Pass me another cigarette. How could we miss out on this thrilling moment? Light it up. The wind howled fiercely, the torrential rain stinging his face until his eyes nearly closed. Qin Luo squinted, activating his heightened senses, transforming into a miniature radar. He perceived everything within a few meters with clarity. Drawing a deep breath, he surged forward with all his might. His stamina had reached the pinnacle of reconnaissance soldiers, and the combined impact of the tempestuous wind and rain propelled him even faster. In mere moments, he had distanced himself from the soldiers of the second company. With each breath, Qin Luo gasped heavily that if he could reach the main gate, victory would be his, and rewards would follow. No one could keep him from remaining here. With that thought, he lowered his head, charging forward like a cannonball through the curtain of rain. What is going on? What is happening? The commotion within the barracks caught the attention of the first and third companies. Hey, second company, are you being led in training by this rookie? Haha, you second company are so pathetic. You can't even catch a rookie now. From now on, don't brag about being the elite reconnaissance company. I am embarrassed for you. Hurry up, or the rookie will leave you all behind. The soldiers of the second company, already anxious about failing to catch Qin Luo, were further incensed by the taunts from the first and third companies. Their faces flushed with indignation that I am the military. Honor is paramount. The three companies of the reconnaissance unit were always vying for supremacy, with the second company usually on top, that if they were outpaced by Qin Luo today, the first and third companies would mock them for years. Charge! The grim-faced squad leader bellowed. You can't even catch a rookie. Are you still worthy of being the second company's soldiers? Squad leader, an old soldier gasped. We're already giving it our all. Why don't you go after him yourself? The squad leader's face turned crimson. If I could catch him, would I still be here with you? Watching Qin Luo recede into the distance, nearing the corner, the squad leader shouted in frustration. Flank him from that side, cut off his path. Huh. Another squad leader exclaimed, eyes wide. Lao Xia, isn't that a bit shameless? Xia Dong retorted, if we let him escape, we'll be even more humiliated. The first and third companies are watching. But if we catch him, we can explain ourselves. Xia Dong growled, at worst, we'll just accept him. The soldiers running alongside immediately nodded in agreement. Initially, they merely intended to test Qin Luo's abilities, but Cheng Haonan had hyped him up to be almost godlike. Now, witnessing his stamina, speed, and reflexes, it was clear he was cut out to be a reconnaissance soldier, entirely deserving of his place in the second company. Charge! Xia Dong waved his hand, leading a dozen men to encircle Qin Luo. Just as Qin Luo rounded a corner, preparing to accelerate, he suddenly sensed a dozen soldiers charging towards him from the side. Holy cow! Qin Luo instinctively waved his hand. Smack! The foremost Xia Dong was struck solidly, his expression frozen in shock. The others halted, staring dumbfounded at the face-clutching Xia Dong. Commander, Qin Luo said, his face flushed with embarrassment. I was just reacting instinctively. You said to stop me with all your might, so How dare you slap me? Xia Dong's anger surged like a tidal wave. My father has never slapped me. How dare you do it? Qin Luo hurriedly waved his hands. Commander, it was unintentional. I swear. Get him. Xia Dong shouted through gritted teeth. Give him a good slap. Yes, the soldiers shouted in unison, charging towards Qin Luo. I truly didn't mean it, Qin Luo exclaimed, turning to flee. However, the momentary delay allowed many to catch up, an angry mob surging towards him from all directions. That don't hurt him, Xia Dong cautioned loudly. Just push him out. The crowd surged forward, and Qin Luo retreated repeatedly. Stay back, or I'll fight back. Fight back. The soldiers around him laughed. Then go ahead. If you don't fight, we won't feel right attacking. As the throng closed in, Qin Luo took a deep breath. I genuinely don't want to fight. You're forcing my hand. With his superhuman strength primed, his right fist surged with power. He suddenly pivoted, targeting a soldier blocking his path, and delivered a thunderous punch to his abdomen. Thud. Ooh! The struck veteran's face contorted in agony, his mouth forming a Na shape. He transformed into a crumpled heap, soaring backward. Crash, crash, crash. The 6 soldiers behind him collided with the ground, creating a gap in the crowd. Holy moly! Everyone stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. Xia Dong swallowed hard. The power of that punch, that was astonishing. Seizing the moment of shock, Qin Luo dashed towards the opening. Block him, Xia Dong finally reacted. Sprinting after him, that don't run, stand still. All the veterans now snapped to attention, fists clenched, charging furiously at Qin Luo. Holy cow! Qin Luo's eyes nearly bulged out. If it came to blows, escaping would be impossible. You reforcing my hand. Qin Luo clenched his fists, suddenly halting that if he couldn't run, then he would fight, as long as he could take down a few more before bursting through the crowd. He was confident no one could catch him again. Elevator warrior. With a surge of intent, a tremendous power erupted from his body. But before he could revel in his newfound strength, he nearly spat blood. Beneath his feet appeared an invisible circle, visible only to him, and utterly immovable, that it acted as an amplification field, akin to a buff in a game. Outside this circle, his enhancements would vanish, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Only within this circle could he exhibit his true prowess. Yet, this circle was so confined that even squatting down to relieve himself would be a struggle. It could barely accommodate another person. How on earth was he supposed to fight? As long as those outside the circle refrained from entering, he would be left vulnerable to their attacks. Is this the elevator god of war? Or merely a fool? Am I to remain stationary and simply endure the blows? How utterly absurd! Qin Luo was taken aback. Had he known, he would have preferred to withstand a few punches and seize the opportunity to escape. Now, it seems there is no chance of fleeing. Chapter 58. One man topples the entire company. Seize him. The crowd surged forward. Qin Luo's pupils constricted sharply as his heightened senses activated. In an instant, he detected hands reaching for him from several directions. With no time to evade, he instinctively crouched down. 2 Seasoned soldiers grasped at nothing but air and stepped forward. ready to seize the crouching Qin Luo. But in the next moment, as if guided by some unseen force, his fist shot out like lightning. Both men felt a jolt of agonizing pain in their abdomens, their mouths forming perfecus as they were propelled backward, colliding with several others behind them. Goodness, how fierce! Qin Luo's face lit up with excitement. Just moments ago, his mind had been a blank slate, his body acting autonomously in offense, before he could revel in his triumph. His heightened senses suddenly detected hands reaching out from his left. This time, 3 individuals were approaching, and with no means of escape, Qin Luo instinctively leaped backward. Ding reminder. Host has jumped out of the designated area. Effective elevator god of war diminished. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. No wonder he had been so formidable earlier. It was the effect of his ability. But this designated area is far too small. This is hardly the elevator god of war. It feels more akin to a birdcage. At that moment, several soldiers charged at him once more, and an idea struck Qin Luo. Why not jump back into the area? Just as they closed in, they suddenly witnessed Qin Luo leaping back. He found himself face to face with one soldier, nearly touching noses. "What are you doing?" the soldier exclaimed, eyes wide. Qin Luo grinned, and in an instant, the elevator god of war activated. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck with the speed of lightning, targeting vital points with precision. The soldiers barely had time to react before they were sent flying, creating a domino effect of chaos. Delight surged through Qin Luo. Although the range of the elevator god of war was limited, as long as he remained within its confines, he would be empowered, that in simple terms, as long as he stayed within the area. Qin Luo was invincible. This was far more exhilarating than being a one-punch man. "Capture him! Capture him!" Xiaodong shouted desperately from the crowd. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt several soldiers grasping his shoulder from behind. "You bastard! Dare to make a move? Get out!" Yet before they could exert their strength, Qin Luo gritted his teeth and took a step toward the designated area, dragging them with him. Then he performed a quick backward jump, creating distance while simultaneously stepping on the edge of the area. My apologies, gentlemen. While the 3 soldiers were still bewildered, Qin Luo unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! Bang bang! The speed of his strikes was so rapid that they were barely visible. And the soldiers' mouths transformed into S as their feet left the ground, their bodies careening backward, toppling numerous others in their wake. Above in the command building, Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were left speechless. Their jaws nearly unhinged in their view. Qin Luo was jumping left and right, and with each leap, several soldiers were sent flying. In just a short time, those surrounding him were knocked down. Seasoned soldiers sprawled across the ground. What kind of fighting style is this? Go Jian pondered, bewildered. It appeared almost like a cha-cha, yet reminiscent of a waltz. Old son, have you ever witnessed such a formidable technique? Sun Yinqing shot him an exasperated look. You re the military supervisor. If you've never seen it, how could I possibly have? Go Jian continued to observe, a look of ecstatic realization washing over his face, and no wonder Wuzong was so eager to bring him back. This fellow is a true talent. He should be in our reconnaissance battalion. Ha ha. Those from the Heavenly Wolf must be blind. How could they overlook such a soldier? Sun Yinqing regarded Qin Luo from afar, nodding in agreement. The soldiers of the 2nd Company are all incredibly fierce. This lad has held his own against them for so long and taken down so many that we cannot find another like him in our entire battalion. He must be cultivated with utmost priority. Go Jian clenched his fists in excitement, that if Wuzong fails to nurture him properly, I shall take it upon myself. Sun Yinqing nearly choked on his own saliva. He is already disregarding his own face to bring Qin Luo back, that I assure you, if you try to take him, he'll fight you tooth and nail. At that moment, a resounding series of bangs echoed as Qin Luo's fists connected with the seasoned soldiers. Yet, these men did not experience the same fate as those before them. They merely felt a dull ache in their chests. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances at the points of impact, tilting their heads in confusion as they regarded Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at his fists, then back at them, embarrassment washing over him. Goodness, the time has expired. The effect of the elevator god of war has vanished. Look, a UFO, seizing the moment of their inattention. Qin Luo launched a series of punches at their faces before dashing away. You bastard! How dare you toy with us? The soldiers clutched their noses, tears nearly spilling from the pain. Don't run. Xiaodong pushed through the crowd, exerting all his strength to chase after Qin Luo. "You scoundrel! Don't run! If you have the guts, keep fighting," just as his hand was about to grasp the hem of Qin Luo's shirt. Qin Luo suddenly turned, his gaze sharp and piercing. Xia Dong felt a surge of danger, but it was too late. The cooldown for One Punch Man had completed. Qin Luo charged his fist and struck Xia Dong squarely in the abdomen. Xia Dong's features contorted, his face rapidly swelling. He was propelled into the air, the wind whistling past his ears as he soared like a cannonball, knocking over a dozen soldiers rushing in from behind. It was utterly terrifying. Qin Luo smiled faintly and turned to our UN.goodness.in the command building. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were left in stunned silence, jaws nearly dislocated. Go Jian stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. This lad, did he truly send someone flying 3 to 4 meters with a single punch? Not just 3 or 4 meters, Sun Yinqing shook his head. Had there not been anyone behind, he would have flown even farther. The battalion commander wore a broad smile. "That a talent, indeed. Must cultivate him with the utmost priority. Squad leader, squad leader. Are you all right?" Soldiers who caught up rushed to assist Xia Dong, but he pushed them away, angrily shouting, "Don't mind me, chase him to the ugh." Before he could finish, his stomach began to churn violently, and he doubled over, vomiting on the ground. The surrounding soldiers recoiled in disgust, stepping back in alarm. From a distance, Chung Haonan witnessed this familiar scene. Nearly leaping for joy, the squad leader is finally experiencing what I felt back then. He probably won't be able to eat for the rest of the day. The other new recruits wore mischievous grins, fully aware of Qin Luo's ferocity from personal experience. Although these were seasoned reconnaissance soldiers, Qin Luo's incredible strength was indiscriminate. Company Commander Chong Lei said with a smile, "I told you, don't let everyone engage in this nonsense. But you wouldn't listen. Now look, we've lost face in front of the entire battalion." The one's mouth hung agape, utterly astounded by Qin Luo's ferocity, that he had initially believed Qin Luo merely possessed decent military skills. A little demonstration before the seasoned soldiers should have sufficed for their approval, perhaps with a minor setback. However, he never anticipated that Qin Luo would be this powerful, dispatching so many with ease. "You knew he was this capable all along, didn't you?" He glared at Chong Lei. "That I only knew a little." Chong Lei chuckled. "I did warn you. But you didn't heeded that Wuhan was on the verge of exploding. Had he known Qin Luo was this formidable, he would never have agreed to block his path. Now, the second company has utterly lost face in front of the entire battalion, just as he was lost in thought. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The Wuzon turned sharply, only to see Qin Luo bursting through the rain, his face radiating excitement as he sprinted toward the gate. The Wuzon's eye twitched. "Damn it, this kid is having quite the thrill." Regret surged through him. He had merely intended to give Qin Luo a stern warning, to inform him of the hidden talents within the reconnaissance battalion, hoping he would take things seriously. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Luo had delivered a resounding message to the entire company upon his arrival. That in a flash, Qin Luo sped past him. Chung Haonan and the others cheered. "Go, Brother Luo! You're the best, Brother Luo! You're the marshmallow in my heart." "Shut up!" Wuzon bellowed in frustration. "There are no brothers in the military, only comrades." The others quickly silenced, yet exchanged cheeky glances and stuck out their tongues in jest. Bang! Qin Luo burst through the door, planting his right foot firmly on the ground, puffing out his chest as he stood tall. He saluted Wuzon with vigor. "Report, Company Commander. I have fulfilled the soldiers' demands. Am I now officially a member of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion?" Wuzon gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't run. Don't run." A throng of soldiers chased after him, panting heavily, glaring daggers at Qin Luo. "What are you shouting about?" Wuzon snapped irritably. The soldiers froze in place. Company Commander, my foot." Wuzon glared at them, but he has accomplished your challenge, circled around, and taken down so many of you. Now he is asking if he qualifies to be one of you. With that, he turned in a huff and stormed off. The soldiers exchanged glances, then turned to the grinning Qin Luo outside the gate. Xia Dong, clutching his stomach, waved dismissively. "What are you all still doing there? Get in here, ancestors." Oh, how exhilarating it was as Chung Haonan and his companions rushed forward, lifting Qin Luo high into the air. They jubilantly shouted Luo go, as they happily carried him through the entrance. Chong Lei, with a beaming smile, grabbed Qin Luo's bag and followed suit. They passed by the veterans. He shook his head in resignation. saying, "Why must you challenge the soldiers I brought out? You truly enjoy courting trouble for yourselves," that he then hurriedly caught up with the group while everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Was this not akin to digging a pit for themselves? They had not only failed to establish authority over the new recruits, but had instead suffered significant embarrassment, losing face in the process. Many had fallen like muddy monkeys, with a few still bleeding from their noses. Damn it, they had lost all dignity. Wait. Xiaodong, supported by someone, approached, glaring at the carried Qin Luo in a fit of anger. He shouted, "I was careless just now and didn't dodge that if you have the guts. Let's go one-on-one." Ugh! Before he could finish, he doubled over, retching, nearly expelling his previous meal. The second platoon leader shook his head in exasperation. "All right, let's carry the first platoon leader away. This is just too embarrassing." Several veterans quickly lifted him. "I'm fine. I'm fine. Ugh. Xiaodong continued to vomit as he was carried away. Observing his condition, the onlookers felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, it was Xiaodong who had pursued them. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. The second platoon leader couldn't help but exclaim, "This Qin Luo kid is quite ferocious. No wonder he's already been noticed by the special forces as a new recruit. He definitely possesses exceptional skills." Chapter 59. Has Wu Zun reincarnated? The rain poured down incessantly. The corridor was filled with a cacophony of chatter. Go Jian and Sun Yinxing descended the stairs, only to find the corridor packed with soldiers, pointing and gesturing towards the second company. "What on earth is going on?" Go Jian barked, startling all the soldiers into standing at attention. "It's raining today, and there's no training. You all have nothing to do." "Is that it? Aren't the companies organizing any study sessions? Get back. Sun Yinxing waved his hands, urging the soldiers to disperse, yet many still turned back to glance. Once he saw they had all left, Go Jian immediately turned around. What were they looking at just now? Sun Yinxing replied with a blank expression. "When it comes to gossip, you're no better than anyone else, battalion commander." Just then, the first company commander and the third company commander approached, asking, "What's going on in the second company today?" Go Jian, curious, inquired what happened. The third company commander pointed, "They just finished teaching the new recruits." "Oh no, they were taught a lesson by the new recruits. Now, the supply troops are constantly delivering things to them." "What is going on here?" Go Jian looked over in astonishment. Sure enough, 2 supply troops were pushing a cart out from the second company. On the other side, another 2 supply troops were pushing a cart filled with cardboard boxes towards the second company. "This is already the 7th trip," remarked the first company commander. "Are they trying to empty the supply depot?" Go Jian and Sun Yinxing exchanged bewildered glances. The second company was known for their fiery tempers. What was happening today? They had established authority over the new recruits, and now it seemed they were preparing to host a welcome banquet for them. When had these individuals changed their ways? "Battalion commander," the first company commander whispered, "what is the background of this new recruit? I heard he was brought in by Lao Wu and went to the special forces. Why is he back?" The third company commander, equally curious, asked, "I see he is quite formidable. His physical abilities are impressive, and he fights fiercely, taking down dozens at once. Why would the special forces not want such a fierce character? Have their standards become this high?" Go Jian suppressed a smile, sternly glaring at the two. "It's not that the special forces have high standards. It's that our reconnaissance battalion standards have risen." "Huh." The two stared at him in disbelief. Go Jian scoffed, "From now on, we will set our training standards according to this new recruit. No, according to Qin Luo's standards, he will be the benchmark for our entire battalion. If you cannot reach his level, even if it rains or hails, you will continue your training. Do you understand?" "Yes." The 2 company commanders nodded helplessly. Why even bother asking? They would have preferred not to inquire at all. Go Jian waved his hands, returned, "Keep an eye on your soldiers." The 2 nodded and turned towards their respective companies. Go. Let us see what they're up to as soon as the 2 left. Go Jian eagerly headed towards the second company. "Let us go see what kind of antics they're up to." Sun Yinxing shook his head in resignation. "Even the village's old ladies aren't as nosy as you." The 2, umbrellas in hand, quickly made their way to the second company's building. As they approached, they were instantly stunned. The aroma of various instant noodles and snacks wafted through the air, overwhelming their senses. Inside the study room, Qin Luo was surrounded by several new recruits, while the other veterans were scattered around, indulging in their meals and continuously giving Qin Luo thumbs up. "Qin Luo, you are far too generous. 1 bowl of noodles would have sufficed, yet you added 3 more. How embarrassing. Qin Luo, I can tell right away that you're an easygoing person. Instant noodles, marinated eggs, hail you. We're just the best of friends. Ha ha ha, little Qin. You're too kind, bringing so many drinks. You really shouldn't have gone to such expense. It was just a couple of punches. There was no need to give me 5 bottles of water. I am truly embarrassed. Qin Luo grinned and replied, Comrades, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. The previous incident was my fault, but I assure you, since the company commander and squad leader brought me back, I will strive to be a good soldier and bring honor to our second company. Well said, well said. That is our second company soldier. The veterans cheered loudly. Qin Luo scanned the room, his face aglow with smiles. Indeed, making friends in the army is best done with instant noodles and sausages, far more effective than cash, but he had effortlessly won over the entire company. This kid is quite adept at managing interpersonal relationships. ISNT, Go Jian swallowed hard. Sun Yinqing nodded deeply, to come in and establish authority over the entire company, and now to treat them to food, and in such abundance. This is truly a case of hitting the nail on the head. This kid knows how to navigate social situations. Observing Qin Luo fitting in seamlessly, the two let out long sighs of relief. They had initially worried that Qin Luo would embarrass the second company and that they might collectively seek trouble. Little did they expect him to charm the veterans so effortlessly. He was quite the tactician. Yes, understood, company commander. Suddenly, from the adjacent room, 2 supply troops emerged, nodding as they spotted the battalion commander and instructor. They quickly saluted, Good day, battalion commander. Good day, instructor. Go Jian nodded. What are you two up to? One soldier chuckled. All the instant noodles, biscuits, and drinks in our supply depot are gone. Wu Lianzhang told us to go out and buy more, and to bring back plenty. The two instantly widened their eyes. Was this truly an order from Wu Zuan? This was completely different from the Wu Zuan they remembered. Battalion commander, should we go? Go Jian waved his hand. And the two hurried off. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing exchanged glances, walking into the room with suspicion. Upon entering, they were immediately taken aback that on Wu Zuan's desk sat 3 empty bowls of instant noodles. Several sausage casings beside them, along with 2 bags of spicy chicken feet. The two stared, their eyes twitching. Was this truly the Wu Zuan they knew? Noticing their presence, Wu Zuan quickly looked up, slurping down noodles. His cheeks puffed out. The battalion commander. Instructor. Finish eating before we talk, he mumbled, sounding as though he had a dead mouse in his mouth. Go Jian stepped closer for a better look. Oh, 3 bowls of instant noodles all gone. And you're still gnawing on chicken feet. You've got quite the appetite. He glared at Wu Zuan. Eating so much alone, aren't you afraid of bursting? Wu Zuan chuckled. I want to pick up Qin Luo. And I didn't have breakfast or lunch, so... All right, Go Jian said, hands behind his back, looking at him. You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? After just one trip to the new recruits, you've come back transformed? The Wu Zuan I know is a stern company commander who rarely smiles. What is going on now? He actually let a new recruit treat the entire company. Indeed, Sun Yinqing asked, so you let them buy even more supplies? Wasn't there enough food already? Battalion commander, instructor Wu Zuan awkwardly smiled. People change. One cannot always be so rigid that I believe Qin Luo is doing the right thing, quickly uniting everyone and integrating into the group. It is a valid approach. Sun Yinqing frowned. Wu Zuan, you didn't pressure him into treating, did you? How could that be? Wu Zuan quickly shook his head. He did it willingly. I couldn't even stop him. He chuckled. Battalion commander, rest assured, this is absolutely within his capacity. He has the means. The corners of their eyes twitched. It seemed Qin Luo was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he strong militarily, but he also navigated social dynamics with finesse. Sun Yinqing furrowed his brow. Wu Zuan, I warn you, such matters must be voluntary on his part. And if I find out that Wu Zuan quickly laughed, if it wasn't voluntary, you can punish me however you like. All right. Go Jian waved his hand. We came here just to ensure that your company could accommodate this new recruit, but it seems that he smiled slightly. We both witnessed this soldier's performance. He is indeed a good soldier. However, I must remind you to cultivate him well, that if you fail to do so, I will step in. Wu Zuan hurriedly waved his hands. Battalion commander, there's no need for your intervention. My soldier. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Perhaps you should attend to other matters. Go Jian's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sun Yinqing stifled a laugh. I told you, taking his troops is akin to taking his life. However, Wu Zuan has indeed changed. At least he has become somewhat more humane, that I merely wanted to offer a reminder. Go Jin cleared his throat and turned to look around. What are you still dawdling for? Bring some instant noodles for me and the instructor. Is this how you treat guests? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. All right, I'll prepare it for you right away. Would you like some braised eggs and ham? The full set. You little rascal, do you think you could feast alone? Bring us 3 portions as well. Go Jian clapped his thighs. 1 portion is enough for me. Sun Yinxing quickly added. The heavy rain continued to pour relentlessly. The world around them grew darker. Only when lightning split the sky would there be a fleeting flash of pale light. In the company commander's office, Wu Ziyuan sat in his chair, coldly staring at the standing Qin Luo. You indeed possess some skills that I thought it would take you ages to win everyone over. Yet it seems they took a liking to you right away. Reporting in, it's all thanks to the commander and the squad leader. Qin Luo exclaimed loudly. All right, that Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If I had taught you well, you wouldn't have chosen to join the special forces and abandon us. Qin Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. Commander, that was in the past. I have come to realize my mistakes that I have returned to you now. Haven Ti, bear in mind. Wu Ziyuan shot him a disapproving glare. I brought you back for the sake of Chong Lei and your comrades, to spare them from longing for you like Meng Jiangnu waiting for her husband. How unfortunate. Qin Luo chuckled mischievously. After spending time together, he knew the commander was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. After all, Wu Ziyuan was a man who valued his pride. If he hadn't recognized Qin Luo, he certainly would not have brought him back. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Commander, does this mean I can return to my squad leader? Who said you could go back? Wu Ziyuan scoffed. Huh. Qin Luo was taken aback. Let me tell you, Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. Even though I brought you back, you are still a bare soldier in my eyes. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Where am I supposed to go? You wouldn't have me become a clerk or a communication soldier, would you? I absolutely refuse to do that. A clerk or communication soldier. You wish. Wu Ziyuan stood up abruptly. Chapter 60. What on earth is this cooking class? A cooking class? Qin Luo stared in disbelief. Almost thinking he had misheard, he had returned from the inspection team, determined to rise again from where he had fallen. But now, he was assigned to be a cook. And he didn't want to lie down anymore. He wanted to be a good soldier. Commander, Qin Luo straightened his chest, excitedly saying, I am a soldier you trained. I ranked first in the assessments among all 3 divisions. And I broke many records, as you well know. You brought me back, and I passed all the tests of the company. Even if you don't assign me back to my squad leader, at least let me stay in the combat team. With my skills, I can bring glory to our company that I promise I will work diligently from now on. Wu Yuan looked at him with indifference. Are you done? Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. Commander, I know nothing about cooking. I only know how to train. Please keep me in the combat team. That IT would be a sheer waste of talent to place someone like me in the cooking class. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily at him. You think you're a talent? Qin Luo nodded vigorously. That goes without saying. I told you when we first met that I am a rare talent. Ranking first among new recruits in the entire army, even being specially recruited by the special forces. Doesn't that prove it? What new recruit could be as formidable as I am? Wu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Your confidence remains unabated. Very good. Yes, you are correct. Your military capabilities surpass those of all new recruits this year, and even many veterans cannot keep pace with you. In this regard, you truly are a talent. Which is why I brought you back. However, he continued with a calm demeanor. After they sent you back, I noticed you seemed particularly anxious. Qin Luo stared at him wide-eyed. That Wu Ziyuan continued. You are a good soldier. But you are too eager right now. You are desperate to prove yourself to all of us, to atone for your past mistakes. Wu Yuan patted him on the shoulder. But in truth, those things are not what matters. What we truly hope for is to have a comrade we can trust with our backs, rather than someone who is perpetually anxious to achieve success. Wu Ziyuan said solemnly, Go to the cooking class. Take your time to hone your skills. There, you will find peace. After a while, when you are completely at ease and no longer anxious, Wu Ziyuan smiled. I will come to fetch you. He grinned. After eating your instant noodles, I must take responsibility for you. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's sincere smile, Qin Luo suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. During his time in the recruit company, he had never imagined that this commander, who always nitpicked at him, would one day think so much of him. Commander, Qin Luo said earnestly, this time, what I said counts. I will definitely become a good soldier. The three companies of the reconnaissance battalion were actually situated within the same courtyard, each in their own small building. Wu Ziyuan's office was on the upper floor. As Qin Luo exited the office, he let out a long sigh. In the army, the combat team and the cooking team were two entirely different concepts. Though they were part of the same unit, the cooking team fell under logistics. Regardless of various assessments or selections, they had no connection with the cooking team. Qin Luo gazed at the distant cooking team and inhaled deeply. He didn't want to go at all. But he felt Wu Ziyuan's words were also valid. Recently, during his time in the inspection team, he had indeed felt a bit anxious that he feared he would never return, was afraid of facing them again, and worried that upon his return, everyone wouldn't genuinely accept him, that it's best to go to the cooking team and find peace. Qin Luo exhaled. I will definitely come back. That he strode downstairs, preparing to pack his things. But as soon as he reached the ground floor, he suddenly froze. The corridor was filled with people. Nearly all the officers and soldiers from the second company had come. A smiling captain approached. Qin Luo, I'm Li Kong, the instructor of the second company. Hello, instructor. Qin Luo quickly saluted. Li Kong returned the salute, smiling as he patted Qin Luo on the back. Go to the cooking class and do your best. I believe you will be back soon. The whole company is waiting for you. Qin Luo, Xia Dong glared at him. You owe me a punch. I'm still feeling it. I didn't eat any of the instant noodles or ham. So you owe me a meal when you return. You can't weasel out of it. The second squad leader chuckled. Don't listen to him. Since you've entered through our doors today, you are now one of us in the second company, that we've eaten your food. So we are brothers in arms now. Regardless of what you have done in the past, you have the courage to return. So we accept you. The second company will always have a place for you. Everyone looked at Qin Luo with deep sincerity. Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others stood tall, their eyes filled with reluctance. How Duo had tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for the others around, he would have rushed to embrace Qin Luo. After all this time apart, they had hoped to be together, but before they could even share a few whispers, Qin Luo was assigned to the cooking team. Their comrades from the recruit company, who had walked together, felt a deep sense of loss. Qin Luo's gaze swept over everyone, his heart churning like a storm. Through thick and thin, in glory and disgrace, I will surely return soon. With that, he saluted vigorously. Whoosh! All the veterans returned the salute in unison, that we will wait for your return. In that moment, tears welled up in Qin Luo's eyes. He suddenly felt grateful that Hu Fei had sent him back. Otherwise, he might never have experienced what it felt like to entrust one's back to a comrade. Let us go. Chang Lei came over, grabbed his bag and smiled. I'll see you off. Yes, squad leader. Qin Luo rubbed his eyes, picked up another bag, and followed him toward the cooking team. Although they were in the same company, once he entered the cooking team, he would no longer be able to train, eat, or rest with everyone. Qin Luo's steps slowed, a slight sense of loss filling his heart. Luo Ge is leaving. How Duoduo's tears flowed like rain, matching the downpour outside. Why are you crying? Cheng Haonan shot him a disapproving glare. It's not like we're mourning for Luo Ge. He is still here, but he just met us and now he has to part again. How Duo wiped his eyes. Cheng Haonan's lips twitched, unable to find the words to express his sorrow. Zheng Qian patted How Duo. Don't be sad, Duo. The cooking team isn't far from us. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Moreover, you have to believe in Luo Ge. He looked at Qin Luo's back. Luo Ge said he would find us. He truly means it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back. That we'll wait here for him. I believe it won't be long. How Duo paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, tears streaming everywhere. Yes. Luo Ge keeps his word. He really does. The cafeteria was not far. It only took 5 minutes to reach. That I want to accompany you inside. Chang Lei handed the bag to Qin Luo, smiling faintly. Qin Luo, please don't blame yourself. That I am genuinely happy for you joining the special forces. Being sent back is no big deal. It just means you are still maturing. That I am the squad leader's eyes. You will always be a good soldier. To have raised a soldier like you is my pride. I will wait for your return in the combat team. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Class leader, rest assured. It won't be long before I return. Chang Lei, with a beaming smile, glanced towards the cooking team and then lowered his voice. The cooking team is full of hidden talents. The commander has a purpose in bringing you here. When you arrive, you must remain humble, truly humble, and absolutely avoid causing trouble like in the recruit training. Remember, you must, without fail, cultivate good relationships with your comrades. Observing his earnest demeanor, Qin Luo felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He had long heard tales of the cooking team being a reservoir of talent, and it seemed those rumors were indeed true. Qin Luo even began to envision a scene filled with various culinary experts soaring through the air. Class leader, you can trust me. I am no longer the person I once was, that I will surely integrate harmoniously with everyone, he declared. Chang Lei responded with an awkward smile. All right then, you may go in now. I'll take my leave. After exchanging a salute, Chang Lei opened his umbrella and dashed into the rain. Qin Luo silently watched his retreating figure for a long moment before he heaved a deep sigh. Where one falls, one must rise again. Tio rise. One must start anew. He turned towards the kitchen, suddenly brimming with confidence. This is where it all begins. What is so remarkable about a mere cooking team? I will conquer it effortlessly. He picked up his bag and strode boldly inside. Report. New recruit Qin Luo. Here to check in. Come in, came a languid voice. Qin Luo took a deep breath and pushed open the kitchen door, stepping inside. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he froze as if struck by lightning. Inside the kitchen stood 9 towering men, each averaging 6 feet 3 inches in height, their muscular physiques reminiscent of double-door refrigerators. All staring fixedly at him. Clad only in vests, their muscles bulged more prominently than those of Stallone and Schwarzenegger, exposed to the air. The atmosphere in the kitchen was thick with a palpable, explosive energy, rendering it somewhat unsettling. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Is this the cooking team, or a den of debauchery? Are you Qin Luo? One veteran licked his lips, a grin spreading across his face. Come here. Let an old soldier examine your physique. Startled, Qin Luo instinctively pulled his foot back. Chapter 61. I apologize for my rashness, old Qin. Thank you for your generous donation of air conditioners. Vice Commander Luo Zhanghai chuckled on the phone. You have truly helped us solve a significant problem. You wouldn't believe it. During the summer, our soldiers can't sleep at night due to the heat. Even with fans, they still sweat profusely. Now that we have air conditioning, they'll be forever grateful to you. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Old Luo, why are you being so polite with me? Thanks to your arrangements, my little Luo is doing splendidly. This small gesture on my part is nothing. In a month, I will donate another 5,000 air conditioners to you, to be installed in remote units, ensuring our soldiers endure a more comfortable summer. Luo Zhanghai exclaimed with excitement. Old Qin, I can't thank you enough. I must treat you to a grand feast on behalf of our military district that I know you have the means, so don't hold back on our humble offerings. Qin Jiaqing chuckled. Absolutely, I will definitely accept your invitation. I'll make sure to drink you all under the table. Ha ha ha. The two shared a hearty laugh. By the way, Qin Jiaqing suddenly inquired, how has my little Luo been doing recently? Luo Zhanghai replied cheerfully, Old Qin, your son is truly remarkable that I have transferred him to the inspection team, and since his arrival, he has been tirelessly dedicated. Unyielding and just, he has raised the standards of the inspection unit. Recently, he even earned a commendation. Really? Qin Jiaqing beamed with delight. This little rascal has earned a commendation. Rest assured, Old Qin, I will keep an eye on him, Luo Zhanghai assured. When he returns, he will undoubtedly be a changed man. Qin Jiaqing smiled. Then I must thank you, Vice Commander. By the way, I'll donate some additional resources to the inspection team, perhaps even improve their barracks, or better yet, rebuild them entirely. What do you think? Luo Zhanghai's face lit up with joy. Absolutely. I will certainly agree to such a benevolent act. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Luo Zhanghai shook his head. This old Qin is so indulgent with his son, sending him to serve in the military, that he genuinely wishes for his child's well-being while also wanting him to experience some hardship. Truly, the heart of a parent is a sight to behold. He smiled softly. Inspection team, you are in for a treat with Qin Luo. When the barracks are rebuilt, make sure to express your gratitude. Little did he know, at that very moment, Qin Luo was being led to the regiment's reconnaissance unit by Wu Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaqing reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Wang Rifa served him a cup of coffee. Sir, you seem so pleased that I asked their news about the young master. Astute, Qin Jiaqing replied cheerfully that it was my connections that ensured a smooth transition. Otherwise, little Luo would have faced dire straits. Once I intervened, he was promptly placed in a more comfortable position. Now, he is inspecting personnel and has even earned a commendation. What a promising future. Wang Rifa quickly agreed. That's for sure. My reputation is merely a reflection of your status, sir. When you take action, the results are undoubtedly different. That he hesitated, with the young master earning a commendation, even if he returns after his service. There will be no regrets. The only concern is that Miss Shun. Qin Jiaqing's brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. No need to worry. He is now in inspection and can interact with everyone across the army. This boy will surely find a way to connect with her. With his capabilities, it will be no problem. Should any issues arise, I can always assist him later. He sipped his coffee with a smile. Now, I can rest easy as long as he has a comfortable year and 9 months. He can return home. Why are you standing outside? Come in, a voice rang out, making Qin Luo's scalp tingle. Who is speaking? He scanned the room, where 9 robust men were leering at him, yet none spoke. Hey, are you deaf or just foolish? Can't you understand human language? We told you to come in. Can't you see how little we're wearing? It's cold. Close the door. Qin Luo's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. This time, he finally discerned who was speaking. Behind the chopping board stood a man with a square face, exuding an air of authority, his piercing gaze fixed upon Qin Luo. You're quite impressive, the man remarked, sizing him up. In our regiment, everyone wants to join the reconnaissance unit. You are the first in years to skip straight to the special forces. Impressive. This lad seems intriguing. The gazes of several veterans on Qin Luo grew even more fervent. That a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Luo, and he swallowed hard. Surely, he had not stumbled into a den of unusual characters. Was Wu Zuan sending him here to toughen his character or something else entirely? Calm down. You needn't be so tense. Since you are here, just settle in, the man said with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Jumei, the class leader of the cooking team. Qin Luo nearly choked on his breath. Why, you said your name is what? The man huffed. I have 8 sisters. My parents, fearing I would be difficult to raise, bestowed upon me this name. Did I ask there a problem with that? Qin Luo swallowed hard. The cooking team was not a reservoir of hidden talents, but rather a realm of eccentricities that he had thought the 9 men were peculiar enough. But the class leader was the pinnacle of oddity. Zhao Jumei, that a grown man with such a name. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Let me introduce you. That bald one is Qi Gang. The deputy class leader, the burly man with a cheerful demeanor, waved at Qin Luo, his armpit hair visible. Qin Luo awkwardly smiled, acknowledging the greeting. A Shui and Fan Yongzhen are our chefs, both certified first-class cooks. Hi. The two chimed, blowing kisses at Qin Luo, who felt another wave of tension. Xiong Fei, a sergeant, handles the grocery shopping. Hello. Qin Luo jumped at the sound of his voice, despite being the most delicate-looking among them. His voice was the most boisterous, akin to a metal pot crashing to the ground. Jiang Chaoda, Zhou Yong, Zhao Chong. These veterans can chop vegetables, make dough, and occasionally cook. The others smiled at Qin Luo, who nodded in return. Let me explain. Zhao Jumei focused intently on Qin Luo. Our cooking team is unlike any other. Within the camp, we are the sole cooking unit, responsible for the meals of the entire regiment. Qin Luo gaped. Having never heard of such a thing. Typically, each company has its own cooking team, yet they were responsible for 3 companies at once. Qin Luo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He finally comprehended the words spoken by the squad leader moments ago. This place was indeed no simple matter. It meant that they were shouldering 3 times the workload of others. Zhao Jumei gazed at him and remarked, Though you are new here, do not presume that it will be easy. Our tasks are exceedingly arduous, that we must ensure that every soldier in the camp is well-fed and well-nourished. The combat effectiveness of the entire unit relies on us. Thus, she continued, from now on, regardless of the tasks assigned to you, you must exert your utmost effort to complete them. Furthermore, cease dwelling on the chaotic matters of the combat squad. You belong to us now. Your thoughts should solely be with us. Qin Luo felt a surge of fear, wishing to cover his vulnerable areas, taken aback by such fierce words that it is raining outside today. Lend a hand to everyone here. Assist whoever requires your help. Understood. Zhao Jumei then asked, Any questions? Qin Luo fixed his gaze intently upon her, and suddenly, with a hint of embarrassment, he chuckled, Squad leader, I am quite curious. Our squad appears so formidable. How did you come to be the squad leader? Zhao Jumei was momentarily taken aback, and everyone turned to look at him in unison. What do you mean? Suddenly, a towering figure rose from behind the counter. Qin Luo's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging out. He had thought the others were tall enough, but he did not anticipate that the squad leader would stand a head taller than them. The oversized tank top clung shamefully to her form, as if it might tear at any moment, presenting a most awkward sight. You don't think the squad leader is short, do you? Asked her deputy. Qi Gang. The other veterans erupted in laughter. You must be mistaken. It's the table that's too low. The squad leader is sitting to avoid back strain while working, gazing at Zhao Jumei, who resembled a colossus. Qin Luo gulped hard. This individual's head nearly brushed the ceiling, towering over 2 meters. Surely, she had to sit to work. Such a robust physique, bent over constantly. What kind of frame could withstand that? Qin Luo swallowed hard again and said wryly, I apologize. I was hasty in my judgment. Adjust your mindset, Zhao Jumei warned, her gaze fierce. Once you enter the cooking squad, do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. We will not impose the old soldier standards upon you. But as you can see, you are the youngest and shortest here. Outside, you may be grand, but in this context, you are the smallest. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, his eyes already drifting to the trousers of these fellows, which appeared indeed larger than his own. Fortunately, Cheng Haonan and the others were not present, or he would have felt even more inferior. Get to work. Zhao Jumei resumed her seat, her eyes fixed on him. Captain Wu told me that you are eager to return to the combat squad, that if you wish to join us, we welcome you. If you decide to leave, we will be happy for you. However, for this moment, you must fulfill your duties diligently. Yes, Qin Luo replied, puffing out his chest, his heart racing with anxiety, and no wonder everyone sent him off in the corridor, as if it were a matter of life and death. No wonder the captain had spoken such words. And the squad leader had warned him that this place was filled with extraordinary individuals, urging him to build good relationships with everyone. This was truly not a place for ordinary people. Leaving here would not be easy. Xiao Qin, come work with me, Ma Shuai called with a grin, waving him over. Qin, come work with me. Luo, come here, be good. Several veterans beckoned him with flirtatious winks, their chests flexing in a rather suggestive manner. Qin Luo felt goosebumps rise all over his body, his toes curling in apprehension. Should he approach or not? Chapter 62. In truth, I am a woodcutter, Wu Ziyuan. What are you playing at? With a loud bang, the office door swung open, and Go Jian stormed in, visibly furious. Good day, Captain. Chang Lei and Xia Dong immediately stood tall. Devon saluted. What is the matter? Captain, Go Jian took a deep breath and waved his hand. You too. Step outside. Yes, sir. They saluted and hurriedly exited. What has gotten into the captain? Could it be that his hemorrhoids are acting up? Chang Lei asked curiously. Xia Dong glanced back, a faint smile on his lips. It's probably about that soldier. Qin Luo? Chang Lei exclaimed in surprise. Who else could it be? Xia Dong smiled slightly. Our captain has a soft spot for good soldiers. As long as they are capable, he will be friendly with them. That kid embarrassed us right from the start. In the captain's eyes, he must be a treasure. Now that the captain has placed him in the cooking squad, the captain will surely be displeased when he finds out. Chang Lei's face was filled with mirth. That's so. Does this mean Qin Luo can dream on? Xia Dong retorted sharply. Have you forgotten what kind of person our captain is? Chang Lei's smile faltered. True, the captain is quite the temper. He would dare to slam the table even in front of the division commander. He sighed internally. Qin Luo, you must hold on in the cooking squad. Are you working against me? Go Jian glared at Wu Zi. Did I just told you to nurture him, and you sent him to the cooking squad right after? Are you out of your mind? Or is your head burning up? A soldier of such caliber, and you send him to cook? The cooking squad doesn't need him. The combat squad needs him. Wu Zuan was drenched in spittle, knowing that if it were Gao Kun, he would have slammed the table by now. But Go Jian held a different status in his heart, that he grinned and wiped his face. Captain, you seem a bit too fiery lately. Perhaps some chrysanthemum tea would help. It might be a bit too strong. It's all your fault. Go Jian shouted, pointing at him, that go fetch him back for me. If you don't, I will go myself. Captain Wu Zuan chuckled and pulled him back. Hold on. Let me explain a couple of things. Go Jian angrily sat down. Spit it out. Wu Ziyuan sat across from him with a smile. Captain, you know me well. I have a fondness for good soldiers. Qin Luo possesses considerable military abilities. The only issue is his mindset, but he slowly retracted his smile. As you know, our battalion has faced numerous hardships, whether fighting the Japanese or the Koreans. Our regiment has been decimated multiple times. Yet each time, the survivors brought others back. What we need are comrades we can trust with our lives. Right now, he still lacks that certain quality. Go Jian glared at him fiercely. Then teach him. I am teaching him, Wu Ziyuan replied. You are aware of Zhao Jumei and the cooking squad. There is no one in our entire division who can provide a greater sense of security. If Qin Luo can settle in comfortably there, he will undoubtedly become the soldier I need at that point. I will personally bring him back. Seeing the tension in Go Jian's brow, Wu Ziyuan said earnestly, Captain, he is a piece of good steel, but he must be tempered with fierce fire to become an exceptional sword. That I know what you are thinking. I believe that since he dared to come back with me, he will surely undergo a transformation that in the future, he might become the backbone of our battalion. But first, he needs some time. Go Jian stared at him intently, and after a long pause, he finally exhaled. Fine, we'll do it your way. Give him some time. Zhao Jumei is capable. It's good for him to be under her guidance. However, he fixed his gaze on Wu Ziyuan. Don't let it take too long. I don't want such a promising soldier wasting too much time in the cooking squad. That I will speak with Zhao Jumei. Wu Ziyuan nodded. Go Jian abruptly stood up and stormed out. That Wu Ziyuan shook his head with a wry smile. Within the division, he was known as the Iron-Faced Captain, but compared to Go Jian, he still had some way to go. Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. You should be getting along well with the folks in the cooking squad now. Right? Huff, huff, huff. Qin Luo's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling. Sleep eluded him. It was simply impossible to find rest. The snoring from his companions was louder than the last, especially from the squad leader, Zhao Jumei, whose snore twisted and turned like an echoing melody in his ears. Qin Luo pulled the blanket over his head. Someone, please punch me so I can fall asleep. Help! It was impossible to tell how long it took. But eventually, Qin Luo drifted into a hazy sleep that in his dreams. Zhao Jumei and the others encircled him, their eyes glinting mischievously. Yet he found himself unable to move, unable to flee, merely watching as they drew closer. Startled, he shot up, gasping for breath. But in the next moment, he saw Zhao Jumei and the others gathered by his bed, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. Qin Luo quickly clutched his chest. What do you want? What are you doing? Stop your ghostly wailing and get up to work. They turned and strode out. Qin Luo sighed in relief, feeling his back drenched in sweat. That I must wear more clothes to sleep tomorrow night. This is terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 4:30 in the morning. What the hell? Do we have to get up this early? Qin Luo, hurry up. Zhao Jumei's voice called from outside. We'll be busy soon. Got it. Qin Luo replied helplessly, dressing quickly and following after them. That'd be why the time they reached the kitchen, Zhao Jumei and the others were already hard at work. Qi Gang and Zhou Yong were chopping onions and carrots with vigor. Mei Shuai and Fan Yongzhen each wielded 2 kitchen knives, chopping away at a lump of meat with such speed that their hands were nearly invisible. Jiang Chaoda stood before a large basin, pouring in 3 bags of flour. Then, as if practicing Tai Chi, he moved his hands in harmony with the large bowl of dough. After reciting something, the 2 men each lifted a large pot and dashed towards the stove with remarkable agility. Qin Luo swallowed hard. At that moment, these individuals truly resembled martial arts masters. Who could possibly work like them? Qin Luo, light the fire. Zhao Jumei shouted as she busied herself. All right, Qin Luo rushed to the stove. Is it this one? Yes, light all 4 stoves. Can you do that? Of course. Lighting a fire is easy. Qin Luo picked up a match, glanced around, and spotted a pile of old newspapers, which he promptly grabbed. After igniting one, he quickly stuffed it in, but the paper burned away without igniting the fire. Class leader, I can't get it to light. You need to turn on the gas, you fool. Qin Luo's face flushed with embarrassment. He had never done this at home. Where's the gas? Everyone nearly fell over. Zhao Jumei pointed. It's right over there. Turn the handle, and when you hear the gas hissing, light it and then turn on the fan. Yes, the handle you just turned to. Following her instructions, Qin Luo twisted it open and indeed heard the hissing sound. He then lit the newspaper again and quickly opened 2 valves. Whoosh, a loud bang accompanied the sudden burst of flames. And the 2 large pots flew into the air, startling Qin Luo into a hasty retreat. Clang, clang. The two pots crashed heavily onto the stove, causing the entire structure to shake violently. Are you trying to kill someone? Everyone shouted in panic. Qin Luo looked innocent. Class leader, I've never done this before. Then stop trying to show off. Zhao Jimei admonished sternly. Whether in the kitchen or elsewhere, safety is paramount, that if you know how to do it. Great. If not, ask for help, that don't act recklessly, understood? Yes. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Go help Jiang Chaodao with the dough. Yes. Qin Luo hurried over, and Jiang Chaodao smiled. Pour me some water. All right. Qin Luo lifted the bucket and poured water into the dough as instructed. Don't worry about it, Jiang Chaodao chuckled. Everyone starts off the same. You'll get used to it. Just listen to the class leader and ask questions. We're all easy to talk to, seeing the smile on his face. Qin Luo felt a bit better. Ever since he joined the army, he had managed to handle everything well, but this was the one thing that perplexed him. Fortunately, everyone was quite tolerant of him, and didn't he blame him too much. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt an odd dissonance between these people's outward appearances and their inner selves. His preconceived notions about the kitchen brigade began to shift gradually. After breakfast, Qin Luo set the dining plates and stood up. Stretching, the soreness in his waist made him grimace. The work in the kitchen was far from easy. Just organizing the plates for the entire camp was exhausting, even more so than training in a combat unit. Qin Luo shook his head in resignation. Adapting was not something that could be accomplished overnight. By the way, hasn't the task issued by the system been completed yet? I successfully entered the reconnaissance battalion. And the second company has accepted me, hasn't it? He scratched his head, but the system offered no response. Perhaps it required him to return and fully become a member of the second company for the task to be considered completed. He took a deep breath. He needed to muster more effort. To complete the task and join the damn Tianlang, he first had to leave this place. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come to the back. Zhao Jumei's voice rang out again, like a thunderclap. Qin Luo immediately dashed to the back. Behind the kitchen lay an open area with a water tower standing tall, and beneath it were 4 large cooking stoves. At that moment, the veterans were all gathered around the water tower, exercising. Xiongfei was doing handstands on 2 fingers while simultaneously performing shoulder supports that Qi Gang lay on the grass, lifting a log straight up, rhythmically doing bench presses, and the most impressive of all was Zhao Jiumei, who was squatting while supporting Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen against the water tower. Qin Luo stood there, awestruck. These were definitely not normal people. Their training was utterly insane. What are you staring at? Come over here. Zhao Jimei turned his head and shouted. Qin Luo hurriedly approached him. Zhao Jimei, drenched in sweat, looked at him. In our kitchen brigade, we must not neglect training. Even while cooking, don't think that just because you are in the kitchen, you can skip training. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we all have to do physical training. Now that you're here, you'll join us. Yes, Qin Luo straightened his posture. Don't misunderstand. Zhao Jimei continued as he squatted. The reason we train is to serve the entire camp better. Without good physical health, we can't perform our duties. Understood, Qin Luo nodded, then curiously asked, Class leader, with your military skills, you all must be elite soldiers, right? Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Qin Luo bewildered. What did I say wrong? What do you mean elite soldiers? Zhao Jimei chuckled. As I just mentioned, we train to fulfill our responsibilities. The combat unit trains to enhance combat effectiveness and protect our homeland, while we are here to ensure the combat unit has the strength to train. Focus on doing your job well. Don't overthink it. Just concentrate on your duties, and that's the mark of a good soldier. Qin Luo was taken aback. Is that all it takes to be a good soldier? So simple. Given your slender arms and legs, you won't keep up with our training for now. For now, start with the basics, chopping wood. Chopping wood is training too? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Of course. Qi Gang pointed at the 4 cooking stoves. We cook lunch and dinner here, which requires firewood. Where does the firewood come from? We chop it ourselves. Zhao Jimei nodded. From now on, the task of chopping wood will be yours. Over there, go grab an axe and chop it. Be careful. Do you want me to teach you? Qi Gang asked with a grin. No need. I'll give it a try myself. Qin Luo replied as he turned away. Facing the pile of wood, he took a deep breath. In the kitchen brigade, he felt like a complete novice, knowing nothing. Back home, everything was done for him by Wang Rifa and the servants. He merely had to stretch out his hands for food and comfort. The thought of chopping wood had never crossed his mind until now. The army truly was a melting pot. No matter who you were outside, it was all the same here. Qin Luo picked up a piece of wood, placed it on the ground, and then grabbed an axe from the side. The moment the axe touched his hands, a powerful tremor coursed through him that instant. It felt as if the axe and he had become one. Knife god ability. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. When he had acquired this ability, he thought it was rather useless. What use did he have for axes and kitchen knives? He never imagined it would come in handy now. Gazing at the wood before him, he felt a surge of strength flood his body. He had never tested this ability before and was eager to see how it worked. Qin Luo swung the axe high, raising his right hand while gripping the bottom of the axe with his left, creating a beautiful arc in the air. With a swift downward motion, the axe struck down hard. Bang! The thick wood was instantly split into two. The veterans training nearby turned their heads in shock, their eyes wide. Holy crap! You kid are impressive. You got it on your first try. You're better than I was. It took me 2.5 days to learn. Before they could process what had happened, Qin Luo swung the axe again, this time with even greater speed and force. Bang! The wood was once again cleaved in two, but the axe lingered on the ground for only 0.1 seconds before he twisted his waist and swung again. Bang! Another piece of wood was split in half. All eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. This graceful posture, this adept technique. Did this kid have prior experience chopping wood before enlisting? His skill surpassed theirs. Chapter 63. Is Qin Luo here to hone our kitchen brigade? Bang, 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 tap, 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 tap. By the water tower, Zhao Jumei and the 9 veterans bobbed their heads rhythmically to the sound of wood chopping. In just a short time, Qin Luo had become incredibly skilled. After finishing a piece of wood, he swung the axe like a golf club, sending all the chopped wood rolling neatly to one side. Some even flying through the air, landing perfectly in place. The axe spun in the air, picking up another log and accurately smashing it down onto the ground. The next second, the axe came crashing down. Qin Luo's axe seemed to be spring-loaded. As soon as it touched the ground, it bounced back up. Before the split wood could hit the ground, another round log was already cleaved into 8 pieces. Immediately after, Qin Luo swung the axe again, transforming the 8 pieces into 16, and then into 32. Bang! The thin firewood was sent flying to the side, stacked neatly. Was this kid about to finish the entire pile of wood? Qi Gang's mouth hung open. The once towering pile of firewood had now dwindled to 1/3 of its original size. Everyone swallowed hard. This was the amount they would usually chop in 3 days. This kid looked like he was enjoying himself. Just look at that beaming smile. Xiong Fei, incredulous, exclaimed, "Look at how he chops the wood. The sizes are almost identical, as if measured with a ruler." Class leader Ma Shuai wore a pained expression and implored, "Do not let him chop any further. If he continues, who among us will have the face to gather firewood in the future?" All eyes turned towards the class leader. And Zhao Jumei swallowed hard. That it wasn't just that they dared not, but they would lose the courage to chop wood themselves. Compared to Qin Luo, their firewood was akin to what a dog might gnaw on. What he was doing was not merely chopping wood, it was a form of art. Qin Luo, he sighed. Qin Luo glanced back. "What is it, class leader? Come here. There's no need for you to chop anymore." "It's fine, I can chop some more." Qin Luo chuckled. "To be honest, this task is rather enjoyable. I seem to have found my rhythm." That he was thoroughly relishing the activity and could not bring himself to stop. As he spoke, he tossed a log into the air and swung the axe in a graceful arc. Bang! Bang, bang. With the activation of his knife god ability, a whole log was cleaved into 6 pieces mid-air. "Stop chopping!" 10 voices cried out in unison, nearly jumping in unison. Qin Luo was startled. "What's wrong?" "That's enough, enough." Zhao Jumei swallowed again, struggling to articulate. "You've chopped so much firewood, we won't be able to burn it all right away." "Enough, enough. Save some for tomorrow. Don't finish it all today. And no worries. I'll do something else tomorrow. I have plenty to learn that I'll finish it soon." Qin Luo swung his arm vigorously, the axe carving beautiful arcs in the air. "Class leader, do continue." "How can I continue?" Zhao Jumei retorted. "He is working hard. How can I stop him?" Everyone sighed in resignation. None had the spirit to train anymore, turning their gazes away that if they continued to watch, they would soon be utterly humiliated. 20 minutes later, Qin Luo exhaled contentedly. What a thrill! He had indeed found his groove. The knife god ability was remarkably powerful. With merely a sea-level capability, he could wield such a heavy axe as if it were a small knife. He had just learned that if he were to maximize the knife god ability, the axe would feel as if it were an extension of his very being. That a broad smile adorned Qin Luo's face. It seemed each ability granted by the system was anything but trivial. Class leader, he approached the group. If there are any issues with my chopping, please let me know. I will definitely improve. The crowd felt as though they had been slapped hard. How can that be considered inadequate? What do you expect us to do? Zhao Jumei chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's quite good, already meeting our class's average standard. Just maintain this level. Great. Qin Luo nodded. I'll practice a bit more. I feel I can chop even finer, like the thickness of chopsticks, which would burn even better. All the veterans exchanged alarmed glances at Zhao Jumei. Class leader, we strongly recommend that Qin Luo not chop any more wood. Huh. Qin Luo looked at them in bewilderment. That weren't we supposed to push ourselves? Why are we stopping him now? Qin Luo, Qi Gang chuckled, patting him on the back. Chopping wood was merely for physical training. Your physical prowess is commendable. You're no less than us, so it's unnecessary to waste time here. Really? Qin Luo scrutinized their muscles, and then his own. It seemed he was still lacking. Indeed, very much so, Qi Gang exclaimed, patting Qin Luo's shoulder with such force that it nearly toppled him. Class leader, I think starting today, we should have Qin Luo peel fruits instead. Yes, Ma Shuai nodded vigorously. Peeling fruits is also a skill. With over 500 personnel in the entire camp, including the company and battalion, each person required a serving of fruit per meal. This was indeed a significant task and a crucial test. Comrade Qin Luo, can you handle it? All eyes fixed upon Qin Luo, his eyelids twitching. Isn't it just peeling fruit? Does it need to be so grand? He looked to the class leader for confirmation. Zhao Jumei fixed him with a serious gaze. Can you accomplish this task? I guarantee I will complete it. Qin Luo nodded. The knife god ability included the use of a fruit knife. This was precisely the opportunity he needed. Zhao Jumei smiled. Good. Then it's all yours. That a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. Finally, this lad would no longer chop wood, which might salvage some dignity for them. Dishes are ready. Dishes are ready. Ma Shuai shouted as he dashed into the cafeteria. All units, come and serve the food. What deliciousness awaits today? A throng of soldiers eagerly surged into the kitchen. For the weary reconnaissance soldiers, the happiest moments of the day were mealtime and rest. This was their rare opportunity to unwind. Wow, it smells amazing. Class leader Zhao, your braised ribs are even better than my mother's. Today's fish is also delightful. It smells so good. I'm drooling. Hearing the praises from everyone, Zhao Jumei could hardly contain her smile, and the others wore beaming expressions. Eating and resting were the joys of the combat unit. Hearing compliments about the food was the only delight for these cooks. As long as everyone was satisfied and happy with their meals, no matter how arduous or exhausting the day had been, it was all worthwhile. Watching as bowl after bowl of dishes were served, Zhao Jumei called out, all units, go to the small room to serve the fruit. One by one, soldiers set down the dishes and rushed to the small room next to the kitchen. Just as Zhao Jumei was about to turn away, a sudden gasp echoed through. She froze. What happened? What is going on? It seems to be from Qin Luo's side, Qi Gang remarked. Could it be that this lad managed to injure himself while cutting fruit? Oh no, I hope he hasn't cut his hand. Quick, let us hurry and check. The group hurried over, and upon reaching the doorway, they were met with the sight of a soldier carrying an exquisitely arranged fruit platter. Zhao Jumei and the others gaped in astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape. The watermelon had been sculpted into a small mountain. Apple slices were arranged like a lotus platform. Bananas resembled lotus roots. Surrounded by oranges, jujubes, and pears forming a stunning lotus pond. Even the edge of the platter was adorned with an orange representing the sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Class leader Zhao, you all are simply incredible. This knife work is nothing short of divine. This is simply a work of art. I might not even want to eat it. As the fruit platters were carried away, the cooks were left in utter disbelief. Quick, let us go in and take a look. Zhao Jumei led the charge into the small room, where they found Qin Luo tidying up a pile of fruit peels. Qin Luo. Qi Gang stared at him in disbelief. Did you really make those fruit platters? Qin Luo shrugged. Yeah, how about that? I've reached the average level everyone else is at, right? The entire group gulped hard and all eyes turned to Zhao Jumei. She was nearly at a loss for words. Yes, you've certainly reached it. Qin Luo beamed. That's great, but I think my first try could be improved. If I make a couple more, they'll definitely look even better. Everyone was taken aback. You're planning to make 2 more? They abruptly turned and squeezed Zhao Jumei out of the way. Class leader, what is going on here? Zhao Jumei found herself surrounded by the veterans. Qi Gang spoke earnestly. We just wanted him to peel some fruit, just enough for each person to have a share. How could you let him create masterpieces? Exactly, class leader, Ma Shuai lamented. If he does this so well, it makes us look utterly incompetent, a total failure, completely inadequate. Xiong Fei covered his face. Earlier we said we would teach him. If he keeps this up, how will we face him? That fruit platter he made is like night and day compared to what I did. I was just wishing for a hole to crawl into. Captain Wu sent him here to hone his skills, but it seems we're the ones being tested. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Jumei wiped the sweat from her brow. Let us do this. Let him make 1 more. Tomorrow I'll have him cut vegetables and chop meat. He is full of energy. Let us just let him use it all up. What do you say? The group's eyes lit up. Yes, that is a fantastic idea. The amount of vegetables and meat that the entire camp had to chop daily was mountainous. That'd be why the end of the day. He would surely be exhausted, and at that point, Qin Luo wouldn't have the spirit to create any more masterpieces. That as they turned back to look, mischievous smiles crept across their faces. Sorry. Little Luo, but don't blame us for stifling your artistic spirit. It's just that you're too talented, and we're all nearly being overwhelmed by you. Oh, what is this all about in the cooking class? Go Jian stood up excitedly, pointing at a piece of tofu sculpted into a sleeping Buddha, chuckling as he flicked it with his finger. Duong. The tofu wobbled back and forth, quite lively. Go Jian scanned the room and found that each table had a similar tofu sculpture of a sleeping Buddha. We must commend the cooking class. This is truly innovative, adding a unique flair to our monotonous lives. He declared, come on everyone, give a round of applause for the comrades in the cooking class. Clap, clap, clap. The cafeteria erupted in enthusiastic applause. In the kitchen. Zhao Jumei and her group nearly dropped to their knees. Class leader, was this intentional? Nonsense. Zhao Jumei replied bitterly. Qi Gang looked at her with a grimace. This lad is using a kitchen knife to carve on tofu and has created so many sleeping Buddhas. He is clearly a master with a knife. And you want him to chop vegetables? Exactly. Jiang Chaoda chimed in. All the bones he chopped are uniform in size, as if measured with a ruler. Class leader, are you trying to humiliate us to undermine our confidence? Fan Yongjin chuckled wryly. You should have seen how he shredded the potatoes. That lad was cutting with both hands simultaneously and even managed to chat with me while turning his head. I observed that the shredded potatoes were cut finer than toothpicks, making it nearly impossible for anyone to work here. Class leader, stop shouting. Zhao Jumei, in despair, covered her face. I had no idea he was so skilled. This lad must have been the head chef among 800,000 cooks in his past life. Just then, Qin Luo walked in from outside. Noticing the group with their distressed expressions huddled together, he curiously inquired, what is the matter with you all? Qi Gang quickly forced a smile, saying, oh, it's nothing at all. We were just praising you. Yes, indeed. We're singing your praises, the others eagerly nodded in agreement. Qin Luo chuckled. No need for that. I came here to undergo training. But truthfully, I am genuinely enjoying myself. I've started to develop a fondness for this place. What? Everyone gasped in horror, their eyes wide. Class leader. Qin Luo grinned and said, I believe my knife skills have improved significantly. May I learn to stir-fry today? No. 9 voices shouted in unison, as this was their final line of defense that if Qin Luo learned to stir-fry as well, what would be left for them to do? The group simultaneously turned their gazes toward Zhao Jumei, almost in unison whispering, Class leader, think of something. With Qin Luo around, we're becoming utterly useless. There is hardly any room left for us. Zhao Jumei's eyelids twitched, and she helplessly closed her eyes. She already began to regret agreeing to Wu Zuan's request. Was this lad someone who needed honing? Clearly, he had come to refine our cooking team. Quick, wield the nunchaku. Hee-hee-ha-ha, swiftly wield the nunchaku. The benevolent are invincible, Dawoon sang merrily, while rhythmically patting his body with cheerful soap. Suddenly, a massive hand resembling a large fan clapped down on his shoulder. Startled, Wu Zuan turned to see a mountain looming before him. Zhao Jumei, with her head bowed, smiled shyly at him. What are you doing? Wu Zuan gasped, hastily stepping back, but slipped and fell backward just as he shouted. He found himself soaring in the air. Looking down, he realized he had been caught by Zhao Jumei, just in time. Be careful. The ground is slippery, she said with a chuckle. Dawoon, frightened, yelled, "What are you doing?"